Absurdity reigns as I traverse into a fantastical world, bound by the villainous system that compels me to suppress myself. MOU gazes at the system before him, utterly bewildered. Villainous counterattack system, loading complete, detected the child of destiny. MOU. Suppression will yield rewards. MOU. You have intercepted the child of destiny. Ling Qingyue. From MOU. Reward. Pure yang sacred body. MOU exclaims, is this for real? In that case, I shall no longer be troubled. He stumbles upon celestial herbs. Detected that you have intercepted MOU's 7-colored celestial herb. Reward. 9-colored celestial herb. Entering a perilous domain. Detected that you have led MOU into a dangerous area. Reward. Immunity to all poisons. The villainous system is riddled with bugs, effortlessly dishing out rewards, propelling MOU into the stratosphere. Years later, the true destined great villain descends from the upper realm. The destined villain declares, encountering the child of destiny in the lower realm, the system is as overpowered as a monster. Despite exhausting all my strength, I cannot prevail. Chapter 1. Protagonist Template. What is this villainous system? The surroundings are dim. It is a sealed chamber, the stone walls engraved with intricate patterns that whisper of the passage of time. A delicate fragrance permeates the air, sweet yet cool. He feels something soft in his grasp. Instinctively, he squeezes it. The texture is exquisite, warm as jade, with remarkable elasticity. A gentle, melodious hum breaks the silence, shattering his lingering confusion. He abruptly turns his head to see a breathtaking fairy peacefully slumbering beside him. Her features are exquisitely divine. Her skin resembles purest jade, fairer than frost and whiter than snow. Her brows arch like distant mountains, naturally adorned without the need for embellishment. Her lips resemble the ripest cherry, luscious and tempting. Even in slumber, she exudes an air of cold aloofness, akin to an ice mountain snow lotus, sacred and untouchable. Yet at this moment, she is devoid of clothing, the spring radiance laid bare. Her perfect curves are fully revealed, stirring an exhilarating rush of blood. Just the right size to be grasped in one hand, and remarkably fair. In the next instant, the fairy Ling Qingyue suddenly opens her eyes. In her beautiful gaze, shock, indignation, and a chilling murderous intent intertwine. Remove your hand. Her voice is frigid, laced with a tremor, clearly suppressing her wrath. MOU hastily withdraws his hand, feeling awkward. I apologize, it was unintentional. Before he can finish, Ling Qingyue's figure vanishes. When she reappears, she stands several paces away. Her attire is intact, dressed in white, as pure as snow, devoid of any dust, resembling a celestial maiden from the Moon Palace, cold and proud. Ling Qingyue glances down at her garments, fragments of the previous night flashing through her mind. Having fallen victim to seductive poison, her rationality lost, she had. A wave of shame envelopes her, and a flicker of turmoil stirs in her cold gaze. The remnants of lingering sensations and faint pain serve as reminders of the events that transpired last night. She takes a deep breath, suppressing both shame and anger. Given the circumstances, killing him would yield no benefit. Ultimately, he is the one who suffered, used to forcibly dispel the poison. If you dare to disclose this matter, I shall surely kill you. She delivers this icy warning before turning to leave. Fairy, I can take responsibility. MOU calls out to her. Ling Qingyue glances back, her gaze sweeping over him. His looks are striking, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding an extraordinary aura. Yet, his cultivation level is merely at the Qi refinement stage. There is no need, she replies with a detached tone, devoid of warmth. The chasm between us is insurmountable. It is utterly impossible. Just as she is about to depart, MOU calls out to her once more, his tone resolute. No one begins as a strong individual. I will grow stronger. Ling Qingyue hesitates, a ripple of emotion stirring within her. At the Tithing sacred land, Ling Qingyue, seek me out within 3 years. She pauses, her voice barely above a whisper. If you do not come, forget everything. I am betrothed to the holy son of the Tian Xian sacred land. With that, she no longer lingers, transforming into a beam of white light, vanishing from the chamber, leaving only a faint fragrance behind. Watching her depart, MOU shakes his head with a soft sigh. Classic, truly classic. The plot of a renowned novel from a past life. Indeed, MOU is a time traveler. In his previous life, he perished from staying up late playing on his phone. He has reincarnated into this world, known as Tian Yuan continent, living anew. Here, sex abound, and the strong reign supreme. Monsters roam freely, peril lurks at every corner. Fortunately, he fits the mold of a quintessential protagonist, an enigmatic background, absent parents, a cultivation genius turned waste, a ring of beauties and cliffside adventures. Moreover, he possesses no memories from before half a year ago, and he happens to be missing a piece of bone. In short, He has everything a protagonist typically has. This time is no different. He stumbled upon a treasure map at a street stall, was kidnapped by a minor villain to lead the way, and inadvertently helped Ling Qingyue dispel the seductive poison. A chain of events, classic tropes. Next, it's time to diligently cultivate, defeat the Holy Son in 3 years, and ascend to the pinnacle of life. Little you has finally grown up. I'm truly gratified as your master. Crimson smoke swirls beside MOU, coalescing into a stunningly beautiful woman. She dons a flowing crimson gown, her skin fairer than snow, her features painted with elegance, her glances sparkling with brilliance. Her hair as white as frost, and her fiery red eyes embody a perfect blend of allure and purity, creating a bewitching charm that is heart-stopping. Her gentle voice carries a hint of teasing, echoing within the dim chamber. MOU gazes at his elder pharmacist Template, feeling helpless. Sister Yinshi, please do not jest with me. He retrieves a diary acquired from an auction and meticulously cross-references it. He approaches the corner of the chamber, his fingertips brushing against the cold stone wall, exploring carefully. Ultimately, he discovers a mechanism behind a landscape painting. With a click, the stone wall slides open, revealing a hidden compartment. A rustic pill bottle lies quietly within. You lad, your luck is truly remarkable. Yinshi observes the pill bottle, unable to suppress her admiration. Consume it, and your strength will be restored. You are always so reckless. Had it not been for good fortune, you might have faced danger. She recalls MOU's previous battle with the transformation stage old demon, still feeling a tinge of fear. That confrontation had resulted in MOU's cultivation being sealed. MOU chuckles nonchalantly. I possess great fortune. I won't meet my end. Yinshi exhales softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Having spent years together, she has come to understand MOU's luck. This fellow leaps off cliffs at every opportunity and experiences serendipities. He is truly a monster. MOU swallows the pill. The shackles within his body shatter. A golden core slowly emerges in his dantian. Spiritual energy surges like a wild stallion, rampaging forth. His momentum escalates steadily. His cultivation skyrockets from the Qi refinement stage, restoring to the 4th level of the golden core stage. Finally restored, MOU clenches his fists, feeling the power within him. What did that woman say? She has a betrothal to which Holy Son. As he speaks, he pulls out a small notebook densely filled with his enemy list. He has offended many, so naturally, he fears no Holy Son. After all, aren't they all the same? Yinshi's expression turns peculiar at his words. Tianxian Sacred Land. MOU is taken aback. Tianxian Sacred Land? The Holy Son? Isn't that himself? Indeed, he is the sole Holy Son of the Tianxian Sacred Land. Yet, he has never heard of any betrothal. Am I betraying myself? What kind of absurd plot is this? Just then, a mechanical sound reverberates in his mind. Ding. Conditions met. System awakening. A system. MOU's heart leaps with joy, instantly casting aside his previous confusion. Those matters will be clarified upon returning to the Sacred Land. As a time traveler, he naturally understands what a system entails. Although the Protagonist Template is appealing, effortlessly upgrading along the way is exhilarating. However, he does not relish a life filled with thrilling leaps off cliffs in search of fortune. The system is undoubtedly more enticing. Destiny is already an invincible path. Multiple systems open up multiple routes. Villainous counterattack system successfully bound, detected the child of destiny. MOU. Suppression will yield abundant rewards. MOU. The villainous counterattack system? Suppressing the child of destiny? Or suppressing myself? System. Are you out of your mind? Verification complete. No errors due to your fiancé being taken by the child of destiny. The system activation conditions are met. MOU's mouth twitches. What a peculiar line of thought. While this statement holds truth, I must be insane to suppress myself. Detected that you successfully intercepted the child of destiny, the saintess of Ta Qing. Ling Qingyue, you forced a relationship with Ling Qingyue. Although you were somewhat passive during the process, you still inflicted irreversible bleeding damage, crossing 3 major realms. A force fruit is not sweet, yet quenches thirst. Villainous counterattack, successful reward. Pure Yang kidney body. Pure Yang sacred body. A tempest of astonishment surges within MOU. This is the legendary top-tier physique. Those possessing this physique not only cultivate at an extraordinary pace, but also possess the potential for immortality. Moreover, they can wield pure Yang, true fire, capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas, with immense power. Is this truly a counterattack for the villain? This system indeed offers remarkable treasures, and he shall no longer be troubled. However, system, there's a typo. Verification complete. No errors commencing fusion of physique. Chapter 2. The bug system within MOU's Dantian. The searing and majestic force of pure Yang erupted like a volcano, instantaneously engulfing his limbs and bones. Every inch of flesh, every vein seemed to be cleansed by flames, crackling and resonating in unison. Soon, his physique was fully integrated. Instinctively, Mou clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. His cultivation at the 4th level of the Golden Core realm soared wildly, faintly brushing against the threshold of a breakthrough. A wave of ecstasy surged in his heart. As the protagonist of the underdog narrative, he finally possessed a usable physique. This was truly no small feat. Yanxi, who had been closely observing Mou, also sensed his transformation, her beautiful eyes flickering with surprise. Had he grown stronger? Was it due to dual cultivation? Her spiritual awareness was too weak to penetrate the depths of Mou's condition. Mou offered no response, as the system's notification sound continued unabated. Mou's fortuitous opportunity has been intercepted by you. He must be heartbroken. This is the perfect moment to seize his fortune. Commencing fortune plundering for you. Detecting an unknown force attempting to seize your fortune, defense mechanism activated automatically. Mou's expression turned peculiar. This system, why did it seem somewhat adorably naive? Plundering his own fortune, and then providing him with protection? This operation was utterly absurd. It was evident that a bug had occurred. Fortune plundering failed, automatically supplementing your fortune. Fortune, 1,000, villain points, 1,000. Mou found himself both amused and exasperated. This was utterly ridiculous. However, he soon accepted this peculiar setting. Since it had come, he would embrace it. It seemed the author had mistakenly bestowed him the wrong system. He steadied his mind and began to investigate this bizarre system. Suppressing the child of fortune would yield rewards, including cultivation, martial arts techniques, magical treasures, medicinal pills, special abilities, fortune, and villain points. However, how could he suppress the child of fortune, who was himself? He decided to set this question aside for the time being and ponder it later. Mou examined the information regarding his pure yang kidney. Compared to an ordinary one, it possessed 2 additional functions. One was to enhance designated organs, and the other was that those who engaged in yin supplementation with him would be counter-supplemented by him. This was excellent. Although the pure yang sacred body was powerful, it was also a furnace physique on par with the pure yin sacred body. He took a glance at the system's marketplace. The prices ranged from low to high. The chaotic pathway technique, a supreme level skill, was priced at 10,000,000 villain points. Upon seeing this, he quickly lost interest. 10 zeros, 100 billion. Was this a joke? Such a thing was unattainable even upon completion. He swiftly scanned through the other less expensive items. For the time being, nothing worthwhile was within his purchasing power. Therefore, he temporarily disregarded this function. With a thought, he opened the system panel. Name, Mou. Cultivation, 4th level of Golden Core. Physique, chaotic divine body. Awakening not yet achieved. Pure yang kidney. Technique, heavenly profound sacred scripture. Heavenly grade, superior. Great burning heaven technique. Human grade, superior, upgradable. Spells, heavenly profound sword technique. Heavenly profound spear technique. Heavenly profound thunder technique. Special, immortal bone, fragment. Qingming spiritual flame. Pure yang true fire. Fortune, 11,000 gold. Villain points, 1,000. Evaluation, so useless. One wonders how you became a villain. This system will assist you in becoming an extraordinarily formidable villain. Note, fortune levels are classified as black, gray, white, green, blue, purple, gold, and rainbow. There was no helping it. This was the plight of an underdog protagonist, Mou privately lamented. The existence of the immortal bone and chaotic body did not surprise him. What child of fortune lacked a few extraordinary enhancements? However, both of these were present but unutilized. One must admit, this system was indeed formidable. It could grant a person 2 types of physique. Detecting the child of fortune, Yanxi, suppressing her will yield rewards. Mou turned his gaze. Yanxi stood beside him, clad in a flowing crimson gown, resembling a flickering flame, perfectly accentuating her captivating curves. She appeared like a red lotus blooming in a dim cavern, enchanting yet pure. Her ethereal aura carried an otherworldly grace, rendering her almost untouchable. Her snowy white hair cascaded gracefully to her waist, shimmering with a lustrous sheen akin to moonlight. Her ruby-like eyes sparkled like stars, deep and mesmerizing, radiantly beautiful, transcending the mundane. She resembled a celestial maiden descending into the mortal realm. The system panel popped up. Name, Yanxi. Fortune, purple. Affection, 100. View as kin. Description, once a formidable being in the celestial realm, she fell due to betrayal by a close friend. Sleeping within a ring until encountering Mou, assisting him in his cultivation. They share a teacher-student bond, akin to mother and son. Detecting your successful interception of the child of fortune, Yanxi. Your relationship with Yanxi is now akin to that of mother and son. She is willing to give her life for you. Although there is currently no romantic connection, establishing a solid relationship first may not be a poor choice. This system respects all your preferences, even if you enjoy teacher-student scenarios. System, how can you so baselessly sully one's reputation? Mou silently shouted within. How could he possibly engage in such conduct? Yanxi regarded him as her own, and he had always respected her. As long as Yanxi was unwilling, he would rather die than commit such an act of betrayal against his mentor. The system, oblivious to his inner turmoil, continued its announcements. As a villain, you are naturally despised by those favored by the heavenly Tao. Surely, you have paid a high price for this game to deceive such a powerful being. It wasn't much, merely the golden core cultivation level. At that time, the golden core had been absorbed entirely. Had it not been for the protection of the sacred land, according to the rules, he would have been expelled. Villain's counterattack successful. Reward, Netherfire. Netherfire, exceptionally malevolent. Capable of scorching souls, incinerating all impurities in the world, and possessing immense lethality against the primordial spirit, requires souls as fuel for enhancement. Attempting to plunder Mou's fortune, plundering failed, automatic replenishment activated. Fortune, 1,000, villain points, 1,000, Mou's mind was jolted, and he instinctively turned his attention inward to his dantian. There, a flickering cluster of pale white flames danced quietly, exuding an unsettling chill. That flame, silent yet seemingly capable of freezing souls, devouring all vitality, Netherfire. At present, it appeared relatively weak and required souls to nourish its strength. Once empowered by souls, it would surpass even the pure Yang True Fire. For 20 years as the child of fortune, he had never encountered such a tremendous opportunity. Truly, the system was delightful. Little you, why do I sense something amiss with you? Yanxi's voice pulled Mou back from his astonishment. He hurriedly collected himself, feigning nonchalance. What could possibly be amiss? He cautiously observed Yanxi's expression, ensuring he revealed no intention of betrayal. Yanxi's delicate brows furrowed, her red gaze sweeping over him. You seem to have become much more handsome. Can dual cultivation enhance one's appearance? She had never experienced it herself, so she was naturally unaware. Mou instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Yanxi, have you ever heard of postnatal awakening of physique? You've awakened your physique. Indeed. Mou replied with a confident smile, releasing his aura. A robust wave of pure yang energy cascaded forth. Chapter 3. The fortune of the child of fortune is not so easily seized. This is the pure, yang sacred body. Yanxi's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Indeed. Where did you acquire this? Yanxi's voice trembled slightly, her words becoming somewhat incoherent. She clearly remembered that Mou previously possessed no special physique. Mou feigned contemplation. I too am uncertain. Upon awakening, it simply appeared. Perhaps it is a result of dual cultivation? Yanxi stood frozen in place. After a considerable time, she regained her composure, letting out a soft sigh. A prodigy indeed. Having traversed the upper realms for many years, she had never heard that dual cultivation could grant one such a physique. A physique is either innate or forged through the expenditure of immense resources. Yet, Mou had astonishingly acquired the pure yang sacred body through dual cultivation. This was utterly preposterous. Immediately, a look of joy crossed her face. The pure yang sacred body inherently possessed pure yang true fire. You must utilize it to elevate the Great Burning Heaven technique. Mou nodded in agreement. The Great Burning Heaven technique was gifted to him by Yanxi. Akin to the burning technique, which absorbed fire to augment strength. It was an unranked martial art. In this realm, martial arts were classified into 3 tiers, heaven, earth, and human, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. He sat cross-legged, focusing his mind and regulating his breath, beginning to cultivate the Great Burning Heaven technique. Within him, the pure yang true fire blazed fiercely, resembling a roaring fire dragon, recklessly surging through his meridians. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as Mou's aura surged violently. The surface of his golden core began to show minute cracks, as if a new life were about to break free. His cultivation soared directly from the 4th to the 7th level of the golden core, breaking through 3 tiers in one go. The Great Burning Heaven technique also successfully advanced, reaching the middle grade of the earth tier. The Netherfire lacked the enhancement of souls. It was not yet suitable for fortifying the Great Burning Heaven technique. Not bad. Yanxi nodded slightly, her eyes filled with admiration. Mou rose, taking a step forward. The novices outside must be growing impatient. In the Wolf Head mountain range, the mountain winds howled. Before the ominous mine entrance, Zhang Xin crossed his arms, his flabby flesh quivering. Big brother, that kid has been in there for so long. He hasn't kicked the bucket, has he? Li Si gently waved his feather fan, obscuring half of his sinister face. Isn't he at the 2nd level of Qi refinement? This secret realm. He narrowed his eyes, gazing into the depths of the mine. Ethereal mists swirled, faintly revealing a disquieting fluctuation. Go. Gather all those miners in the pit, and have them line up to scout. Zhang San and Li Si were elders of the Wolf Head gang, which dominated the surrounding area for 100 miles. Their leader was a formidable cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage, notorious and feared by all. This mine was originally the property of the Wolf Head gang, yet unexpectedly, an entrance to a secret realm had appeared. Such a monumental opportunity was naturally irresistible to them. Concerned about the dangers within, they had seized Mou, who happened to pass by, to serve as cannon fodder. But who was Mou? The child of destiny. Upon hearing of such a fortune, how could he refuse? He immediately agreed, only to discover, quite fortuitously, that this was indeed the Yin Yang sect's secret realm as recorded on the map he had unearthed from a street vendor. Following the map's guidance, he effortlessly reached the Lord's Hall. What a coincidence! This Lord's Hall was precisely the location described in the ancient diary he had purchased at the auction, said to harbor hidden treasures. Moreover, it conveniently contained the elixirs he sought. Referring to the diary, he located a secret door and entered the concealed chamber. Alas, Ling Qingyue had gotten there first, seizing the treasures ahead of him. However, it proved that the possessions of the Child of Destiny were not so easily taken. Some remnants must remain. Big brother, the miners are here, Zhang San said with a sycophantic smile, bowing slightly to Li Si. A crowd of ragged individuals, driven by the gang members, shuffled forward. They were scantily clad, emaciated, their gazes vacant, resembling walking corpses. These were the miners, private property of the Wolf Head Gang. The cheapest of expendable resources. Li Si brandished his fan, a cruel smile spreading across his face. All of you get inside. The miners trembled but dared not resist. They had long since become accustomed to being dominated and trampled. Among the crowd was a young girl, her clothes tattered and her disheveled hair obscuring her face. Covered in grime, her true appearance was indiscernible. Chu Yuli, having been abducted here for 2.5 years, had witnessed too much darkness and cruelty. Burying her fear deep within, she bit her lip, her nails digging into her palm. The pain kept her alert, making her all the more vigilant. She did not wish to die. Mou hastened through the secret realm. Soon, his divine sense detected the entrance. At the threshold, dozens of corpses lay sprawled in disarray, a shocking sight. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of blood. They were mere mortals. Damn it, Mou cursed inwardly, accelerating his flight on the sword. These fools were actually using mortals to scout the way. They possessed no understanding of the cultivation world. This secret realm could at least accommodate cultivators at the Qi refinement stage. If mortals stepped in, they would undoubtedly perish. Yet it was not just 1 or 2. The number was appalling, utterly inhumane. Outside the secret realm, next, Zhang San's voice boomed. Chu Yuli raised her gaze, meeting a pair of fierce eyes. It was her turn. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood as she inched toward the cave entrance, her body shaking violently. Zhang San grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Little girl, don't be afraid. Go in and have a look. Perhaps you might find some treasures. Before his words could fade, Chu Yuli's eyes turned cold. She swiftly raised her hand, a sharp stone shard hurtling through the air, aimed directly at Zhang San's throat. Zhang San's pupils constricted, his sinister grin freezing on his face. Clearly, he had not anticipated that a seemingly frail miner would dare to strike at him. Just then, a gust of fierce wind swept in. Bang! Chu Yuli felt as though struck by lightning, her body flung backward. Spurt. Blood sprayed, staining the earth. Li Si had appeared before Zhang San at some point. His feather fan gently swaying, an aura of chill surrounding him. You have quite the audacity, little girl, but alas, at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. You are far too weak. Zhang San touched his neck, a wave of dread washing over him. You wretched girl. How dare you sneak attack me? I will tear you to shreds. Chu Yuli struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, her face as pale as paper. It was over for her. All her efforts, all her struggles, meant nothing in the face of absolute power. Zhang San seized her hair. You filthy wench. I'll send you on your way. He dragged Chu Yuli to the mouth of the mine, ready to throw her inside. The cold wind howled from the cave, tousling the loose strands of hair from her forehead. Faced with the threat of death, she fought with all her might. Yet it was all in vain. The strength was overwhelming. She could not break free. At that moment, a gleam of cold light shot forth from the cave. Zhang San's forehead instantly erupted with a splash of blood, and his body fell rigidly to the ground in the event that he harbored intentions to take her life. She found herself devoid of any means to resist. Mou meticulously sensed the ethereal, ghostly fire, noting its scarcely enhanced state, and sighed helplessly. These individuals possessed such meager cultivation that they were utterly incapable of augmenting the ghostly flames. What manner of fire is this? When did you acquire it? Yanxi's voice, tinged with astonishment, resonated in Mou's mind. The ghostly fire, a companion born with me, has only just awakened today. Mou fabricated a response. Ghostly fire. Yanxi's tone abruptly escalated. She was, of course, familiar with this flame, rumored to be the very force that propelled the ghost emperor of the celestial realm to prominence. Her delicate brows furrowed, her voice heavy with gravity. Your lineage is far from ordinary. Indeed, I have long proclaimed that. Humph, perhaps my father is even a celestial emperor. Mou replied, a look of pride adorning his face. Yanxi couldn't help but chuckle at his irreverent demeanor, dismissing his bravado with a cautionary tone. Though the ghostly fire is potent, it is also perilous. You must exercise caution and ensure that you are not swayed by malevolent energies, lest you lose your true self. All right, Sister Yanxi. Mou felt a warm surge within him. Having never met his parents, Yanxi was akin to a mother to him. He held no doubts about her intentions, regardless of any questions he might have. Casting his gaze around, he surveyed the trembling miners. The mortals at the very bottom of the cultivation world, and indeed, the most numerous. Had he not been the child of fortune, his fate would have mirrored theirs. Disperse. For by the end of today, the Wolfhead gang shall cease to exist. With a casual wave of his hand, a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, revitalizing the despondent spirits of all the mortals. They gazed upon MOU with eyes brimming with reverence, gratitude, and adoration. After a brief silence, one individual mustered the courage to kneel and bow, his voice quavering, "Thank you, Immortal. Thank you for saving our lives." As one knelt, the others swiftly followed suit. A chorus of reverent bows echoing through the air. "Immortal, your benevolence shall be remembered for eternity." Amidst their gratitude, a profound sense of relief washed over them for having survived the calamity. Chu Yuli also knelt among the crowd, her head bowed deeply, fearful of drawing attention. Noticing a portion of the mortals eagerly fleeing, she blended into the throng and quietly departed. MOU, of course, noticed her. At 14 years of age, she was at the third level of Qi refinement, possessing decent aptitude. However, he had formed his first golden core at the same age. As the holy son of Tianxian, one must have some innate talent. Had he not been drained by Yanxi previously, he would likely have reached the nascent soul stage by now. Thus, he didn't regard Chu Yuli with much concern. The cultivation realms in this world, ranked from lowest to highest, are Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, god transformation, returning to void, composite body, tribulation crossing, great ascension, encapsulating 9 distinct realms, each subdivided into 9 levels, symbolizing the return to unity, the simplicity of the Great Way. MOU intended to return to his hometown, first before seeking his master in the Holy Land regarding the matter of his marriage contract. Just then, a system notification chimed in. Detected the daughter of destiny, Chu Yuli. Suppression will yield rewards. MOU's gaze sharpened as he locked onto her delicate figure in the crowd. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Chu Yuli like a specter, blocking her path. Startled, she halted and bowed deeply. What command does the esteemed elder have? MOU assessed her. Name, Chu Yuli. Fortune, 8,000, purple. Affection, 20, acquaintance. Profile, born into a fallen cultivation family, abducted by human traffickers during her escape, reduced to a minor. Unexpectedly gaining an opportunity while mining, embarking upon the path of cultivation. A score of 0 in affection signifies unfamiliarity, while 100 denotes an unwavering bond. Her fortune was nearly on par with his own. The rest, however, was rather mundane, devoid of any remarkable features. MOU slowly raised his hand. A gentle stream of spiritual energy emanated, washing over Chu Yuli. The grime dissipated in an instant, revealing her true visage. Unremarkable, the kind that would go unnoticed on the streets. Chu Yuli's heart raced, her breath becoming cautious. At that moment, MOU raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What a surprise. She possesses multiple layers of disguise. He almost overlooked it. With another wave of his hand, the spiritual energy transformed into a refreshing breeze that swept across Chu Yuli's face, peeling away the layers of artifice. Her stunningly exquisite beauty was unveiled without reservation. It was a visage capable of enthralling the masses. Still maturing, yet already hinting at unparalleled allure. Her skin was as radiant as snow, lustrous as jade. Her brows resembled green feathers, and her eyes sparkled like autumn waters. Her nose was elegantly defined, and her lips were a vibrant crimson. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall to her waist, though clad in tattered garments. Her innate beauty shone through, lending her an even more poignant, pitiable air. She resembled a pearl, dusty and obscured, now radiating a dazzling brilliance. MOU's gaze flickered. While the system might be somewhat simplistic, it was indeed accurate in identifying the daughter of destiny. This beauty, this grace, undoubtedly the embodiment of fortune. But how to suppress her? As a model citizen across 2 lifetimes, he had never engaged in the wanton oppression of the weak. Chu Yuli felt the changes within her, and her heart raced. This transformation technique was a legacy from her family's former foundation establishment ancestor, classified as a high-tier human-grade spell. It was said that even an ordinary golden core cultivator would struggle to see through it. Yet now, it had been effortlessly unraveled by someone who appeared to be only slightly older than herself. It was terrifying. What realm could this person possibly be? The mortals who had initially intended to depart halted in their tracks, staring at Chu Yuli with awe. She was simply too beautiful. Could she be a celestial maiden? Chu Yuli took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure, and bowed once more. Elder, I did not intend to conceal my appearance. She lowered her posture and adopted an even more humble tone. MOU, sensing her nervousness, smiled reassuringly. Do not be anxious. I am not a villain. Ahem, actually, I am a good person. He was so accustomed to the former that he momentarily faltered. Chu Yuli felt her heart sink. You just openly admitted it. MOU endeavored to maintain a calm tone as he inquired. What is your name? Li Feiyu. Chu Yuli answered decisively. Chapter 5. The Emperor's Banner. Li Feiyu. MOU thought to himself, amused by the girl's caution. I see you possess remarkable talent and exceptional roots, hence my desire to confirm. Chu Yuli felt a wave of exasperation within. She was merely a fifth root waste. What talent could she possibly possess? Fortunately, being such a waste, she was hardly suitable even as a furnace. Before she could ponder further, Mou grasped her delicate wrist. Indeed, a chaotic spirit root. Moments later, he released her hand, nodding in satisfaction. Talent, in the grand scheme of things, mattered little. For the child of destiny, it was all the same. After all, the heavenly path would pursue you, providing sustenance. Chu Yuli's brows knitted slightly, her voice tinged with bitterness. Elder, I am a fifth root. Mou elucidated. A single spirit root is a celestial spirit root. A dual spirit root is a true spirit root. A triple spirit root is a mixed spirit root. A quadruple spirit root is a pseudo-spirit root. And a fifth spirit root is a waste spirit root. Do you understand? Chu Yuli nodded gently. A fifth spirit root was indeed a waste spirit root. Utterly devoid of value. She was not even worthy to serve as a furnace. Mou's lips curled upward. A fifth spirit root's resurgence is akin to a chaotic spirit root. I believe you possess that potential. Chu Yuli's heart tightened. He can't possibly intend to capture me as a furnace, can he? Externally, he professed a desire to assist her in rising, but internally, he was likely coveting her form. Thank you for your generous intentions, Elder. She suppressed her rising panic, maintaining a facade of respect, while internally scheming her escape. Mou stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his garments fluttering like a celestial being descending from the heavens. I see you possess great perseverance. Your future is boundless. A golden scale is not merely a fish in a pond. When it encounters a storm, it transforms into a dragon. Would you be interested in becoming my disciple? He had already formed a plan in his mind. First, keep the daughter of fortune by your side. Later, we shall explore ways to suppress her. Within Chu Yuli's heart, alarm bells rang fiercely, yet her demeanor grew increasingly respectful, even tinged with a hint of euphoria. I am willing. I shall not fail to meet the expectations of my esteemed master. She bowed deeply, her voice clear yet slightly trembling. This tremor, she cleverly disguised as excitement. However, internally, she was fervently scoffing. What nonsensical talk of turning golden scales into dragons, of chaotic spiritual roots, of limitless futures. All mere empty words. These sanctimonious immortals are all the same. They surely wish to use me as a furnace. I, Chu Yuli, am certainly not a naive fool to be manipulated at will. I will find an opportunity to escape. You have forcibly taken Chu Yuli as your disciple. Though she is reluctant, you will have ample time to educate her, discipline her, and humiliate her. This is a promising beginning. The villain has successfully turned the tables. Reward, Emperor's Banner. Emperor's Banner. A myriad soul banner refined by primordial purple chi. Its malevolent power will not backfire on the master. Mou was rendered speechless. So, you're not even pretending anymore. Where in the introduction of the Emperor's Banner does it mention a myriad soul banner? Moreover, could we not phrase it so malevolently? What do you mean by discipline, lash, humiliate? Am I that kind of person? With a thought, he examined the system space. An ancient black banner came into view, quietly suspended as if it had existed since time immemorial. The banner was adorned with countless swirling runes, shimmering with profound light, emanating a disquieting resonance. Above it, threads of primordial purple chi coiled, darkly violet. Truly, it is a treasure of the human race, the Emperor's Banner. Its appearance is extraordinary. Excellent. Considering you may later regard Chu Yuli as a furnace, please choose whether to plunder her fortune points. No, Mou resolutely declined. Others had not wronged him. Naturally, he would not trouble them. He was the son of fortune and possessed a system. Why would he need to rob from others? Absurd. Due to your refusal to plunder fortune, fortune remains unchanged. Villain points, 300. Mou now possessed a substantial sum of 2,300 villain points. He was still approximately 100 small targets short of the chaotic Tao Sutra, equating to the suppression of 1 million versions of himself. This system truly knows how to conduct business. It dangles a technique as bait, compelling individuals to slay 1 million sons of fortune like him. Around them, mortals whispered, their envious gazes converging on Chu Yuli, chosen by an immortal. Her future is boundless. Mou extended his hand to assist Chu Yuli to her feet. From now on, you shall be my eldest disciple. With a casual wave, a set of disciple garments from the heavenly profound sacred land and a storage ring flew towards Chu Yuli. I have but one request. Do not seek me out unnecessarily, and if you must, try to avoid it as much as possible. He had plenty of people at the heavenly profound sacred land. There was no need for him to personally mentor this disciple. Moreover, they were not compatible. He was a reckless man, always pushing the limits until he nearly perished. The disciple shall remember, Chu Yuli replied respectfully, but inwardly, she sighed in relief. This was precisely to her liking. Her slender fingers gently caressed the exquisite disciple's robe. Instinct told her this item was not simple, yet she could not discern its uniqueness. She could only stow it away in her storage ring. Yinchi's teasing voice echoed in Mou's mind. Why take her as a disciple? Have you taken a liking to that little girl? Sister Yinchi, how about we make a bet? She will, At the very least, reach the Great Ascension. Yinchi raised an elegant eyebrow at his words. You hold her in such high regard. Naturally, she is my disciple. What are you willing to wager? Yinchi chuckled lightly, clearly skeptical of Mou's judgment. Did he truly believe that achieving Great Ascension was as simple as picking up a cabbage by the roadside? Such a feat could not merely be amassed through resources. Talent, perseverance, and that elusive stroke of fortune were all indispensable. Mou found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He genuinely did not know what to wager. After all, given their relationship, he could simply ask for what he desired. Yinchi noticed his hesitation and smiled sweetly, revealing 2 charming dimples. How about this? I have yet to experience being served by my disciple. If you lose, you shall wash my feet. If I lose, I shall do the same for you. What do you say? Mou's gaze instinctively swept towards Yinchi's feet. Her delicate, fair feet were exquisite and graceful. The faint blue veins on her snowy skin were barely visible, with her rounded ankles and smooth, pale insteps, her toes resembling a string of gleaming pearls. Even as a sole entity, she radiated a gentle halo, enhancing her ethereal beauty. He quickly averted his gaze. All right, Sister Yinchi. You can look forward to having me wash your feet. Yinchi laughed lightly, her eyes sparkling with mischief, leaving her answer ambiguous. She elegantly brushed a strand of white hair behind her ear. Having little Mou wash her feet promised to be quite entertaining. Mou turned his attention back to Qingyue. It appeared she had sustained some injuries while resisting the 2 earlier, and her body bore several hidden wounds, both old and new. He took out a golden pill and offered it to Qingyue. This is a Yang Yuan pill, a 3rd-grade healing elixir. In this world, pills were categorized into 9 grades, with the first being the lowest and the 9th the highest, corresponding to 9 realms. Qingyue accepted the pill, feeling its warmth in her hand, with a faint medicinal fragrance wafting from it. Her dark brows furrowed slightly, and her vigilance intensified. This couldn't possibly be a poison pill, could it? My last master attempted to feed me a poison pill to seize my body. Thankfully, I discovered it in time and escaped. Yet, upon further reflection, given Mou's strength, it would not be so troublesome for him to harm her. With that thought, she directly swallowed the pill. It dissolved upon entry, and a wave of warmth surged through her limbs. The once agonizing wounds now felt a gentle tingling sensation, rapidly healing. Many of her long-buried hidden injuries were also mended, and even her spiritual energy saw improvement, hinting at a potential breakthrough. Master, this is the Yang Yuan pill. The Yang Yuan pill, the one used by Golden Core practitioners for healing. Qingyue gasped in astonishment, her stunning face etched with shock and confusion. She had heard her family elders mention it before. It was a sacred healing medicine used by Golden Core cultivators, worth its weight in gold, and rare to come by. But why? This pill could be exchanged for a multitude of furnace candidates in the Qi refinement stage. There is no need to give it to me. You are my disciple. Naturally, I must treat you well, Mou replied nonchalantly. Qingyue's heart was a tumult of emotions, bitterness mingling with a touch of warmth. Did he truly regard her as a disciple? But if not, what did he seek? She possessed nothing. Was it her appearance? In the cultivation realm, beauty was the least valuable trait. After a moment of silence, she bowed deeply once more, this time with even greater sincerity. Thank you, Master. Qingyue's affection, 40. Current affection, 60. Close. Under your patient guidance, Qingyue has begun to recognize you. Nurturing a stunning beauty is indeed a delightful endeavor. As a mortal daughter of fortune, Qingyue maintains a high level of vigilance towards anyone of lower fortune. As the destined villain, you have undoubtedly expended unimaginable effort to earn her trust. The villain has successfully turned the tables. Reward: 3rd-grade breakthrough pill. 3rd-grade breakthrough pill can safely break through 1 minor realm of Golden Core produced by the system, guaranteed to be a premium product. Villain points: 600. Indeed, it required considerable effort, and all for a mere 3rd-grade Yang Yuan pill. This item was something even the pets of other sects would not consume. Observing the breakthrough pill closely, although classified as 3rd grade, it was undoubtedly of a higher caliber. If placed on the market, it could easily rival 5th-grade pills. Mou raised his arm, resting his palm on Qingyue's shoulder. Yuli, although this world is dark, it is not as terrible as you might think. At the very least, you can trust me. This place lies on the border of the heavenly profound domain and the chaotic star domain. The spiritual energy is thin, and the order is chaotic. The proliferation of darkness is, alas, an inescapable fate. Qingyue's delicate frame trembled slightly. The appellation you wear rendered her somewhat uncomfortable, yet it inexplicably kindled a flicker of warmth within her. It was as if she glimpsed the visage of her late mother. Is this world shrouded in darkness? Her family annihilated, her master poisoned, human traffickers tormenting her, and the mines exploiting her. What she beheld was naught but endless shadows. She lifted her gaze towards Mou. His profound eyes eluded her understanding, yet she felt an irresistible urge to draw nearer. Her instincts whispered that her master was trustworthy. After a prolonged silence, she parted her crimson lips. Master, I am yet unaware of your name. And I am Li Feiyu, Mou replied with a subtle curve of his lips. Qingyue's exquisite face was marred by confusion. How could her master's name so closely resemble her own alias? Mou paid her bewilderment no heed, summoning his flying sword. Come, let us eradicate the wolf head gang together. Chu Yuli refrained from further inquiry, obediently stepping onto the flying sword. The blade sliced through the air, trailing a streak of light as it hurtled towards the wolf head gang. In the grand hall of the wolf head gang, Qin Shou stood with arms crossed, his gaze cold and malevolent, fixated on the trembling Wang Gang before him. Wang Gang, the leader of the wolf head gang, a cultivator at the second level of Foundation establishment, had once been a local tyrant. Yet now, he resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter, scarcely daring to breathe. I shall ask you once more, have you heard of Chu Yuli? Qin Shou's voice was as frigid as the depths of the 9 underworlds. Wang Gang shuddered violently, hastily bowing his head in supplication. Master, I truly have not seen her. There is no such person in this vicinity. Qin Shou delivered a swift kick, sending Wang Gang sprawling several meters away. He collided with the wall, a wail echoing throughout the hall. Qin Shou approached, seizing him by the neck and lifting him. Is there an entrance to a secret realm here? Wang Gang struggled to respond, his face reddening. A secret realm entrance has recently appeared in the eastern mines of the Wolf Head Gang. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Qin Shou's eyes. The Yin Yang sect's secret realm, the place where Chu Yuli first rose to prominence. Well done. A cruel smile danced upon his lips as he twisted his wrist. The sound of Wang Gang's neck snapping echoed ominously. His lifeless body crumpled to the ground, eyes wide open. Qin Shou callously discarded the corpse, his expression devoid of warmth. He raised his hand, a black banner materializing within his palm. The banner was shrouded in ghostly apparitions, exuding an eerie aura. Soul banner, devour for me, Qin Shou commanded. And the soul banner fluttered in the wind, unleashing a powerful suction force. Outside the hall, anguished cries resounded. Those of the Wolf Head Gang's minions, who were caught unaware and drawn in, transformed into sustenance. The entire Wolf Head Gang was instantly enveloped in a realm of specters. Qin Shou emerged from the hall, his demeanor grim. Chu Yuli, heaven has granted me a chance at rebirth, and in this life, I shall surely kill you. Mou guided Chu Yuli on the flying sword, the wind howling past their ears. Chu Yuli clung tightly to Mou's waist, her knuckles turning white as if they might embed themselves into his flesh. You're holding on too tightly. It's inconvenient for me to maneuver the sword. Chu Yuli offered no reply, burying her face deeper into his back, her delicate body trembling slightly. She dared not look down, nor utter a word. The height was overwhelming, the speed exhilarating. To instill a sense of hierarchy in your disciple, you took her, who had never soared through the skies, on a rapid flight, instilling in her a fear of heights, successfully suppressing the fortune-bearing girl. Villain points, 200 fear of heights? Mou was momentarily taken aback. So that was it. Yet, he had merely employed the ordinary speed of a nascent soul cultivator. This velocity was hardly distinguishable from that of a tortoise. Had he truly frightened Chu Yuli into developing a fear of heights? Indeed, the joys and sorrows of humanity are seldom shared. When he was once whisked away by his benefactor during the tribulation stage to the heavenly Xian sacred ground, he had been elated. He gently patted Chu Yuli's shoulder. We have arrived. Sensing the flying sword's halt, Chu Yuli finally released her grip on Mou and cautiously lifted her head. Before her lay a modest sect. Within the sect, corpses lay strewn about in disarray. Some bore grotesque expressions, their eyes wide open, as if they had encountered some unspeakable horror in their final moments. The air was thick with the stench of blood and a chilling, ghostly presence. Chu Yuli's complexion drained of color, her stomach churning violently as she fought to suppress the urge to vomit. Mou furrowed his brow, surveying the surroundings. Evil cultivators? Only they would employ such malevolent methods. His consciousness expanded instantaneously, soon detecting a sinister aura emanating from the central hall of the sect. He glanced toward the source. A man clad in black robes stood at the entrance. His face was malevolent, with elongated eyes glinting with a cold light, exuding a dreadful aura. This man was none other than Qin Shou. Qin Shou's gaze immediately locked onto Chu Yuli. Upon beholding her exquisite features, a fleeting look of astonishment flickered in his eyes. What a ravishing beauty, a figure capable of toppling nations and ensnaring souls. Yet, after this initial allure, a murderous intent surged within him. Chu Yuli. Though he had only glimpsed her true visage once, that stunning countenance had become indelibly etched in his mind. How fortuitous that she had delivered herself to him, sparing him the effort of a search. Qin Shou's lips curled into a cruel smile as he stepped forward, defying the void. Approaching the two with utter disdain for Mou. What formidable presence could possibly exist in this desolate, forsaken place? Upon seeing Qin Shou, Chu Yuli instinctively took a half-step back, positioning herself protectively in front of Mou. He walks upon the air. This must be a golden core expert. Mou's consciousness swept over Qin Shou, instantly revealing his situation. First layer of golden core. A mere novice, he mused, as a system panel materialized before him. Name, Qin Shou. Fortune, green. Description, a minor villain with little value. The only noteworthy aspect is that he glimpsed a fragment of the future. Chapter 7. Is the 9th layer of Golden Core really that formidable? What future? Mou observed Qin Shou's unwavering focus on Chu Yuli, and a faint suspicion arose within him. To ascertain the details, he need only inquire further. Moreover, as an evil cultivator, he was deserving of eradication. His loathing for such practitioners ran deep. Qin Shou hovered in midair, his gaze predatory, unrestrained. A wicked smile crept across his face, laced with unabashed greed. I must say, she is truly stunning. Before he could finish his sentence, Mou sprang into action. With no unnecessary movements, and without summoning any artifacts, he merely raised his right hand. Instantly, spiritual energy surged forth, coalescing into a colossal palm of energy. The hand blotted out the sky, radiating a terrifying pressure as if it could encompass the heavens and earth. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted, and in a flash, the palm seized Qin Shou with blinding swiftness. Qin Shou had scarcely registered the attack before he found himself immobilized in midair, unable to move. The cruel grin on his face froze, replaced by sheer horror. Impossible. He frantically channeled his spiritual power, attempting to break free from the grip of the colossal hand, only to discover it was futile. The force was vast as a chasm, heavy as a mountain, nearly suffocating him, as if his very organs would burst. In terror, he lifted his gaze to Mou, only to find that he could not fathom this person's cultivation level at all. Damn it, how could there truly be a cultivator stronger than me in this forsaken place? Mou leaped from the flying sword, landing steadily on the ground. Why have you laid a hand on my disciple? Qin Shou was taken aback. Disciple? How can that be? She cannot possibly have a master. He recalled that Chu Yuli was a rogue cultivator. She had no master, nor even friends. Just then, a thunderous voice resonated through the air, startling the birds from the trees. Impudent. Release my young master at once. Mou looked up to see an elder in black robes striding through the air, exuding an imposing aura. Hope reignited in Qin Shou's eyes. His protector, Qin Qingyue, at the 9th layer of Golden Core. This was the foundation of his arrogance. The Qin family, a god transformation lineage with a history spanning millennia, possessed a depth of resources that far surpassed those of rogue cultivators in this remote land, even among their own kindred within the Golden Core stage. Qin Qingyue, with his unparalleled treasures and experience, far surpasses the ordinary cultivator. Today, he is determined to make this ignorant rogue cultivator pay the price. Chu Yuli furrowed her delicate brows, a flicker of worry rising in her heart. That old man, capable of traversing the void, is a formidable Golden Core master. Her master might suffer injuries fighting such a powerful adversary. Just then, a voice thundered like spring thunder, reverberating through the air. Friend, I come to lend you a hand. Mou turned towards the sound. There appeared an elderly man in white robes, exuding an air of ethereal grace. With every movement, he embodied the demeanor of a transcendent being. I advise you not to meddle. Qin Qingyue bellowed, his voice echoing across the expanse. This man was also at the 9th level of Golden Core, and with Mou, who was at the 8th level, they would not be easy to deal with. The white-robed elder proclaimed, I am Xianfeng Jinren of the Xinjian Mountain Manor. Sensing the overwhelming malevolence here, I have come to exorcise the evil. He turned to Mou. Do not panic. I alone suffice to handle him. Thank you. Mou replied with a fist salute. In the entire Tianxian domain, most forces bearing the character Xian were subordinate to the holy land of Tianxian. His gaze returned to Qin Shou. Now, we can have a proper discussion. What do you wish to know? Qin Shou's expression was as dark as water. He did not believe that Xianfeng Jinren could defeat Qin Qingyue. His current task was merely to buy time. On the other side, Qin Qingyue snorted coldly, summoning a demonic sword. He bit his tongue, spraying a mouthful of essence blood onto the blade, and executed a sword technique. The demonic sword emitted a shrill shriek, infused with overwhelming demonic energy, slicing through the air straight for Xianfeng Jinren. Xianfeng Jinren did not dare to be negligent, also summoning a flying sword to defend. However, upon contact, his flying sword was cleaved apart like tofu, shattering into fragments. His pupils constricted sharply. A spirit weapon? It is known that only nascent soul masters are qualified to possess such artifacts. In the next moment, the demonic sword maintained its momentum, piercing directly toward his brow. Friend, come quickly to assist me. Let us vanquish this demon together. Xianfeng Jinren was struck by terror, hastily conjuring a spirit power shield to defend himself. Damn. Had I known it would be like this, I wouldn't have come to this farce. It seems I may perish here. Mou, witnessing this scene, sighed in resignation. This was far too swift. He flicked his fingers, sending a stream of spirit energy into Qin Shou's body, instantly sealing his golden core and casually tossing him aside. In the next moment, Mou appeared before Xianfeng Jinren. He extended 2 fingers, effortlessly pinching the incoming demonic sword. The onlookers were left speechless. Qin Qingyue's eyes widened in disbelief. He had burned his essence blood for a swift resolution. This was undoubtedly the most powerful strike beneath the nascent soul. How could it be so casually caught? Xianfeng Jinren was equally astonished. Immediately afterward, his face flushed crimson with an overwhelming sense of shame. The other party did not even require his assistance. Chu Yuli stared blankly at this scene. Master is so handsome. MOU, with the demonic sword pinched between his fingers. His white attire, like snow, floated gracefully as if he were an immortal. With a casual toss, the demonic sword plunged deep into the ground. In a blur, he became a fleeting shadow, rapidly closing in on Qin Qingyue. In his hand, a long spear gleamed with a chilling light. The spear's body glowed with shifting runes, emanating a disquieting aura. The spear tip flickered with a sinister cold gleam, enveloped in an unmatched killing intent, aimed directly at Qin Qinyue's heart. Alarm bells rang in Qin Qinyue's mind as a shadow of death instantly enveloped him. He had no time to ponder. Hastily summoning a flickering black spirit shield to block his front. The shield bore a vivid tortoise pattern, radiating an aura as heavy as a mountain. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the sky. The spear tip collided violently with the spirit shield. The seemingly indestructible shield shattered like fragile paper. The spear, with unstoppable force, pierced through the elder's chest in an instant. Blood splattered, staining the sky, yet bizarrely avoiding MOU. Qin Qinyue's eyes bulged, filled with disbelief and despair. How could he, a proud 9th-level Golden Core master, with a spirit shield in hand, fail to withstand even a single strike? This shield, even a nascent soul expert could not easily destroy. Who exactly are you? The elder's throat emitted a broken roar, seeking clarity. However, MOU offered him no opportunity. With a flick of his wrist, white ghostly flames erupted from the spear, swiftly spreading and consuming Qin Qinyue entirely. Under the flames of the ghostly fire, Qin Qinyue's physical form and soul were instantaneously reduced to nothingness. MOU retracted the spear, the ghostly flames on its tip gradually extinguishing. Is the 9th level of Golden Core truly strong? His voice was soft, yet clearly resonated in the ears of everyone present. Xianfeng was astounded. This display of bravado was remarkable. He would surely remember this for his next foundation establishment. Chu Yuli gazed at MOU's retreating figure, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Master is truly formidable. He can actually slay a Golden Core expert in an instant. He must be a nascent soul, concealing his true strength beneath the guise of Golden Core. I want to be like him in the future, to keep my real strength hidden from others. Chapter 8. Who possesses the primordial purple chi to refine the soul flag? Qin Shou was utterly stunned. His protector, at the 9th level of Golden Core, was actually slain in an instant? How could this be possible? Who on earth is this person? Why is he so powerful? Why did he appear in this cursed place? In his previous life, after investigating Chu Yuli for so many years, he had never heard of her having a master. MOU slowly turned around, his icy gaze falling upon Qin Shou. The collapsed Qin Shou trembled, instinctively wanting to flee. However, the moment he moved, he felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. The terror of death surged like a tide, drowning him. In his despair, a glimmer of madness flashed in his eyes. You force my hand. If I must die, let us perish together. He gritted his teeth, swallowing a blood-red pill, and the seal left by MOU shattered in an instant. He summoned the 10,000 Souls flag. Using the flag as nourishment, he activated a secret technique to enhance the power of the vengeful spirits within. The black flag ignited, emitting a pungent, burnt odor accompanied by sizzling sounds, reminiscent of the wails of vengeful ghosts. Thousands of vengeful spirits surged forth from the burning flag, densely packed like locusts swarming across the land. A chilling wind swept through, and the cacophony of ghostly wails filled the air, sending shivers down one's spine. Chu Yuli, terrified, paled, instinctively retreating behind MOU. Xianfeng expression turned grave. It's the 10,000 Souls flag. Damn it. The leading flag spirit has actually reached the nascent soul realm. He looked to MOU. Friend, if we join forces, perhaps we may have a slim chance of escaping this place. I will return to the manor and report the situation, then come back to capture this evil cultivator. MOU observed the swirling, vengeful spirits above, remaining silent. He detested evil cultivators. In this life, all of his relatives who took him in had perished at the hands of such fiends. Evil cultivators should be eradicated, without the restraint of the 10,000 Souls flag. The vengeful spirits quickly locked onto the three, rushing toward them with a chilling aura. Friend, Xianfeng urged anxiously. No need, MOU replied flatly. Xianfeng was taken aback, thinking MOU had given up on resistance. However, he then saw MOU flick his fingers. A wisp of cold white flame floated forth, descending into the mass of vengeful spirits. Upon touching the ghostly fire, it rapidly spread, transforming into a roaring sea of white flames, engulfing countless vengeful spirits. As the flames passed, the spirits released sighs of relief, as if liberated, ultimately dissipating into wisps of spiritual light, vanishing into the ether. MOU carefully sensed the ghostly fire. After devouring a significant number of vengeful spirits, its power had greatly increased. If it had been at the level of chi refinement upon first acquisition, it had now reached the level of nascent soul. The master Xianfeng gazed in astonishment, his mouth agape enough to accommodate an egg. Is this truly within the realm of possibility for someone at the Golden Core stage? Could the owner of the Yuan Ing stage at the Shenzhen Mountain Manor achieve such feats? Absolutely not. The individual before him is undoubtedly a high-level Yuan Ying, perhaps even an entity of the transformation stage. Friend, I have some inquiries for that individual, spoke Moyu, shattering the silence. Master Xianfeng immediately grasped the intent. Senior, I am but an elder of the Xinjian Mountain Manor. Should you have any interest, I cordially invite you to visit our humble abode. No sooner had he finished speaking than he ascended his sword and sped away, vanishing into the horizon in an instant, fearful of being caught in the aftermath. Moyu approached Qin Shou, his demeanor calm, yet resolute. Answer my previous question. Why did you intend to harm my disciple? Qin Shou trembled, cold sweat cascading down his brow. He had not anticipated that his proud Yuaning spirit would be so easily vanquished before Moyu. Weak in the knees, he fell to the ground with a thud. His forehead pressed against the earth, his voice quaking like a leaf in the wind. Senior, I am, in fact, a reincarnator. I had no desire to kill her. But she will take my life in a few centuries, which compelled me to act preemptively. Please, Senior, I am willing to serve you, begging for your mercy. Moyu furrowed his brow. A reincarnator? He silently consulted the system. System, are you certain he is not the child of destiny? The child of destiny is not something any Tom, Dick, or Harry can be. He is far too inept. Is reincarnation insufficient to qualify as the child of destiny? Moyu pondered, his curiosity deepening. At that moment, Yanqi's cool voice emerged from the ring. Xiaoyu, I believe I comprehend his meaning. Moyu raised an eyebrow. Sister Yanqi, you understand? I have encountered it in ancient tomes of the celestial realm. Yanqi replied, her crimson eyes flickering as if lost in thought. The nine-leaf fate herb. A celestial plant born in response to the great calamities of the heavens, possesses 9 leaves, and allows 9 individuals to glimpse the future. One among them will bear immense fortune, destined to shoulder the responsibility of salvation, witnessing the farthest reaches of the future. This individual must be one of the 9. Yet he is unlikely to be the one fated to face the calamity. Moyu's understanding dawned. It is merely the external advantage of a reincarnator manifesting in a plausible manner. Thus, there exists a child of destiny among the reincarnators. As for the great calamity, he cared little. Qin Shou's demise in a few centuries was of no concern to him. The future would be left for his future self to fret over. For now, he needed to focus on the present. Moyu's gaze fell once more upon the trembling Qin Shou, prostrate on the ground. He contemplated utilizing this man's memories to ascertain what opportunities Yue would encounter in the future and to preemptively seize them. He produced the Wan Hun, no, the human sovereign banner. An ancient banner, black as ink, materialized from thin air. The surface of the banner shimmered with purple mist, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. The capabilities of the human sovereign banner are numerous, one of which is to extract fragments of memory from the captured souls. Only fragments, yet that would suffice. Qin Shou's complexion shifted drastically. He too possessed a Wan Hun banner. How could he not discern Moyu's intention? He hastily prostrated himself repeatedly. Senior, I shall answer any inquiries you pose honestly, but if you delve into my soul, you will be unable to uncover everything. I do not care. Evil cultivators deserve death. Besides, allowing you to live might disturb my sleep at night. Moyu smiled, preparing to wave the human sovereign banner. Qin Shou's pupils constricted in terror, the dread of death compelling him to scream desperately. Wait, my grandfather is a transformation stage cultivator. You cannot kill me. Transformation stage? Moyu paused, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Indeed, release me, or my grandfather will surely avenge me. Moyu fell into contemplation, his fingers lightly tapping the human sovereign banner as if weighing the pros and cons. Seeing his hesitation, Qin Shou found his confidence bolstered. If you are not afraid of death, then go ahead and kill me. However, in the next moment, he witnessed the corners of Moyu's mouth curve upward. Very well. As you wish. As soon as he finished speaking, Moyu flicked his wrist, and the human sovereign banner crackled ominously, its surface swirling with dark energy. A terrifying force erupted instantaneously. Qin Shou could not even utter a scream before being drawn into the banner, swiftly refined. Moyu licked his lips. The transformation stage is delightful. I particularly enjoy such buy one get one free deals. At that moment, Yanqi's curious voice chimed in. Xiaoyu, where did you acquire that soul banner? It feels rather peculiar. She sensed a faint trace of primordial purple energy emanating from the soul banner. Immediately, she found the thought amusing. Who would casually forge a soul banner from primordial purple energy? Chapter 9. The Reincarnator in the Heavenly Xian Sacred Land? A naturally awakened lifebound treasure. Alongside a constitution and ghostly flames, Moyu mused nonsensically. Yanqi's delicate brows furrowed, a flicker of suspicion passing through her crimson eyes. You wouldn't be the child of the Netherworld Ghost Emperor, would you? Who else would set dual cultivation as a condition for awakening? She was aware of Moyu's mysterious origins. She had always assumed he was merely an orphan from a mortal family. Now, it seemed that his father might indeed be an immortal emperor. Moyu's expression remained calm. I do not know. I lost my parents as soon as I regained my memories. Yanqi's heart softened, a hint of sympathy shimmering in her red eyes as she gently reassured him. It is all right, you still have me. Warmth surged within Moyu. Thank you, my dear sister. My esteemed master. Thereafter, he set aside his thoughts and redirected his focus to Qin Shou's memories. Meanwhile, Chu Yuli's heart raced slightly. That black banner. My master cannot be an evil cultivator, can he? She discreetly scrutinized Moyu. His aura was calm, devoid of any sinister or malevolent presence, which eased her apprehension. She thought to herself that it would be disastrous to ally with an evil cultivator. Evil cultivators deserve to be eradicated. That soul banner must have been seized from another evil cultivator. Indeed, it had to be so. Moyu quickly concluded his examination of the memories. He had gleaned the location of the Qin family, the timing and place of the secret realms surrounding the Qin family, yet information regarding Chu Yuli was woefully scarce. Qin Shou did not even know that Chu Yuli was the same as Lifiyu. Nevertheless, he did uncover one crucial piece of information. A year hence, the Demon Lord, namely Chu Yuli, would make her mark in a secret realm within the heavenly Xian domain. Moyu resolved to take Chu Yuli there at that time, urging her to surrender a portion of her resources, thus ensuring a form of suppression. He then inquired of the system, can I locate the reincarnator's position? He intended to recruit that individual and gradually suppress them. Price, 500 villain points. Moyu's expression darkened. He possessed but 10,000 fortunate points. Should he eliminate them, he would only be able to trace 20 individuals. However, recalling the system's bugs, which allowed him to exploit villain points, he gritted his teeth and resolved, exchange. Villain points, 500, reincarnator's location, Heavenly Xian Sacred Land. Moyu was taken aback. The Heavenly Xian Sacred Land. He and another child of destiny are within the same faction? Furthermore, he had never been aware of it. System, do you have a specific name or a more precise location? Price, 500 villain points. Moyu, this is outrageous. More ruthless than the most miserly. He took a deep breath, calming the turbulence in his heart. He posed a critically important question. Before I seize the fortune, what happens if I kill the child of destiny? If you kill the child of destiny will indeed perish. And what if I incite someone else to act? For instance, having Chu Yuli or inviting a tribulation stage expert to eliminate other children of destiny. Even the child of destiny finds it difficult to kill the child of destiny. Other powerful beings merely become the opportunities of the child of destiny. Moyu nodded, understanding 3 vital pieces of information. First, the system supersedes the heavenly Tao. Second, he need not fret over other children of destiny. Third, no one can kill him. In summation, he had leveled up. Given this, the identity of the fated child has become inconsequential. Moreover, the system is capable of detecting the fated child. Upon returning to the heavenly mystic sacred land, it will undoubtedly reveal the identity of that individual. Moyu lowered himself and began to lick the pack. As soon as the storage ring was in hand, the system's notification chimed. Qin Shou is one of Chu Yuli's significant fortuities on her cultivation journey. You have successfully intercepted it. Reward, Level 1 Transformation Spirit Banner 1. Villain points 100. Moyu curled his lips. A Transformation Spirit Banner? What am I to feed it? Although he had read novels before, marveling at the prowess of the 10,000 Souls banner, the reality of traversing worlds revealed its utter mediocrity. The manufacturing process is exceedingly demanding, far more challenging than acquiring superior attributes. The subsequent maintenance is even more troublesome, requiring a continuous influx of resentment to sustain it. If it were a spirit of the same realm, he might manage to substitute it with spiritual energy. But this is a transformation spirit banner. Where would he procure such abundant spiritual energy? The system responded. The spirit banners awarded by the system are perpetual motion machines, requiring no maintenance. As for other spirit banners, it is suggested that you engage in a world massacre, a genocide of races, to forge supreme dread from the endless resentment of living souls. Moyu's forehead creased with dark lines. Truly, the villain system lives up to its reputation. It is indeed villainous. He shifted his focus to the Emperor's banner. In addition to the soul of Qin Shou, there was another immensely powerful humanoid spirit within, exuding a disquieting aura. The transformation spirit banner. Just as the system had said, even without the nourishment of resentment, this spirit would not dissipate. He couldn't help but marvel at the system's absurdity. The gains of this day surpassed all the treasures he had accumulated throughout countless life and death crises in his lifetime. If the former identity of the fated child merely augmented his luck, then now, it was as if he had unlocked infinite resources. This was akin to soaring to great heights in a single bound, an exhilarating rush. Moyu probed into the storage ring with his divine sense. Suddenly, a streak of light shot forth from the ring. In the chaotic star domain, fragmented star prefecture, within the Qin family, inside the Soul Lantern Hall, 2 soul lamps gradually extinguished, transforming into a flurry of ashes that scattered into the air. Shower, a piercing roar erupted, reverberating like thunder, shaking the entire Qin family to its core. Then, a figure burst forth, ushering in a chilling gale. Clad in black robes, his visage gaunt and his eyes aflame with crimson, he resembled a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of hell. It was none other than the Qin family ancestor, Qin Jun, a notorious transformation demon in fragmented star prefecture. At this moment, this usually inscrutable transformation powerhouse was howling madly towards the heavens. Who is it? Who dares to slay my Shou? Qin Shou was his most beloved grandson and the heir upon whom he had placed great hopes. After a century of cultivating the golden core, such talent, while not top tier in the chaotic star domain, was indeed rare in fragmented star prefecture. Enough to usher the Qin family into another millennium of glory. Yet now, he had been slain. How could he possibly accept this? He swung his hand violently, and spiritual energy surged, conjuring a massive map that loomed above the Qin family. A white marker indicated MOU's location. Convey my order. Scour the earth to 3 feet deep. I want the perpetrator captured. I shall ensure he, along with everything behind him, pays for Shou's demise. No sooner had he spoken than the map in the sky exploded violently. Waves of energy surged, enveloping the entire Qin family in a cacophony of thunderous roars. Qin Jun's expression darkened as he swiftly waved his hand, unleashing a tremendous force that repelled the raging energy wave. Subsequently, a colossal middle finger gesture slowly materialized in the sky, accompanied by a line of bold characters. Foolish beings, do you think you can track me with your pathetic skills? This audacious provocation was vividly visible in the vicinity of the Qin family, akin to a resounding slap across their faces. Many began to murmur, pointing fingers. While rival families of the Qin family discreetly investigated the matter, Qin Jun's countenance was so grim it could have dripped water. Not only had his grandson perished, but the entire Qin family's dignity had been utterly obliterated. It was an unparalleled humiliation. Compounding the issue, he had now lost track of that individual. Meanwhile, on the other side, after casting a minor spell, MOU casually erased the mark of divine sense. These trivial matters held no novelty whatsoever. He perused the memories of the Qin family's information. The Qin family harbored 3 transformation stage old monsters, and there were over a dozen golden core cultivators. However, there were countless individuals who wished to kill him. How significant was the mere Qin family? Contemplating this, MOU made a decision. He would return to the sacred land, rally support, and annihilate the Qin family. Chapter 10. Thank you for selling me out generally. He would not pursue such actions against ordinary enemies, and the sacred land would unlikely dispatch aid. However, the Qin family was different. They concealed malevolent practitioners. Moreover, the Qin family was undoubtedly a great opportunity for Qu Yuli. Eliminating them in advance would likely yield good rewards from the system. MOU glanced back at the ring. The combined worth of the items in the 2 storage rings was around 200,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Among ordinary golden core cultivators, this would be considered wealthy. Yet before MOU, it was utterly insignificant. Suddenly, he noticed a nondescript little trinket in the corner. It was a completely black fragment, its surface pockmarked, as though it had fallen from some dilapidated vessel. Yet, it was entwined with a faint trace of demonic energy, emanating an eerie aura. According to Qin Shou's memories, he had stumbled upon this item in a corner of a secret realm. Had he not serendipitously glanced at it, he would have surely missed it. He had once attempted to study this shard, but to no avail. Over time, it was relegated to the corner of the storage ring. MOU could ascertain. This was a tremendous opportunity. A good item is surely meant for the protagonist. Aside from this mysterious fragment, there was little else in the ring that captured MOU's attention. He casually tossed the ring to Qu Yuli. She instinctively caught it and delved her divine sense within. The next moment, she was left utterly astounded. Inside the ring, a mountain of spirit stones sparkled with dazzling brilliance, nearly blinding her eyes. Various treasures radiated with a kaleidoscope of colors, clearly not ordinary items. After a prolonged moment of shock, she finally regained her composure, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke. Master, are you not afraid I will steal these from you? MOU raised an eyebrow. What are you thinking? Those are all for you. For me? Qu Yuli was completely bewildered. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at MOU, then glanced back at the treasures in the ring, her mind going blank. Each of these items, if presented, would have driven her former family into a frenzy. Her master claimed that all of this was for her. Her master was simply too generous. A warm current surged within Qu Yuli's heart. She promptly bowed deeply to MOU. Thank you, master. What was that item you took out earlier? Qu Yuli recalled the black fragment, and an air of curiosity enveloped her. Although the shard appeared ordinary, it emanated a sense of danger. Soon, she reached a conclusion. It must be that master took it away because he feared I would stray from the path. How considerate of him. As Qu Yuli's thoughts raced, MOU received a notification from the system. Qu Yuli's affection. 20. You have successfully intercepted Qu Yuli's opportunity, fragment of the Heavenly Demon Inheritance. Heavenly Demon Secret Realm requires the collection of 7 fragments to unlock. Possession of a fragment is necessary for entry. It contains the Heavenly Demon Inheritance, which is one of the crucial opportunities on Qu Yuli's path to immortality. Under your deception, Qu Yuli has been deprived of her opportunity, and she must thank you. Villain's counterattack successful. Reward: 2 fragments of the Heavenly Demon Inheritance. Villain points: 300. The ability to plunder Qu Yuli's fortune has been automatically disabled. It can be reactivated at will. MOU checked the system space. Indeed, 2 fragments shimmering with an ethereal glow had appeared. It remained unclear whether this reward was a result of the system transferring the other fragments or if a new one had been created. Simultaneously, he began to grasp the principles behind the system's rewards. The system's rewards are determined by the intercepted items and also grant additional villain points. The increase in favorability with the Child of Fortune also yields villain points. At certain pivotal moments, substantial rewards may be bestowed. For instance, a bloodline from Ling Qingyue, maximum favor from Yanxi, or Chu Yuli becoming a disciple. Having clarified these matters, his subsequent actions would be considerably easier. Since Chu Yuli would eventually annihilate the Qin family, preemptively eliminating them and seizing their possessions would also count as interception. Following this, he examined the system panel. Name, MOU, Realm, 8th layer of Golden Core Stage. Physique, Chaotic Divine Body, Awakening Pending, Pure Yang Kidney Body. Cultivation Method, Heavenly Profound Sacred Canon, Top Grade, Heavenly Tier. Great Burning Heaven Technique, Medium Grade, Earth Tier, Upgradable. Spells, Heavenly Profound Sword Technique. Treasure, Human Emperor Banner, Special, Immortal Bone, Fragment, Qingming Spiritual Flame, Pure Yang True Fire. Nether Ghost Fire, Fortune, 12,000, Gold. Villain Points, 3,000. Next, consuming the Breaking Boundary Pill would elevate him to the 9th layer. Merging the Nether Ghost Fire to enhance the Great Burning Heaven technique would enable him to challenge the nascent soul stage. He resolved to return to his homeland first before heading back to the sect for a breakthrough, while also checking if his senior and junior sisters were children of fortune. Then, he would summon allies to obliterate the Qin family. MOU swiftly formulated his subsequent plans. His gaze swept over the tattered Chu Yuli, then lingered on the substantial sum of 3,000 villain points. Without hesitation, he accessed the system marketplace. Among the myriad of products, he pinpointed a low-grade spiritual artifact, the Qinglong Moonlight Skirt, priced at 200 villain points. In this world, treasures are categorized into 3 levels: magic tools, spiritual artifacts, and spiritual treasures, each further divided into 4 grades: high, medium, low, and extreme. The Qinglong Moonlight Skirt, entirely azure, was as light as gossamer. Its surface shimmering with a faint moonlight, ethereal and dreamlike. It could withstand attacks from those below the Golden Core stage and possessed a spirit-gathering effect, accelerating the practitioner's cultivation speed. Most importantly, the skirt was undeniably beautiful. With this thought, he decisively exchanged for the spiritual artifact. The azure skirt materialized in his hand, which he then presented to Chu Yuli. Do not wear the one I previously gave you. Try this one instead. It is a spiritual artifact. A spiritual artifact? Chu Yuli accepted the Qinglong Moonlight Skirt, her eyes flashing with confusion as she pondered the implications of such an item. Suddenly, her delicate form shuddered, and she quickly shook her head, her tone resolute. Master, I cannot accept this. She recalled having read about spiritual artifacts before. Only those at the nascent soul stage could wield such treasures, each valued beyond measure. If this were given to her master, it would undoubtedly elevate his prowess. Wait, but her master seemed unable to wear such a skirt? Chu Yuli's thoughts abruptly halted, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. Take it. It is of no use to me, MOU replied nonchalantly. His treasures were at least low-grade spiritual artifacts. Yet, Chu Yuli did not comprehend his meaning. She stubbornly shook her head. Then I cannot accept it either. Master could gift it to a future partner. Observing the determination in her gaze, MOU felt a sense of helplessness. Adopting a stern expression, he feigned anger. If I tell you to accept it, then accept it. Why are there so many objections? Chu Yuli lowered her head slightly, warmth flooding her heart. Master is truly kind. Such a precious item, given without a second thought. It had been a long time since anyone had cared for her like this. Her eyes glistened with grateful tears, shimmering droplets poised on the brink of spilling. Chapter 11. Encountering a beautiful girl in ancestral land, MOU thought she was frightened by his demeanor, and his heart softened. I did not mean to frighten you. And no, it's fine. Chu Yuli quickly lifted her head, her voice somewhat hurried, anxious lest MOU misunderstand. Her master's willingness to apologize upon seeing her unhappy was a vast improvement over her previous master. She became increasingly convinced that he was indeed a good person. Some things can be discerned from a person's daily behaviors. Chu Yuli infused her spiritual energy into the Qinglong Moonlight Skirt. The skirt seemed to come alive, gracefully unfurling and automatically adorning her form. She glanced down, then twirled before MOU, the hem of the skirt billowing like a celestial maiden descending to earth. Master, how does it look? Is it beautiful? Her beautiful eyes shimmered with joy and anticipation. No young girl would resist the allure of a lovely dress. A look of astonishment flashed across MOU's eyes. It is beautiful. The Chu Yuli before him, with skin fairer than snow, features akin to a painting, and clear, crystalline eyes reminiscent of a pristine spring, looked enchanting in the Qinglong Moonlight Skirt, her hem adorned with starlight, as if the Milky Way had descended upon her. A delicate azure ribbon accentuated her slender waist, adding an extra touch of grace. Though her figure had yet to fully mature, a hint of curvaceousness began to emerge. Like a bud poised to bloom, exuding youthful charm. especially her slender waist, so invitingly delicate, one could not help but wish to embrace her. In this moment, she radiated an ethereal beauty, a stark contrast to the grimy, disheveled girl she once was. Such exquisite beauty could only be rivaled by the senior sisters on his mountain. Flushed with embarrassment from Mou's praise, Chu Yuli lowered her head, her cheeks tinged with pink as she nervously fidgeted with the hem of her skirt. At that moment, she appeared even more captivating, but Mou had little time to admire her. He summoned his flying sword. Come, let us return to my home for now. Chu Yuli hesitated slightly, a twinge of fear in her heart, yet she eventually nodded gently, stepping onto the flying sword with graceful ease. Your home? Don't you have a sect? I have some matters to attend to at home, then I will go to the sect. Mou replied succinctly as he leaped onto the flying sword, standing before Chu Yuli, and took off into the air. To accommodate her, he lowered their flight altitude, the sword gliding slowly just above the ground. Are you going to see your parents? Chu Yuli murmured softly. Mou's keen hearing caught her muttering. I was just a bit curious. Chu Yuli's stunning face displayed a flustered expression. I have no parents. There is no one left in my family. Mou spoke flatly, devoid of joy or anger. Chu Yuli was taken aback, surprise flickering in her beautiful eyes, quickly followed by a wave of profound sympathy. Mou offered no further explanation, merely continuing to guide the sword silently. Chu Yuli, perceptive and intelligent, had already surmised some truths. Her master must have endured a similarly tragic fate. Unable to restrain herself, she gently embraced Mou from behind, resting her cheek against his broad back. Master, you have me now. I am also your family. Thank you. A warm current surged within Mou as he felt her softness behind him. He recalled his past. According to vague memories, he seemed to have been born into a prominent family. Later, those memories became fragmented, coinciding with the loss of his immortal bone. At 6 months old, he appeared in Mo village, where he was taken in by the villagers. That was the true beginning of his memory. At the age of 3, a malevolent cultivator slaughtered Mo village, and he narrowly escaped a grim fate. Originally, the youthful boy was ill-equipped to survive alone in this harsh world. Yet, an inexplicable force rescued him, allowing him to endure. It was only later that he learned it was his elder sister, Yinshi, who had intervened. At the tender age of 4, he was discovered by Yishime, the master of the Tsue Peak of the heavenly profound sacred land, becoming her 5th direct disciple. Alongside 4 elder sisters and 1 younger sister. After a brief interlude, the pair arrived at Mo village. Is this truly the hometown of our master? Chu Yuli gazed around, astonishment flickering in her eyes, her voice quivering slightly. The dilapidated houses stood like hollowed eyes, gazing skyward, narrating tales of endless sorrow. Amidst the crumbling walls, weeds thrived, brazenly claiming every inch of land. The entire village lay in desolation, engulfed in silence. Mou remained unresponsive, quietly approaching the ancient locust tree that had weathered the years. Here rested the ancestors of Mo village, buried with the assistance of Master Yishime long ago. He retrieved some spiritual fruits and exquisite wine from his storage ring, placing them before a relatively intact stele. Now, as I am on the brink of breaking through to the nascent soul stage, once I ascend to immortality, I shall eradicate all malevolent beings in this world. He spoke slowly, his voice deep, each word laden with gravity. Chu Yuli's beautiful eyes fixated on Mou's silhouette. Her heart stirred by the grand aspirations of her master. To become an immortal and vanquish evil, is that truly achievable? Surely so. Master is the strongest. Her gaze shifted to the stele, a look of confusion crossing her face. But didn't Master go by Li Feiyu? Why is this Mo village? Keep up. Mou interrupted her contemplation, striding deeper into the village. Chu Yuli hurried after him, her steps light and nimble, akin to a well-behaved kitten. They soon arrived at an ancient edifice crafted from bluestone. The plaque above bore 4 prominent characters, Mo Family Ancestral Hall. Pushing open the heavy stone door, a long dormant aura surged forth. Inside the Ancestral Hall, tablets honoring the ancestors of the Mo family stood in reverence. The incense table was thickly coated with dust. Mou approached the table, preparing to clear away the grime. At the moment his fingers brushed against the central tablet, the surrounding space warped. The two found themselves in an unfamiliar realm, a vast plain, alive with birdsong and fragrant blooms, teeming with spiritual energy, resembling a celestial paradise. Is this a secret realm? Mou mused, astonished that such a hidden treasure lay within the Mo family Ancestral Hall. Truly, a child of doubled fortune experiences double joy. However, this serendipity likely pertained solely to him, with little relevance to Chu Yuli. Hiding behind Mou, Chu Yuli inquired, Master, what is this place? A secret realm? A place of opportunities, Mou elucidated, leading her further. Chu Yuli tread cautiously, wary of any lurking dangers that might impede their progress. In contrast, Mou remained unperturbed, confident in their shared destiny as children of fortune, convinced they were invulnerable. Emerging from a dense thicket, they beheld a magnificent lake before them, its crystalline waters shimmering like jewels. At the center floated a small island, lush with verdant trees and vibrant blossoms. Suspended in midair above the island was a golden bubble, inside which rested an enchanting maiden, clad in a flowing white garment. Her skin was as fair as snow, her features exquisite, with her eyes gently closed. She appeared to be in a deep slumber. This sight left Chu Yuli utterly mesmerized. She had never encountered such beauty, words escaping her to describe it. It felt as though she had transcended the mundane, as if a celestial goddess had descended from the heavens, instilling a sense of reverence within her. Yuanzun. Mou murmured softly. Master, who is Yuanzun? Not just anyone. Encountering a beautiful maiden in the ancestral land, I refer to her as Yuanzun. Is it common for Master to meet beautiful maidens in the ancestral land? Chu Yuli tilted her head, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. Suddenly, a figure clad in black materialized before them, a venerable elder with a kind visage and eyes reflecting the weight of ages. Ah, a visitor has arrived. A pure yang sacred body, born with an immortal bone. Remarkable indeed. He stroked his beard, regarding Mou with a mixture of admiration and a hint of regret. Alas, such a precious bone has been plundered. What a tragedy. Mou felt an involuntary jolt of shock, though he maintained an outward calm. Senior, you possess remarkable insight. As you have discerned my condition at a glance, it is rare even for my master, Yishime, and the sovereign of the heavenly profound sacred land to perceive that I once possessed an immortal bone. This elder could either be an exceptionally powerful figure in the Ascension stage or an immortal being. I am Mou. May I inquire your identity and the nature of this place? Mou bowed respectfully. As soon as he spoke, a chill crept down his spine. Turning, he saw Chu Yuli puffing her cheeks, her eyes wide with astonishment, an adorable sight reminiscent of an irate kitten. It dawned on Mou that he had previously teased her with a pseudonym. Ah, little one, how intriguing. You are not afraid of me? The elder's voice brought Mou back to the moment. He turned back, his expression composed, a faint smile gracing his lips. Senior, you jest. What is there to fear? Death is the worst that could happen. This elder was merely a fragment of a lingering soul, exceedingly weak, only at the transformation stage. With the presence of netherfire and lightning techniques, he was hardly a threat. The elder paused, momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. How amusing. I find myself increasingly fond of you, young man. To be frank, I am Mo Yuan, the progenitor of the Mo family. Progenitor of the Mo family? Mou's heart raced as he hastily opened his panel. Name, Mo Yuan. Fortune, purple. Description, once a formidable being, now trapped in the Mo family ancestral land. The fortune child Mou's harbinger of wealth. Harbinger of wealth? Mou's eyes sparkled with excitement. Progenitor, what was your realm at your peak? Mo Yuan stroked his beard, a glimmer of nostalgia flashing in his eyes as he reminisced about a time of glory. In my prime, I was an 8 loose immortal. His voice carried a note of melancholy, yet pride lingered beneath. An immortal? Chu Yuli gasped, her hands covering her mouth. Her eyes wide with awe. Though she had yet to fully grasp the intricacies of cultivation, she understood the significance of an immortal. The pursuit of cultivation was ultimately to attain immortality, and before her stood an actual immortal. Her apprehension towards Mo Yuan intensified. Immortals were perilously formidable. In contrast, Mou remained unfazed and quickly inquired, does the progenitor possess any immortal artifacts? Mo Yuan blinked in surprise, momentarily believing he had misheard. After a long pause, he reacted with indignation, his beard bristling. No, I have revealed my identity, and yet you only seek immortal artifacts? Is that your idea of courtesy? How about spiritual treasures or celestial techniques? Mou pressed on. At this, Mo Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. You wretched boy, are you even greedier than I? Do you think such treasures grow on trees? Mou felt a pang of disappointment. What a pity there are none. Mo Yuan, observing the subtle shifts in Mou's expression, felt a surge of frustration. Just as he was about to chastise him, Mou interjected. Since that is the case, please enlighten me on what you possess and what you require of me. Mo Yuan paused, momentarily taken aback, then swallowed the words he had prepared. Well done. I find you quite impressive. His tone brimmed with approval. Indeed, I have tasks for you. There are no free lunches in this world. However, fret not. As you are a bloodline descendant of the Mo family, this will only benefit you. He turned slowly, his gaze fixed upon the golden bubble floating above the island. Do you see that? That is the opportunity that awaits you. Yes, I see it. What next? Mou followed Mo Yuan's gaze. In the heart of the island, the golden bubble lingered serenely, emanating a soft glow that imparted an aura of sanctity. Your task is quite straightforward. Gain her approval to acquire the fortunes of this realm. Mo Yuan spoke slowly, adding, then I shall be liberated. Liberation? Indeed, I have been trapped here for far too long. So long that I can scarcely recall the passage of time. As long as she remains, I shall never truly die, only endure a meager existence within this confined space. Mu Yu nodded, understanding dawning within him. So, it is to become a guardian of the tomb. Subsequently, he unleashed a barrage of inquiries. Who is she? Why is she here? Why must it be I? What makes you believe I can succeed? This succession of questions left Mu Yuan momentarily speechless. He patiently elucidated. I do not know who she is, but I can affirm she hails from the upper realm, a figure of considerable significance. She is connected to our Mu clan. Thus, only the descendants of the Mu family may have the opportunity to earn her favor. Although I cannot perceive the outside world, I am still privy to certain knowledge. Moreover, Mu Yuan's tone shifted, his expression grave. I have foreseen a great calamity befalling the Tian Yuan continent in the future. You will undoubtedly require this opportunity. A calamity? Mu Yu feigned confusion. Mu Yuan nodded, his demeanor serious, his voice somber. Within a millennium, a monumental disaster will sweep across the Tian Yuan continent. He paused, seemingly contemplating his words. In the swiftest case, it shall arrive within a century. In the slowest, within 500 years. I cannot discern the specifics. So it is. Mu Yu gently nodded, his mind swirling with thoughts. At that moment, a faint tugging sensation arose behind him. It was Chu Yuli, tightly gripping the hem of Mu Yu's garment. He turned to meet her clear gaze. Without uttering a word, he comprehended her thoughts. She harbored suspicions regarding Mu Yuan. While Mu Yu felt that Chu Yuli held such sentiments toward anyone, this time, he concurred. The Emperor's banner quietly emerged from the system space, shrinking to the size of a willow leaf, delicately entwining around Chu Yuli's fingertip. Little girl, how dare you question me? Mu Yuan, oblivious to Mu Yu's subtle gestures, perceived Chu Yuli's doubts and spoke with a trace of indignation. I would never stoop to deceive anyone. Mu Yu gently patted the back of Chu Yuli's hand, soothingly assuring her, do not worry, he is my ancestor from the Mu clan and would not deceive me. Exactly, Mu Yuan hastily echoed. Chu Yuli glanced at the Emperor's banner on her finger, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly released her grip. Mu Yu contemplated briefly before summoning his flying sword, soaring towards the island. As he landed, Yanshi's voice resonated in his mind. That Mu Yuan gives me an odd feeling. Be cautious. Understood, Sister Yanshi. Mu Yu nodded slightly. He too had noticed. Firstly, he was not of the Mu bloodline. He had merely been picked up. Secondly, the timeline of the calamity did not align. Qin Shou had lived for over 500 years. Even if Mu Yuan posed a threat, he still felt compelled to investigate. This was a grand opportunity. Chapter 13. Grateful for the gift bestowed by heaven. Mu Yuan's gaze was intense, fixated on Mu Yu. In truth, he was not the genuine Mu Yuan of the Mu clan. The true Mu Yuan had long perished. He was merely the manifestation of Mu Yuan's inner demon. He was indeed unaware of the identity of the person on the island. All he knew was that she had been waiting for her destined individual. Should one fail to meet the criteria, they would face repercussions. Mu Yuan had witnessed too many from the Mu clan return empty-handed, including many extraordinary prodigies with the potential for ascension. Some possessed physiques even mightier than Mu Yu's. Pure bodies, celestial bodies, innate Tao bodies, immaculate saintly bodies. Yet even they could not gain her recognition and could only depart in silence. For far too long, the Mu clan had endured cycles of rise and fall. Ultimately, Mu Yuan lost his sanity, giving rise to his current form. He had come to believe that the destined individual did not exist. This was merely a trap. He yearned for liberation, for freedom, for an escape from this confined realm. Although Mu Yu would not perish from an attack, he would be temporarily weakened, allowing Mu Yuan to seize his body. Mu Yu's gaze fell upon the golden bubble. Within it, a maiden lay in tranquil slumber. He could discern her form clearly, yet he could not penetrate the delicate barrier with his divine sense. Only through divine perception could he unlock the system panel. He gradually approached. Just as he was about to touch the bubble's edge, the bubble began to dissipate, gradually revealing the maiden's silhouette. She floated serenely, her eyes tightly shut, seemingly lost in slumber. Her pale golden hair radiated a soft halo, exuding an air of purity and nobility. An indescribable aura enveloped her, ethereal and divine, as if she were not of this mundane world. Words of the earth appeared pale before her. No phrase could adequately capture even a fraction of her beauty. Simply gazing upon her instilled a sense of reverence, warding off any thought of desecration. Mu Yu's spirit wavered, momentarily entranced, as if his very soul were being drawn into that boundless sanctity. A powerful longing surged within him, a desire to approach her, to understand her, to submit to her. Awaken. At that moment, Yanshi's voice thundered in Mu Yu's mind like a clap of thunder. Be cautious, this is an illusion. Yanshi reminded him again, her tone grave. Thank you, Sister Yanshi. Mu Yu regained his composure, directing his gaze back to the maiden, his vigilance heightened. At this moment, she remained stunningly beautiful, surpassing all he had ever seen. Yet the previous feelings had faded. After the bubble vanished, his divine sense could now perceive the maiden. With a thought, the system panel materialized. Name, Jixian Yao Fate. Affection, 0, stranger. Description, daughter of the Ancestral Dragon, sealed in the lower realm. Mu Yu's greatest opportunity, destined to provide an endless stream of fortune. Mu Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth is this fortune? A continuous stream? Infinite? How outrageous. He felt an overwhelming joy, grateful for the gift bestowed by heaven. Meanwhile, Mu Yuan's face was etched with confusion, his gaze fixed intently on Mu Yu. Why does this method of attack seem so peculiar? It was his first encounter witnessing the golden bubble dissipate. Unable to contain his curiosity, he turned his gaze toward Ji Xianyao. Having been trapped here for endless years, he had never truly seen her visage. At that moment, he was struck as if by lightning, frozen in place, as if his soul had been extracted. Chu Yuli also looked curiously at Ji Xianyao. In an instant, she too fell into that state of hazy confusion, her consciousness gradually blurring. However, at that moment, a deep green glimmer surfaced within her eyes. She suddenly awakened, breaking free from that strange state. Looking around, she felt slightly dazed, unsure of what had transpired, only sensing that the sister on the island was exceptionally beautiful. Yet, a strong sense of danger welled up within her. That person must be extremely perilous. She couldn't help but feel anxious for Muyu, silently praying for his safety. Muyu conveyed a thought to his ring. Sister Yanxi, do you know of the Ancestral Dragon? Yanxi furrowed her brow, seemingly trying to recall. After a moment, she gently shook her head. Never heard of it, why? Muyu's gaze fell upon the slumbering beauty before him as he slowly spoke. Upon seeing her, the term sprang to mind. It may be related to her. You rascal, don't tell me you've developed feelings. Yanxi teased. Muyu chuckled helplessly. Please, spare me your jests. Yanxi's expression suddenly turned serious, her tone grave. This woman is indeed extraordinarily beautiful, even in the upper realm. I have never encountered one surpassing her. She emits no fluctuations of spiritual energy, nor does she possess any cultivation. She appears as if a gentle push would topple her. Yet I can sense that she is immensely dangerous. I suggest you depart first, and return only after achieving immense mastery, said Mou, casting a serious glance at Yanxi, whose face bore an unprecedented gravity. It could be said that since their acquaintance, Yanxi had never exhibited such caution. Ever since he had survived his fourth leap off the cliff, Yanxi ceased to interfere with his seemingly reckless actions. Yet this time, she still spoke up. This was enough to indicate that in Yanxi's heart, the hidden danger lurking within this enigmatic woman had escalated to a truly alarming degree. Mou smiled confidently. Trust me, Sister Yanxi, I am endowed with great fortune and shall not come to harm. Moreover, if I do not seize every opportunity to enhance myself, how can I facilitate your early revival? Yanxi gazed at Mou's self-assured smile, a warm current surging within her heart. You really need not exert yourself so. I know advising you is futile. For some inexplicable reason, she felt a peculiar flutter within her, as if something was quietly sprouting deep within her heart. She quickly suppressed this sudden emotion. How could her little you, whom she had watched grow up, elicit such thoughts? Mou's gaze returned to Ji Xianyao. If even Sister Yanxi was unaware of what the Ancestral Dragon was, then he could only speculate. For now, let us consider her as the creator deity. He slowly raised his hand, reaching toward Ji Xianyao's delicate, jade-like hand. The moment his fingertips brushed against her skin, a brilliant golden light enveloped Ji Xianyao, transforming into a stream of light that entered Mou's sea of consciousness, vanishing from sight. Mou was momentarily taken aback. Is this what it means to clear the level? He hastily focused his mind and turned inward to examine his sea of consciousness. There, Ji Xianyao floated serenely, her eyes tightly closed, still in slumber, resembling a sacred goddess. Detected successful interception of the Daughter of Fortune, Ji Xianyao. Daughter of the Ancestral Dragon. Ji Xianyao possesses boundless fortune and can aid in restoring your fortune to that of the Sacred Dragon. You have forcefully brought the unconscious Ji Xianyao into your sea of consciousness in an irresistible manner. She is now within your grasp. To be toyed with at will. Villain's counterattack successful. Reward. One-click restoration of Sacred Dragon Fortune. Sacred Dragon Fortune. A unique and exceptional fortune that ensures your invincibility in the competition for opportunities. Currently plundering Mou's fortune. Plunder failed. Automatic replenishment. Fortune 1000. Villain points 1000 restoration. Mou's mind was clouded with questions. This is troublesome. The serpent bird devours the dragon, and the enemies multiply. Chapter 14. Sacrifice. Mou had already filled in the narrative in his mind. He was born with Sacred Dragon Fortune and Celestial Bones, all snatched away. To protect him, his parents had cast him down to this lower realm. The Heavenly Tao's method of cultivating individuals remained astonishingly consistent. A cancellation of engagement would complete the picture perfectly. He ceased to ponder further and delved into the study of Sacred Dragon Fortune. Fortune ranges from black to multicolored, comprising 8 types, with an additional 9th type of special fortune. The Sacred Dragon Fortune is one of these. Black signifies an utterly mediocre mortal. Gray indicates modest achievements among mortals, but ultimately leads to stagnation in cultivation. White represents the vast majority of ordinary cultivators. Green to purple denotes those favored by the Heavenly Tao, often leading to a good life. Gold guarantees ascension, making it nearly impossible to meet an untimely end. Multicolored signifies ascension to the upper realm, remaining invincible. Special fortunes transcend the entire fortune system, reigning above all. Even when encountering multicolored fortunes, one remains undefeated. The Sacred Dragon Fortune enables him to seize opportunities from the children of fortune with greater ease, and it possesses numerous hidden effects. Under normal circumstances, The restoration process for Sacred Dragon Fortune is exceedingly protracted. He might not even fully convert it upon Ascension to immortality. However, with the system's assistance, it was completed in an instant. Yet, this fortune system differed from what MOU had encountered in novels. According to this system, even a villain could possess a purple fortune. Soon, he found solace in this notion. Even the most expendable villain's life would far surpass that of an ordinary mortal. How could an enemy deemed a child of destiny be an imbecile? At that moment, the system's voice resonated. Please ensure Ji Xianyao submits to you promptly, so that she can provide you with fortune. Based on Ji Xianyao's favorability or submission level, your fortune will continuously enhance, the higher the favorability or submission, the quicker the enhancement. MOU couldn't help but murmur to himself. She is still asleep. Who knows when she will awaken? How can I increase her favor? Please utilize your personal charm to conquer her. This system does not provide any means of mental control. MOU felt slightly surprised. The system was indeed principled. Naturally, even if there were mental control, he would never resort to it. He was not a villain. Moreover, if even love is but an illusion, what else can be deemed real? A green hat? In this regard, the system resonated with him. At that moment, Yin Shi's voice echoed. She has entered my sea of consciousness. MOU replied, I do not know why. Why would she enter your sea of consciousness? I don't know. Perhaps I am the one she has been searching for? How could you be the one to encounter such good fortune? Yin Shi silently scoffed. After a moment of silence, she finally said, be careful. After Ji Xianyao's disappearance, Mo Yuan abruptly awoke. What just transpired? His consciousness felt as though it had been devoured by something for a while. He quickly looked toward MOU. Thankfully, MOU was still there. He sighed in relief. But the next moment, his heart raced in alarm. Where did that woman go? This opportunity that had been left untouched for countless eons by my predecessor. How could it be taken away so quickly? Had he become a heart demon of fortune? Immediately, his expression darkened, determination igniting in his gaze. Regardless, he would seize this successor's body. He had his own ambitions. The pure yang sacred body, celestial bones, combined with this opportunity, would undoubtedly lead him to immortality. Taking advantage of the moment while he was still receiving the inheritance, Mo Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. He saw Mo Yu flying toward him on a sword. Has he completed the inheritance so swiftly? Although he possessed the strength of the transformation god, Mo Yu was merely at the golden core stage. Yet, he lacked confidence in defeating Mo Yu at this moment, due to the presence of that mysterious woman's opportunity. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of Chu Yuli, a sense of helplessness flashing in his eyes. His original requirement for possession had been a living person, male, of special constitution and high status. Now, he could only settle for a living person. Chu Yuli fixed her gaze intently on Mo Yu. Yet her peripheral vision remained vigilant toward Mo Yuan. She had already grasped the method of using the Emperor's banner. By simply channeling her spiritual energy into it, it would automatically protect its master. She need not fear Mo Yuan at all, right? Even though her master had given her this, she still felt some trepidation. It was not that she doubted her master's abilities. After all, he was an immortal. Though he was near death, he was still an immortal. A withered camel is larger than a horse. Just then, Mo Yuan moved, transforming into a wisp of black mist, launching himself toward her with great force. Chu Yuli reacted swiftly. She immediately channeled her spiritual energy into the Emperor's banner. In an instant, the banner restored its original form, a flag exuding black mist. A soul banner. Mo Yuan's pupils constricted, his eyes filled with shock. Yet, in an instant, his astonishment morphed into disdain. A mere Qi refinement practitioner cannot possibly wield the power of a soul banner. The realm of cultivation must adhere to fundamental laws. A Qi refinement practitioner could never control souls above the foundation establishment stage. However, the very next moment, Mo Yuan was utterly stunned. He witnessed a soul from the transformation god stage charging toward him. Though it was only at the first layer of transformation god, Mo Yuan could still sense that this soul had possessed extraordinary strength in life. It was undoubtedly a transformation god with the potential for immortality. Damn it. Mo Yuan cursed inwardly. How did you two, one at Golden Core and the other at Qi Refinement, manage to capture this transformation god? You, a mere Qi Refinement practitioner. How can you possibly wield the spiritual power to control this transformation god? He dared not underestimate the situation, hastily invoking secret techniques, burning his soul to forcibly elevate his own strength. As his power surged, hope reignited within him. Just one breath was all he needed to slay this transformation god spirit. However, in the next instant, a bolt of purple lightning struck him with ferocity. Boom. Amidst the thunderous roar, Mo Yuan's soul became increasingly translucent, as if it would dissipate into the wind at any moment. How could this be? Mo Yuan found it hard to believe, his voice trembling. He turned to fixate on the source of the lightning. MOU. Heavenly level lightning technique? You can actually wield a heavenly level lightning technique. This is impossible. Mo Yuan exclaimed in shock. The Mo family had long since fallen from grace. All heavenly level techniques were supposed to be lost to time. How could anyone still conjure such celestial spells? Instantly, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Mo Yu flickered, appearing before Chu Yuli in the blink of an eye. The Emperor's banner responding to his call. Chu Yuli gazed at Mo's retreating figure, her heart brimming with joy. Master is truly remarkable. He must have been concealing his strength. Perhaps he is, in fact, an immortal. Unbeknownst to Mo, who was preparing to strike and eliminate this hidden threat. He heard Mo Yuan's laughter. Ha ha ha, splendid. Very good. Young man, you are formidable. His laughter carried a hint of admiration, a touch of relief, and an abundance of indescribable complex emotions. What does this mean? Mo furrowed his brow, puzzled, yet he did not lower his guard. Lightning flickered in his palm. The heavenly profound lightning technique poised for action, ready to counter any retaliation from Mo Yuan. Young man, I once thought your success was mere luck, but I did not anticipate your abilities to reach such heights. It seems the heavens do not forsake my Mo family. Mo Yuan's voice resonated once more. Mo, is it? You, the last scion of the Mo family, are destined to revive our clan. His tone suddenly rose, filled with boundless expectations. No sooner had he spoken than his entire soul began to blaze, purple flames ascending, illuminating his increasingly ethereal form. Burning his soul? Augmenting his combat prowess? But had he not already burned once? Mo felt a wave of confusion, yet he remained vigilant. Mo Yuan's form grew ever more insubstantial, dissipating like morning mist, with only the purple flames becoming ever more fervent. At the center of his being, a purple sphere slowly manifested, transparent and shimmering. It emitted a potent wave of spiritual energy, resembling a medicinal pill. This is the soul pill, a culmination of my life's soul power. It can aid you in strengthening your soul, ensuring your path to cultivation remains unobstructed until the integration stage. Chapter 15. What to do if the disciple is not dignified towards the master. Mo Yuan's body gradually became transparent. I did indeed entertain thoughts of seizing your body. But since you possess the ability to revitalize the Mo family, it is only fitting that the future be entrusted to the youth. His gaze was complex, imbued with sorrow, comfort, and hope, a tapestry of emotions that ultimately transformed into a deep sigh. Mo comprehended his meaning. As one approaches death, their words tend to be sincere. An indescribable sensation surged within him, and he ultimately spoke. Alas, esteemed elder, I am not a true Mo family member in the conventional sense. I was abandoned by my original family and left in Mo village. The bloodline of your Mo family cannot be passed on. Mo Yuan paused slightly, then seemed to grasp something, his smile becoming even more radiant. I have not erred in my judgment. I have watched over this place for countless years, never once faltering. He gazed deeply at Mo. Be cautious. Within 500 years, a great calamity will befall the Tian Yuan continent. His voice grew softer, increasingly ethereal. Ultimately, his words dissipated along with his soul, leaving behind a softly glowing soul pill, quietly suspended in the air. Mo, upon hearing this, fell into a moment of contemplation. Was he truly not inclined to deceive? Reflecting on Mo Yuan's earlier words, he murmured softly. Thus, Mo Yuan was convinced of his Mo family bloodline. The impending great calamity would indeed occur within 500 years. In other words, Mo village is merely the origin of the Mo family? Could it be that he is actually of the upper realms Mo family? Yet another archetypal narrative. Mo silently scoffed. The soul pill gently floated before him, bringing him back to reality as he extended his hand to receive it. It felt cool to the touch, yet a warm current surged into his body from his palm. He bowed slightly towards the place where Mo Yuan had vanished. I vow not to disappoint the hopes of our ancestors. You have preempted Mo. Masquerading as a member of the Mo family, gaining the recognition of the Mo family's ancestor, successfully intercepting his opportunity. Having lost the soul pill, Mo, you will find it difficult to swiftly assist Yanxi in restoring her soul. You may exploit this opportunity. The antagonist's counterattack is successful. Reward: gathering in soul jade box, celestial artifact. Gathering in soul jade box, capable of absorbing the power of the moon, naturally generating random soul-related medicinal pills each month without the need for spiritual energy to activate. Fortune plundering failed, automatic replenishment. Fortune 200, antagonist points 200, a celestial artifact. Mo was astounded as he gazed at the jade box within the system's space. The jade box was entirely translucent, its surface intricately engraved with complex patterns, at its center a taiji diagram, with the yin-yang fish appearing lifelike, as if swimming slowly, exuding a gentle moonlight. No spiritual energy required, generating a medicinal pill equivalent to the soul pill crafted by Mo Yuan each month. All that needed to be done was place the jade box under the moonlight. This is utterly absurd. The rewards granted by the system in a single day far surpassed his 20 years of effort. Though random, who was he? The child of fortune. The greatest advantage lies in the roll of the dice. This is exhilarating. That medicinal pill is of no concern. Quickly, consume it. Its benefits far exceed what your ancestor has described. The urging voice of Yin Shi resonated from the soul ring. Mo regained his focus, placing the medicinal pill into the soul ring. Sister Yin Shi, this will benefit you even more. You should refine it. Within the soul ring, the purple soul pill hovered gently, its soft glow casting an ethereal light upon Yin Shi, enhancing her already stunning figure into something dreamlike. She gazed at the soul pill, her ruby-like eyes brimming with tumultuous emotions. Gratitude, joy, hesitation, a myriad of feelings surged within her, ultimately coalescing into a flicker of anger. Xiaoyu, this is reckless. Yin Shi's voice rose an octave, laced with reproach and a hint of concern. This soul pill contains the essence of your ancestor's lifelong soul power. It rightfully belongs to you. How can you give it to me? Imoyu was taken aback, not expecting such a reaction from Yin Shi. A warmth blooming in his heart. Sister Yin Shi, do you remember how many times you saved me? Who remembers such trivial matters? Just eat it. Yin Shi replied nonchalantly. From the very beginning, when I was hidden from the evil cultivators in Mo village, you saved me 48 times, 8 of which were followed by your deep slumber. Imoyu stated earnestly. Yin Shi was momentarily speechless, taken aback by how clearly Imoyu recalled it. Her red lips parted. I did this for my own sake. Upon uttering this, she realized that even she did not believe her own words. Imoyu smiled, a warm and sincere grin. I understand. I will definitely help you reconstruct your body, using the finest materials to create the most beautiful form. Then, he grew serious. But this, I possess great fortune. There will be even greater things to come. Your soul is damaged. This will be far more beneficial for you. Moreover, the quicker you recover, the better you can assist me in the future, no? Yu Yanshi was left momentarily speechless, feeling both touched and helpless, with a hint of sweetness. She gazed at Mou, whose resolute face was etched with sincerity and concern, devoid of any pretense. Her heart felt as though it had been gently stirred by a tender hand, creating ripples of emotion. Since their acquaintance, Mou had never disappointed her. Time and again, he had defied the odds, altering fate. He was no longer the naive child he once was. He resembled a raw gem, enduring trials, destined to shine with resplendent brilliance. An inexplicable emotion blossomed within Yenshi's heart. This surge of emotion transcended the bond between master and disciple, carrying with it a subtle flutter that she herself had yet to recognize, spreading deep within her heart. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. Very well, Yenshi sighed softly. Since you are so insistent, I shall acquiesce. With a delicate lift of her hand, she accepted the violet soul elixir, her cherry lips parting slightly as she consumed it. In an instant, the brilliance within the soul ring surged forth, unleashing a powerful wave of spiritual energy. Flames enveloped Yenshi, her crimson dress billowing and her white hair dancing in the air. Resembling a phoenix reborn from the flames, exquisite and sacred, her spirit solidified at a visible pace under the nourishment of the soul elixir, emanating an even more formidable aura. Ultimately, Yenshi's spirit had become significantly more substantial than previously observed, almost tangible. She spoke softly, my strength has now returned to the transformation stage. If I take control of your body, I could contend even against those in the void realm. Mou revealed a satisfied smile. Little Yenshi, you are still easily manageable. Even without returning to gather support, you could conquer the Qin family. His gaze fell upon the nearby Chu Yuli. It is time for us to depart. Chu Yuli nodded, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. Master, why would your ancestor do such a thing? Mou found himself momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Who knows? He mused. Is it not a matter of clarity, but rather a fear of death? How could that be? He even sacrificed himself. Yet, could he admit ignorance? Absolutely not. Maintaining an imposing image is of utmost importance. If I do not establish authority, what will happen if my disciples turn against me in the future? Chapter 16. Could there truly be someone who fears entanglement by the blue silver? Within the soul ring, Yenshi's voice echoed. That Mo Yuan is a manifestation of inner demons. A fixation. Had he not ultimately sacrificed himself, his obsession might have been freedom, but it seems more akin to the flourishing of his family, confined here for countless years. Witnessing the decline of the Mo family without the power to intervene, he ultimately succumbed to the demons of his own heart. If you lack the ability to defeat him, he will seize your body and endeavor to resurrect the Mo family himself. Now I understand. Mou relayed Yenshi's words verbatim to Chu Yuli. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuli nodded thoughtfully, her eyes brimming with admiration. Master, you are truly remarkable. Not only is your strength formidable, but your knowledge is also profound. Mou, sensing her admiration, felt a twinge of shyness. Little did he know, he was merely borrowing the brilliance of another. At that moment, the surrounding environment began to shift, and the two returned to the ancestral hall of the Mo family. Mou sensed that the secret realm had vanished forever. Master, where shall we go next? We will use the transmission array nearest to the sect to return to the Heavenly Xian Sacred Land. The Heavenly Xian Sacred Land, Chu Yuli exclaimed. Though her experiences were limited and she had not heard of this power, she understood that they were in the Heavenly Xian domain. The very name Heavenly Xian implied the presence of a colossal entity. Observing the slight flush of excitement on Chu Yuli's face, Mou smiled. The Heavenly Xian Sacred Land is the largest power in the Heavenly Xian domain and one of the 9 superpowers of the human race. You will learn more upon our return, This is merely the foundational knowledge. With that, he mounted his sword, taking Chu Yuli with him as they soared towards the nearest sect, the Xianjian Mountain Manor. Gugugu. The sound of Chu Yuli's stomach betrayed her as they flew atop the sword. Master, I am hungry. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. It then dawned on Mou that she had yet to undergo fasting. He glanced down to see a lush forest below, ancient trees towering high, casting shadows upon the ground. Mou descended into the forest. I did not bring any fasting pills. Let me see if there are any nearby beasts. Chu Yuli nodded vigorously. Mou extended his consciousness to survey the surroundings. Strangely, this area seemed remarkably devoid of beasts, lacking even a single large creature. Puzzled, he expanded his consciousness further. Finally, at the edge of his perception, he spotted a golden core rabbit demon, its ruby-like eyes sparkling with life. Its long ears twitched adorably, making it utterly delectable in appearance. Mou thought to himself. With a flick of his mind, his sword shot forth with a piercing sound, racing towards the rabbit demon with the velocity of a missile. Fortune detected. As a qualified villain, you have mastered the art of ambush. You have seized the opportunity to eliminate the Fortune's daughter, Xiao Jiao, before she could grow. Reward, divine ability. Indestructible golden body. It has been automatically cultivated to perfection. You have successfully slain the beloved of the Fortune's son, Tangi. He is undoubtedly devastated and is currently in pursuit of Fortune. Fortune 1000. Villain points 1000. A series of notifications left Mou momentarily bewildered. What just happened? Who am I? Where am I? Yet soon, he shrugged off the confusion. Let it be. The creature he had just slain was presumably the wife of a protagonist named Tangi. Given the name, he was certainly no paragon of virtue. As for retaliation, could there truly be someone who fears entanglement by the blue silver? His attention quickly shifted to the indestructible golden body. Mou closed his eyes, savoring the essence of this newly acquired divine ability, a wave of exhilaration surging within him. The indestructible golden body grants immunity to all damage below the immortal realm for 3 seconds. Above the immortal realm, it would depend on mastery. The system had directly cultivated him to perfection, enabling him to withstand damage from 5 great realms for the same duration of 3 seconds. The energy consumption was nearly negligible, allowing for use once a month. This was nothing short of a miraculous skill. In this world, sword cultivators reigned supreme, emphasizing swift and decisive strikes to unleash maximum damage within a brief span. Some extreme sword cultivators could channel all their energy into a single strike, pursuing unparalleled explosive power for a guaranteed kill. The sword disciples of the sword sect achieved their renown through such prowess, becoming the foremost figures of their generation. The indestructible golden body was, without a doubt, a bane to such individuals. Mou opened his eyes and approached the lifeless Xiao Jiao, exhaling deeply. Thank goodness. It's still just a rabbit. Had it transformed into a human, I would have truly been at a loss for how to proceed. Gazing at Xiao Jiao, Mou fell into contemplation. The world was vast, and he was certain he would not locate this Tangi fellow. If he left just like this, Tangi would also fail to find him, effectively wasting the life of a Fortune's child. However, he could not allow Tangi to come directly after him. That would be far too passive. Thus, he began searching his mind for a solution. Before long, a perfect scapegoat emerged in his thoughts. The starry sky sacred land. One of the 7 stars, Yu Heng. The two had experienced minor conflicts in the past, having crossed paths several times. After Mou's strength waned, their interactions ceased. That individual possessed a unique set of needle-like hidden weapons, and during their previous battles, Mou had been pricked by a few, leaving some behind. You shall be the one. He began to arrange the scene, casually scattering several needles on the ground to create the illusion that Xiao Jiao had been slain by these needles. Once the setup was complete, Mou clapped his hands decisively, lifting Xiao Jiao by her long ears and presenting her to Chu Yuli. Today, we shall feast upon this. The two Fortune's children sharing a meal from another Fortune's child as beloved seemed rather peculiar. Chu Yuli's gaze fell upon Xiao Jiao's lifeless form, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. What an overwhelming sense of pressure. Merely a corpse exudes a pressure more formidable than that of my family's ancestor. Master, is this a golden core great demon? Mou gently nodded, already skillfully preparing the rabbit demon. Chu Yuli's eyes brimmed with shock. A golden core great demon could effortlessly annihilate her entire family. And now, such a powerful being was about to become her meal? How utterly surreal. She felt as though she were ensconced in a dream, an absurd yet astonishingly vivid reverie. Unconsciously, her gaze drifted toward the countenance of her master, Mou. How strikingly handsome he is. Surely, he must have numerous admirers? I wonder if he has a partner? Just how high is his cultivation level? When will I ever surpass him? All right, let us eat. Mou's voice jolted Chu Yuli from her chaotic thoughts. With the aid of the pure yang true fire, the rabbit demon was swiftly prepared, emanating an enticing aroma. Chapter 17. Schwe Wei peaked 10 minutes later. Chu Yuli contentedly let out a satisfied burp. Master, I can't eat anymore. I'm too full. Mou glanced at the rabbit demon, which had barely been touched, and felt a twinge of helplessness. for a gold core level beast. It was far too nourishing for someone of Chu Yuli's mere foundation establishment third layer. As for himself, he had only sampled a small morsel. It was delicious. Yet, for various reasons, he couldn't bring himself to indulge fully. The rabbit was simply too adorable. Why would one eat such a creature? His kind heart refrained from consuming beings capable of transformation. The system should have waited until he finished before issuing reminders. At that moment, a thought bubbled up in Mou's mind. If resurrection were truly possible, would my beloved not receive double the rewards? Although luck was limited to one portion, Tangxi's potential had its constraints. However, the system's rewards were another matter. This time it granted him the indestructible golden body. What might it provide next? He resolved to save the roasted rabbit, offering Tangxi an opportunity. He cut a small piece of meat and handed it to Chu Yuli. It's time to go. Chu Yuli accepted the meat, her exquisite face betraying a hint of confusion. Isn't it a waste not to take it along? If it's not delicious, then it's just a gold core demon beast. There will be better ones when we return. The sparkle in her beautiful eyes shone brightly. When a gold core demon beast says it's undesirable, what cultivation level does Master truly possess? How I long to grow stronger than he. Time to leave. 3 days later, at the Tianxian Holy Land, the towering gate loomed into the clouds, constructed from an unknown jade that shimmered under the sunlight, exuding a faint aura of spiritual energy. Is this really the Tianxian Holy Land? Chu Yuli gazed up at the imposing entrance, utterly awestruck. Mou nodded with a smile. Suddenly, an elderly man clad in a green robe, his demeanor commanding, appeared before them. His hair was as white as snow, his face etched with the lines of time, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. He first cast a glance at Chu Yuli, then turned his gaze to Mou. Xiaoyu, is she your new junior sister? Mou smiled and replied, Elder Qing Xian, this is my recently accepted disciple, Li Feiyu. Chu Yuli's heart sank. Oh no, this is the end. She had completely forgotten to inform her master of her original name. If he were to discover this later, would she be expelled from the sect? Turning to her, Mou gestured toward Elder Qing Xian. Where? This is the supreme elder of Tianxian Holy Land, Qing Xian, a powerful being of the ascendant stage. Chu Yuli quickly regained her composure, suppressing her unease as she deeply bowed to Elder Qing Xian. I have met Elder Qing Xian. Although she was uncertain about the strength of an ascendant, she had caught her master's implication. Elder Qing Xian maintained a calm expression, betraying no sign of approval or discontent. With a flick of his hand, a blue longsword materialized in midair. The sword shimmered with flowing spiritual energy, its cold light glinting, clearly not an ordinary item. Qing Feng Sword, a top-tier spiritual artifact. Consider it a welcoming gift. A top-tier spiritual artifact. Chu Yuli felt her head buzz. Just what level of cultivation was required to wield such an item? She hadn't yet learned. In any case, it was extraordinarily powerful. Mou accepted the Qing Feng Sword and presented it to Chu Yuli with a smile. You should thank Elder Qing. Only then did Chu Yuli come to her senses, hastily accepting the Qing Feng Sword with both hands, her voice brimming with excitement. Thank you very much, Elder Qing. Elder Qing Xian seemed unfazed by their eagerness to benefit from him. With a wave of his hand, a soundproof barrier instantly enveloped Mou. Elder, what is it you wish to discuss? Mou's brow furrowed, sensing an ominous premonition. Elder Qing Xian's serious demeanor softened, a gentle smile breaking through his aged features. Xiaoyu, when will you resume writing that martial movement in the universe? Mou suddenly realized. He had taken on a side project here, writing. With 3 years of no cultivation, he needed something to occupy his time. He had clandestinely transcribed several novels from his past life. Elder Qing Xian was one of the few who knew of his identity as a writer. He chuckled awkwardly. Elder, I can't. I've been quite busy lately, spending my days delving into secret realms and cultivating. I simply don't have time to write. You can write 2,000 words in an hour. With 12 hours in a day, can you not spare even 1 hour? Moreover, as cultivators, we can control 10 pens without issue. Stop. Hold on. Elder, if you continue like this, I'll have no choice but to inform Master. Mou interrupted before Elder Qing Xian could finish. Elder Qing Xian's expression shifted slightly, seemingly wary of Yi Shimei. Ahem, never mind, forget I mentioned it. Before he finished speaking, his figure, along with the soundproof barrier, vanished into thin air. Mou sighed. He should have been more cautious while writing before. Who would have thought that the Supreme Elder of Tianxian Holy Land had a penchant for extravagant literature and had specifically used divination to locate him? Thankfully, his master held a relatively high status among the elders. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to write incessantly. Master, are you one of the elders here? Chu Yuli blinked her clear eyes, asking curiously. Mou turned to her and shook his head. No. As he led her deeper into the Holy Land, he explained. The Tianxian Holy Land is broadly divided into 3 areas: the Outer Gate area, the Inner Gate area, and the Elder area. We are currently in the Inner Gate area. The Inner Gate area has 10 main peaks: Tianxian Peak, Dan Peak, Qi Peak, Spirit Beast Peak, Formation Peak, 5 Elements Peak, Sword Peak, Body Refinement Peak, Talisman Peak, and Punishment Peak. Which peak are we on? Neither. My master is a Supreme Elder. and the mountain we occupy is called Schwe Peak. Schwe Peak originally housed 7 individuals. You are the 8th. The peak master is named Yishimei, a lover of fine wine and gambling, and the eldest senior sister is named Luo Suxian. Just as Mou was about to provide further details, a chorus of voices caught his attention. A group of female Innergate disciples were gathered, animatedly discussing. Who do you think is the #1 prodigy in our Holy Land? Without a doubt, it's Fairy Luo Suxian. She is an ascendant, truly deserving of her title. Moreover, she is so gentle. Fairy by Shuang is also quite formidable. I witnessed her slay that tribulation period demon with a single sword strike. Absolutely stunning. I'm utterly enamored. I adore Fairy Xia Ningbing. She is so cold. That is precisely my type. Fairy Su Meier. I heard she is a 9-tailed celestial fox. Her beauty and figure are simply unparalleled. I'd gladly marry her. Hey, you're all straying off topic. Who asked you whom you liked? If you ask me, the most dashing has to be Saint Sun Mou. If he hadn't inexplicably lost his cultivation, he would undoubtedly be the greatest prodigy in the Tian Yuan continent for the past 10,000 years. Alright, wipe that drool from your mouth. I think little master Uncle Ling Wanqing is also quite remarkable. Who is Ling Wanqing? Listening to their chatter, Mou thought to himself, thankfully, that annual best wasn't me. He turned to Chu Yuli. What they're discussing now pertains to Schwe Peak, your fellow senior uncles and aunts. Let me take you up the mountain. Chapter 18. In this life, I wish to lose nothing. Schwe Peak. This was the most secluded peak in the Elder area, seldom trodden by human feet, yet all the more tranquil for it. Halfway up the mountain, a small courtyard stood quietly, surrounded by towering ancient trees, shrouded in a mist of spiritual energy. Mou descended slowly on his sword, while Chu Yuli's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This is the abode shared by my junior sister and me, with an extra room that shall henceforth become your home. Mou spoke in a calm tone, adding, of course, if you prefer, you may reside elsewhere. Your grandmaster would not mind. I shall stay here. Chu Yuli replied with a bright voice, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Mou nodded gently and pushed open the courtyard gate. In the center of the yard stood a towering ancient tree, its branches sprawling and leaves lush, casting a vast shadow over the ground. Beneath the tree, a stone table and several stone stools formed a simple resting place. Not far away, a spiritual spring bubbled and gurgled, producing a melodious sound. Chu Yuli followed closely behind Mou. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed her new home. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out. Senior brother, you have returned. A girl in a light blue long dress burst forth from a room, cradling an unfinished formation plate in her hands, clearly engrossed in her studies of array formations. This was Ling Wanqing, Mou's 6th junior sister. Mou, ranked 5th at Schwe Peak, noted her surprise as she beheld Chu Yuli. Senior brother, is this the new junior sister? She is truly beautiful. Even as a fellow woman, Ling Wanqing could not help but admire Chu Yuli's beauty. Mou gently shook his head and clarified, she is not a junior sister, she is my newly accepted disciple. As he spoke, he carefully scrutinized Ling Wanqing. She was a girl he had found outside after being accepted into the Tianxian sacred land by his master. He had always regarded her as a beloved younger sister. Among mortals, Ling Wanqing's appearance was striking. Her delicate face and lively blue eyes exuded a charming neighborly warmth. While not breathtaking, her beauty was indeed captivating, growing more enchanting the longer one gazed. Yet, in the Tianxian sacred land, where stunning beauty was the norm, she appeared somewhat ordinary, often overlooked in a crowd of women. Her temperament was elegant, perhaps even a touch introverted. For this reason, she was not well known in the Tianxian sacred land, and few recognized her. Mou opened her profile. Name, Ling Wanqing, flesh and blood puppet. Description, an incredibly lifelike puppet. Detected the daughter of fate, Ling Wanqing. Suppressing her will yield rewards. A puppet? Mou was taken aback. Whether this puppet was lifelike he could not ascertain, but he truly could not tell. It was utterly indistinguishable. Wanqing's mastery over puppetry could only be described as terrifying. Senior brother, what is her name? Ling Wanqing's voice interrupted Mou's thoughts. Li Feiyu, Mou replied. The moment the words left his lips, a flicker of surprise flashed in Ling Wanqing's blue eyes. The formation plate she held slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground with a crisp sound. What is it? Mou asked, puzzled. Ling Wanqing quickly stooped to retrieve the fallen formation plate. And nothing, I've just been a bit tired from studying formations lately. As she spoke, she discreetly cast a glance at Chu Yuli. Be sure to rest, and not overexert yourself, Mou advised. He had initially intended for his junior sister to take Chu Yuli for identity registration, but he would have to find someone else now. By the way, senior brother, Master asked you to find senior sister for a report upon your return. She has left some items with senior sister. Ling Wanqing lowered her head, her fingers brushing the dust off the formation plate. Mou nodded. It had been a long time since he had returned. It was time to visit Master and senior sister. He also needed to inquire about the matter of the engagement. With this in mind, he asked, is Master in? No. Only 3rd senior sister and 4th senior sister are here. Mou nodded gently, the figures of his two senior sisters flashing through his mind. Third senior sister, Xia Ningbing, often bore an air of aloofness, resembling an unyielding iceberg. Fourth senior sister, Su Meyer, was the very antithesis of Xia Ningbing, passionate and vivacious, her every smile radiating allure. Her favorite pastime was transforming into a fluffy little fox and curling up in Mou's arms for a nap. Senior brother, will you be dining at home today? Ling Qingyue inquired softly, like a gentle breeze caressing the surface of a lake. Mou's thoughts were drawn back, landing on the expectant gaze of his junior sister. He had initially intended to decline, but he found himself yielding before her sparkling eyes, and he nodded gently. This was a perfect opportunity to earn some favor from Qingyue. Surely, they wouldn't use a puppet for dinner? Ling Qingyue's eyes brightened with joy. Wonderful. I shall prepare immediately. Tonight we shall have chicken soup. I have specially brought back the Xianling colorful feather chicken from the Spirit Beast Peak. With that, Ling Qingyue lightly glided into the kitchen. Mou pondered for a moment, contemplating who could take Chu Yuli for identity registration. He swiftly arrived at a choice and produced a communication talisman to send a message. It was also an opportune moment to ascertain whether she was indeed the daughter of fate. Suddenly, he felt a gentle tug on his sleeve. Turning, he found Chu Yuli gazing down, her expression anxious. Master, I'm sorry, I deceived you. I previously concealed my true name. I am Chu Yuli, not Li Feiyu. I was worried. Mou raised his hand to caress her hair, soothingly reassuring her. It is quite all right. Being cautious is wise. However, as I mentioned before, you can trust me and the fellow disciples at Suwei Peak. Chu Yuli visibly relaxed, nodding repeatedly. Yes, I understand. In the kitchen, Ling Qingyue set up a soundproof formation and released a breath. Li Feiyu, the future demon sovereign, has actually become senior brother's disciple. Recalling Chu Yuli's unparalleled beauty, she couldn't help but murmur to herself. It was said that no living soul had ever witnessed the true visage of the demon sovereign. How could she be so stunning? But wait, wasn't she a rogue cultivator? Why had she become senior brother's disciple? Was it due to her reincarnation that everything had changed? Regardless, she was destined to become an extraordinary powerhouse. With proper guidance, it would not be difficult for her to become an ally. Thus, the tragic fate of her past life would not be repeated. Ling Qingyue's thoughts whirled in her mind. She harbored a monumental secret. She had actually reincarnated from the future. To be precise, she had consumed the 9-leaf destiny herb, which had granted her a clearer vision of the future, but in senior brother's stories. This was referred to as reincarnation, so she adopted the term as well. After the Great Calamity, she had struggled for over a decade, ultimately unable to escape death. No. More accurately, the entire Tianyuan continent had perished, leaving no survivors. In this life, she swore to ascend to the pinnacle and become an immortal. Having once lost everything, she was determined not to lose anything this time around. Shaking her head to dispel distracting thoughts, she found herself smiling sweetly at the thought of her senior brother. She approached the stove, focusing intently on her cooking. This chicken had been meticulously selected according to her senior brother's preferences. A fine specimen she had trained for 2.5 years. Chapter 19. Which official can withstand such trials? Yenxi's voice echoed in Mou's mind. He had not noticed before, but now that his spirit had recovered somewhat, he realized that little Qingyue was somewhat peculiar. Are you referring to the flesh and blood puppet? Mou responded. Indeed, you have noticed? Yenxi expressed her surprise, her tone tinged with astonishment. It was worth noting that she had only discerned this after her spirit had ascended to the transformation stage. Yet Mou, merely a golden core cultivator, was able to see through it. I guessed, Mou explained casually. He certainly could not reveal that he possessed a system, could he? Yenxi was even more astonished by this revelation. The ability to deduce such matters from minute details was truly remarkable. You are progressing at an astonishing rate. Even in the immortal realm, you would be worthy of the title of prodigy, she praised sincerely. All thanks to your excellent guidance, Sister Yenxi. Mou replied with a smile. You are quite the flatterer, Yenxi huffed lightly, a hint of pride gleaming in her eyes. Just then, a streak of azure light tore through the sky, racing toward Mou, accompanied by a melodious call. Little uncle, I have arrived. The voice was sweet and captivating, like a clear mountain spring, tinged with a barely concealed excitement. A radiant azure light descended before Mou, revealing a strikingly elegant maiden. He recognized her immediately as the one he had summoned for assistance, Meng Lanin, the most enchanting beauty of the inner sect of the heavenly Xian sacred land, and the chief of Xiannu Peak. Today, she appeared to have taken great care in her appearance. Adorned in a gown as pure as freshly fallen snow, its hem intricately embroidered with delicate blue patterns, she glided gracefully, her alabaster legs subtly revealed with each movement. A translucent crystal bracelet adorned her wrist, accentuating her snow-like complexion. Her long hair was loosely gathered with a silver ribbon, with a few stray strands cascading by her ears, adding an alluring charm. As she moved with the grace of a lotus, her eyes sparkled with a hint of shyness and anticipation, yet she feigned composure, exuding an innocence laced with a whisper of seduction, captivating all who beheld her. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. Detected the daughter of fortune, Meng Lanin. Suppressing her will yield rewards. Name, Meng Lanin. Fortune, purple. Favorability, 100. Adoration. Description, after being rescued by Mou several times, she has developed deep affections. Gifted in music, particularly in playing the bamboo flute, she possesses the exquisite 9 curves Ling Long physique. Yet to awaken, she remains an exceptional alchemical vessel. Detected successful interception of the daughter of fortune, Meng Lanin. Meng Lanin is now entirely enamored by your charm, willingly surrendering herself. Should you invite her? She would be delighted to play the flute for you. Villain's counterattack successful. Reward, celestial artifact, soul-settling flute. You have successfully intercepted Mou, who must be in profound despair, commencing the plundering of fortune. Fortune plunder failed, automatic replenishment. Fortune, 1000, villain points, 1000 system. Is this flute playing truly appropriate? Is the 9 curves referring to the 9 curves corridor? Mou mused inwardly. Indeed, Meng Lanin was also a daughter of fortune. He was taken aback to discover her favorability towards him was an astonishing 100. Reflecting on the moments he had rescued her, it seemed less a matter of salvation and more akin to a retreat, allowing him to seize opportunities for himself. There are always hidden cards that one cannot reveal, to be used only in solitude. To the eyes of other disciples, he appeared to be a selfless companion, sacrificing himself for others, and thus moved the heavens to grant him survival. His gaze shifted to the system space, landing upon the soul-settling flute, crafted entirely from azure jade. It shimmered with faint glimmers of light, exquisitely designed, its body engraved with ancient runes that evoked tranquility merely by gazing upon it. Versatile in offense and defense, capable of calming souls and providing support, it was an exceptional all-purpose treasure. Moreover, it was a celestial artifact, truly remarkable. It is worth noting that throughout the entirety of the Tianyuan continent, few celestial artifacts exist. Even those in possession are treasures hoarded by superpowers. Alas, he lacked proficiency in this craft, yet it mattered little. Such an artifact could yield effects even when played haphazardly. As he pondered, Meng Lanin had already gently intertwined her arm with Mous, her cherry lips slightly pouting with a hint of playful reproach and a trace of melancholy. Little master uncle, you ignored me. I rushed over the moment I received your message. Feeling the warmth of her arm, Mou snapped back to reality. His gaze drifted downward, inadvertently sweeping over the neckline of Meng Lanin's attire. Whether intentional or not, from this angle, he could easily glimpse the scenery within. Her velvet-like neck was as fair as ice, with delicate collarbones that were alluring. A fragrant aroma wafted from her collar, intoxicatingly sweet, even attracting a bee drawn to nectar. He averted his gaze, steadying his thoughts, and smiled faintly. Is it not because you are simply too enchanting, Lanin, that I was momentarily entranced? Hearing Mou's flattery and feeling his gaze upon her, Meng Lanin's heart fluttered with delight, though she maintained an air of modesty. You flatter me, she replied with a soft hum, her voice dripping with charm. Then I shall forgive you this time. Little master uncle complimented my beauty. Could it be he harbors feelings for me? Indeed, as Wanqing advised, one must take the initiative. Mou felt himself on the brink of surrender. What man could withstand such trials? To traverse a fantastical realm without establishing a harem would be a wasted opportunity. The legendary canon god once proclaimed, a man's ultimate goals revolve around 2 pursuits, conquering the world and conquering women. Conquering the world seeks to attain a lofty life, while conquering women enriches the tapestry of life. If one cannot conquer the woman they desire, even if they conquer the world, they remain an isolated peak, shrouded in solitude. Meng Lanin sensed Mou's reaction and felt even more elated. Little master uncle must be smitten with me. If he were to confess his feelings now, should I agree or play it coy? Mou forcibly suppressed the tumult within him, clearing his throat. I sought you out this time for a matter in need of your assistance. He reminded himself that Shu Yuli was nearby. He must not allow the child to witness any inappropriate behavior. A hint of melancholy flickered in Meng Lanin's beautiful eyes, her voice still sweet. Little master uncle, you're being too distant. What is our relationship? Whatever your request, I shall comply. She silently added, even if it involves sharing a bed, that is permissible. With that thought, her fair skin flushed with an enticing pink hue, exuding a bewitching allure. Recently, I took on a disciple, and I would like your help in completing her admission procedures, Mou stated earnestly. All right, but before that, Meng Lanin delicately retrieved a jade flute from her waist, her voice melodious. I've recently learned a new piece. It's particularly beautiful. May I perform it for you? Her gaze sparkled with anticipation, fixed intently on Mou. He coughed lightly. Perhaps another time. I have matters at hand. Then tonight? Meng Lanin pressed insistently. Her beautiful eyes locked onto Mou's. Tonight, I shall come to your room to play for you. Is that agreeable? Chapter 20. The 10,000 level daughter of destiny. Mou inhaled deeply. Very well. Come to my room tonight. Though he understood Meng Lanin did not mean it in a certain way, how could one resist the allure of a pure, yet captivating beauty who sincerely admired him? Speaking in such an ambiguous tone, could his heart withstand such temptation? The path of cultivation is long, and the heart must be tempered. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly charged with intimacy, a clear voice pierced through the haze. Master, is this the senior sister who will assist me with my admission procedures? Mou turned to see Chu Yuli standing there, expression neutral. Indeed, this is senior sister Meng Lanin. She will help you acquire your identity token, conduct the entrance test, and light your soul lamp. Mou then glanced back at Meng Lanin, nodding slightly. This is my disciple, Chu Yuli. I appreciate your assistance. The process would certainly take several hours to complete. Meng Lanin, taken aback, responded, not at all, it's no trouble. Her gaze then fell upon Chu Yuli, her eyes widening with astonishment. This young girl was remarkably beautiful. A sense of urgency washed over her. The thought of such a person spending day and night with little master uncle was intolerable. She could accept Mou living with Ling Wanqing, as she was confident her allure surpassed Ling Wanqing's. However, this lovely young girl left her with uncertainty. Presently, Chu Yuli's beauty was slightly inferior to her own. But what would the future hold? Her gaze inadvertently drifted to Chu Yuli's figure, and a sense of smugness filled her. Thankfully, she held an undeniable advantage in that regard. Meng Lanin released her hold on Mou, donning a gentle smile. Junior sister Chu, come with me. Chu Yuli did not step forward immediately, instead smiling sweetly, her dimples appearing. Senior sister Meng, what level are you at now? Me? I recently broke through to the nascent soul stage, Meng Lanin replied with a smile. Wow, senior sister is amazing, Chu Yuli exclaimed. Yet beneath her innocent facade, she calculated her next moves. This simply wouldn't he do. The nascent soul stage was far beyond her reach in the short term. By then, she and her master might already have children together. She needed to take action. She certainly did not wish for an additional mentor. Although this woman's appearance slightly paled in comparison to her own, her assets were truly overwhelming, measuring a substantial Y. She herself was but a fraction of that size, utterly incomparable. Was it really possible to walk around with such a considerable endowment? Stealthily, she cast her gaze down at her still underdeveloped bosom, a fierce determination stirring within her. She must find a way to grow, stealing her resolve. She approached Meng Lanin's side and said, Senior sister, shall we depart? Mou observed the amicable interaction between the two, a look of contentment gracing his features. He reminded, by the way, you has a fear of heights, do fly a bit lower. Meng Lanin felt an inkling of dread. Her little junior uncle seemed overly concerned for this disciple. Chu Yuli feigned fear, clutching at Meng Lanin's sleeve. Yes, Sister Lanin, I am afraid of heights. Please do not fly as swiftly as our master. Meng Lanin seized upon the key phrase. Her little junior uncle flew quickly, indicating he would not slow down for her, which implied he did not harbor fondness for her. Indeed, it seemed her little junior uncle preferred those with more voluptuous figures. This was a sure thing. With this thought, she inadvertently puffed out her proud bosom. Chu Yuli noticed Meng Lanin's reaction, maintaining a facade of indifference while secretly reveling in her success. The art of warfare dictates, feign weakness to exploit strength. First, she would lower Meng Lanin's guard. There would be ample time to deal with her later. Once the two departed, Mou sought out his senior sister to report the situation. In the small courtyard, everyone had left. A bee buzzed towards the kitchen, slipping through the half-closed window, and gently landed upon Ling Wanqing's slender, fair fingers. Chu Yuli? Ling Wanqing furrowed her delicate brows. She softly uttered the name that felt both strange and familiar, involuntarily gasping. Chu Tianzuan, the revered Chu Tianzuan, she exclaimed, feeling a throbbing pain in her temples. Her thoughts a chaotic tangle. After a moment of contemplation, realization dawned upon her. No wonder Chu Tianzuan and Li Mozhen were the same person. She exhaled softly, calming her tumultuous emotions. It appeared that Chu Tianzuan had made little progress in his cultivation, despite being from the same era as her senior brother. He only gained renown long after her brother's demise. Was it a lack of resources? Now that she had become her brother's disciple, perhaps she could lend him a hand when the great calamity approached. Atop Tsuwei Peak, enveloped in swirling mists, it resembled a celestial realm. Mou stepped forward to a slab of green stone at the cliff's edge. Before him sat a woman, her back turned, meditating with an aura of chilling grace surrounding her. Her cascading dark hair fell to her waist, and an ancient jade hairpin held it in place, enhancing her ethereal beauty. Clad in a resplendent black gown adorned with lifelike golden phoenix motifs, she exuded an air of regal elegance, akin to a celestial goddess descending into the mortal realm. Cradled in her arms was a pure white six-tailed fox, its fluffy tail swaying gently. This woman was none other than Mou's third senior sister, Xia Ningbing, while the six-tailed white fox was his fourth senior sister, Su Meyer. At that moment, Su Meyer was curled up in Xia Ningbing's embrace, eyes closed, seemingly in slumber. Mou respectfully bowed. Third senior sister, fourth senior sister. Xia Ningbing did not turn, her voice as cool as a spring, softly inquiring, have you been well lately? Relatively well, Mou replied, his voice trembling slightly, for he had detected the daughter of destiny, Xia Ningbing, Su Meyer. Suppressing them will yield rewards. Name, Xia Ningbing. Fortune, 100,000, colorful. Affection, 80, viewed as a virtuous minister. Description, reincarnation of an empress, once a revered celestial emperor. Ruling the immortal realm, perished due to a failed breakthrough, possessing a divine phoenix body, an exquisite furnace. Note, hellish difficulty. Though her demeanor does not align with that of a villain, given your current strength, it is suggested to flee. Name, Sue Meyer. Fortune, 100,000, colorful. Affection, 80, viewed as a good younger brother. Description, nine-tailed celestial fox, enchanting divine body, exquisite furnace. Note, similarly extremely difficult. Fleeing is also advised. Reincarnation of an empress, 100,000 fortune. Hellish difficulty. Suggested to flee? Mou's heart trembled violently. Goodness. These two seemingly reclusive maidens were indeed formidable? No wonder they seldom ventured out. How could he possibly seek opportunities if they were this powerful? The system's voice continued to resonate. Detected that your affection levels with Xia Ningbing and Sue Meyer have surpassed intimacy. You have joined the heavenly Xian Holy Land. Becoming their junior brother, lurking by their side, advancing step by step to ultimately gain their trust. As the daughter of colorful destiny, they not only possess formidable strength, but also harbor an extreme aversion to the destiny villain. You must have exerted efforts unimaginable to others. Villainous counterattack successful. Please choose whether to plunder fortune. No. Villain points 1600. As the villain counterattack system. This is the first time I have encountered such a scheming and resilient host. In less than a week, you have already secured 7 Daughters of Destiny. Reward, Chaotic Yin-Yang Technique. Chapter 21, Xia Ningbing, Destiny Comparison System, Chaotic Yin-Yang Technique. Seize the creation of heaven and earth. Steal the mysteries of Yin and Yang. Divided into 2 parts, the Yang Technique and the Yin Technique. Both can be cultivated separately or jointly. Can advance by absorbing the power of Yin and Yang. Current level, Immortal 1st grade. Note, chaotic system methods can assist in awakening the chaotic divine body, the chaotic yin-yang technique. An immortal grade method. Mou was taken aback. One must understand that in the entire lower realm, no true immortal grade methods existed. The system had directly bestowed this upon him. Simultaneously, he felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. If the system wished to gift him something, it could simply say so without needing to fabricate reasons. Thankfully, his relationship with his senior sisters was quite good. Setting aside the system's rewards, even without it, having these powerful allies would ensure his well-being. But would there be trouble? Xia Ningbing's icy voice interrupted Mou's thoughts. He snapped back to reality, temporarily setting the system's reward aside. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he began recounting the recent events to Xia Ningbing. He deliberately omitted many inconsequential details, such as the matter with Ling Qingyue and events at the Mo clan, and then outlined his future objective to find an opportunity to annihilate the Qin clan. Xia Ningbing listened quietly to Mou's report, gently acknowledging with a soft sound, after which she fell silent. Brother, I shall assist you in eliminating the Qin clan. A languid and alluring voice suddenly broke the silence. In the next moment, a flash of white light appeared, and the white fox form of Sue Meyer had materialized in Mou's embrace. Thank you, Sister Meyer. Mou gently stroked Sue Meyer's silky white fur. She seemed to relish his caress, narrowing her eyes in satisfaction, then nuzzling her head against him, finding a comfortable position to drift back into slumber. Mou turned his attention back to Xia Ningbing. Senior sister, I recently encountered the Ta Ching Saintess, Ling Qingyue. She mentioned that we share a marriage contract. Do you know what this is about? Xia Ningbing waved her elegant hand, and several sheets of paper floated gracefully into Mou's hands. Left by the master. Read for yourself. Mou accepted the papers, casting his gaze downward. The first sheet was a letter from Yishime, its calligraphy bold and spirited, exuding a sense of defiance. The gist conveyed that in recent years, she had engaged in gambling, winning numerous valuable items, including beautiful women, and even whimsically used him as a stake. Mou's temple throbbed. What nonsense, master. This was utterly unreliable. He hastily flipped through the remaining sheets. The marriage contract with the Ta Ching Saintess, a challenge letter from the sword sect's sword-wielding heir, assistance for the ancient holy maiden in descending into the secret realm, concocting 5th-grade pills, aiding the 7th prince of the Daiqian Empire in seizing the throne, and assisting in the extermination of demonic forces at the demon suppression abyss. His face instantly lit up with joy. Opportunities, opportunities, all were opportunities. Thankfully, he had not been sold off. Although these matters may appear cumbersome for the chosen one, they are but trifles. He reminisces about the realms of those individuals, the closest being the sword sect's prodigy at the nascent soul stage. Renowned as the foremost among his kind for 1,000,000 years. He had once gained fame by slaying a god transformation expert with a single sword strike. At this moment, Mou felt a sudden prickling at the back of his neck, not out of fear, but rather a profound aversion. This stemmed from his previous sparring sessions with his 2nd and 3rd senior sisters, both of whom wielded swords and left him feeling dejected. It is well known that sword cultivators possess a unique ability that prevents those with lesser comprehension of swordsmanship from drawing their swords. After being bested, he resorted to using weapons other than swords. Xia Ningbing seemed to sense Mo's inner turmoil and spoke soothingly. There is no need for undue concern with us here. Even in the event of a breach of contract, there will be no repercussions. Her tone was cool, authoritative, and regal, subtly revealing her imperial demeanor. Thank you, senior sister. Mou replied with a respectful gesture. Just as he was about to turn to leave, Xia Ningbing's voice rang out once more. Hold on. Mou halted, gazing at the exquisite silhouette of Xia Ningbing. Is there something else, senior sister? With a graceful motion, Xia Ningbing lifted her delicate hand as if plucking a flower, deftly removing her hairpin. Her cascading hair flowed like a waterfall, tracing an elegant arc through the air. The hairpin slipped from her grasp, transforming into a streak of light as it flew into Mou's hand. He clutched the pin, feeling its cool touch and subtle fragrance. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished. This was no mere hairpin, but rather a flying sword, a mid-grade spirit treasure, imbued with Xia Ningbing's sword qi, capable of rivaling the might of a core formation cultivator, a truly formidable weapon. Xia Ningbing offered no explanation, yet Mou understood her intent. Thank you, senior sister. He called out as he departed, leaving Xia Ningbing alone. She opened her beautiful eyes, gazing at the sea of clouds before her, softly murmuring. Her voice like the delicate fragrance of orchids in a secluded valley. 8th layer of golden core, pure Yang's sacred body, broken yet reborn. Moments later, a semi-transparent panel appeared before her. Name, Xia Ningbing. Realm, 9th layer of core formation. Comparison target, MOU, accumulated victories, 198. Reward, multiplication of rewards after 200 victories. Comparison countdown, 0. The Destiny comparison system, her greatest secret. An entity she could not fully comprehend. Since MOU's entry into the sect, this system had manifested in her consciousness, designating him as her comparison target. Should she defeat MOU in battle, she would be rewarded handsomely. Over the years, her cultivation had soared, thanks to the system's bounties, even granting her several immortal artifacts. It was for this reason she felt confident that, in this lifetime, with the aid of the system and her innate talents, she could shatter the shackles of the immortal realm and step into an unparalleled domain never before attained by anyone. Xia Ningbing gently closed her eyes, silently intoning, commence. 199th battle begins. A breath later, Xia Ningbing opened her eyes, her gaze tranquil and undisturbed. Victory in battle. Accumulated victories. 199. Reward. A wisp of primordial purple qi. Comparison countdown. 1 month. Within the system's space, a nearly transparent wisp of purple energy floated silently, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. Even Xia Ningbing, whose mind was as serene as an ancient well, felt a ripple of excitement. Primordial purple qi. A treasure born at the dawn of creation, possessing boundless applications, most notably for the crafting of imperial weapons. Possessing this was akin to holding an imperial weapon in her grasp. In her past life, it was easily within her reach, yet for her present self, it was an invaluable treasure. The novice welfare period has ended. In subsequent battles, you must suppress your power to match that of your comparison target. Xia Ningbing's expression remained calm. She acknowledged that MOU was indeed a rare prodigy among millions. Even after losing all his cultivation to the remnants of the immortal realm within that ring, he had managed to return to the 8th layer of golden core in such a brief span of time. Such talent would be deemed extraordinary even in the immortal realm. However, even among prodigies, there are disparities. After all, she had once suppressed an entire era as a supreme immortal emperor. Dealing with her junior brother would be as easy as pie. Suddenly, she recalled that losing would incur a penalty. Chapter 22. The punishment game for the defeated. Indeed, failure will result in a punishment game. Since binding to the system, you have sworn an oath with your Dao heart to abide by the rules set forth by the system. Should you fail to fulfill the punishment game, your Dao heart will suffer a severe blow. The consequences may range from cracks to complete shattering. Xia Ningbing frowned slightly, then relaxed. The shattering of one's Dao heart is a monumental setback for a cultivator. Once damaged, progress halts, or worse, regresses. And repairing a Dao heart is an arduous task akin to ascending to the heavens. She understood the stakes and would never gamble with her path. Nonetheless, so what? How could a dignified immortal emperor possibly lose to MOU? The outcome was already predetermined. She slowly closed her eyelids, veiling her profound purple gaze, and continued to immerse herself in her cultivation. In this lifetime, she would refine every realm to perfection, leaving no regrets. With the most flawless demeanor, she would step into that supreme realm. MOU, cradling the petite Su Meyer in his arms, descended the mountain step by step. No wonder his third senior sister was always so cold. It turns out she is the reincarnation of an immortal emperor. Ha, little you. A hearty laugh suddenly interrupted MOU's thoughts. The voice belonged to Sheng Shuzi, the head of the Tianxian Holy Land. Following the sound, MOU paused his steps. A venerable elder in a dark robe floated towards him, embodying the standard image of a sect leader in the realm of cultivation, with a kind expression and bright eyes. Beside him stood a young maiden, observing Mou with curious, lively eyes. Before Mou could speak, Shang Shuzi eagerly exclaimed, "Little you, come and meet my newly accepted disciple, Ling Luo." At just 28, she has already reached the nascent soul stage. Only a hair's breadth behind that sword prodigy of the sword sect. His words brimmed with pride. Turning to the young girl, Shang Shuzi said kindly, "Ling Luo, this is your little master uncle, Mou, the contemporary saint of our Tianxian Holy Land." Upon hearing this, the girl performed a graceful bow toward Mou, her voice clear and melodious. "Greetings, little master uncle." Mou's gaze fell upon Ling Luo. She wore a simple yet elegant robe that accentuated her graceful figure. Her beauty transcending the ordinary, reminiscent of a lotus emerging from water. Her large, bright eyes sparkled with clarity, seemingly untouched by the world's impurities, radiating a wholesome neighborly charm. Mou nodded slightly and clasped his hands. "Congratulations, senior brother, on acquiring such a fine disciple." Shang Shuzi stroked his beard, smiling with delight. "I plan to establish her as a saintess and cultivate her as the heir of our sect." Mou replied. "It is indeed a joyous occasion that you have finally found a successor, senior brother." A hint of regret crossed Shang Shuzi's face. "Though you may not become the head of the Tianxian Holy Land in the future, do not lose heart." He suddenly paused, his mouth agape in astonishment. "Little you, you've reached the 8th layer of golden core?" His voice involuntarily rose by several octaves, clearly taken aback. "This time, I was fortunate to gain some opportunities outside." Mou responded. "Wait, you went into seclusion for a bit, and you jumped from 3 years of stagnation directly to the 8th layer of golden core? You're only 24, right?" Shang Shuzi's face was a canvas of disbelief. It is worth noting that even the current #1 nascent soul cultivator, that sword prodigy from the sword sect, had only stepped into the nascent soul stage at the age of 24 after years of diligent practice since birth. At the age of 24, Mou had commenced his cultivation at the tender age of 4, achieving the golden core stage by 14. However, after 3 years of decline, he remarkably ascended back to the 8th layer of the golden core within just 7 years. Could it be said that Mou is the greatest prodigy in the history of Tianyuan continent over the past millennia? His peculiar senior sisters, whose ages remain ambiguous, may not even compare to him, judging by their current pace of cultivation. He forcefully suppressed his astonishment, rationalizing it as mere luck, possibly having stumbled upon significant opportunities. Perhaps, with meticulous nurturing in the Holy Land, Ling Luo could one day stand alongside or even surpass Mou. Moreover, Mou's impetuous nature rendered him an unsuitable candidate for leadership among any sect. He silently reassured himself. With keen interest, Mou scrutinized Ling Luo, who, in turn, unabashedly met his gaze, their eyes intertwining in the air. The absence of the system's declaration labeling her as the daughter of fortune suggested that she bore no connection to him. He accessed Ling Luo's profile. Name, Yi Ling Luo. Fortune, purple. Description, saintess of the demon sect, tasked with infiltrating the Tianxian Holy Land, adept at disguise and transformation. Although her demonic form is not an exceptional furnace, engaging in role-playing holds its own allure. Coughing. Mou nearly choked on his own saliva upon reading the system's description. "Little you, what's wrong?" Shang Shuzi inquired, puzzled. "Nothing at all," Mou replied, casting a strange glance at Shang Shuzi. Poor brother Shinsu, with all this energy spent seeking an heir, he might as well beget one himself. He discreetly cast an eye toward Yi Ling Luo, reflecting inwardly. Indeed, her disguise was impeccable. Without the system's hint, he would have remained oblivious. Meanwhile, Yi Ling Luo fixed her gaze intently on Mou. Is this truly the renowned prodigy of the younger generation in Tianyuan continent? Beyond his handsome visage, nothing else seemed particularly remarkable. It was only natural that she, in this generation, ought to be the foremost. Although she appeared slightly inferior to that sword prodigy from the sword sect, deep down, she always felt herself superior. Moreover, she had yet to employ the demon sect as cultivation techniques. Once she did, her speed of advancement would undoubtedly accelerate. Her attention then drifted to the slumbering white fox nestled in Mou's arms, an enchanting creature, Su Meier, his senior sister, her strength unknown. Yet, judging by her languid demeanor, she likely posed no threat. "All right, little you, we must take our leave." Shang Shuzi interrupted their silent exchange. With a wave of his broad sleeve, a gentle radiance enveloped Yi Ling Luo, and their figures vanished into a streak of light. Mou gazed contemplatively in the direction where Yi Ling Luo had disappeared. When would be the opportune moment to surprise the demon sect? He was uncertain of the specific faction that had dispatched her. After some contemplation, Mou decided to set this matter aside for now. His immediate priority lay in cultivating and subsequently seeking out the Qin family, who were likely intertwined with the practitioners of evil. If 8 out of 10 demon cultivators were nefarious, then all practitioners of evil could potentially escape unscathed. Finding a clear patch on the mountain, he gently set down Su Meier. "Sister Meier, I am about to break through." Su Meier lazily stretched her body, nodding gently, her voice imbued with a hint of allure. Brother, remember to call for your sister once you've completed your breakthrough. With that, she curled up and drifted back into slumber. Chapter 23. Su Meier. The destiny-driven idol system seated cross-legged, Mou immersed his mind in the chaotic yin-yang technique. This method bifurcated into yin and yang. Men cultivated yang, while women cultivated yin, with their harmonious balance complementing one another. Those who practiced both methods together would reap double the rewards, journeying forth with unparalleled speed. He endeavored to harness the spiritual energy within him, following the prescribed path of the technique. In an instant, the golden core within his dantian spun vigorously, radiating a brilliant golden light akin to a miniature sun, its brilliance overwhelming. The spiritual energy surged through his meridians, and he was astonished to discover that he resonated perfectly with this technique. It must be due to his chaotic divine body. Furthermore, the speed of cultivation dictated by this method was nothing short of terrifying, outstripping the foundational techniques of the Tianxian Holy Land by 100-fold. To put it into perspective, relying solely on the Tianxian sacred canon, even with extraordinary talent and without serendipitous fortune, it would require 2 years of diligent effort to ascend from the 8th to the 9th layer of the golden core. Yet, with this technique, he would need merely a month. Should he consume ample resources to aid his cultivation, this duration could be condensed to a mere 7 days. A month was merely the limit of the world's spiritual energy, not the ultimate boundary of the technique itself. Thus, achieving immortality would be a breeze. What calamity could withstand his might? With this thought, a slight smile graced Mou's lips. Everything he had attained was through his efforts. However, the future would not remain the same. Deep Blue enhance. He swallowed a third-grade breaking through pill, its potency unfurling like a nourishing rain, revitalizing his entire being. Within his dantian, the golden core was now adorned with countless fissures, ready to give birth to the nascent soul. In an instant, he transcended to the 9th layer of the golden core, success. Without a moment's pause, he pressed on, concentrating his consciousness on the nether flame residing in his dantian, utilizing it to cultivate the grand burning heaven technique and strive toward the nascent soul stage. Su Meier elegantly unfurled her form, her 6 pristine tails gently swaying behind her like soft, fluffy clouds. She languidly squinted her enchanting pink eyes, her gaze fixed upon the cross-legged Mou not far away. The 9th layer of the golden core, the little one has grown stronger again. It was high time for her to exert herself. She wouldn't want to be surpassed one day. Suddenly, a translucent panel appeared, visible only to her. Name, Su Meier, realm, 6th layer of the return to void stage. Cultivation multiplier, 100, reward multiplier, 100 destiny-driven idol system. As long as she idled near a specific target, she would automatically gain cultivation and rewards, with the efficiency determined by the target's fortune. All individuals on Suiwei Mountain bore significant fortunes, except for her junior sister Ling Qingyue, who was somewhat less capable. The foundational multipliers provided by others were generally equivalent. However, since Mou was of the opposite gender, her idol efficiency doubled, which was why she had always held a fondness for this junior brother. Su Meier reminisced about the day when her master brought Mou back to the sect. He had been just a little boy then, with clear eyes that invited one to embrace and cherish him. Had it not been for her master taking him as a disciple, she would have wanted to refine him into a doll to keep close at all times. Yet, her junior brother was beyond such arrangements. She could only idle in the conventional manner. From Mou's childhood, she had relished sleeping in his embrace, ensuring maximum cultivation efficiency. Just moments ago, she was astonished to discover that her idol multiplier had reached an unprecedented maximum of 666 times. Typically, when idling near other senior sisters, the speed would only reach dozens of times. In the past, idling near Mou had yielded around 100 times. Now, the improvement was staggering. Su Meier inwardly reveled in her fortune, though tinged with regret. Were it not for Mou being her junior brother, she would have desired to refine him into a companion forever by her side. Once her brother married, she would no longer have the luxury of idling near him. Suddenly, ominous thunder rumbled overhead, and dark clouds rolled in. The previously clear sky was swiftly obscured by thick, heavy clouds, resembling a vast black curtain shrouding the entirety of Tsuwei Peak. Su Meier gazed at this abrupt transformation, her heart churning with tumultuous waves. This fool, having just broken through to the 9th layer, was not satisfied and intended to challenge the nascent soul stage without any preparation. This reckless imbecile was courting disaster. The 6th-9th heavenly tribulation was no trifling matter. The celestial phenomenon above Tsuwei Peak quickly drew the attention of the higher echelons of the Tianxian Holy Land. Streams of light streaked across the sky, racing toward Tsuwei Peak. Among them were the recently departed Saint Shuzi and Yiling Luo, as well as the esteemed Elder Qingxian. They hovered in the air, their gazes fixed upon Mou, with his eyes tightly shut and spiritual energy swirling around him. Mou formed a colossal vortex that voraciously consumed the surrounding spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Haha, I have never witnessed anyone from Tsui Peak undergoing their tribulation. Today, I shall observe closely. Elder Qin Xian laughed heartily, stroking his beard. Wasn't he only at the 8th level of the Golden Core just moments ago? Is he truly about to face his tribulation? Saint Shuzi exclaimed in astonishment. Are you losing your wits? Can't you see the junior is clearly undergoing his tribulation? Questioned another elder. Saint Shuzi is not mistaken. I too encountered little Yu, and he is indeed at the 8th level, Elder Qin Xian clarified. In an instant, the gathered elders were left dumbfounded. Could one truly experience consecutive breakthroughs? Elder Qin Xian remarked. There is nothing astonishing about this. How could the disciple of the esteemed Yeshi may be the same as us mere mortals? Everyone displayed expressions of enlightenment, nodding in profound understanding. Yiling Luo's heart brimmed with shock. Are all of Yeshi Mei's disciples like this? The demon sect possessed scant intelligence about Tsui Peak. Only aware that Yeshi Mei was a heavy drinker and a gambling enthusiast. While he faced tribulation, he posed little threat. His eldest disciple, Luo Suxin, was the foremost individual in the Tianyuan continent and was on the verge of ascension, warranting no concern. The second disciple, by Shuangying, was the top figure below the Great Ascension and immersed in the battlefield of Zhongma Yuan, with prospects for ascension within 200 years, also not a source of worry. Little was known about the others. Only the fifth disciple, Mo had inexplicably become a cripple 10 years ago and had since vanished without a trace. Who could have anticipated that he would return so powerfully, revealing such terrifying talent? The Tianxian Holy Land must be harboring a grand conspiracy. Yiling Luo felt a tightening in her chest. She must report this matter and abandon her plans against the Tianxian Holy Land. Above in the skies, the calamity clouds thickened ominously, dark and oppressive as if poised to engulf the entire world. Ladies and gentlemen, how about we place a wager and speculate on the number of tribulation bolts little you will face? Saint Shuzi suddenly proposed, shattering the silence. Upon hearing this, everyone's spirits lifted, intrigued by the suggestion. Excellent. I concur, Elder Qingxian laughed heartily. Then let us proceed as the sect leader suggests and place our bets. As per our usual custom, 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. The other elders readily echoed his sentiment. Saint Shuzi turned to Yiling Luo, explaining. The 6-9 tribulation is what a nascent soul cultivator must face. The greater the number of heavenly bolts, the more potential one possesses. Typically, 36 bolts signify a prodigy among countless individuals. Over 45 bolts indicate extraordinary talent, while 54 bolts are exceedingly rare, suggesting the potential for immortality. Chapter 24. Facing the heavenly tribulation. Conjoining with the Tao of the nascent soul, Yiling Luo nodded slightly. She was well aware of this. Her own tribulation count was 54, the same as that of the sword sect's Jianzi. This was also the source of her confidence in competing against Jianzi. The gathered elders began to announce their predictions. 50, 53, 52. Saint Shuzi smiled faintly. I believe it will be 54 bolts. What say you, Elder Qingxian? I too predict 54 bolts, Elder Qingxian replied. In the heavens, the calamity clouds churned and grew, the thunder rumbling ominously. Judging by the scale of this calamity cloud, it seems it will exceed 50 bolts. This cloud is significantly larger than that which I faced during my own ascension, Elder Qingxian continued. Based on my years of experience, I would assert this cloud will yield 54 bolts. Saint Shuzi's eyes gleamed with fervor, declaring, Our holy son possesses the potential for immortality. The crowd nodded in agreement. Time passed, each second stretching out. Finally, the calamity clouds ceased their tumultuous changes. They hung silently in the sky, resembling a slumbering behemoth, poised to awaken and unleash its world-destructive might. The gathered individuals held their breath, awaiting the final outcome. Atop the mountain peak, Xia Ningbing slowly opened her eyes and gazed towards the heavens. A glimmer of peculiarity flashed in her violet irises. 6-9 united, her lips parted slightly, whispering to herself, indeed. An eerie silence enveloped the mountaintop. The gazes of the onlookers converged on the calamity cloud, which seemed to have solidified. It neither expanded further nor released the anticipated bolts of thunder. It merely hung quietly in the air. What is happening? Why has the calamity cloud ceased its movement? Indeed, ordinarily, once the calamity cloud gathers, it should unleash the heavenly bolts, but why is there no sign of action? The elders began to murmur among themselves. Elder Qingxuan's expression grew grave as he fixed his eyes intently on the cloud. Suddenly, he trembled, exclaiming, The tribulation has unified. It's actually the unification of the tribulation. How could this be possible? Elder Qingxian, what does it mean for the tribulation to unify? Saint Shuzi inquired hurriedly. The unification of the tribulation means all the heavenly bolts coalesce into a singular strike, the force of which far surpasses that of ordinary tribulations by 100-fold. Such a tribulation can only be invoked by one blessed with immense fortune, destined to attain immortality. While it poses a tremendous challenge for the cultivator, the benefits that follow are equally monumental. After undergoing the tribulation's purification, the cultivator will emerge even stronger. Elder Qingxuan's voice quivered with excitement. Destined to attain immortality? The crowd gasped in unison, the temperature around them rising. Yi Lingluo stared fixedly at the calamity cloud in the sky, her eyes filled with terror. Destined to attain immortality. How terrifying. The Tianqian Holy Land is poised to dominate the Tianyuan continent for yet another era. How could the heavens be so unjust, allowing one to follow another? The Tianqian Holy Land is perilous. This unified tribulation will surely be even more treacherous. Can little you withstand it? Though Saint Shuzi was astonished. A hint of worry crept into his thoughts as well. It is difficult to say. Elder Qingxian slowly shook his head, his brow furrowed with deep lines. Yi Lingluo's delicate hand, concealed within her sleeve, tightened into a fist, her knuckles turning white as she silently prayed. Heavenly Tao, you must strike him down. Living in the same era as such a prodigy is nothing short of a nightmare. Atop Zuowei Peak, Yu gazed up at the sky. Why hasn't the tribulation struck yet? Suddenly, the urgent voice of Yanqi echoed in his mind. Little you, quickly, muster all your strength to resist this tribulation. If all the heavenly bolts converge, one misstep could lead to death. What do you mean? Yu was taken aback, confusion swirling within him. Yet, his trust in Yanqi was unwavering, and he immediately complied. His golden core within the Dantian spun wildly. An immense surge of spiritual energy flooding through his limbs like a river bursting its banks. At the same time, a sudden change occurred in the heavens. A colossal golden lightning pillar, resembling a furious dragon, roared down from the ninth heaven, carrying with it the might to obliterate the world, heading straight for Mu. Where the golden lightning pillar passed, the very fabric of space twisted, emitting deafening explosions, as if unable to bear the weight of such terrifying power. The air was thick with an oppressive aura of destruction. What the? Mu felt a jolt of shock, his body bristling with goosebumps. Is this the nascent soul's lightning tribulation? He hurriedly invoked his divine power, activating the indestructible golden body. A faint golden glow enveloped his form in an instant. Boom. The golden lightning pillar struck Mu with tremendous force. In that moment, Zuowei Peak was engulfed in radiant golden light. In the distance, all the elders stood agape, their faces registering astonishment. Can he really survive this? I couldn't withstand such a blow at my golden core stage. Forget about your golden core, even at the transformation stage. I couldn't endure this strike, the elders debated amongst themselves. Everyone, it would be prudent to prepare to apologize to Yexianzi. Her precious disciple is likely to be struck down by heavenly lightning before our very eyes, Elder Qingxian sighed. Clearly, he held little hope for Mu's survival. Yi Lingluo shut her eyes tightly, unable to bear to watch. It was terrifying. Even at the pinnacle of the golden core, she would not dare face this tribulation. Even a mere remnant wave could annihilate her. The Tianqian Holy Sun was likely doomed beyond salvation. The Tianyuan continent would lose another potential immortal. The demon sect would lose one of its future adversaries. At the peak, Xian Ningbing gazed intently at the sight of Mu's tribulation. Her normally tranquil amethyst eyes now shimmered with a ripple of surprise. The world often claims that the heavens are devoid of compassion, yet in truth, even the celestial realm harbors feelings. As the apex of all living beings, humanity is particularly favored by the divine order. The intensity of tribulations is always commensurate with the practitioner's strength, leaving a slender thread of survival. The formidable tribulation confronting Mu approached the very limits of the sixth, heavenly tribulation. This could only signify that the heavenly order deemed him capable of withstanding this divine thunder. This revelation took her aback, yet it was merely a fleeting surprise. Such prowess undoubtedly places him in a position of unparalleled dominance within this lesser world, but in the realm of the 3,000 celestial domains, he would merely be regarded as moderately gifted. There might exist a slender chance for him to ascend to the imperial throne, yet to triumph over her, who shares the same realm. He remains woefully insufficient. Mu exhaled deeply, a wave of relief washing over him. That was terrifying. Fortunately, he possessed the indestructible golden body. Otherwise, he would have been bedridden for at least a month. Was the heavenly order being excessively harsh, as though it were his own progenitor? He began to attune himself to the changes within his body. The golden Dan within his dantian had vanished, replaced by a diminutive figure standing a mere 3 inches tall. This figure was resplendent, radiating a gentle yet commanding luminescence, starkly contrasting with the Yuan Yin he had previously encountered. Its brilliance was unmistakably inscribed upon its visage. Yanqi, I believe my Yuan Yin is somewhat different this time. It seems to possess greater strength. Typically, practitioners within the first 3 tiers of the Yuan Yin stage have fragile manifestations that cannot endure prolonged separation from their bodies. However, he was an exception. Even when his Yuan Yin was distanced from him for an extended period, he felt no discomfort. Furthermore, the spiritual power contained within was profoundly potent. It was a heavenly Dao Yuan Yin. Yanqi's voice resonated in his mind, laced with an undeniable excitement. What is that? Mu wondered, perplexed by the notion that Yuan Yins could possess grades in this world. Yanqi patiently elucidated, Yuan Yins are classified into 3 tiers: heavenly Dao, earthly Dao, and human Dao. Surmounting 54 heavenly tribulations culminates in the formation of an earthly Dao Yuan Yin, while the unification with heavenly thunder results in the attainment of a heavenly Dao Yuan Yin. The heavenly Dao Yuan Yin is significantly more powerful than the ordinary variant. In comparable circumstances, a practitioner with a heavenly Dao Yuan Yin can often contend against 100 earthly Dao Yuan Yin practitioners without faltering. Moreover, based on the scale of your tribulation, you have already grazed the limits of the 6th, 9 heavenly tribulation. What you have manifested is the pinnacle of the heavenly Dao Yuan Yin. Her enthusiasm grew with each word. Xiaoyu, you could be considered a moderately gifted prodigy even in the celestial realm, possessing the potential for imperial stature. Mou coughed lightly. Such declarations should not be made lightly. They bear great karmic implications. However, do not let this inflate your pride. Despite the potential for imperial stature, the opportunity remains but a slender thread. In my time, I too possessed a heavenly Dao Yuan Yin. Though not the most exceptional, it was commendable. Yet even so, I could not glimpse the threshold of the celestial emperor. Despite her words, Mou was still grounded in the lower realm. Upon ascending to the upper realm, he would undoubtedly exceed his current potential. Perhaps he might indeed realize the lofty title of celestial emperor. The thought made her lips curl into a proud smile. Mou internally scoffed. Clearly, you are the one who should be more prideful. He steadied his mind. This was not the end. He could continue to push his boundaries. He retrieved a plethora of spirit stones from his storage ring and resumed his fervent practice of the great burning heaven art, voraciously absorbing spiritual energy. The golden light gradually dissipated. Su Meier, positioned closest, observed Mou's form and breathed a sigh of relief. That was utterly terrifying. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she scrutinized Mou, astonished. This little fellow emerged unscathed? It is worth noting that even with her system, she could scarcely withstand such a terrifying tribulation during her Golden Dan phase. Yet, Mou had accomplished it. It seemed that venturing out indeed bore its advantages. One might stumble upon extraordinary fortunes. Senior sister Luo Su Xian particularly relished her excursions into the world, and she was undoubtedly the strongest. As Su Meier prepared to approach, she noticed that Mou was still in the midst of a breakthrough. Anger surged within her, an immense frustration. This troublesome little brother was truly too much to bear. She resolved to find an opportunity to teach him a proper lesson. Saint Shuzi and the elders prepared to enter the mountains to collect Mou's remains. However, as they traversed the array of the Tsui Peak, they discovered that Mou was, astonishingly, safe and sound, seated there, even continuing his cultivation. What is this? He is completely unharmed? The elders exchanged incredulous glances, as if they had witnessed a ghost. Saint Shuzi was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter. Our sect's holy son possesses the potential of a celestial being. He is destined to ascend. Yiling Luo gazed intently at Mou, her enchanting eyes shimmering with a kaleidoscope of emotions, as tumultuous waves surged within her heart. This is unprecedented. He remains alive. The Tianxin sacred land shall reign over the Tianyuan continent for a millennium, perhaps even longer. Elder Qingxian wore a triumphant smile. Since Xiaoyu is unharmed, each of you shall present him with 10,000 high-quality spirit stones. Do not forget to bring them forth promptly. The elders handed over the spirit stones to Qingxian and Saint Shuzi. Although they had lost spirit stones, their expressions betrayed no significant dismay. Mou's survival was indeed a momentous blessing. Mou slowly opened his eyes. He had now ascended to the 3rd tier of the Yuanyin stage. His strength significantly augmented. The great burning heaven art had also advanced to the mid-tier of the heavenly grade. He felt confident that he could now triumph over that sword sect's prodigy. Assessing his current state, he realized that he could effortlessly obliterate the version of himself from yesterday. At that moment, he noticed a gathering of over a dozen elders around him. The leaders of the Qi Peak, Dan Peak, Sword Peak, Spirit Beast Peak, and 5 Elements Peak had converged here. Esteemed brothers and uncles, this is, Saint Shuzi smiled gently. No need for formality. We have simply come to observe. He stepped forward, lightly patting Mou's shoulder, his eyes brimming with admiration. Well done, my young friend. Continuous breakthroughs. Remarkable. You embody a fraction of the old man's former grandeur. Thank you for your kind words, senior brother, Mou responded. After a moment as contemplation, he continued, esteemed brothers, I have recently taken on a disciple. Elder Qingxuan's eyes sparkled with interest. Indeed, everyone, Xiaoyu has acquired a disciple. You elders should express your congratulations appropriately. Mou cast a grateful glance at Qingxian. This uncle was truly commendable. Saint Shuzi pondered for a moment before declaring, in that case, I shall bestow upon you 100,000 high-quality spirit stones as a congratulatory gift. This is to celebrate both your acceptance of a disciple and your breakthrough into the Yuan-Yin realm. He presented a series of gifts, Shisue Dan, which could enhance one's qualifications and elevate cultivation potential. 10 mystic spirit colorful feather chickens, exquisite spirit beasts meant for daily sustenance, and the 5 elements spirit absorbing bracelet. A high-quality spiritual artifact that could expedite cultivation speed, making it a splendid treasure for your disciple. The Thunder Hammer, another high-quality artifact, was equally versatile for both forging and combat, a must-have for any formidable warrior. After bidding farewell to the elders, Mou meticulously examined the gifts, unable to suppress a smile. While the system had provided him with superior rewards, those were, after all, akin to cheating. This was an entirely different meaning, one derived from genuine effort. Just as he reveled in his bountiful harvest, he suddenly felt a chill at his ear. A soft yet firm finger pinched his earlobe, twisting it gently. "You've grown bold, haven't you? Dare to frighten your sister?" A sultry voice, laced with mock indignation, echoed in his ear. "Sister Mayor, how could I ever frighten you? Even if I were to deceive my master, I would never dare to scare you." Mou quickly turned around to find a captivating beast-eared lady before him. Her silken silver hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her pink eyes, slightly upturned at the corners, radiated an enchanting allure, capable of bewitching the soul. Her fluffy white fox ears quivered slightly, adding a touch of charm. Clad in a flowing white gauze dress, her graceful figure was accentuated to perfection. The delicate curves were even more pronounced than Dream Lan Yin's. This was Su Meier in her humanoid form, and she appeared quite irate, a rarity as she typically preferred her beastly form. Su Meier leaned in close, her nose nearly brushing against Mou's face, her breath fragrant like orchids. "You, always so reckless. Should you ever lose your life, none would be left to collect your remains." Despite this admonition, she released her grip. In a fleeting moment, she transformed into a holy white fox, leaping into Mou's embrace. He hastily extended his hands to catch her, gently caressing Su Meier's soft fur while soothingly murmuring, all right, I promise to be more careful next time. Sister Meier, please do not be upset." Su Meier, nestled in his arms, let out a soft huff, offering no response. Instead, she nuzzled her fluffy little head deeper into his embrace, seemingly seeking a more comfortable position. Before her, a system panel materialized, revealing that the idol multiplier had reached an astonishing 666 times. Sheng Shuzi returned to Tianxian Peak, dismissing Yi Lingluo, and contacted Yi Shimei using a communication talisman. Yi Shimei's figure gradually emerged, clad in an ethereal lavender gown. Her long, ebony hair cascaded down like a waterfall, carelessly draped over her shoulders. Leaning languidly against a soft couch, her posture radiated elegance, though it could not conceal her breathtaking beauty. Her visage was stunning beyond measure, as if it had gathered all the spiritual essence of the world, every feature perfectly harmonized and flawless. Upon beholding this woman, Sheng Shuzi's previously erect posture crumbled, his knees buckling as he knelt before her, his voice choked with emotion. Ancestor. Chapter 26. Yi Shimei. The Destiny Disciple system, an elder with hair as white as snow, wept before a woman who appeared to be no more than 20 years old. The scene reeked of the surreal. Moreover, this elder was the leader of Tianxian Holy Land. Should outsiders learn of this, they would surely be left aghast. "Did I not tell you not to call me Ancestor? It sounds so awkward. Let us get to the point without any dilly-dallying," Yi Shimei said, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, her lips parting with a hint of annoyance. "Ancestor, I implore you for a favor. You must grant my request," Sheng Shuzi pleaded, his voice thick with tears. "Speak quickly." "I am quite busy," Yi Shimei replied coolly, her slender fingers picking up a nearby wine gourd and gently shaking it. "Please, allow Xiao Yu to become the next sect leader. Our Tianxian Holy Land cannot afford to be without him," Sheng Shuzi exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Luo Suxin, Bai Shuangying, Xia Ningbing, and Su Meier all voiced their discontent. "If you do not permit Mou to comply, we will be left without a successor." Yi Shimei set down the wine gourd, her autumn-like eyes glinting with confusion. What on earth has transpired? Why the sudden fervor? Xiao Yu's heavenly tribulation is a combination of 6 and 9, the utmost challenge. Is that all? You come to me over such a trivial matter? Yi Shimei's tone dripped with impatience. Clearly, as the ancestor, she possessed greater knowledge and insight than Sheng Shuzi. Not merely that, the power of his heavenly tribulation is unfathomable. Even at the stage of divine transformation, I could not withstand it. Yet he emerged unscathed, Sheng Shuzi asserted. "Do not jest," Yi Shimei scoffed. "The potency of a heavenly tribulation correlates with the cultivator's strength. It is impossible to emerge unscathed. Ancestor, I speak only the truth. All witnessed it." Not only was he unharmed, but he also consecutively broke through several minor realms. Yi Shimei fell silent. After a prolonged pause, she finally spoke. "I shall return in due time." "Ancestor, you have yet to agree." Sheng Shuzi wished to say more, but Yi Shimei's ethereal form had already vanished. Simultaneously, in the Taixing domain, within the elegant room suffused with the subtle fragrance of sandalwood, Yi Shimei languidly reclined against the soft couch, her long, fair fingers lightly tapping the table, producing a clear sound. How could he transcend the tribulation without injury? Is it possible that the limits of the 6-9 thunder cannot harm him? System, do you possess any knowledge? The child of destiny, endowed with great fortune, is capable of extraordinary feats. Yi Shimei pondered this, acknowledging its truth. Her several disciples were each more extraordinary than the last, performing astonishing deeds without surprise. New child of destiny detected. Shu Yuli. Location, Tianxian Holy Land. Host is urged to accept them as a disciple expeditiously. Upon hearing this, Yishime's eyes sparkled, her earlier languor evaporating in an instant. The 7th. At last, one has appeared. I am finally poised to ascend. The Destiny Disciple System. Accepting disciples enhances strength. Collecting 7 children of destiny would grant her direct ascension to the celestial realm, transforming her into an immortal emperor. A step toward the heavens. The system had bestowed upon her infinite lifespan, yet she had never managed to break through to the great ascension stage, no matter her efforts. Now, having gathered 6 children of destiny, she needed but one more to achieve completeness. Throughout the years, she had encountered numerous fortunate souls. For instance, there was a lad named Tangi, who began caring for his physically sound father at the tender age of 2. Yet the system dismissed him, deeming him unworthy. Then there was the eldest disciple of a minor sect, who tended to his fellow disciples with utmost care, almost like a mother hen. The system still rejected him, labeling him a turtle man. Even among the maidens, there was a pure one, yet the system refused to accept eunuchs. Had it not been for Mou, she might have doubted the system's preference for males. Now that the 7th child of destiny had finally emerged, how could she not be exhilarated? Yishime sprang to her feet, intent on returning at once. Just then, the door gently swung open. Are you leaving? A woman clad in an opulent purple robe stepped in, closely followed by Ling Qingyue. The newcomer was Ling Qingyue, the leader of Tithing Holy Land. She emanated an aura of regal authority, exuding grace and elegance. She was also Ling Qingyue's mentor and adoptive mother, their bond akin to that of true mother and daughter. I am going. I shall seek you out for drinks another day. Before Yishime's words could fully escape her lips, her figure had already vanished, leaving only a lingering trace of fragrance. Ling Qingyue snorted softly, hoping she would never return. After Yishime's departure, the room fell into a brief silence. Ling Qingyue suddenly spoke, her voice as cool as moonlight. Master, I have a request to make, and I hope you will grant it. What is it? Ling Qingyue's gaze settled upon Ling Qingyue. Ling Qingyue bit her crimson lip, hesitating for a moment before finally speaking. I wish to annul my engagement to the son of Tianxian. Why? Ling Qingyue's brows furrowed. She could not fathom why Ling Qingyue, typically so obedient and sensible, would suddenly voice such a demand. While it was true that her master and Aunt Yi had wagered her as part of a bet, they both understood that Tixing Holy Land's current predicament necessitated the assistance of Tianxian Holy Land. Furthermore, the son of Tianxian had not been a waste since the age of 7. He was not only handsome, but he also had a formidable senior sister. Even if he were to be deemed incapable, it is not because of these reasons. Ling Qingyue interrupted Ling Qingyue's thoughts. The memory of the events that transpired in the Yin-Yang sect's secret realm surfaced involuntarily in her mind. Perhaps it was an inappropriate affection for that stranger. Or perhaps a desire to protect the reputation of Tixing Holy Land. Or perhaps a fear of igniting a conflict between the two sections. Regardless, this marriage must be called off. I have already lost my virtue. I cannot face the son of Tianxian again, Ling Qingyue stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingyue's regal face instantly turned as cold as ice. Her aura shifted dramatically, a powerful pressure surging forth like a tide. What on earth has occurred? Ling Qingyue recounted her ordeal from that night, without embellishment or concealment, narrating it as if it were the tale of another. As she finished, she lowered her gaze slightly, adding, all of this arose from my actions, and I left no means to track down that person. Please do not blame him, master. Ling Qingyue listened intently. Her expression fluctuated, a mixture of anger, confusion, and concern playing across her dignified features. Ultimately, she sighed deeply, her voice tinged with helplessness and sorrow. You should have eliminated that man at the time. I only hope he does not hinder your future cultivation. The one who defiled her disciple would undoubtedly be lost to them forever, in the vast expanse of the Tianyuan continent. Seeking a chi-refining practitioner is akin to chasing a fantastical dream. The marriage engagement is undoubtedly unattainable. As the foremost power in the Tianyuan continent, how could the Tianxian sacred land permit its holy son to wed a woman who has been sullied? Ultimately, she let out a long sigh. Very well. I shall accompany you to the Tianxian sacred land to annul this marriage. Chapter 27. Yishime is untrustworthy. As night descended, Zue peaked bathed in the ethereal moonlight. Chicken soup is ready. The melodious voice shattered the tranquility. Mou looked up to see Ling Wanqing gracefully approaching, a bowl of steaming chicken soup cradled in her hands. She was adorned in the familiar attire, indistinguishable from the puppet he had encountered previously. One could only wonder if she was indeed real. He opened his panel. Name, Ling Wanqing. Fortune, 10,000. Gold. Affection, 100. Absolute trust. Description, adopted by Mou since childhood, suffers from paranoia, believing that nothing in the world is trustworthy. Never reveals her true self, possesses an innate Tao embryo, which enhances her comprehension of the great Tao as a furnace. It turned out she was a stable protagonist. Mou understood in his heart. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Surely, He did not remain ignorant of what this girl looked like. Upon reflection, he realized that she was rather ordinary in appearance, so ordinary it seemed intentional. Lacking both glaring flaws and significant virtues, her caution bordered on excessive. Did she even guard against her senior brother? Detected that Ling Qingyue is completely submissive to you. This system does not advocate for incestuous relationships, but respects your preferences. The villain's counterattack has succeeded. Reward: immortal grade formation, talismans, alchemical insights, and corresponding immortal artifacts. Immortal artifacts: heavenly pivot array disc, spirit glimmering pen, divine casting cauldron, immortal flame alchemy furnace. In an instant, a torrent of immense information surged into MOU's mind. Formations, talismans, forging, and alchemy. An abundance of profound knowledge intertwined, collided, and ultimately coalesced within his consciousness. His mastery in these domains instantly reached the pinnacle of the lower realms. He focused his thoughts and examined the system space. Indeed, he now possessed an array disc, a spirit pen, a treasured cauldron, and an alchemy furnace. Yet, why was the forging done with a cauldron? Amidst his confusion, information regarding these immortal artifacts flooded into his mind, and he soon comprehended. Both the heavenly pivot array disc and spirit glimmering pen were auxiliary immortal artifacts, serving conventional functions of assisting in formations and drawing talismans. The other two were distinct, fully automated immortal artifacts. Toss in materials, and they would produce finished products automatically. For instance, with the divine casting cauldron, one could simply throw in silk threads, envision the desired garment, and it would materialize. Although the insights into forging included skills such as blacksmithing and tailoring, he found himself preferring this one-click production method. Moreover, he could recreate garments from his past life: stockings, JK uniforms, made outfits. At this thought, his face flushed with embarrassment. The system's voice continued to resonate. Would you like to plunder fortune? No. Fortune remains unchanged. Villain points: 1,000. You realized that acquiring such a protagonist-level character yielded rewards far more substantial than those from side characters. This time, he had secured 4 immortal artifacts. He opened his own panel. Name: MOU. Realm: third layer of nascent soul. Constitution: chaotic divine body. 1. Pure yang kidney body. Cultivation method: Tianxian sacred classic, great burning heaven technique. Mid-tier celestial grade, upgradable. Chaotic yin yang decision, upgradable. Spells: Indestructible golden body. Treasure: human emperor banner. Gathering yin soul jade box, soul settling shao. Special: immortal bone, fragment. Underworld ghost fire. Fortune: 15, 200, holy dragon. Villain points: 8,600. With the cultivation of the chaotic yin yang decision, his chaotic divine body had also been developed to level 1. During this period, his villain points had risen to 8,600, allowing him to indulge in a shopping spree within the marketplace. At present, his spiritual essence could overwhelm peers of the same realm. However, he still lagged in spells, physique, and movement techniques. He could only be considered top tier, not yet capable of dominating. He contemplated purchasing items related to body refinement. Senior brother, aren't you eating? Ling Qingyue's sweet voice roused him from his reverie. MOU regained his focus, picked up a piece of chicken, and savored it thoughtfully. The chicken was succulent and juicy, melting in his mouth, imbued with a faint spiritual essence that lingered delightfully. I am eating. Qingyue's culinary skills have improved. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingyue's cheeks flushed slightly, and she beamed a sweet smile. I'm glad you like it. Chu Yuli cautiously placed a piece of meat into MOU's bowl. Master, do try this. Thank you. MOU nodded, then turned his gaze to the drowsy Su Meyer in his arms. Sister Meyer, aren't you eating? I'm fine. You all enjoy yourselves. Su Meyer replied languidly. Dining at the table would detract from her efficiency while idling. The small courtyard was filled with joyous laughter, a harmonious and serene scene. Watching this warm tableau, Ling Qingyue felt a swell of happiness. From today as tribulation, it seemed senior brother had grown even stronger. A heavenly down nascent soul. Moreover, he was far more formidable than his past life as heavenly down nascent soul. If only the elder sisters could cultivate a tad slower, they might remain to assist senior brother. Alas, in this lifetime, the elder sisters were progressing at an accelerated pace. Suddenly, Chu Yuli blinked her curious eyes and inquired, "What kind of person is our ancestor?" MOU answered candidly, "An unreliable old woman." Su Meyer lazily added, "A swindler. Not a single word she utters can be trusted." Chu Yuli's bright eyes widened in disbelief. Is our ancestor truly that unreliable? Ling Qingyue smiled gently, explaining, "Actually, Master is quite kind. But it's best not to heed her words or comply with her requests." MOU nodded. Treat her words as mere nonsense. Otherwise, one might find themselves sold without even realizing it. I see, Chu Yuli said, her eyes darting thoughtfully as she nodded lightly. If Master's credibility is rated at 100, then Ling Qingyue would be at 60, Su Meyer at 30, and the ancestor merely at 10. After the meal, MOU returned to his chamber, placing the gathering Yin Soul Jade box on the windowsill. The moonlight cascaded like water, illuminating the jade box and casting a faint ethereal glow. Thus, he could generate a soul pill each month. The immortal artifacts provided by the system were unadorned, yet had already recognized their master, alleviating concerns over covetous eyes. What is this? Sue Meyer, nestled in his arms, lazily lifted her gaze, curiosity evident in her eyes. I found it in the secret realm. It can store soul pills. Mou explained. Sue Meyer nodded slightly, a flicker of skepticism passing across her features, but she chose not to press further. Senior sister, I'm going to sleep now. Mou declared. Although cultivators could forego sleep, he still maintained a habit. In his previous life, he worked late into the night until midnight. In this life, to forego sleep would be to waste the opportunity of rebirth. You can sleep. Don't mind me. Sue Meyer squinted her fox-like eyes, her tone teasing. Oh. But Meng Lanin said she would come to play the flute for me. His head throbbed. Is that a problem for you? No, I have no objections. Reluctantly, Mou settled into a meditative posture, still cradling Sue Meyer. With no particular matters to attend to today, he was unable to enjoy the music. He sighed inwardly, focused his thoughts, and opened the system marketplace. There, he found a plethora of options, constitutions, cultivation methods, spells, treasures, and elixirs. At that moment, he noticed a time-limited discount. Goodness. So the system also indulges in such marketing tactics? He clicked on it. Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique, Upper Volume, Original Price, 100,000, Discount, 55,000 Villain Points. Binding Immortal Rope, Original Price, 30,000, Discount, 10,300 Villain Points. Void Indestructible, Original Price, 10,000, Discount, 10,100, 000 Villain Points. Mou's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such a steep discount was truly irresistible. He simply had to make the purchase. The Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique was a top-tier body refinement method. Anyone who had read novels would understand just how formidable this technique was. Chapter 28. Embracing the Senior Sister and Indulging in Temptation Without Hesitation. Mou made the purchase. Instantly, a vast ocean of knowledge surged into his mind. The human body harbors 840 million particles, which can awaken into a colossal elephant. The colossal elephant transforms into a dragon elephant, the dragon elephant into a primal elephant, and the primal elephant into a divine elephant. Should one cultivate all particles into a divine elephant, the sheer strength of their corporeal form would suffice to shatter the entire universe. Although the previous text only allows cultivation up to the colossal elephant, it is adequate for now. Once he perfects the cultivation of the previous text, he would surely amass enough points for subsequent villainous endeavors. As for the latter two, he had no plans to purchase them for the time being. The void is indestructible, and powerful divine abilities ensure that consciousness persists and true spirit endures. However, they are beyond his financial reach. The Binding Immortal Rope, a formidable control artifact. Yet, being an immortal tool, it is unsustainable due to the lack of spiritual energy. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. Immortal Spirit Power Loan. Each time you use the Binding Immortal Rope, the system will automatically supplement the lacking immortal spirit power for you, limited to once per day, costing 600 villain points. This system truly seeks to drain my remaining villain points. Yet, this is clearly a hollow offer, a mere play on words. Not only does it demand a sacrifice of one's own spiritual energy, but it is also restricted to this singular immortal artifact. I would rather perish than purchase this service. Even less so the Binding Immortal Rope. Mou shifted his gaze towards the ordinary marketplace. Amidst the dazzling array of goods, a spiritual herb caught his eye. Creation Jade Lotus, 10,000 villain points. It can reshape a cultivator's body, making them impervious to 100 evils. Resistant to toxins and cold, able to withstand various soul-capturing spells and artifacts. When combined with other medicinal materials to refine into pills, it can further enhance a cultivator's innate constitution. Now, with 600 villain points remaining, he planned to save up to acquire this for Sister Yinshi, aiding in the reconstruction of her corporeal form. Junior uncle, may I enter? I have come to serenade you. A gentle voice from outside interrupted Mou's thoughts. It was Meng Lanin. Lowering his head, he noticed Sue Meyer gazing at him with a playful smile, her voice laced with allure. It seems I have intruded upon your romantic rendezvous. Mou nodded vigorously. Yes, you should leave. Do you dare to nod? Sue Meyer's tone abruptly shifted, a chilling aura enveloping her. In a flash, she transformed into her human form, standing by the bedside, her frosty countenance fixed upon Mou. Mou shook his head fervently. No, senior sister, please hear my defense. Sue Meyer let out a light laugh. Her voice melodious, yet tinged with a hint of peril. She leaned closer, her arms like ethereal serpents coiling around Mou's neck, exhaling a fragrant breath. Brother, do you think I am beautiful? Her voice was so enchanting it seemed to drip with honey, her gaze sparkling with a pink glow, captivating to the soul. Mou felt a wave of intoxicating fragrance envelop him. Before him was Sue Meyer's exquisite visage, her skin like freshly fallen snow, flawless and delicate. Moreover, from his angle, He beheld her ample curves and the unfathomable depths of her allure. And she was employing her charm technique. Mou hastily focused his mind, channeling his energy to stabilize his thoughts, and managed to utter a single word with great difficulty. Beautiful. Su Meyer appeared somewhat taken aback. This little fellow can now withstand my charm technique? How intriguing. She leaned in closer, almost touching her nose to his, her breath wafting like orchids. How do I compare to your little lover? Mou felt an ominous premonition, a question of life and death. Before he could respond, Meng Lanin's soft voice drifted in from outside once more. Junior uncle? Are you inside? Su Meyer elegantly raised her hand, casting a flash of pink light towards the door, sealing it shut. Her enchanting eyes fixed intently on Mou, awaiting his reply. Of course, Sister Meyer is the most beautiful. Mou gazed at her flawless face, his mind racing. Su Meyer was not Meng Lanin. If it were Meng Lanin before him, he could have acted without hesitation. But this fox spirit, if she truly fell under her charm, who knows what tomorrow might bring? He recalled a time when he had been ensnared by her charm, wandering naked to find third senior sister Xianingbing. That encounter nearly resulted in them being sliced to pieces by her. Since sister is so beautiful, why must you rendezvous with other little lovers? It makes sister very sad. Su Meyer's voice held a hint of sorrow, laced with a playful tone, stirring emotions deep within. Mou felt his resolve slowly wavering. He hastily summoned the nether fire to shield his heart. His gaze began to regain clarity, tranquil as the deep night sky. Seeing this, Su Meyer was even more astonished. Generally, ordinary divine transformation cultivators would succumb to her charm. Yet this little fellow appeared unfazed. Should she intensify her efforts? Su Meyer, currently in the returning void stage, wielded her racial advantage and divine body, unleashing her charm technique with full force. Even cultivators at the integration stage would feel its effects. Suddenly, she sensed strong arms encircling her slender waist, the warm touch causing her body to shiver. Mou's deep-set eyes locked on Su Meyer, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. How about I spend the night with Sister Meyer? Su Meyer was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting to one of flirtatious delight. Brother has grown bold, daring to tease his sister. Before the words left her lips, Mou felt an irresistible force surge upon him. In a whirlwind, he found himself pinned beneath Su Meyer on the soft bed. Silken strands cascaded down, brushing his face, delivering a tantalizing sensation. A fragrant aura enveloped him, subtle yet provocative, tugging at his heartstrings. Truly, she was a formidable demon of the returning void stage, her overwhelming power utterly unassailable. Their warm bodies intertwined, breaths mingling in a haze of ambiguity. Outside, voices floated in. Are you looking for senior brother? He just stepped out. The gentle voice belonged to Ling Qingyue. I see. Then I shall take my leave for now, returning another day. Wait, come with me. I have something for you that I mentioned before. Then, silence enveloped the surroundings. Su Meyer playfully twirled a strand of hair, exhibiting her captivating charm with every movement. Mou, with a serious demeanor, inquired, Senior sister, what exactly do you intend to do? Why, of course, to punish you for making me worry, Su Meyer replied softly. Do you not realize how frightened I was today? What would I do if something had happened to you? I trust you as far as I can throw you, Mou muttered inwardly. Once his cultivation reached a certain level, he would surely seek retribution, teaching this vixen a lesson. Brother, do you like your sister? The sultry tone echoed in his ears, akin to an enchanting melody. A pink glow shimmered in Su Meyer's enchanting eyes, the allure washing over him like a tidal wave. Even with the nether fire shielding him, Mou felt his resolve faltering, his will gradually yielding. He gritted his teeth. Very well, if that is the case, do not blame me, senior sister. Oh, what does my brother wish to do? Su Meyer arched an eyebrow playfully. If you dare advance another step, the heavens will turn upside down. Su Meyer chuckled lightly, as if she had heard the most amusing joke. She leaned in closer, her breathtaking face nearly brushing against Mou's. The distance between them was so close that they could feel each other's breath. Her soft curves pressed against his chest, her gaze rife with teasing. Mou steeled himself, ready to take the plunge. With a sudden surge of determination, he wrapped his arms around Su Meyer, leaning in to claim her tempting lips. Chapter 29. The Divine Elephant Suppression Technique. The soft, warm sensation flooded their lips, sweet and intoxicating, leaving one entranced. Su Meyer's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the junior brother she usually toyed with. Seizing the moment of her astonishment, Mou pushed with all his might, igniting his blood to summon his flying sword. The blade gleamed, and the roof shattered with a resounding crack, unleashing the blood escape technique. A crimson stream of light surged skyward. Senior sister, save me. Su Meyer gradually regained her senses, her delicate fingers gently brushing her lips to wipe away a trace of bright red. Narrowing her alluring fox-like eyes, a dangerous curve graced her lips. You truly bite hard. Not at all compliant. It seems I shall have to bind you next time. She opened her personal panel. Name, Su Meyer, Realm, 7th layer of Returning Void. Cultivation multiplier, 2. Reward multiplier, 2. Her cultivation had risen a layer since this morning. One must understand that each layer in the returning Void Realm requires decades of arduous training. Moreover, as a member of the demon race, her cultivation speed was inherently much slower than that of humans. Her earlier teasing of MOU was not solely out of anger. She discovered that when she transformed into human form and interacted with MOU, the cultivation multiplier could reach a staggering 777 times, especially when MOU bit her earlier. The multiplier astonishingly reached 888 times. As for her first kiss, she was not overly concerned. After all, she had kissed little MOU before, and the demon race did not place the same emphasis on such matters as humans did. Consider it a bargain for that little rascal. She let out a soft hum, thinking to herself how she would deal with him next time. After a moment's contemplation, Su Meier decided not to seek out MOU for the time being. If she did, the little one would likely flee the sect. Today, she would choose another target. In Ling Wanqing's room, Meng Lanyin cradled a small wine flask, her face alight with curiosity. Is this what you mentioned before? Ling Wanqing nodded gently. Indeed, it's a mortal's drunkenness. Just a drop can intoxicate even a loose immortal. Meng Lanyin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hurriedly embraced the vial. Thank you. She jubilantly skipped out of the room, her mind already envisioning the scene of her little master uncle collapsed in her embrace. Once she departed, Ling Wanqing revealed a cunning smile. This immortal's drunkenness contains more than just that. In truth, she had also added a touch of harmony powder, using a dosage strong enough for tribulation. There was no choice. In her past life, her senior brother possessed formidable vitality. In this life, it would only be more exaggerated. Without potent measures, she felt uneasy. Oh, senior brother. In your previous life, you were devoted to the path, remaining a virgin until death. In this life, even if the Tianyuan continent faces destruction again, you shall experience the utmost pleasures of this world. Ling Wanqing's smile was as radiant as a blooming lotus. Just then, the door was gently pushed open, and a familiar voice laced with playful mockery rang out. Little Wanqing, your senior sister has come to play? Upon hearing this voice, Ling Wanqing's expression shifted slightly. What happened to my formation? Why did it not activate? She quickly turned around, relieved to see Su Meier appearing unfazed. It seemed her senior sister had not overheard her earlier words. Is there something you need, senior sister? Ling Wanqing endeavored to maintain a calm and natural tone. However, Su Meier did not respond but instead walked directly to her. Delicate fingers gently caressed Ling Wanqing's face, playfully pinching it. Little junior sister, your puppet is becoming increasingly lifelike. I truly adore it. The texture is delightful. Ling Wanqing promptly swatted her hand away, arms crossing defensively over her chest. What are you talking about, senior sister? What puppet? You truly are disobedient, just like your senior brother. No wonder he raised you. I don't know what you're talking about, senior sister. By the way, junior sister, is your puppet truly indistinguishable from a real person? Every aspect alike. Does that mean, senior sister, please leave? Not long after, Ling Wanqing wore an unhappy expression, cradling a six-tailed white fox. Her puppet's formation level was still too lacking, having been completely seen through, her true form revealed. It seemed she must strive harder. Su Meier nestled in her embrace, her thoughts swirling. So, in little Wanqing's vision of the future, did my brother perish? At the peak of Tsue Mountain, MOU collapsed to the ground, feeling as though his body had been disassembled, every limb and bone aching painfully. The side effects of the blood escape were indeed overwhelming. Unconsciously, he licked his lips, savoring the residual blood. It must be said, Su Meier's flavor was exquisite, the blood carrying a subtle fragrance. You forcefully kissed Su Meier, obtaining her first kiss. Though the process was somewhat passive and the outcome rather tragic, you still inflicted damage across two major realms. Reward, divine ability, spirit locking forbidden yuan, villain points, 400, a deluge of information flooded his mind. The spirit locking forbidden yuan was a unique innate divine ability of the Celestial Fox clan, capable of sealing spiritual power or magical artifacts. It forcibly halts the flow of spiritual energy within a person, rendering them unable to mobilize their power for a short time. Such a powerful ability. Had Su Meier utilized it against him earlier, he would not have escaped. You truly are bold, even daring to kiss your senior sister. Sister Yanqi. She insisted on getting close. If I hadn't acted, wouldn't that imply I was incapable? That's true. Yanqi chuckled softly, her voice gentle. However, I must caution you. Even if the two of us joined forces, fleeing before her would be a challenge. Do be careful. Her tone shifted, becoming serious. Now that her spirit had recovered, she had come to realize that everyone on this small mountain peak possessed unfathomable strength. Initially, she thought they merely had longer cultivation times and higher realms. But now it appeared that even placed within the immortal realm, they would be regarded as rare prodigies. I understand, Sister Yanqi, MOU teased, she wouldn't really kill me. Yanqi gave a light huff, choosing not to elaborate further. A warm sensation surged within her, yet simultaneously, an inexplicable sense of loss accompanied it, difficult to articulate. At that moment, a gentle blue light enveloped MOU. The warm, spring-like spiritual energy flowed through his body, instantly soothing the wounds inflicted by his burning essence. MOU rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his attire, and gazed at the one who had healed him. It was none other than his third sister, Xia Ningbing, who remained seated at the cliff's edge, her back turned to him, exuding an air of noble coldness. Her dark robe fluttered in the wind, resembling an ethereal being descending to the mortal realm, breathtakingly beautiful. Thank you, senior sister. Mou clasped his hands in gratitude. Senior sister, Mayor wants to kill me. May I stay with you for the night? Xia Ningbing did not respond, seemingly accustomed to such requests. Mou, feeling no need for formality, settled into a cross-legged position. After all, this was not the first occasion he had sought refuge with his third sister following a skirmish with his fourth sister. Every so often, Su Mayer would concoct an excuse to tease her junior brother, and he had grown accustomed to it. He closed his eyes, centering his thoughts, and began to cultivate the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique. Spiritual energy surged around him, forming a vortex that flowed into his body. A minute particle successfully awakened within him. A tremendous force, akin to a colossal titan awakening from an eon-long slumber, stirred within. Each cell in his body rejoiced ecstatically. Mou continued to channel his technique, awakening more particles. 2, 3, 10, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Chapter 30, Fourth Layer of the Nascent Soul. Mou's internal power continued to ascend. With each particle awakened, a transformative change ensued. The strength of his physical body rapidly enhanced, with bones, muscles, and meridians undergoing metamorphosis, becoming increasingly resilient. Gradually, a faint golden light emanated from Mou's body, a phenomenon that only manifested when one's physical strength reached a certain pinnacle. The golden light swirled, casting him in the likeness of a golden war god, majestic and imposing, exuding an overwhelming aura. The commotion of his cultivation grew louder, and the vortex of spiritual energy expanded continuously. Winds roared and dust swirled. Beside him, Xia Ningbing slowly opened her eyes, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her violet irises. She could sense that Mou was cultivating an exceptionally powerful body-refining technique, one of an extremely high grade, even among the techniques of the immortal emperors. Her junior brother had indeed encountered ample opportunities. However, that was all. She did not believe that Mou would surpass her a month later. After all, the disparity between them was insurmountably vast. She too had practiced body-refining techniques, but this would merely allow Mou to endure a little longer in combat. More crucially, her divine phoenix body was vastly superior to the pure yang sacred body, even if they cultivated the same level of technique. The pure yang sacred body could not emerge victorious. Xia Ningbing closed her eyes and continued her cultivation as time slipped away. Eventually, within Mou, 30,000 particles awakened. He slowly opened his eyes, and a golden radiance burst forth from his pupils. A tremendous force erupted from within him, akin to a slumbering giant elephant awakening, exuding pressure in all directions. He could distinctly feel that, in terms of sheer power, he was now several hundred times stronger than before. Every movement contained terrifying strength, as if a single punch could shatter Tsui Peak, and a single palm strike could obliterate his former self. Simultaneously, he was on the verge of a breakthrough. He was close to reaching the fourth level of the nascent soul stage. During his journey of cultivation, he recalled Xia Ningbing's words, which echoed in his ears like the delicate sound of an ice spring. Mou was momentarily taken aback before bowing in gratitude. Thank you for the reminder, senior sister. She was cautioning him about the dangers of rapid cultivation. Just days prior, he had still been at the fourth level of the golden core stage, and now he was nearing the fourth level of the nascent soul stage. The Tao heart represents one's comprehension of the Tao, its steadfastness, and pursuit. If one's understanding of the Tao does not keep pace with the elevation of their realm, it could lead to numerous issues, such as an unstable foundation, slowed cultivation, inflated battle prowess, and the emergence of inner demons. However, he was unperturbed, trusting in the heavenly path, believing that tomorrow would present him with an opportunity regarding his Tao heart. Breakthrough, the fourth level of the nascent soul stage. Inside his dantian, the originally fist-sized nascent soul figure rapidly grew, transforming into the appearance of a child, delicate and charming, with clear brows and bright eyes. This marked the second stage of the nascent soul phase, the birth of the nascent soul. Mou felt an overwhelming sense of ease, his five senses sharpened, and his perception of the spiritual energy of the world became clearer. A satisfied smile graced his lips. He was confident that he could easily slay even ordinary transformation stage cultivators. Xia Ningbing, noticing Mou's breakthrough, maintained her perennial icy demeanor, displaying no significant fluctuations in her expression. She had said what needed to be said, the rest was his own choice. One only grows through personal experience. Moreover, this matter would not have a substantial impact. It merely meant he would need to invest more time in repaying debts later on. Having completed his cultivation, Mou lay on the ground, gazing up at the starry sky. The stars twinkled, and the Milky Way spanned the horizon, a magnificent sight. He recalled the Qin family, a quasi-demonic clan. From Qin Shou's memories, it seemed there was more to it than met the eye. Even in the future he had glimpsed. He had not seen the entirety of the Qin family. Furthermore, there was the soul-refining flag to consider. It should be noted that even among demon cultivators, those who would resort to soul refining were few and far between. Could it be that the Qin family was, in fact, a family of evil cultivators? This thought triggered memories of the devastating annihilation of his village, with villagers' cries and the stench of blood flashing before his mind like a blade. Senior sister, Mo suddenly spoke up. Has the dichotomy of righteous and demonic always existed? What is the distinction? After a brief pause, Xiao Ningbing's cold voice resonated, akin to the gentle trickle of an ice spring. It has existed since ancient times. The demonic is characterized by the conversion of spiritual energy into demonic essence, taking without return, depleting resources, and leading to a future scarcity of spiritual energy. The evil exploits the lives of others to enhance their own cultivation, harming others for their own gain, stripping flesh and marrow, and stifling the flourishing of contemporary talents. Both can easily disrupt the hard-S nature, incite murder, and are condemned by the world. Mo was stunned for a moment before fully comprehending her meaning. To consume spiritual energy without reciprocation is demonic. To take lives for cultivation is evil. The rampant spread of demonic cultivators would destroy the future environment, while the unchecked prevalence of evil cultivators could eradicate the current human race. Must you speak so elaborately? Mo slowly rose, shaking his head gently, choosing to set those thoughts aside. Suddenly, he remembered something crucial. What if he left the roasted rabbit in the forest, and it was consumed by another beast? But soon, he smiled in relief. Tangi was, after all, a child of destiny. Either he would have fortuitously found Xiao Wu, or even in the absence of a corpse, he would find a way to resurrect her. To be honest, he had yet to witness any method of resurrection and did not know if it could truly be achieved. Meanwhile, in a forest on the border of the Tianxian domain, the bright moon hung high, casting silver light upon the swaying tree shadows. The tranquil night was suddenly shattered by a piercing bird cry. A massive azure bird demon was relentlessly pursuing a young boy. Damn beast! How dare you chase me? The boy shouted, his eyes flashing with ferocity. You have chosen your path to death. The boy was none other than Tangi. He clutched the lifeless body of Xiao Wu tightly, moving swiftly through the dense forest. A howl echoed as several wind blades whistled toward him, slicing through the air and targeting Tangi's back. He swiftly sidestepped but was still grazed by a wind blade, causing blood to spill forth. Damn it! Tangi gritted his teeth, realizing the dire situation. He was utterly incapable of defeating this golden core stage beast. He had come to search for Xiao Wu, only to discover her lifeless form. He vowed to find the one responsible for roasting Xiao Wu. That arrogant individual had even left behind evidence. One day, he would track down the Own. As Feng Yinxiao's gaze shifted, it landed upon the six-tailed white fox nestled in Mo's embrace. Surely, this must be Senior Su. Was it not? Su Meyer did not even lift her eyelids, clearly too disinterested to engage. Observing this, Mo spoke with a nonchalant tone. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he did not await Feng Yinxiao's response and turned to stride away. Feng Yinxiao watched Mo depart, a flicker of brilliance igniting in his eyes. What could possibly bring two of the five prodigies from the heavenly Xian sacred land to the chaotic star domain? Had they uncovered something significant? At that moment, a shadow appeared beside him, as silent as a specter. Young master, shall we monitor their movements? No need, Feng Yinxiao replied. The heavenly Xian sacred land adheres to righteousness and will not engage in any outrageous acts. Let others deal with the trouble. Mo made his way directly to the center of the city. The streets were flanked by bustling shops, teeming with pedestrians, exuding an air of vibrancy. Various colorful signs shimmered under the sunlight, and the aroma of street food wafted through the air. Suddenly, Su Meyer spoke up from Mo's arms. What do you think of that, Yuhong? What do I think? A mere facade, he replied dismissively. Why do you say that? Su Meyer inquired, curiosity piqued. I detest those who perpetually wear such a gentle expression. They are either deeply scheming or merely cowardly. Mo evaluated bluntly. Cowardly? Su Meyer echoed, perplexed. She could grasp the notion of being deeply scheming, but what did cowardice entail? Double-faced coward? No, even worse, akin to a foolish lamb. Mo elucidated. Su Meyer was further confounded. What on earth was he talking about? It refers to those who relish in making others regret, forgiving betrayals while proclaiming that love necessitates forgiveness. He explained. At his words, Su Meyer could not suppress a melodic laugh that chimed like silver bells. If everything can be forgiven, then all he has experienced is well-deserved. Mo nodded in agreement. Su Meyer's tone shifted. However, I believe Yu Hung falls into the former category, deeply scheming. My sister possesses a remarkable discernment of good and evil. While he may not be evil, he certainly does not embody the benevolence he portrays. Mo concurred, acknowledging her insight. After procuring a map of the chaotic star domain, they set off towards the fragmented star prefecture. In the depths of the Qin family's estate, within a concealed cavern, a foul stench of blood permeated the air, evoking nausea. At the cavern's center, a blood pool roiled, countless vengeful spirits writhing within, their anguished howls echoing relentlessly. Beside the blood pool sat Qin Jun, enveloped in swirling dark energy. his countenance a mask of savagery. A respectful Yuan Ing stood at his side. Old Ancestor, as per your instructions, we have captured over 10,000 infants. Each one selected meticulously, born during the Ing year, month, and hour, inherently steeped in resentment. We have slain their parents as soon as they gained consciousness to further amplify their inner rage. Excellent, Qin Jun remarked. A cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he gazed upon the tormented souls within the blood pool. Not far away, concealed within a secret formation. Mou observed the scene, his brow furrowed in concern. Killing parents? By this standard, seeking pregnant women for a dark ritual seems unfeasible, he muttered softly. Su Meyer offered no response to his lament. Mou, puzzled, called out softly, Meyer? Still, there was no reply. Lowering his gaze, he noticed that Su Meyer, the white fox in his arms, had curled into a tight ball, her petite form trembling slightly. Get rid of that thing, she whimpered, her voice laced with fear. Following the direction of her gaze, Mou beheld a semi-transparent specter silently floating beside him, utterly still. Realizing it was a ghost, his heart raced. Ghost. Yet he quickly chastised himself. He was a cultivator. Why should he fear a mere specter? Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was an unrefined, vengeful spirit. Likely trapped during the formation setup. A sudden understanding dawned upon him. Su Meyer was afraid of ghosts. The thought elicited a mischievous smile to tug at his lips. Meyer, are you afraid of ghosts? Su Meyer nestled deeper into Mou's embrace, her little fox head buried in his chest, refusing to look up. From within his arms, her muffled voice emerged. You need to make it go away. Ah, if you promise not to bully me in the future, I'll make it disappear, he teased. Fine. I promise, she replied, though her sincerity seemed lacking. But since you've said so, I will agree. All right, it's gone now. Upon hearing this, Su Meyer cautiously peeked out from Mou's hold. However, as soon as she lifted her gaze, she was met with the sight of the semi-transparent specter hovering before her. Its hollow eyes fixated on her. A piercing scream escaped her lips, so shrill that had it not been for the soundproofing of the formation, the entire Qin family would have heard her terrified cry. Su Meyer quickly recoiled back into Mou's embrace, trembling even more violently. Get it away, she pleaded, her voice thick with fear. I don't know how this happened. Mou murmured softly, a heart demon. I wonder how it came to be. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Villain points, 200. He was taken aback. Villain points? However, he refrained from further frightening Su Meyer. At that instant, a faint pink glow enveloped her. Mou felt an impending sense of doom. If this continued, this area would surely be reduced to ruins. Gently, he patted the trembling little fox. Do not fear, do not fear. He raised his hand, summoning a flicker of ghostly fire to guide the innocent, vengeful spirit towards its transcendence. All done, truly gone this time. You naughty little brother, how could you bully me? Chapter 32. A fist to shatter the transformation. Mou found himself somewhat exasperated. The current Su Meyer was a far cry from the seductive and enchanting fox spirit from the night before. It's truly gone, I swear. Su Meyer cautiously extended her senses, scanning the surroundings to confirm the absence of the vengeful spirit before exhaling a sigh of relief. Yet, she still remained nestled in Mou's embrace, her voice trembling. Shall we return now, please? She pointed with her fluffy little paw towards a nearby soul banner. Mou looked over and saw countless vengeful spirits thrashing and lamenting within the banner, an eerie sight. Understanding her fear, he thought, this is rather exaggerated. However, glancing at the human emperor banner in his system space, a playful smirk crept upon his lips. He wondered if the returning Meyer could contend with his Yuan Ing self wielding the human emperor banner. The thought brought him a thrill of delight. Finally, I can turn the tables and become the master. Let this fox spirit, who has tormented me, taste the humiliation of being pinned to the ground. Be careful not to overreach, Yanxi cautioned him. Mou nodded and turned to Su Meyer. Do not worry, Meyer. A mere trio of transformation cultivators is no match for me alone. You may merely observe. After finally calming herself, Su Meyer rolled her eyes at his bravado. Stop boasting. You just reached the Yuan Ing stage yesterday. How could you possibly defeat them? I just saw that there are 3 transformation cultivators and 33 Yuan Ing within the Qin family. Since we know they are evil cultivators, we can simply report them to the Starry Sacred Land. This is their territory. Mou replied confidently. You can rest assured, I have grown significantly stronger. He was eager to seize this opportunity to thoroughly test the fruits of his recent cultivation efforts. Well, if you cannot win, I will take you and run. Su Meyer replied, albeit her body remained faithfully nestled in Mou's embrace, unwilling to glance outside. Mou nodded gently. Suddenly, Yanxi's voice resonated within his mind. The mere trio of transformation cultivators, I am ready. Open your mind. Mou blinked, then comprehension dawned upon him. He hurriedly explained, Sister Yanxi, that is not what I meant. I genuinely wish to rely on my own strength to confront them. Can you? Yanxi questioned skeptically. It must be noted that at present, Mou was merely at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. How could he possibly prevail against 3 beings at the transformation stage without her assistance? You can help me once trouble arises, he retorted. Very well then. Mou turned his gaze toward Qingyue, who was practicing not far away. At the second level of transformation, defeating him should be quite effortless. A glint of cold light flashed in Mou's eyes as he instantly vanished from sight. The next moment, he reappeared behind Qingyue, his right fist clenched tightly, infused with the overwhelming force of thunder, and struck fiercely at Qingyue's back. Immersed in his cultivation, Qingyue had no inkling that anyone would dare to launch a surprise attack here. Boom. With a thunderous sound, Qingyue's back was directly pierced. Flesh and blood scattering. His body flew backward like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily against the protective formation of the cave, instantly dissipating into a cloud of blood mist. Mou raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. Was that it? Am I too powerful, or is he too weak to be obliterated by a single punch? Nevertheless, he did not relent. Turning swiftly, he unleashed another punch at the remaining nascent soul assassin, reducing him to mere dust. The last remnant of Qingyue's soul hovered in the air, seemingly still in shock. When he finally grasped what had transpired, he let out a piercing scream. "Ah, you rodent! How dare you ambush me?" He was utterly baffled as to how an enemy could infiltrate this place. Even more unfathomable was the fact that a nascent soul cultivator could obliterate his transformation stage physical body with a single punch. Qingyue's heart raced with terror, but he was acutely aware that in his current state, he was no match for Mou. Without hesitation, he activated his soul banner and teleported away from the cave. Noticing his departure, Mou chose not to pursue immediately. Instead, he utilized the netherworld ghost fire to purify all the vengeful spirits within the cave. In his mind, Yanqi's astonished voice echoed, "Your physical body is astonishingly strong." Although she had witnessed Mou practicing the divine elephant suppression technique the previous day, she had never anticipated that this technique would be so formidable. "The fragment of the body refining technique I picked up while you were in slumber turned out to be quite impressive," Mou remarked casually. Yanqi opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Not merely impressive, it was downright terrifying. Even in the celestial realm, she had never encountered such a domineering technique. Surely, this was at least of imperial level. Su Meyer remained curled up in Mou's embrace, her fluffy tail wrapped tightly around herself, oblivious to the happenings around her. Once he confirmed that the purification of the vengeful spirits was complete, Mou leisurely made his way to the skies above the Qin family. At that moment, two figures stood beside the primordial spirit of the Qin family patriarch. To the left was the family's grand elder, Qin Li, clad in black robes, his visage gaunt and his gaze malevolent. To the right was the second elder, Qin Xuan, robed in blue, his countenance imposing and his aura steady. Both were at the first level of transformation. Upon seeing Mou, Qin Xuan was slightly taken aback. He had rushed out upon hearing the commotion, only to find this. A mere fourth-level nascent soul cultivator, cradling a timid fox devoid of any cultivation? Was it not evident that he had effortlessly obliterated Qingyue's physical form with but a single hand? Old fool, you are utterly incapable. You cannot even defeat a mere nascent soul junior. Qin Xuan laughed heartily. Qin Li joined in the mockery. Not only did he ambush, but even if I stood still and let him strike, I would not be reduced to such a state. With that, he too erupted into laughter. Qingyue's expression was as dark as water, silent and brooding. He longed for these two old fools to experience the force of Mou's punch. Even now, the memory of that punch sent shivers down his spine. Could he withstand it head-on? He had no confidence. A playful smirk graced Mou's lips. Since both of you are so confident, why not stand still and let me test my strength? Arrogant brat, do you take me for a fool? Qin Li's mirth vanished. His expression suddenly grave. Having navigated the cultivation world for so many years, he understood that underestimating an opponent was the most foolish choice. The three transformation stage experts hovered in the air, their imposing presence radiating pressure in all directions. The cultivators throughout the city sensed this overwhelming aura and looked up toward the sky. Are those not the three transformation stage patriarchs of the Qin family? Why have they all emerged? Who is that person daring enough to confront them? Hiss. Look, it seems Qingyue's physical body has been obliterated. What? How can this be possible? Qingyue is a second-level transformation expert. Who could injure him? Who exactly is that person? Shocked murmurs erupted, and disbelief painted the faces of all who witnessed this scene. Chapter 33. One against many. The battle erupts. Mou's gaze swept across the three transformation stage powerhouses. Qingyue, having been injured and left with only his soul, posed little threat. The other two were merely ordinary first-level transformation cultivators, with nothing particularly remarkable about them. The heavenly profound sword technique unfolded instantly, the sword intent soaring to the heavens. In the next moment, the world changed color. Countless rays of sword light cascaded like a hanging galaxy, enveloping the three transformation stage experts. The terrifying might of the sword swept across the entire city, causing the void to tremble, as if the very heavens and earth resonated with it. A mere nascent soul dares to be so presumptuous. A flicker of anger crossed Qin Li's eyes. Two of you, let me capture this wretch with a single strike. He summoned a purple-black gourd, swirling with demonic energy. This was his prized mid-grade spiritual artifact, having slain countless nascent soul cultivators. However, as the sword light descended, the gourd's surface brightness abruptly dimmed, as if all its spiritual essence had been drained. How could this be? Qin Li's pupils constricted. The three transformation experts were instantly alarmed. This cannot possibly be a nascent soul. One spell rendered a mid-grade spiritual artifact useless. In their panic, all three activated their defensive treasures. But Mou's sword momentum fell like a relentless rain, each ray of sword light containing the power to annihilate the heavens and earth, causing the void to tremble under the weight of the sword energy. Qin Li was struck by the sword light, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face paling instantly. Old demon! Qin Xuan roared as he summoned his sword to retaliate. Mou sidestepped gracefully, countering with a palm strike. The power of 30,000 elephants erupted. As the wind from his palm howled, a violent force slammed into Qin Xuan's flying sword. Crack! Amidst the clear sound of shattering, the flying sword developed a visible crack. How can this be? Qin Xuan's face turned ashen, his voice trembling. This was his life's treasure, and it had been shattered by a mere palm strike? The spells might be formidable, but how could the physical body be so powerful? What manner of monster is this? Countless cultivators in the city bore witness to this scene, all profoundly shocked. A nascent soul cultivator, with a single hand, was suppressing three transformation stage experts. This utterly overturned their understanding. A flicker of astonishment passed through Qin Jun's eyes. The three transformation experts working together were actually no match for this youth? How could this be? He suppressed the shock within him and bellowed, "Quick, activate the grand formation. Summon all the nascent soul elders." With his command, the entire Qin family erupted into chaos. A magnificent grand formation slowly rose, enveloping the entire sky, waves of spiritual energy surging like a tide. 32 nascent soul experts rushed in from all directions, aggressively joining the fray. "Brat, you are doomed," Qin Jun sneered. "Even if you possess celestial abilities, you cannot escape death." Observing this scene, the cultivators in the city shook their heads and sighed. What a pity, such a powerful being would ultimately struggle against the Qin family's deep-rooted heritage. They had hoped someone could eradicate this demonic clan. Indeed, 3 transformation experts plus 33 nascent souls, alas. Meanwhile, in a secluded courtyard of the Qin family, Murong-yi knelt on one knee, her long, inky hair cascading down to cover half her face, the other half revealing a breathtaking visage, partially hidden. Her chest heaved violently. The corner of her mouth stained with traces of blood, indicating her severe injuries. "You wretched servant, how dare you ambush me?" Qin Xian looked down at her from a height, his eyes filled with disdain and fury. He was on the verge of striking down the servant who had ambushed him. Suddenly, a flash of sword light, akin to a galaxy in reverse, swept across the entire city. The sword energy surged, captivating the heart and soul. Sensing this formidable sword intent, Murong Yi's eyes brightened, and a profound realization struck her. She swiftly raised her hand, and her sword was unsheathed in an instant. The sword light flowed like water, embodying both gentleness and strength, subtly reflecting the essence of the Mou sword technique. This is impossible. Qin Xian's complexion changed dramatically as he hurriedly swung his sword to defend himself, retreating in haste. How could someone with mere qi refinement cultivation wield such sword power? Who are you truly? He stared at Murong-yi in disbelief. Murong-yi smiled coldly. The one who seeks your life is not just you. Your entire Qin family shall perish. The sword light grew increasingly fierce, forcing Qin Xian to evade clumsily, his garments torn and tattered. As death loomed near, he finally lost composure and shouted, "Dragon Protector, save me." A sound of breaking air resounded, and a shadow flitted by. Murong-yi felt a sharp pain in her chest, her body flying through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood trickled from her lips, yet she struggled to rise, her fighting spirit undiminished. Ants dare to flaunt their might? The Dragon Protector spoke coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. "Wretched creature, I will ensure your suffering is beyond death." Seizing the opportunity, Qin Xian stepped forward, placing his foot upon Murong-yi's abdomen. He forcefully pushed aside her long hair, revealing the other half of her visage. Unlike the half that was usually exposed, this side was marred with black flesh lumps, resembling twisted centipedes, grotesque and nauseating. Initially startled, he then revealed a cruel smile. "How ugly. Since you have only disfigured half, let me assist you with the other half." With that, he drew a small knife, preparing to ruin her remaining features. Murong-yi merely gazed at him coldly, remaining silent. At that moment, the entire Qin family estate trembled violently. "What is happening?" Qin Xian exclaimed in alarm. "Young master, do not worry. Thieves have invaded the Qin family, and the Ancestor has activated the protective formation," the Dragon Protector replied in a deep voice. "Humph, so that's it." Qin Xian turned his gaze back to Murong-yi, the knife's tip pressing against her delicate cheek. He felt no fear that this trifling gesture could threaten the Qin family. After all, how many self-proclaimed righteous individuals had attempted to attack the Qin family over the years, and who had truly succeeded? Mou, wielding the Emperor's banner. faced off against the entire Qin family formation with overwhelming might. Qin Jun's expression darkened. A heretical cultivator? Mo scoffed. Hardly a heretical cultivator, compared to you. It's still far from that. Suddenly, Qin Jun burst into wild laughter, his voice laced with sarcasm. Your soul banner's malevolent energy is so feeble that among heretical cultivators, it would be regarded as insignificant. No sooner had he spoken than the soul banner in his hand unfurled violently. In an instant, a chilling wind howled, and terrifying malevolence surged forth like a tidal wave, plunging the entire realm into eternal night. The surrounding temperature plummeted, as if winter had arrived. I was puzzled about your identity, but it seems you are the one who killed my family's guardian. Qin Jun's gaze sharpened, his murderous intent palpable. Today, I shall make you experience the torment of countless souls gnawing at your heart. Mou remained unfazed. I await the restoration of my spiritual power. What are you waiting for? To die? As he fully absorbed the last piece of spirit stone, his previously depleted spiritual energy surged back to fullness. The Emperor's banner waved, and the manifestation of the divine transformation banner lunged toward Qin Jun, overestimating your abilities. Qin Jun bellowed in fury, his hands swiftly forming seals to activate the protective formation of the family. His soul banner unfurled suddenly, the countless fierce ghostly images embroidered upon it seeming to come to life, emitting shrill howls. In an instant, a furious wind roared, and the cries of ghosts echoed. As countless vengeful souls erupted from the soul banner, a dark mass blotting out the sky, as if seeking to devour the entire world. Boy, allow me to show you what a true soul banner is. However, no sooner had he spoken than a wisp of white flame descended into the midst of the vengeful souls. Chapter 34, The Girl of New Fortune. In an instant, a sea of flames erupted. The once invincible vengeful souls, confronted by the ghostly flames, screamed in agony like ice and snow melted by the scorching sun, dissipating into azure smoke. Shock. This was the immediate reaction of all the powerful members of the Qin family present. Crack. The formation was breached by the manifestation of Mou's divine transformation banner. There are disparities even among divine transformations. The banner spirit bestowed by the system is undoubtedly top tier. Seizing the moment, the Emperor's banner swept up all 30-odd nascent soul cultivators of the Qin family. Without their strong members, the formation quickly dissipated, losing its potency. The three divine transformation experts were once again stunned. Qin Jun shouted in disbelief. How do you know the weakness of my Qin family's formation? This trivial formation was evident at a glance. Mou replied nonchalantly. With the support of a celestial grade formation, this kind of formation is effortlessly trivial for him. The people in the city, witnessing the dissolution of the formation, were filled with astonishment. The entire Qin family has vanished. That person truly annihilated the Qin family. By the heavens, someone has finally eradicated this demonic clan. Cheers erupted, clearly reflecting the long-standing grievances many held against the Qin family. Mou paid no heed to the surrounding clamor. His eyes narrowed, and the sword light in his hand cascaded like a galaxy, instantly shattering the corporeal forms of the two divine transformation cultivators. At this moment, the three Qin family experts were left with only their souls drifting in the void. Mou's hand crackled with lightning, the heavenly mysterious thunder technique poised for action. Wait, you cannot kill me. If you do, boom, thunder erupted, and the three souls were instantaneously obliterated. It can only be said that blood ties are indeed uncanny. Even their final words are identical. Mou remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Thus, all 36 powerful members of the Qin family were defeated by Mou. Suddenly, an invisible force seemed to twist the very fabric of reality. Alarm bells rang in Mou's mind, yet his body felt uncontrollable. He felt the world spinning, his body suddenly becoming weightless. Looking down, Mou was momentarily stunned. The girl he had been holding in his arms, Su Meier, had somehow ended up beneath him. Short little legs, delicate little hands. He had transformed into a child. Damn, I was careless. A well-informed Mou instantly recognized this spell, a sinister technique employed by heretical cultivators to refine infants, known as the infant transformation spell. It does not affect combat power, inflicts minimal harm, but is highly humiliating. Haha, little you look so adorable now. In his ring, Yanxi laughed heartily. Sister Yanxi, don't laugh. Quickly tell me what to do. I can't resolve it, Yanxi said between chuckles. This thing requires divine transformation to unravel. You might seek help from your senior sister, or you could wait a few days and revert on your own. Mou attempted to free himself from the transformation. It truly cannot be undone. He could only direct his gaze to the little fox curled up beneath him. Su Meier seemed to have blocked most of her senses, still trembling in fear. If something goes wrong, I'll be dragged down with him. In such a scenario, would they not all perish? Wait. It seems that the entire Qin family combined would not be able to breach the fox spirit's defense. Then it's all good. He reached out his tiny hand and gently patted the fox's head. Sister Meier, save me. Is it over? Su Meier cautiously poked her head out. At that moment, the wind had stilled, and sunlight poured down. She was somewhat astonished. You really defeated them? It was only then that she noticed the adorable little child before her. She paused for a moment, puzzled, and asked, "Brother?" "Yes, it's over. I was ambushed by them." Sumayer first used her spiritual sense to scan the entire Qin family, confirming that there were no lingering threats, before finally relaxing. She then focused her attention on Mou. So small, truly adorable, much cuter than when grown up. Mou felt a bit uneasy under her gaze and urged, "Sister Mayer, please help me." Sumayer transformed into a beam of white light, reverting to her human form, and embraced Mou tightly. "Oh dear. You've turned back into a child. You're utterly adorable." She gently caressed Mou's tender face, her smile radiant as flowers. "This is wonderful. Sister can take good care of you now." As she spoke, she hugged Mou tightly in her embrace. As Mou was suddenly enveloped by a fragrant aroma, a sensation of softness caressed him. He gazed at Sumayer's breathtakingly beautiful face, her enchanting fox-like eyes momentarily leaving him in a daze. Regaining his senses, Mou quickly struggled. "Stop it. Release me at once." Sumayer loosened her grip and playfully winked. "Isn't it entertaining to have a little brother like you?" Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her. "I should be able to find this spell here. Let me search for it." With that, she vanished. Mou was immediately alarmed. If she truly mastered that spell, he might never revert to his former self. No, he must diligently cultivate and surpass the vixen within 3 years. He certainly did not wish to remain a child forever. Mou seized a member of the Qin family at random, employing a secret technique to inscribe a mental mark on all the Qin family members in the vicinity. Once he confirmed they belonged to an evil sect, he could eliminate them all. Now, let the slaughter commence. In the Qin family's courtyard, the stench of blood permeated the air. Qin Xian wiped the blood from his blade, his eyes glimmering with a morbid excitement. He looked down at the crumpled figure on the ground. "This is how it should be. There's nothing appealing about your previous state. Completely transformed into a ghost is far more pleasing, wouldn't you agree?" Murong-yi tightly shut her eyes, half of her face obscured by disheveled hair. The exposed portion bore ghastly scars, blood seeping slowly from them. She clutched a deep green orb in her hand, which was gradually growing warm. This was something she had found in the Qin family not long ago. "TSK dead? How dull." Qin Xian kicked at Murong-yi. "Remember in your next life. Your decade of arduous training cannot compare to the accumulated heritage of my Qin family over generations." Suddenly, he felt a chill at his neck, the world spinning around him. He beheld his own headless body. "The fortune accumulated by your family has been exhausted. It's time to pay for your misdeeds." A youthful yet icy voice echoed. Mou, with his short legs, approached, his expression marked by an unsettling indifference that belied his age. The dragon guardian hidden in the shadows was stunned. Who was this child? Who could so effortlessly dispatch his master? If the higher-ups of the Qin family found out, he would surely be doomed. Yet, he needn't worry about that. With a flash of cold light, he too collapsed, his pupils dilating. Mou glanced at the half-dead girl on the ground, letting out a sharp breath as he incinerated Qin Xian's corpse. Were these prominent families so idle as to take pleasure in disfiguring others? Mou casually tossed a nourishing essence pill into her mouth. He detested witnessing human suffering, so he usually avoided it. However, when confronted with it, he would still lend a helping hand when possible. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. "Detected the daughter of fortune, Murong-yi. Suppressing her will yield rewards." Name: Murong-yi. Fortune: 10,000 gold. Description: awakened a special physique due to fortunate encounters, subsequently became unattractive, faced slow cultivation and discrimination, possesses a heart-corroding poison body. Not recommended as a furnace. Mou regarded the girl before him with newfound interest. This was the first time the system had advised against using someone as a furnace. He had assumed it would accept anyone. Leaning closer, he unveiled the tresses that obscured the other half of her face. Chapter 35, Celestial Level Poison Arts. Mou was left astounded. Fortuitously, his resolve remained steadfast, otherwise, he might have retched. The exposed half of her face resembled a mass of black lymphatic flesh, grotesque and terrifying. Mou gently set her hair back down, pondering. This was akin to Chu Yuli. He would simply follow the procedure and place her within the sect for nurturing. After all, Tianxian Sacred Land was currently in need of a prospective sect master. Murong-yi slowly opened her eyes. What greeted her was a face as charming as a porcelain doll. "You're awake?" A youthful voice resonated beside her. Murong-yi propped herself up, surveying her surroundings. Scattered across the ground were several corpses, including the headless Qin Xian. "Who saved me?" she inquired, her voice hoarse. "Of course, it was me," Mou replied. Murong-yi couldn't help but smile. The innocence in his tone, paired with his adorable little face, made one want to ruffle his hair. "Wait, why is there a child here? Could it be he truly saved me?" She extended her consciousness to probe, only to find she could not see through him at all. There were only two possibilities. Either he was an ordinary person without any cultivation, or his strength far surpassed her own. However, judging by his appearance, he could not possibly be a mere mortal. Realizing this, Murong-yi was taken aback. Rumors spoke of individuals from great powers who could refine Qi in 3 days and establish a foundation in 100. She never expected such beings truly existed. How enviable. Thank you, she managed to say, forcing herself to rise and bow earnestly. No need for formality. Mou waved his hand, getting straight to the point. My dear girl, I see your exceptional bone structure. You possess the potential to be a cultivation prodigy. Would you be willing to take me as your master? Exceptional bone structure? Mou was momentarily stunned, questioning whether she had misheard. Become your disciple? Why not just hand me the Buddha's palm? She couldn't help but scoff internally. Examining Mou from head to toe, she found it absurd that a child who appeared no older than 6 or 7 would seek to take her as a pupil. This world was truly peculiar. Aren't you even younger than I am? How can you be my master? Age has no bearing on strength. What you see may not be the truth, Mou replied nonchalantly, a powerful aura emanating from him. Mou felt as if the very air around her had solidified, an invisible pressure enveloping her, making it difficult to breathe. Her heart raced with trepidation. This child possessed a terrifying level of power, greater than that dragon guardian. Could he be an ancient golden core cultivator? But how could that be? Seeing her expression, Mou smiled faintly and waved his small hand. In an instant, the Grand Qin family residence nearby was neatly cleaved in two. The cut was smooth as a mirror, the surface impeccably even. Mou's pupils constricted, her body trembling. She recognized that sword intent. It was the same force she had sensed earlier. This person was indeed that swordsmanship master. It was thanks to Mou's sword intent that she had been able to break through and defeat Qin Xian. Suddenly, clarity washed over her. She quickly closed her eyes, holding her breath and focusing intently on the residual sword intent lingering at the cut. Mou watched, dumbfounded. Wait a moment, can we not play favorites? I merely made a casual display, and you instantly grasped the sword intent? Sword intent is a realm within the sword arts, with higher levels such as sword will and sword heart beyond it. Even Mou had only comprehended sword intent during his foundation building stage, which was also due to his brief time in the Qi refinement period. After a moment, Mou opened her eyes, brilliance dancing within them, evidently having gained much. She rose and deeply bowed to Mou, her respect palpable. Master, please accept your disciple's bow. Mou nodded gently. However, the anticipated system notification did not sound. System. She is my disciple now. Not yet. The bowing ceremony is required. Current favorability with Mou, 70, villain points, 700. Ugh, the requirements are truly burdensome. Mou turned his gaze back to Mou. In our sect, one must bow to their master. Mou frowned slightly, her expression conflicted. After a moment of contemplation, she lifted her head, her gaze clear, her tone light yet firm. I apologize, master. I, Mou, kneel to heaven, earth, and my parents. But I cannot kneel to you, a child I have known for less than a day. How classic. Mou thought to himself. Are you certain you will not kneel? He asked again. Certain. Do you know what it means to refuse to kneel? I do. Mou nodded. But I have my principles, and will not waver. Very well. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Mou's eyes. In that case, do not blame me. The supreme intellect urged me to unleash my extraordinary powers. A formidable aura once again enveloped Mou, more potent and terrifying than before. She felt as if an immense mountain was pressing down upon her. Her legs trembled, threatening to collapse beneath her. At that moment, Mou felt a twinge of excitement. After being the child of destiny for so long, she could finally relish the sensation of being the antagonist. Mou gritted her teeth, fiercely resisting. Her knees buckled, her body swaying precariously, yet she remained steadfast, refusing to kneel. I shall not bow, she managed to utter through clenched teeth, each word imbued with defiance and indomitable spirit. Mou's lips curled into a slight smile as he intensified his oppressive force. I can help you rid yourself of the poison coursing through your veins, awaken your heart-corrupting body, provide you with resources, and guide you in cultivation. All I require is your submission. Mou felt the pressure mounting, her bones creaking as if they might shatter at any moment. She clenched her jaw so tightly that blood seeped from her gums, yet she still refused to kneel. I would rather remain a mere mortal than bow to a child like you. This is my dignity. This woman was truly a worthy adversary, indeed befitting of her title as the child of fate. What a truly defiant spirit she possesses. Mou mused, his hand tightening its grip. Crack. A sharp sound echoed as a bone fractured. Mou's body jolted, her knees crashing to the ground with a dull thud. Yet Mou did not relent. He swiftly moved in front of her, grasping her disheveled hair and gently pressing her head to the ground. Bang. The act completed the ritual of submission. You have forcibly taken Mou as your disciple through violent means. Under your future guidance, she shall undoubtedly bow at your feet. Reward, celestial level poison arts. You. Mou exclaimed in indignation. She struggled fiercely, attempting to rise. However, that small hand remained firmly on her head, rendering her immobile. Mou spoke slowly, without strength. You lack the qualification to refuse my command to bow. Dignity, boundaries, pride. These are but jokes in the face of absolute power. they hold no significance. As he spoke, he observed Murong Yi's reactions. Logically, something should have transpired at this juncture, perhaps a sudden twist of fate or an epiphany that would clear her path to cultivation. Gazing at the pitiful figure of Murong Yi kneeling before him, a pang of guilt struck Mou. He realized he should not have resorted to such direct methods. She was indeed afflicted. The heart-corrupting poison. Chapter 36, Heart-corrupting poison. Mou withdrew his hand, channeling his spiritual energy to dispel the heart-corrupting poison. A minute prior, this toxin would have posed a significant challenge. Yet now, with the celestial-level poison arts at his disposal, it was easily manageable. At that moment, Yanshi's voice echoed in his mind. When did you learn to use poison? Mou smiled slightly and replied earnestly, Sister Yanshi. I had intended to engage with you as an ordinary person, but it resulted in your suspicion. I shall no longer feign. I am the reincarnation of the Celestial Emperor, and I am revealing my true self. Uffed. Yanshi could not contain her laughter, her voice ringing like silver bells. You could drop a few more realms, and I might believe you. Do you even comprehend what being the Celestial Emperor entails? If you were truly the Celestial Emperor, how could you not even draw your sword in front of your two senior sisters? Sister Yanshi, I had yet to awaken before, but now that I have, they could be easily extinguished, Mou asserted. All right. My little you is the reincarnation of the Celestial Emperor. Yanshi chuckled affectionately, as if soothing a child. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Suddenly, a surge of dark green spiritual energy erupted from Murong Yi, spreading outward. Mou quickly conjured a protective shield of spiritual energy to defend against it. Could it be that she truly possesses the heart-corrupting body? Yanshi exclaimed in astonishment. You knew this? Could it be true that you are indeed the Celestial Emperor reincarnated? Previously, when Mou had mentioned that this girl was of the heart-corrupting body, she had thought it was merely a casual remark. To her surprise, it turned out to be true. I was just joking. How could I possibly be the Celestial Emperor reincarnated? I merely acquired a legacy of knowledge from the Celestial Emperor, Mou explained with a smile. Nothing explains the system better than the legacy of the Celestial Emperor. Ah, what good fortune. Yanshi nodded, somewhat skeptical. Although the legacy of the Celestial Emperor sounded more plausible than reincarnation, she could not shake the feeling that the latter was the truth. At that moment, the protective shield emitted a sizzling sound. The toxic gas was capable of corroding spiritual energy. After a brief period, the noxious fumes began to weaken, and Mou retracted the shield. Murong Yi slowly rose, bowing respectfully. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I understand now that without strength, one is nothing in this world. I shall strive to grow stronger. Current favorability of Murong Yi, 80, villain points, 100. Mou nodded slightly. This child of fate seemed promising. If not handled carefully, she could easily lead to one's demise. Now that her physique had awakened significantly, it likely would not be long before it was fully realized. Murong Yi surveyed her surroundings. Noticing the ground was pockmarked, riddled with signs of corrosion, a sense of alarm surged within her as she vaguely understood that this destruction was of her own making. Upon introspection, she discovered a green orb had formed within her. Under the pressure from Mou, this orb had integrated into her body, allowing her to absorb much of its released power. Let me assist you with the poison on your face. Mou floated to her side, raising his hand to part her long hair. Wait. Murong Yi hurriedly grasped his wrist. Master, my face is quite frightening. This visage was her greatest source of pain. She was reluctant to reveal her most unsightly self to the one person she felt close to. It's all right. I have seen it before. Mou gently extricated his hand from hers, his fingertips glowing faintly. Utilizing the celestial-level poison arts, he effortlessly discerned the nature of the toxin. Indeed, it was the heart-corrupting poison, which she had yet to fully master. Under Mou's guidance, the toxin returned to her body. As the last vestige of green dissipated, Murong Yi trembled as she retrieved a bronze mirror. The reflection revealed a flawless face, skin as smooth as cream and as white as jade. She could scarcely believe it as she caressed her smooth cheek. The nightmares of the past decade had been shattered in an instant. After a prolonged moment, she regained her composure and excitedly embraced Mou, her voice trembling with emotion. Master, she suddenly threw herself at him, holding him tightly as her voice choked with gratitude. Thank you. A decade of discrimination and ridicule, 10 years of being labeled an ugly monster with a disfigured face. All the painful memories crumbled in that moment. Although she had discovered a method of healing, the realization would take decades to actualize. Yet Mou had effortlessly resolved it. In that instant, she felt an unprecedented warmth and gratitude. Mou deftly extricated himself from Murong Yi's embrace, landing lightly on the ground. If I cannot defeat Su Meier, so be it. But how could I allow you, a mere Qi refinement practitioner, to manipulate me at will? Murong Yi gazed in astonishment at the youthful, yet composed figure before her. Master, are you truly only 6 or 7 years old? She could not help but inquire. Master, may I ask a question, though I am unsure if it is appropriate? If that is the case, then perhaps you should refrain from asking. Master, wait. Murong Yi exclaimed, hastily calling after him. Look at this. I found it at the Qin residence. Mou turned back, and there she was, holding a dimly glowing green orb. He took it from her, scrutinizing it closely. Under your gentle persuasion, Murong-yi willingly presented her fragment of the 9 nether poison pearl. However, this pearl had completely fused with her essence. It would necessitate her demise for its utilization. Reward: heart-corroding poison. Heart-corroding poison. Ranked among the top 100 poisons in the immortal realm, it possesses an exceptionally corrosive effect on spiritual energy, capable of awakening a cultivator's inner demons. Note: with this poison, Murong-yi could serve as an exceptional cauldron for you. Mou disregarded the system's remarks regarding the cauldron. He meticulously examined the 9 nether poison pearl, a fragment of a poison-attributed celestial artifact, astonishingly toxic. Indeed, as the system indicated, it was entirely bound to Murong-yi. Furthermore, it bore a mark of divine consciousness, indicating that they were being watched. With that, he casually tossed the poison pearl back. Murong-yi hurriedly caught it, her expression one of bewilderment. Huh, what does this mean? Mou elucidated. The owner of this pearl has placed a mark upon it. As soon as the poison inside is absorbed, it will trigger. Behind the Qin family lies an even greater power. This pearl is a fragment of a celestial artifact and can perfectly complement your constitution. Murong-yi's mind buzzed at the mention of celestial artifacts and her physique. Unfazed by her comprehension, Mou grasped her hand and soared into the sky on his sword. At that moment, a voice, authoritative as thunder from the heavens, resonated. You too, please leave my possession behind. Mou looked up to see a youth clad in white, standing in midair. His robe billowed, resembling an ethereal being descended from the celestial realm, exuding an overwhelming and suffocating aura. His stature was as upright as a pine, radiating an air of disdainful superiority. While his realm remained indiscernible, he undeniably exuded tremendous strength. May I inquire who you are? Mou asked. You lack the qualification to know my identity. Surrender my possession, or meet your demise, the white-clad youth declared with utmost arrogance. Murong-yi hid behind Mou, secretly scrutinizing this uninvited guest. He certainly had the appearance of a handsome man, but did he not fear the wrath of the heavens with such arrogance? Mou's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of coldness flashing within. Once something comes into my possession, I have never adhered to the principle of returning it. Chapter 37. Arrogance requires backing. Mou opened his panel. Name: Junwuan. Fortune: purple. Description: a formidable obstacle in Murong-yi's ascent. In terms of fortune, he is no less than an ordinary child of fate. Junwuan? That name rang a bell. Mou rapidly searched his mind, and soon came to a realization. Junwuan, the Qin Shou of the 7 stars of the celestial sacred land. A demon cultivator, a powerful being of the integration stage. It was rumored he would inevitably ascend to immortality. By this alone, it was evident that his worth was not inferior to that of an ordinary child of fortune. Then I shall have to take it from your corpses, Junwuan stated nonchalantly. He slowly raised his right hand and waved gently, causing a colossal hand to materialize in the void. This giant hand obscured the sky, bearing the might to annihilate worlds, descending ruthlessly upon Mou and Murong-yi. He did not recognize the child before him, nor did he care. A mere infant in the nascent soul stage could be extinguished with ease. Wait, spare her. Just as Junwuan was about to strike, a voice suddenly interrupted his action. Mou and Junwuan turned simultaneously to see an individual stepping forth from the void. Dressed in a white robe adorned with a distinctive star insignia, the mark of an elder from the celestial sacred land. His aura suggested he was at least of the returning void stage. Junwuan recognized the person and asked blandly, Lisu, give me a reason to spare them. He is the holy son of the Tianxian sacred land, Lisu replied. Junwuan's brows furrowed slightly. When did the Tianxian sacred land acquire a holy son? His gaze shifted to Mou, the child who appeared no older than 6. Ah, so he has fallen victim to the transformation infant curse? Return my possession, and this matter shall be laid to rest, he stated coolly. Murong-yi was greatly astonished. This imposing figure immediately softened upon hearing her master's identity. Just who was her master? Clinging to such a powerful ally would save her thousands of years of detours. Yet, would her master truly relinquish this celestial artifact fragment? Given the current atmosphere, it seemed precarious not to comply. I have already stated, once something is in my possession, it is never returned, Mou replied monotonously. This item originates from a demonic cultivation family. If you claim it as yours, does that imply you are also a demon cultivator? If Qin Shou from the celestial sacred land colludes with demon cultivators, may I infer that you harbor some nefarious conspiracy? How audaciously you place such a heavy accusation. Junwuan scoffed, an overwhelming surge of demonic energy emanating from him. Even so, what of it? I shall grant you one last chance. Surrender the item, or die. Mou's expression grew increasingly solemn. The celestial sacred land had always maintained a neutral stance, accommodating both demon cultivators and ordinary cultivators. While demon cultivators were not as devoid of morality as their evil counterparts, they acted without restriction. Nevertheless, he was unafraid. To be a demon cultivator necessitated the readiness to face dire consequences. I stand here, the item is on me. If you possess the capability, come and kill me to retrieve it. Mou provocatively gestured to his neck. Morong-yi watched in horror. Her young master, appearing harmless, was unexpectedly a reckless individual. Given the disparity in their strengths, should they not be seeking a means of escape? Master claims the item is on him. Could it be, Master, if you perish, I will ensure to avenge you. Morong-yi silently resolved, adding Jun Wuhan to her list of targets. Then you shall die, Jun Wuhan coldly declared, preparing to strike. By the way, I almost forgot to mention, Luo Suxin is my senior sister, Mou leisurely added. Jun Wuhan's movements abruptly halted, as if he had heard something profoundly alarming. The tumultuous spiritual energy he had gathered dissipated instantaneously. Lisu quickly concurred. Indeed, Lord Tianshu, the holy son of Tianxian, is indeed Luo Suxin's junior brother. Morong-yi, intrigued, pondered who this Luo Suxin was. Jun Wuhan suppressed the shock within, allowing a sinister smile to creep upon his lips. Oh, is this the foundation of your audacious arrogance, holy son of Tianxian? Arrogance requires backing, and I just happen to have that. Mou replied coolly. He turned and patted Morong-yi's shoulder. In the future, when encountering troubles, simply invoke your master's name. Luo Suxin, the greatest descendant of the Tian Yuan continent, as long as scattered immortals do not emerge, is invincible. Truly impressive. Morong-yi's beautiful eyes widened. The greatest descendant. How extraordinary. This saves me countless years of detours. A super powerful ally for this lifetime. There will be no opportunity left. None of you shall leave alive today. Jun Wuhan bellowed angrily. No sooner had the words left his lips than a gigantic hand of spiritual energy coalesced in the sky, bearing the power to obliterate worlds, descending upon the two. The air seemed to solidify, the void trembling under the weight of such pressure. Mou turned to observe the scene, his expression remaining unfazed. Just as the spiritual giant hand was about to descend, an invisible force suddenly manifested, halting its descent. Jun Wuhan frowned, and without hesitation, struck towards the void. Boom. The violent surge of spiritual energy scattered, obscuring everyone's vision. A melodious, bell-like laughter rang out. Jun Wuhan, how dare you lay a hand on my junior brother? Does your celestial sacred land wish to wage war against the Tianxian sacred land? The newcomer was none other than Su Meyer. This was precisely the reason for Mou's calm demeanor. Although he was unsure why Su Meyer had not appeared earlier, he was certain she was nearby. With a swift motion, she arrived at Mou's side, her enchanting fox-like eyes glimmering with a hint of reproach. She had initially anticipated witnessing Mou's fright, hoping he would call upon her for assistance. However, she was taken aback by his fearless demeanor. Morong-yi was astounded. No wonder her master feared nothing. It turned out there was someone nearby, and a beast-eared maiden at that. Tianshu, what exactly do you intend to do? Upon witnessing Jun Wuhan's attack, the elder of the starry sky's sacred land's expression changed dramatically. The son of Tianxian has annihilated our affiliated forces. He must be punished. A maelstrom of demonic energy surged around Jun Wuhan, coalescing into a pitch-black spear that exuded a ferocious aura, as if it were a tangible entity. The spear launched forth like a dragon, piercing through the air towards Su Meyer's face. Su Meyer's pupils contracted slightly, with a delicate wave of her hand. Pink spiritual energy surged forth, forming a protective barrier. The spear collided with the barrier, erupting into a dazzling explosion of light. And the overwhelming force sent Su Meyer staggering back a few steps, a trace of blood escaping her lips. Truly, Tianshu's strength is formidable. She licked the blood from her lips, her eyes igniting with fighting spirit. However, this is merely the beginning. With a fierce cry, a colossal illusion of a celestial fox manifested behind her, its 6 tails unfurling, and the terrifying pressure altered the very fabric of reality. Spiritual energy frantically converged, creating a massive vortex in the air. Jun Wuhan's expression turned grave, his spear trembling as demonic energy surged forth like a tidal wave. In an instant, a massive black dragon soared from the demonic energy, its claws bared, roaring as it charged towards Su Meyer. The celestial fox illusion behind her swished its tail to meet the ferocious black dragon. Boom. The clash between the dragon and the celestial fox unleashed a cataclysmic roar. The entire space quaked, as if unable to withstand the terrifying impact. The two figures darted across the heavens, as swift as lightning. Each collision was accompanied by a terrifying wave of energy, intertwining pink spiritual power with black demonic energy, erupting with a heart-stopping ferocity. Chapter 38. The Transmigrator, Morong-yi Master. Do you think that sister can win? Morong-yi inquired anxiously. Fear not. She is a 9-tailed celestial fox. Battling beyond her level is as effortless as eating and drinking. Mou reassured, though his gaze remained fixed on the battlefield. Although Su Meyer currently seemed evenly matched against Jun Wuhan, the disparity in their realms was significant. And over time, she would likely fall at a disadvantage. One must understand that the gap between the combined and the return to void stages is vast. Merely the domain could render the return to void incapable of motion. Tianshu, have you lost your mind? Are you truly intending to wage war against the Tianxian sacred land? Elder Lu Su shouted urgently, attempting to halt the conflict. Jun Wuhan snorted coldly. And what if we do? The starry sky sacred land fears nothing. Junsha, as his words fell, Mou felt a chill run down his spine as a sword energy sliced through the void. The sword energy was swift, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. Mou barely evaded the sword energy by a hair's breadth, feeling the rush of wind as it grazed his cheek, causing his robes to flutter. Mou's expression sharpened as he gazed towards the source of the attack. In the void, a figure clad in black robes gradually materialized. With a stern visage and a sinister gaze, he emanated a powerful aura that instilled dread. It was unmistakably a formidable practitioner at the return to void stage. Master. Morong gasped. Do not fear. Mou whispered soothingly, his tone calm. To think a mere nascent soul could evade my strike. This is intriguing. Junsha's voice was frigid. However, this is where it ends. He raised his hand, unleashing another wave of sword energy. This strike was even more ferocious than the last. Moving at an unprecedented speed, almost instantaneously reaching Mou. With a focused gaze, Mou summoned his spiritual energy, deftly evading the attack. The sword energy skimmed past his feet, carving a deep gash into the ground. The Tianxian sword technique. Countless sword energies surrounded Mou, weaving an impenetrable net aimed at Junsha. The sword energies crisscrossed, each imbued with astonishing lethality. A mere parlor trick, Junsha scoffed, swinging his sword to conjure a massive blade of light that effortlessly tore through Mou's web of swords. The blade continued its relentless trajectory towards Mou. With a steely gaze, Mou's body twisted unnaturally in the air, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. The blade grazed his form, severing a strand of his hair. Mou's heart raced with shock. It was fortunate that his current form was smaller, otherwise, that strike would have struck true. The power of the return to void stage is overwhelming. I am no match for it. Boy, you possess some skill, but alas, you will still perish by my hand. Junsha sneered, beginning to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, preparing to unleash his most powerful strike. Brother, Su Meier exclaimed in alarm, her face pale. Yet she was unable to assist, entangled by Jun Wuhan. Murong hidden in the shadows, was filled with concern, silently praying for Mou to navigate this perilous situation. Mou's expression was grave. This strike cannot be avoided. Yet, to take it head-on would mean certain death. Helpless, he retrieved a hairpin. The very one gifted to him by Xian Yingbing. How could one dare to swagger about without some hidden cards? Junsha's gathered spiritual energy transformed into a massive black dragon, roaring as it lunged at Mou. Prepare to meet your demise. Junsha cackled. Unperturbed, Mou summoned the divine forged universe cauldron, positioning it before him. Buzz. The dragon collided with the cauldron. As the dust settled, onlookers were astonished to find that neither the mysterious cauldron nor Mou himself had suffered so much as a scratch. Before they could comprehend, Mou infused spiritual energy into the hairpin. In an instant, the heavens shifted. A spine-chilling sword energy erupted from the hairpin, tearing through the void wherever it passed. This is bad. Jun Wuhan's expression changed drastically, but at that moment, entangled by Su Meier, he had no means to evade. A piercing scream resonated through the skies as Jun Wuhan was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily into a distant mountain peak. The towering mountain crumbled in an instant, debris flying, dust swirling. Junsha, witnessing this, was struck with shock, abandoning his entanglement with Mou to dash towards Jun Wuhan. Mou exhaled in relief. This blow would leave him severely injured, if not dead. Murong Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape, her expression a mix of astonishment. Her little master had actually defeated the seemingly formidable opponent. If she wasn't mistaken, the power Jun Wuhan wielded was at least that of the return to void stage. To think he was so easily vanquished. Could it be that her master is the fated child of this world? But shouldn't that title belong to her, the transmigrator? Surely. She couldn't be just a mere side character. Such a fate must be avoided at all costs. Su Meier let out a sigh of relief, swiftly landing beside Mou. In her earlier panic, she had forgotten to provide her junior brother with the life-saving talisman gifted by their third senior sister. With her third senior sister's strength, that opponent would undoubtedly be dead. Elder Lu Su was left utterly dumbfounded. Tianshu had actually been defeated, although he and Jun Wuhan were not from the same faction. Seeing Jun Wuhan being sent flying right before his eyes made it difficult for him to absolve himself of blame should anything go awry. Atop the peak of Schwe, shrouded in mist, Xian Ningbing sat cross-legged upon a smooth, mirror-like azure stone, enveloped in a faint purple aura, resembling a celestial maiden descended to the mortal realm. Her face, breathtakingly beautiful, retained an unchanging frosty expression, as always. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, a flicker of fluctuation passing through them. A sword energy left on Mou had been triggered. A family from the transformation stage has actually encountered a problem that even the fourth junior sister cannot resolve. Is it the Starry Sky Sacred Land? She immediately activated a spell, using the artifact left on MOU to construct an external incarnation. It would require a moment, during which she hoped nothing unexpected would occur. Jun Woohan spat blood, his breath feeble. "Young master, are you alright?" Jun Sha appeared at his side. Jun Woohan wiped the blood from his lips, pulling out a shattered copper mirror from his bosom. A heart-protecting mirror, a mid-grade spiritual treasure, had been shattered. No matter. He gazed towards Su Meier, his fighting spirit undiminished. "They have exhausted their means of dealing with me. You take on that holy sun, and leave the fox to me." As Jun Sha was about to speak and put a stop to it, Jun Woohan had already soared into the sky. Another battle. MOU's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld Jun Woohan charging at them once more. "Is my senior sister unable to defeat this fellow? Is the 10,000 fortune merely a facade?" Su Meier narrowed her fox-like eyes. "Brother, you must leave first. I shall hold them off, and will seek you out later." Before her words had fully escaped her lips, she transformed into a pink apparition, darting upward into the heavens. MOU's brow furrowed slightly. He was indeed affecting Su Meier's performance. With her strength, if she exerted herself fully and revealed all her trump cards, defeating Jun Woohan would be a trivial matter. However, she had to divide her attention to protect herself. Nevertheless, with a mere return to the void, and with so many celestial artifacts at his disposal, he could surely crush them. Morong-yi suddenly came to a realization. Indeed, my little master is the child of fortune. This is the classic scenario of a teammate being sacrificed, isn't it? Oh no, am I destined to perish as well? Chapter 39, The Four Symbols Formation. The Xuanwu array Su Meier and Jun Woohan were locked in a standoff high above, the tension palpable. Jun Woohan turned his gaze towards Lu Su. "Now that the battle is unavoidable, Lu Su, will you truly stand by and do nothing?" Lu Su's expression faltered, and after a moment's contemplation, he replied, "I apologize." With a swift motion, he ascended into the air, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jun Woohan. Jun Sha's figure also appeared before MOU, blocking his path with a chilling murderous intent. MOU's expression grew grave. The situation had become dire. Another return to the void had joined the fray. Furthermore, from his understanding, the 28 starry constellations of the stellar sacred land were at least high-tier returns to the void, nearing the integration phase. This implied that Lu Su's strength was not to be underestimated. At that moment, Jun Woohan let out a cold laugh. "And where are the others? Are you all merely going to watch?" As his voice faded, the sky suddenly warped, rippling with distortion. 3 figures emerged from different directions, each exuding a terrifying aura comparable to that of Jun Woohan. MOU's heart sank. All of them are in the integration phase. Though their combat prowess might not match Jun Woohan's, they were all formidable integration cultivators. Su Meier flashed forward, positioning herself protectively in front of MOU. "Junior brother, you must flee. They are all at the integration phase, and your presence here will hinder my performance." Before MOU could respond, Morong-yi had already clutched his arm tightly, trembling all over, her voice laced with despair and a hint of tears. "Master, what shall we do? Is there truly no hope?" MOU remained silent, instead raising his gaze to Jun Woohan and offering a faint smile. "The stellar sacred land truly values me. I have never received such high treatment even at home. 7 branches, and 5 have come. I heard that you all don't get along." He remained unperturbed, the smile lingering on his lips. Death was certainly not on the horizon. Even if the entirety of the stellar sacred land descended upon them, they could not truly kill the 3 children of fortune. But what to do now was indeed a conundrum. Could they escape? No. The mark from Jun Wushang still lingered on Morong-yi. While leaving Su Meier might not lead to death, it could indeed result in severe injury. The members of the stellar sacred land regarded MOU with a mix of surprise. Even in such dire circumstances, he remained so composed. This celestial son of Tianxian was no ordinary individual. One of the newcomers stepped forward, slightly bowing to MOU with a courteous demeanor. "I have long heard of the celestial son of Tianxian, who lost his cultivation 10 years ago. Today, I see you are still a dragon among men. I shall not involve myself in this matter. I kindly ask that when the fairy Luo annihilates the stellar sacred land in the future, you spare my branch, Tian Quan." Before he finished speaking, he flickered and vanished without a trace. Upon hearing this, Morong-yi's gaze instinctively fell upon the unique ring on MOU's hand. "With your cultivation lost," Lu Su's brow furrowed, revealing his hesitation. He's right. If we truly eliminate these few individuals, how shall we explain it to Luo Su Xian? Wouldn't the stellar sacred land bear the brunt of her wrath? To his surprise, the other 2 did not hesitate, aligning themselves with Jun Woohan. After a moment of consideration, he declared, "Then I too shall take my leave first. I ask that you spare my Tianxian branch in the future." Jun Woohan scoffed derisively. "Foolishness, avoiding the inevitable is of no consequence. In this world, weakness is original sin. Only by becoming powerful can one truly stand firm." His gaze bore into MOU's. "I will say this one last time, surrender my possession, and I shall grant you a path to survival. Otherwise, you shall die." MOU felt almost moved by his words. At such a juncture, he could still offer a way out. How generous. He felt almost embarrassed to deceive them. Murong-yi slapped her forehead, as if awakening from a dream. How could she have forgotten? They were merely after that fragment of celestial artifact. Can't we just give it to him? She gently tugged at Mou's sleeve. Her voice tinged with hope. Master, let us return that item to him. Her gaze inadvertently swept over the star disk beneath Mou's feet. It appeared he had already prepared a flying treasure. Su Meier's eyes flickered as they landed on Mou. Regardless of what decision he made, she would support him. Mou shook his head helplessly. I truly apologize, but you mean that orb? It has fully merged with me. It cannot be extracted. Only my death could transfer ownership. Murong-yi felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Master. Her voice trembled, nearly unable to articulate the complete thought. In an instant of realization, she felt a pang of bitterness in her heart, tears blurring her vision. That fragment of celestial artifact had already fused with her. Only through her demise could it be retrieved. It dawned upon her that from the very beginning, her master had been considering her, striving to protect her. At this moment, Mou's small figure appeared to her as monumental and towering as a majestic mountain, shielding her from the storm and safeguarding her. Su Meier turned her gaze back to Jun Wuhen, her voice icy. What you seek is no longer possible. We can offer you alternative compensation. How about we exchange a high-grade spiritual treasure for your item? Jun Wuhen's brow furrowed as he regarded Mou's ability to merge with the poison pearl with evident surprise. However, he quickly conjured a pitch-black spear in his hand, aiming it directly at Mou. Hand it over, and we possess the means to extract my possession, sparing his life. Mou chuckled lightly, shaking his head. I have stated before, once something is in my possession, it belongs to me. It cannot be returned. Murong-yi stepped forward eagerly, retrieving the 9 nether poison pearl, cradling it in her hands. The item is with me. It has fused with me. I will go with you. Spare them. Mou abruptly seized her, pulling her behind him. Do not act recklessly. Master. Murong-yi wished to say more, but Mou interrupted her directly. With a flash of spiritual light, he transformed his spiritual power into ropes, binding Murong-yi securely. Like a zongzi, he then cast her behind him. What is yours is mine. Even you belong to me. How could I possibly return it? He was astonished by his disciple's naivety. How could she believe such nonsense? He dared not submit himself. Who knew what might transpire then? Murong-yi struggled desperately, but could not break free from the bindings of spiritual power. She felt her body tighten, nearly gasping for air. Tears welled up, swirling in her eyes, but she felt powerless, allowing the tears to cascade down her cheeks. Even you belong to Master? She thought. When Master grows up, surely that would not be impossible. Curse it. How could she be thinking of such things in such a perilous moment? She inwardly berated herself, shame and guilt intertwining. If that is the case, then I shall take it from your corpses. Jun Wuhen's expression darkened, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Everyone, after such a lengthy conversation, it is time for you to witness the masterpiece I have just crafted. Mou suddenly stomped the ground. The celestial array beneath their feet blazed with resplendent light, shooting forth a dazzling radiance into the heavens. The 4 symbols array, the black tortoise formation, arose. Chapter 40. The celestial array, the soul-quelling flute. Counterattack. As Mou's voice faded, the ground began to tremble violently. A colossal, ethereal image of the black tortoise slowly materialized. It roared skyward, its voice reverberating through the 9 heavens, unleashing an overwhelming aura that instantly engulfed the arena. Jun Wuhen's expression shifted drastically. A 6th-tier formation? Jun Sha was equally astonished. He could hardly fathom that Mou was, in fact, a formation master. What did a 6th-tier formation signify? It was a formation capable of contending with those in the void return stage. How could a soul transformation cultivator possibly arrange a formation of such caliber? How had he achieved this? The sheer spiritual energy required to set up such a formation was beyond the capacity of a mere soul transformation cultivator. Moreover, he was only 24 years old. What would he become in the future? A profound sense of trepidation and even a hint of fear surged within Jun Sha. The 2 elders from the celestial star Holy Land exchanged glances, each reflecting mutual astonishment. Murong-yi, bound like a dumpling and unable to move, still stared wide-eyed, unable to comprehend the spectacle, but profoundly shaken. Regardless, her master was undeniably impressive. Truly the child of destiny. Su Meier was similarly taken aback. She recalled that Mou had previously been utterly clueless about formations, even getting lost in Ling Qingyue's maze. To think that he could now set up such a high-quality formation was astonishing. His comprehension was nothing short of terrifying. Sister Meier, continue. Mou's voice suddenly resonated. Su Meier instinctively extended her hand, finding herself holding an array plate. The plate bore the depiction of the Big Dipper, with only the star resembling a spoon glowing faintly, radiating a soft starlight. This was the array plate for the formation. Although merely a 6th tier, the black tortoise formation was extraordinarily powerful, even surpassing some 7th tier formations. Mou explained. With this, my senior sister should be able to overcome them, right? Naturally, Su Meier replied confidently. Utilizing this formation would certainly yield effects greater than the sum of its parts. However, As she probed her consciousness into the array plate, her expression shifted slightly. A glimmer of astonishment flashing in her beautiful eyes. A celestial artifact. No wonder Mo could arrange such a formation. He was relying on the assistance of a celestial artifact. This revelation clarified everything. Jun Woohan noticed the array plate in Su Meier's hand and suddenly comprehended, letting out a cold snort. Relying on external forces, nothing more. With that, he hurled his spear, which transformed into a streak of black light. Striking directly at the black tortoise formation, the spear tip shimmered with a chilling gleam, as if it aimed to tear everything asunder. Jun Sha and the two elders of the integration stage breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. They had feared that Mo was truly a 6th-tier formation master. But it turned out he merely relied on a magical artifact. That made him far less terrifying. Each of them summoned their magical artifacts, launching an assault on the black tortoise formation. The brilliance of the myriad artifacts intertwined, the resounding echoes of their clashes filled the air, and the very fabric of space appeared poised to rip apart. Su Meier promptly activated the formation. The black tortoise phantom became even more solidified, letting out a mighty howl that reverberated, colliding with the assaults of the 4 adversaries. For a brief moment, both sides were evenly matched, with neither able to gain the upper hand. Mo retrieved a plethora of spirit stones, channeling energy into the formation. He then collapsed onto the ground, feeling somewhat drained. After all, he was merely a soul transformation cultivator, and arranging this formation was no simple feat. He had only accomplished it with the assistance of Sister Yanqi. At that moment, the system's voice echoed. Detected that Murong Yi is beginning to submit to you. Murong Yi's affection, 99. Though she still harbors some reservations. She is now willing to give everything for you, including her life. Please continue your efforts. Villain points, 200. Reward, Celestial Artifact, Heavenly Poison Pearl. Heavenly Poison Pearl possesses formidable toxicity and purifying power. Mo's heart surged with joy yet was tinged with confusion. Was it really just 99? Was it that easy? Had he genuinely moved her? He swiftly checked the system space, where a verdant pearl now resided. The toxic property was easily understood, as it could indeed poison. The purifying power was used for detoxification. Both were exceedingly useful, though presently not applicable. He then took out the hairpin gifted by Xianingbing. At this moment, the hairpin emanated a faint, warm glow. Sister Sen should be arriving soon, Mo murmured softly. Although he did not fully grasp the meaning of this glow, his intuition told him it signified support. Nothing was more reassuring than having the protagonist at home. They might enjoy making an entrance, but they would undoubtedly come to the rescue. Just then, as Mo was lost in thought, a muffled sobbing sound reached his ears. He turned to see Murong Yi staring at him with wide eyes. Filled with a pleading expression, Mo casually released the seal on her mouth. Master, I can finally speak. Murong Yi sighed in relief, then nervously inquired. Do you really think we can return safely? Though she knew Mo would not perish, she still harbored doubts about her own safety. Certainly, Mo replied calmly. He produced a jade flute and handed it to Murong Yi. Here, give it a try. Murong Yi was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond at such a critical moment. Reluctantly, she reached out. Master, my hands are still bound. Oh, Mo acknowledged, yet made no move to untie her. He stood up, brushing off the dust from his robes. Murong Yi's eyes widened. Master, you can't do this. Mo feigned indifference, closing his eyes instead. Sister Yanqi, help me. I truly do not know where you acquired so many celestial artifacts. Yanqi's voice resonated in Mo's mind. The next moment, Mo's eyes turned crimson, as Yanqi took control of his body, grasping the soul-quelling flute and gently beginning to play. In the sky, Su Meier gradually found herself at a disadvantage. Although aided by a formidable formation, she was still merely in the void return stage, unable to withstand the combined might of 3 integration stage opponents. At that moment, a melodious tune began to resonate, flowing like a clear spring across the battlefield. Su Meier felt her body lighten, her previously sluggish spiritual energy once again flowing smoothly. With her speed, power, and reflexes significantly enhanced, she could not help but look toward the source of the sound, where Mo was playing the jade flute. A warm current surged in Su Meier's heart as she marveled at this little prodigy. His soul strength rivaled that of the god transformation stage, and he wielded a celestial artifact. She immediately discerned that Mo was not adept in music. Rather, he was forcibly playing through the might of his powerful soul and the artifact's influence. Nevertheless, this melody was more than sufficient to wield a profound impact on the battlefield. With the music's support, Su Meier gradually turned the tide of battle, beginning to gain the upper hand. In stark contrast, those from the Celestial Star Holy Land found the melody akin to a sinister enchantment, causing their minds to spiral into confusion. Their spiritual energy became sluggish, and their bodies felt as though they were mired in quicksand, their movements hindered. Damn it, this brat has actually mastered the art of music to disrupt us. Jun Sha's face darkened. How could a soul transformation cultivator possibly influence their minds in such a manner? Another elder from the integration stage was filled with a mix of fury and disbelief. Jun Woohan's gaze fell upon Mo, and he instantly understood everything. So, It was a high-tier magical artifact, no wonder. He turned to Su Mayer, his tone calm. It seems I shan't be reclaiming my possessions today. Chapter 41. Reinforcements arrive at the critical moment. Su Mayer scoffed softly. Does young Master Tian Schwa intend to persist? It won't be long before our Tian Xian Holy Land sends reinforcements. Tian Xian Holy Land. Jun Wuhan chuckled with amusement. But do not forget. This is our chaotic star domain. In the secret realm of the immortals, Luo Suxin found herself amidst the ethereal landscape, while Bai Shuangying lingered in the depths of the demon suppression abyss. Should any other elders from the heavenly Xian sacred land dare approach, rest assured that our starry sky sacred land is not to be trifled with. Nevertheless, let today's matters be set aside for the time being. His gaze shifted to Murong Yi, and in a menacing tone, he warned, you would do well to tread carefully and pray you do not fall into my grasp. Upon witnessing this, Murong Yi hurriedly hid behind Mou, sticking her tongue out at Jun Wuhan and making a playful grimace. Master, that guy is simply insufferable. He lost yet remains so arrogant. Mou, however, did not respond to her words, his attention fixated intently on Jun Wuhan. It will be soon. Very soon, just as Jun Wuhan prepared to turn and depart, a voice as frigid as ice suddenly pierced the air, like a blade of frost slicing through the heavens. Where do you think you are going? Before the words could fully escape, a figure materialized above Mou, clad in resplendent dark robes. She emanated an aura of extreme cold, reminiscent of an eternal glacier. Her violet eyes resembled two unfathomable icy pools, evoking a shiver in those who met her gaze. The newcomer was none other than Xianingbing. Mou exhaled in relief upon her arrival. Indeed, she has arrived, precisely on time. Jun Wuhan's pupils constricted suddenly. A wave of chilling dread surging from his feet to the crown of his head. He sensed an unprecedented pressure emanating from Xianingbing. A weight not only derived from her formidable skills, but also from her merciless demeanor. She appeared as a snow queen descending from the heavens, cold, commanding, and indisputable. Suppressing the unease within him, Jun Wuhan spoke in a low, resolute voice. It is your people from the heavenly Xian sacred land who have taken what belongs to me. I am the one at a disadvantage here. Do not overstep your bounds. And what of it? Xianingbing's voice was frigid and devoid of emotion. Jun Wuhan's anger boiled within, yet he found himself powerless. He lacked the confidence to defeat Xianingbing. Although merely an avatar, her strength was not to be underestimated. You may be on the verge of taking that step, but you are still merely at the integration stage. Do you truly believe you can hinder me with an avatar? A flicker of ferocity flashed in Jun Wuhan's gaze. You may attempt to prove otherwise. Xianingbing's tone remained unperturbed. Taking a deep breath, Jun Wuhan signaled to Jun Sha and the other two elders from the Starry Sky sacred land. The four of them simultaneously summoned their spiritual energy, preparing to break through. Xianingbing waved her delicate hand gently. In an instant, a terrifying chill surged forth, enveloping the four like a gust of icy wind from the netherworld. Their spiritual energy froze instantaneously, rendering them utterly incapable of mobilizing even the slightest fraction. Jun Wuhan felt an agonizing chill seep into his bones. As if his very soul were on the brink of freezing. He desperately summoned his spiritual energy to resist, but the frost-like aura clung to him, incessantly eroding his body. A piercing scream erupted as Jun Sha's physical form shattered, disintegrating into a cloud of icy mist that dissipated in the air. Following suit, the other two elders met the same fate. Though Jun Wuhan was stronger, he too struggled to maintain his form. A thick layer of frost coated his body, slowing his movements. Damn it! Panic coursed through Jun Wuhan, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He could not comprehend how an avatar at the integration stage could wield such overwhelming power. Are you truly intent on exterminating us? Jun Wuhan's voice was grim. Xianingbing did not respond, her graceful hand clenched. In an instant, Jun Wuhan's body exploded, transforming into a cloud of ice mist and vanishing from existence, leaving only a cry of defiance in his wake. Master! Murong Yi stood in shock, rendered speechless by the scene before her. Who is that elder? They are incredibly powerful. With just a gentle squeeze, they dispatched all of them. Mou, shaken from his astonishment, regained his composure and explained, that is your martial uncle. However, they are not dead. Even he was profoundly shaken by Xianingbing's strength. He understood she was formidable, being the reincarnation of an empress. But he had not anticipated that even an avatar could possess such might. Wait, weren't they just crushed? Murong Yi tilted her head in confusion. Sumair gracefully landed beside Mou. Their souls have escaped. While senior sister is indeed powerful, she cannot defeat them solely with an avatar. She patiently elucidated, her voice enchanting. Moreover, we are still in the chaotic star domain. Should a real death occur, returning would become exceedingly difficult. Mou nodded in agreement. Indeed, killing them would prevent our return. Being pursued is of little consequence, but should the interdomain teleportation array be closed, we would have to traverse the vast territories in our physical forms. The thought was tormenting. Jun Wuhan's escape posed a significant dilemma. The only means to counter him lay with the heavenly poison pearl, yet the practical difficulty was immense. If the poison failed to take effect, he would meet his own demise. Best to wait for the eldest senior sister to emerge from the secret realm, Jun Wuhan from the Tianshu lineage. And the other two unknown figures appeared to be from Tianji and Kai Yang based on their attire. Mou silently noted this. Only then did Murong-yi seem to grasp the situation, nodding in half-understanding. Xian Ningbing descended slowly, and upon seeing Mou, ripples of emotion stirred within her cold violet eyes. A faint smile graced her lips, delicate yet stunning, akin to ice and snow melting in the spring sun. Leaving one in awe, Mou stood in a state of astonishment. Normally, the third senior sister was as frigid as ice, resembling an unyielding glacier. Now, she was smiling? Wait, could it be that she was laughing at him? Senior sister, you are laughing at me. Quickly, help me revert back. Mou snapped back to reality. A hint of annoyance in his voice. Is it that amusing to transform into a child? Xian Ningbing withdrew her smile, her expression returning to its customary cold indifference. As if the previous smile had been but a mirage. She gently shook her head, her tone icy. I was not laughing at you, merely reminded of something amusing. After a brief explanation, she waved her hand lightly, enveloping Mou in a gentle radiance. Mou felt a wave of warmth wash over him. Suddenly, he sensed his body expanding rapidly, that long-lost familiar sensation returning. He looked down to see that he had finally reverted. Being small was utterly uncomfortable. Everything was inconvenient. Murong-yi was astonished, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. The master, who was just a tiny figure, has suddenly grown? What kind of wondrous magic is this? And, master looks incredibly handsome now that he has grown. She secretly admired Mou, her heart racing uncontrollably. Surely, it must be quite ordinary in the cultivation world to have a crush on one's master, as depicted in novels. Xian Ningbing gracefully raised her hand, and 4 rings fell into Mou's palm. Su Meyer, observing this, immediately grew displeased, her graceful form inching closer to Xian Ningbing. Senior sister, you are being too unfair. What about me? You are showing favoritism. Xian Ningbing replied coolly, you seldom descend the mountain. With that, her figure slowly faded from view. Su Meyer, seeing this, had no choice but to relent. She leaned closer to Mou, her fluffy fox ears twitching with curiosity. Quick, see what's inside. Chapter 42. Is it still the era of snatching disciples? On Suiwei Peak, Xian Ningbing's consciousness returned to her true form. She gradually opened her eyes, a complex emotion flickering in her violet gaze. With a soft exhalation, she seemed to release the turmoil within her heart. Divine artifacts, and not just one. To think there are so many in a lower realm. Alongside her junior sister's 9-leaf fate herb, she pieced together the unfolding events. The Tianyuan realm faced a cataclysm capable of obliterating worlds. Thus, she had risked everything, pouring forth all her accumulated resources. Most were given to Mou, with a portion shared among others. Even so, under the celestial scheming, defeat seemed inevitable. Consequently, the heavenly Tao allowed Ling Wanxing to glimpse the future, leveraging her to unite others in facing the impending crisis. Regrettably, based on her extensive experience, she realized that such a calamity was beyond the capacity of mortals to resolve. However, as a former emperor of the celestial realm, even the heavenly Tao of the Tianyuan realm could not foresee her destiny. Thus, it would fall upon her, as a senior sister, to offer her assistance. After all, having lived together for so many years, the inhabitants of Tsui Peak had long since become family in her eyes. With this thought, a gentle smile graced her lips, reminiscent of the thawing of ice and the return of spring to the earth. How endearing little Yu was in her childhood. In the Hall of Heavenly Mysteries, the atmosphere was thick with tension, stifling, and oppressive. The starry sacred ground had overstepped its bounds. How dare they lay hands on their people? Sheng Shuzi's furious voice reverberated throughout the hall. His usually affable countenance now marred by ire, his eyes wide with indignation. Several elders shared his righteous fury. Rivalry among peers was one thing. But the Tianshu had personally intervened. How long had little Yu been cultivating? If this continued, would the sect still have a legacy to uphold? Indeed, it could not be allowed to pass without consequence. Sheng Shuzi suppressed his anger. I shall demand an explanation from the starry sacred ground. He cracked his knuckles, a glint of frost shining in his eyes. They seemed to have forgotten that the Hall of Heavenly Mysteries boasted not only the current Luo Suxin, but also a figure who once suppressed an entire era. At that moment, Qing Xian, who had been standing in the corner, suddenly spoke up. The Ancestor has returned. I just saw her. Sheng Shuzi paused, then instructed, I will visit the starry sacred ground first. You must inform the Ancestor of this matter immediately. Within the Hall of Stewards, the fragrance of sandalwood lingered. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. This is Chu Yuli. The elder steward introduced, his gaze resting upon Chu Yuli. With her head bowed, her ordinary appearance concealed her true beauty, and she anxiously twisted her fingers, her heart racing. She had merely accepted a task in the medicinal garden and had surreptitiously taken a few herbs. How could she have been caught by the elder steward? She truly had not intended to do so. Desperation had driven her to it, and seeing the garden unattended led to her carelessness. At the head of the table, Yi Shimei regarded Chu Yuli with keen interest. This girl acted with caution, her eyes reflecting a tenacity that evoked the image of a gentle, yet resolute spirit. The elder steward added with a tone of admiration, "This is a true disciple personally, sent by Miss Lanine. She must possess exceptional qualities to have become a true disciple of Schwa Peak." Chu Yuli discreetly raised her head, casting a grateful glance at the elder steward. This was clearly an attempt to plead her case. Although her identity was mistaken, it was fortunate that Schwe Peak had few people and no specific disciple tokens. No one knew who her master was. Otherwise, she would be utterly humiliated. While it mattered little to her if the saint's disciple had pilfered from the medicinal garden, her master would likely be too embarrassed to show her face. Yi Shimei nodded. The little girl from Schwa Peak indeed had an eye for talent, recognizing Chu Yuli's uniqueness at first glance. However, this disciple was one she intended to claim for herself. No one else would do. She rose, feigning seriousness as she cleared her throat. Chu Yuli's heart sank. This was it. Would she still face punishment? She fervently hoped this incident would not spread. Chu Yuli. Yi Shimei spoke, her voice authoritative. "Are you willing to become my disciple?" Chu Yuli was taken aback. She lifted her gaze to regard the woman before her. Clad in a purple gauzy dress, she exuded an air of grace and maturity. Who was she? She seemed even more imposing than Meng Lanine. Wait. Now is not the time for such thoughts. I appreciate your kindness, senior, but I already have a master. Chu Yuli quickly bowed respectfully, her tone resolute. I am aware. I will speak to your master about it, Yi Shimei replied calmly. Yet internally, she felt quite vexed. What a bother. Theoretically, the entire Hall of Heavenly Mysteries was filled with her disciples and grand disciples. But the system insisted that she must have a disciple, otherwise it would not count. And the individual must be willing. She felt a headache coming on. Among her disciples, only Mou and Ling Qingyue were somewhat manageable. The others had taken considerable effort to secure. At that moment, Chu Yuli's mind was in turmoil, a cacophony of thoughts swirling chaotically. There was even competition for disciples. This person's status was clearly far superior to that of the Schwa Peak master, likely an elder of the highest rank. The status of a grand elder surpassed that of her master, and her ancestor, Yi Shimei, was not one to meddle. Yet she believed herself to be Meng Lanine's junior sister. Thoughts tumbled through her mind like a tangled mess. No, she could not panic now. She must feign ignorance and wait until she could return to ask Junior Master Wanqing what to do. She immediately donned a look of admiration, gazing earnestly at Yi Shimei. Senior, my master is truly remarkable. He has saved my life, and no matter what, I cannot betray him. Unless my master personally tells me, I will not agree. Yi Shimei raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the girl before her. This little one indeed had principles. Do you know who I am? Your master? Even if she were to stand before me, she would still need to show me respect. The elder steward chimed in. Yes, Chu Yuli. This opportunity is not one that comes by often. You must seize it. Chu Yuli replied firmly. No matter what, I will not betray my master. Seeing her unwavering resolve, Yi Shimei no longer pressed the matter. Very well, I shall speak with your master first. With that, she vanished in a flicker, leaving behind a faint, lingering fragrance. Originally, she intended to head to Schwa Peak, but suddenly, her brows furrowed, and she changed direction, making her way to Tianxian Peak. Observing Yi Shimei's departure, Chu Yuli hurriedly fled back to Schwe Peak. Mou extended his consciousness into the ring and gasped in astonishment. He had never seen so many spirit stones in his life. Before him lay mountains of top-grade spirit stones, and upon a cursory count, there were over 100,000. In addition to the spirit stones, there were numerous magical artifacts, techniques, pills, and rare materials, a dazzling array that left one bewildered. Among them were even 3 spiritual treasures, a demonic spear of medium grade, and a sword and dagger of low grade. Although these artifacts leaned towards the path of demonic cultivators and were not particularly suitable for Mou, selling them would undoubtedly yield a significant fortune. What do you think? Are there any good items? Sue Meyer inquired as she noticed Mou lost in thought. Approximately 800,000 top-grade spirit stones, Mou answered, regaining his focus. Chapter 43, The Ferocious Beast and the Gu Sculpture. Mou retained those rare materials and spirit stones, which amounted to about 200,000 top-grade spirit stones. The remainder he handed over to Sue Meyer. Sister Meyer, we will divide it into 3. You are the main force, so you take 3. And I will. Just as he prepared to articulate the distribution plan, a sudden sharp pain interrupted him. Ouch! Sue Meyer had unexpectedly appeared beside him, her delicate hand pinching his ear with just enough force. Brother, do you think I would be interested in such trifles? Mou turned to Sue Meyer. Seeing her brow furrowed, her captivating fox-like eyes now revealing a hint of grievance. Didn't you say that the 3rd senior sister was biased? Mou mumbled. Do you dare to retort? Sue Meyer's grip tightened upon hearing this. No, I wouldn't dare. Mou quickly begged for mercy. You are strong, that is the reason. And everything you say is correct. Sue Meyer huffed lightly, finally releasing her grip, and tossed him a storage ring. This is something the Qin family found. Although it isn't much, there is something quite interesting within, she said mysteriously. Mou accepted the ring and probed inside with his consciousness. Indeed, there were not many treasures within. Converted to top-grade spirit stones, it barely amounted to 1,000. His gaze swept the contents of the ring, ultimately settling upon an inconspicuous black vial in a corner. The bottle lay quietly, yet it emanated an intense malevolence that sent chills down one's spine. A flicker of intrigue sparked within Mou as he retrieved the small black vial. Sister May, is this it? Indeed, dear brother, this is quite a fascinating artifact. Su Meier replied with a charming smile, her voice laced with a hint of mystery. As Mou unscrewed the cap, an overwhelming surge of dark energy burst forth like a flood, assaulting his senses and unsettling his mind. A flash of pink light shot from Su Meier's fingertips, transforming into a protective barrier that shielded both Mou and Mu Rongyi. What is this? Mou exclaimed in astonishment. The blood of the Gujiao. Both Su Meier and Yin Shi declared in unison. Gujiao? Mou questioned, perplexed. I know. It's a ferocious beast. Mu Rongyi interjected excitedly. In the waters dwells a creature known as Gujiao, resembling an eagle with horns, and its cry mimics that of an infant. It is a man-eater. Precisely. Su Meier responded, casting a surprised glance at Mu Rongyi, nodding gently. Mou gazed at his little disciple in astonishment, taken aback by her vast knowledge. He couldn't fathom from which scholarly lineage she hailed. As a wild child emerging from a mountain village, he felt an insurmountable gap between them. Mu Rongyi slightly raised her delicate face, pride evident in her expression. In her past life, she had perused countless tomes, her memory surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Such knowledge was but second nature to her. She reveled in showcasing her talents before these natives, especially since one of them was her master. And a handsome one at that. Observing the two, Su Meier continued, this is not the true blood of the Gujiao, but rather a concoction created through secret methods. As she spoke, a trace of wistfulness crossed her face. I did not expect such wondrous techniques to exist in this world, capable of synthesizing Gujiao blood. Alas. She shook her head, her expression tinged with regret. This Gujiao blood has not been fully refined, otherwise it could have granted the human race the bloodline of the Gujiao. Master Uncle, since it was created by the Qin family, they must possess that secret art. We should locate it and replicate the process ourselves, Mu Rongyi suggested, her eyes alight with excitement. Mou, upon hearing this, turned to Su Meier with eager anticipation. Su Meier regarded Mu Rongyi with admiration, saying, the little girl is indeed clever. In fact, I have already discovered that secret method. With a faint smile, she retrieved a tattered ancient tome from her storage ring. The cover was in tatters, exuding an aura of antiquity. The two fixed their gaze upon the book, curiosity swelling within them. Suddenly, the ancient tome spontaneously ignited without flame, instantly turning to ash. Mu Rongyi's eyes widened in disbelief. She could not comprehend why Su Meier would destroy such a secret. Mou furrowed his brow and asked, is this dark sorcery? Su Meier nodded. To obtain pure Gujiao blood, this method requires the sacrifice of 90 trillion human infants. Her voice was calm, yet a flicker of disgust shone in her eyes. However, even she had to concede the might of the Gujiao, a race intertwined with time and the currents of fate. Perhaps this was the only intersection they would ever have with the name Gujiao. Both Mou and Mu Rongyi were left astounded. 90 trillion? What a terrifying number. Has humanity ever seen such a multitude in its history? Mu Rongyi was filled with shock and rage, unable to fathom the notion of sacrificing so many innocent lives for power. Su Meier continued, the Qin family, being so small, could not possibly amass that many infants. Their target is merely the lowest tier, 10 million infants. Yet, even then, they remain far from their goal. With a gentle sigh, she added, truly a beastly act. No wonder Sister May chose to incinerate it. Mou took a deep breath, suppressing his inner fury. Su Meier elaborated, thus, this item is merely intriguing. It holds no significance for us. However, our discovery has alleviated a considerable burden for this place. Mou nodded, speculating that this was indeed Chu Yuli's opportunity. Albeit they had arrived too early. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. 500 years had passed. Who knew how many infants would perish in that time? It was perplexing that Qin Shou, in his past life, had remained oblivious to such matters. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Detection of your successful disruption of the fate of the girl Chu Yuli. The current fragment of Gujiao blood refining has been destroyed, and the Gujiao blood has fallen into your possession. Chu Yuli will no longer have the chance to acquire the Gujiao bloodline. The antagonist counterattack is successful. Reward, Ferocious Beast Gujiao bloodline. Antagonist points, 1000. Commencing bloodline implantation. Unlike the integration process of the pure Yang physique, the merging of the Gujiao bloodline was silent and without turbulence. Mou closed his eyes, meticulously sensing the changes within his body, though his brow furrowed slightly. Why does it seem like there are no changes? He calmed his mind and focused more intently, eventually detecting a subtle difference. He could now better conceal himself. Under his utmost efforts to remain hidden, his aura retracted, his form becoming ethereal, as if merging with the surrounding environment. Even some void-returning cultivators might struggle to detect him easily. This was a capability exceptionally suited for assassination. With this, combined with the heavenly poison pearl, he felt confident he could eliminate Jun Wuhan. Indeed, it resembled an opportunity belonging to Chu Yuli. There seemed to be additional abilities. Yet his current cultivation level was too low for them to manifest. At that moment, Yin Shi's voice echoed in his mind. The Gujiao bloodline may prove useful later. It would be wise to keep it. Mou nodded, storing the vial of blood in his storage ring. He could present it to Chu Yuli upon his return, and it would likely serve her well. Chapter 44. Seeking Justice. Mou turned to inquire more about the Gujiao from Mu Rongyi, only to find her eyes glistening with unshed tears, trembling slightly. He paused, concern etched on his face. What's wrong? Mu Rongyi raised her hand to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Her voice choked. It's nothing, just a bit of melancholy. Mou surmised her feelings and gently patted her shoulder in comfort. This world is indeed like that. Strength reigns supreme. Some will resort to any means to grow stronger. Just take care of yourself and avoid those dark paths. Su Meier raised an elegantly arched brow. Such occurrences are plentiful. One becomes desensitized after witnessing enough. It's merely the demise of a few. Mou concurred. Indeed, there's no need to be overly sorrowful. Mu Rongyi took a deep breath, regaining her composure, and spoke softly. I apologize, master. I lost my composure. After a pause, she explained, I once vowed to alleviate the suffering of all sentient beings. Yet those wicked practitioners will stop at nothing to cultivate evil arts, turning the living into puppets, draining their essence and souls solely to elevate their own powers. I once witnessed an entire village being slaughtered by such practitioners, with no elder or child spared. As she recounted this, her voice trembled noticeably. Her lips pressed tightly together as if striving to contain her emotions. Master. She looked up at Mou, her once dim eyes now sparkling with determination. What must be done to improve this world? Mou was momentarily taken aback, curious as he asked, Little E, are you from a family of healers? In the chaotic star domain, such benevolence aimed at alleviating the suffering of all sentient beings was predominantly seen among healers. Mu Rongyi shook her head. No, I merely learned some medical skills from my mother. To be precise, it was a vow she had made in her past life while inheriting her teacher's medical knowledge, to cultivate compassion and commit to alleviating the suffering of all souls. To rescue every tormented spirit. This is indeed a heavy burden, Mou murmured. If it were merely a spontaneous vow, it would be manageable, but a promise of this magnitude, which lingers to this day, could indeed impact one's cultivation, he reasoned. This is the chaotic star domain, where spiritual energy is scarce, constituting only about 20% of that found in other regions. Cultivators resort to unscrupulous means for the sake of their practice, and the star's sacred land has never intervened in such matters, allowing dark practitioners to run rampant. As for a solution, Mou cast a pleading glance towards Su Meier. Why is it that these disciples take delight in presenting him with such dilemmas? Su Meier merely looked at him with a knowing smile, as if relishing the unfolding drama. Oh, I see. Master means that by annihilating the star's sacred land and replacing it with a more reliable force, we can resolve the issue, right? Mu Rongyi suddenly exclaimed, her starry eyes shimmering with excitement, fixated on Mou. Mou instinctively nodded. Although he was unsure how she arrived at this conclusion, it might just be feasible. The one who sought to capture him was also from the star's sacred land, so if they could obliterate it, it would serve a dual purpose. Mu Rongyi grew increasingly animated in her rhetoric. Mou nodded once more. Truly clever, drawing conclusions without him uttering a word, although he was uncertain of its practicality. Suddenly, he recalled the words spoken by Jun Wuhan, evasion holds no significance. Indeed, even if he had not provoked Mu Rongyi, given her temperament, she would eventually target the star's sacred land. In a dimly lit chamber within the star's sacred land, the scent of blood permeated the air. Jun Wuhan emerged slowly from a blood pool, each step accompanied by the sound of dripping blood. Heavenly mysterious sacred land, he murmured, his expression somber. Reconstructing one's physical form is not a daunting task for a cultivator at the integration stage, yet the sensation is far from pleasant. He waved his hand, and a paper crane materialized out of thin air. His lips moved slightly, as if imparting secrets to the paper crane. Then, with a flick of his finger, the crane transformed into a streak of light, vanishing instantaneously within the chamber. Suddenly, a figure appeared from the shadows. Tianqiu, what exactly is it that you have hidden within the Qin family, that you would risk enmity with the heavenly mysterious sacred land to obtain? Jun Wuhan exhaled deeply. That item is of great significance to me, and enmity was inevitable. Just then, the entire star's sacred land began to tremble violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Jun Wuhan furrowed his brow, peering through layers of obstruction toward the outside world. He beheld Shang Shuzi suspended in the sky, his spiritual power swirling around him, a tempestuous aura enveloping the surroundings. He was attacking the protective grand formation of the star's sacred land. Meanwhile, in an ancient hall, a venerable elder clad in black robes sat alone at a stone table, intently engaged in a game of chess. His visage was gaunt, and his gaze profound, exuding an air of transcendent grace with every movement. Suddenly, a burly figure strode in, donned in dark battle armor, his rugged features radiating a formidable presence. It was Xuan Wuxingzuan of the Star-Sacred Land. Respected one, Shang Shuzi is causing a commotion outside and demands an explanation, Xuan Wuxingzuan spoke in a deep voice. Presenting a paper crane, the black-robed elder received the crane, giving it a gentle shake, causing it to ignite into flames, burning brightly in the air. Once the flames extinguished, several lines of text emerged in the air. MOU, Su Meier, Xia Ningbing, suspected to be extraordinary prodigies. MOU, at the 4th level of the nascent soul. And Su Meier, at the 7th level of the void return, can defeat 3 integration stage practitioners. Xia Ningbing, using merely her avatar, can annihilate 3 integration stage practitioners. The black-robed elder scrutinized the floating text, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Subsequently, his attention shifted to the chessboard, where he waved his hand, causing 3 white pieces to illuminate. What constitutes an extraordinary prodigy? Xuan Wuxingzuan could no longer contain himself, questioning the elder, who remained silent for an extended duration. In the entirety of Tianyuan continent's history, only Luo Suxin and Bai Shuangying have been confirmed as extraordinary prodigies, the black-robed elder replied, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Xuan Wuxingzuan's pupils constricted in shock upon hearing this. Should we not capture them? He hesitated to ask. They referred to MOU and Su Meier, who were still in the chaotic star domain. No need. They are of no significance. The black-robed elder shook his head, his gaze still fixed on the chessboard. In the center of the board, 1 white piece shone the brightest, radiating brilliance akin to a newly born star. Another white piece, slightly less luminous, glimmered on the periphery, equally commanding attention. The 3 recently illuminated white pieces matched the brightness of several other pieces on the board, placing them in the 2nd tier. The black-robed elder waved his hand gently, causing several black pieces to materialize, surrounding the 2 most radiant white pieces as if intent on extinguishing their brilliance entirely. Just then, the hall shook once more, obliterating the existing chess arrangement in an instant. Xuan Wuxingzuan furrowed his brow. What shall we do regarding Shang Shuzi? If we do not provide an explanation, it seems we won't easily dismiss this matter. The black-robed elder waved his hand lightly, causing the scattered pieces to return to the board, restoring the previous state. You shall negotiate with him. Whatever demands he presents, acquiesce. In a grand hall of the heavenly mysterious sacred land, Elder Qingxian wore a grave expression as he bowed respectfully to Yishime above. Ancestor. The events transpired as follows. Xiaoyu was bullied outside. Yishime nodded slightly, indicating her understanding. She took a sip of fragrant tea and asked languidly, do you know where the peak master of Zuan Peak has gone? Elder Qingxian was taken aback, evidently not expecting Yishime to inquire about this. Ancestor. Your disciple has been bullied. He couldn't help but remind her. I am aware. First tell me, where did the peak master of Zuan go? Yishime's tone remained even. Although Elder Qingxian felt perplexed, he answered truthfully. She mentioned having a bad premonition and went out to avoid trouble. But that is not important. What matters is Xiaoyu. They are still in the chaotic star domain and have not returned. He grew anxious. Yishime cast a helpless glance at him and sighed softly. I am merely at the tribulation stage. Seeking me would be futile. Do you expect me to face the pressure from a multitude of loose immortals and capture Junwuan? Elder Qingxian fell silent, realizing the validity of her words. Indeed, the Ancestor's power was limited, and the sect had long been entrusted entirely to the sect master. Should we engage in war with the Star-Sacred Land? Elder Qingxian inquired hesitantly. You ask me? Inquire with Shang Shuzi. He is the sect master. As soon as her words fell, Yishime's figure dissipated like smoke within the hall, leaving no trace behind. Elder Qingxian stood bewildered, staring at the spot where Yishime had vanished, his mind in a state of confusion. We can suppress them for now, but do not truly engage in war. We shall wait for Suxin to return. The air resonated with Yishime's final words. Understood. Elder Qingxian quickly affirmed. In a chamber atop Suiwei Peak, Ling Wanqing sat at a table, delicately toying with an exquisite teacup, her brow furrowed in curiosity. You say there is a peculiar woman who wishes to take you as her disciple? Chu Yuli nodded gently. She seems quite formidable, entirely dismissing the peak master of Zuanf. Ling Wanqing's brow deepened. A woman who disregards the peak master of Zuanf and is active outside? It must only be our master. What does this woman look like? She inquired. Chu Yuli pondered the woman's appearance and slowly replied. Dressed in purple, with an impressive figure, she bore a rather serious demeanor. Serious? Then it cannot be Yishime. It is well known that our master is a drunkard, and seriousness does not suit her. Ling Wanqing's understanding dawned, and she dismissed the matter. Do not concern yourself with her. Remember, you are of Suiwei Peak, and fear no one. Chu Yuli obediently nodded. At this moment, Ling Wanqing abruptly shifted the topic. Henceforth, there is no need to undertake a specific mission to pilfer vegetables from the medicinal garden. One can simply steal at will, for we all engage in such acts. And no one will raise an eyebrow. Chu Yuli's cheeks flushed slightly, resembling the vivid blossoms of March. exuding a captivating charm. To her astonishment, she had been caught pilfering by her junior master. Wait, could it be that they often indulged in such mischief? In the chaotic star domain, at the celestial star sanctuary, the Saint Void stood tall, his aura radiating power, akin to a war deity, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The celestial star sanctuary, in blatant disregard of the regulations set forth by the 9 great sanctuaries, dared to strike against the younger generation. Today, they must pay the price. His voice, calm yet imbued with undeniable authority, echoed through the air. In the next moment, the Xuanwu Star Sovereign appeared outside the protective Grand Formation, confronting the Saint Void from a distance. Saint Void, do not overstep your bounds. The Saint Void retracted his aura and replied placidly, you have emerged, little turtle. I thought you would remain withdrawn within your shell. The lives of the 3 individuals are irreplaceable. Upon hearing this, the Xuanwu Star Sovereign's countenance changed. The Saint Void was referring to Jun Wuhan and the other 2 elders. Jun Sha had already perished at the hands of Xia Ningbing. Meanwhile, Jun Wuhan and the 2 elders in the harmonization stage had returned to the Celestial Star Sanctuary. Impossible. The Xuanwu Star Sovereign vehemently rejected. Are you, the Tianxian Sacred Land, declaring war upon us? If war is what you seek, then let it be. The Tianxian Sacred Land fears no one. The Saint Void replied nonchalantly. A sense of dread enveloped the Xuanwu Star Sovereign. Jun Wuhan must not perish. He gritted his teeth. He is one of the 7 stars specifically chosen by the Sovereign. Should you slay him, the Sovereign will not spare you. Opposing the Sovereign, the Saint Void chuckled. He is but a half-buried relic. What is there to fear? Very well. In this case, I shall take a step back. Jun Wuhan may retain his life, but the Saint Void smiled slightly. I demand the severing of his heavenly soul's embryonic light. What? The Xuanwu Star Sovereign was instantly taken aback. The heavenly soul's embryonic light is the most crucial aspect of a cultivator's 3 souls and 7 spirits. Once severed, it becomes nearly impossible to restore. Not only would his cultivation plummet, but further progress would be utterly out of reach. You are being excessively cruel. The Xuanwu Star Sovereign seethed, his eyes blazing with fury. Excessively cruel? The Saint Void sneered. Indeed, that is my intention. What can you do about it? His murderous intent surged forth, a terrifying aura enveloping the Xuanwu Star Sovereign, leaving him gasping for breath. Fine, fine, fine. The Xuanwu Star Sovereign laughed in rage. Saint Void, do you truly believe I fear you? If so, then let us battle. He roared, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. Before his words could fade, an immense force erupted from the Xuanwu Star Sovereign, confronting the Saint Void head-on. However, with a mere wave of his hand, the Saint Void sent the Xuanwu Star Sovereign hurtling backward. Blood spewed from his mouth, his complexion pale as paper, his eyes wide with shock and terror. How can this be? How is your strength so formidable? He could not comprehend why. Despite being on the same level of cultivation, he had been defeated in a single strike. A frog at the bottom of the well cannot fathom the vastness of the universe. The Saint Void stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his robes billowing. You, the Xuanwu Star Sovereign attempted to utter more, but was interrupted by a voice. Enough. This voice emanated from the depths of the Celestial Star Sanctuary, authoritative and ethereal, as if descending from the heavens. Saint Void, I accept your conditions. Upon hearing this, the Xuanwu Star Sovereign, filled with resentment and fury, could only lower his head in submission. Shortly thereafter, 3 figures soared from the Celestial Star Sanctuary. It was Jun Wuhan and the 2 elders. Jun Wuhan's expression was grim. He had discerned the Saint Void's intentions. The Tian Shu lineage is of the demonic path. It thrives on exploitation and manipulation. The notion of being discarded, yet still being a holy child, is utterly absurd. Without the sanctuary's protection, should he encounter Su Meyer again, his demise would be inevitable. The Saint Void waved his hand lightly, and the 2 elders were instantly reduced to dust, vanishing into the ether without even a scream. Then, he extended his finger, gently pressing it against Jun Wuhan's forehead. At that moment, an indescribable terror surged within Jun Wuhan. He wished to flee, yet found himself utterly paralyzed. Ah! A harrowing scream shattered the silence. His body trembled violently, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat pouring down like rain. Pain, endless pain. He felt as though his very soul was being torn to shreds, his consciousness gradually fading. He longed to struggle, to resist, yet found himself completely immobilized, helplessly witnessing his soul being gradually ripped apart. This agony surpassed any physical torment by 100-fold, 1,000-fold. It was as though he had plunged into an infinite abyss, surrounded by darkness, with only unending suffering and despair. Moments later, the Saint Void retracted his finger. Jun Wuhan lay crumpled on the ground, akin to a dog stripped of its bones, convulsing, his eyes vacant, resembling a living corpse. The Xuanwu Star Sovereign, noticing Jun Wuhan's condition, felt his heart racing, his voice booming with fury. Wait, Saint Void, you explicitly stated you would only sever his heavenly soul's embryonic light. Why has his earthly soul's spirit also been destroyed? Chapter 46. Tonight, I will confess to my junior master. The Saint Void replied calmly. I am pleased that you can accede to my conditions. However, your previous attitude was unsatisfactory. His voice, though unembellished, carried an unassailable authority. You, Saint Void, you are untrustworthy. Acting contrary to the righteous path. How disgraceful for one who claims to be a leader of the righteous. The Xuanwu Star Sovereign shouted in outrage. The Saint Void regarded him with a placid gaze. The righteous path? Do you think you are worthy? The Xuanwu Star Sovereign's expression darkened to an extreme. Enough. This matter ends here. The soft voice resonating from the depths of the celestial star sanctuary was akin to a divine decree, impossible to resist. The Xuanwu Star Sovereign, with no choice, could only bow his head in compliance. The Saint Void turned to depart, his figure gradually vanishing, leaving behind a single phrase that lingered in the air. Refusing to dissipate. As long as you remain within the bounds of the rules, you may play as you wish. Should you dare to transgress? Do not forget. The rules protect you. As the final word echoed, his silhouette completely vanished. The Xuanwu Star Sovereign clenched his fists, yet found himself powerless. He picked up the prostrate Jun Wuhan, and a voice resonated within his mind. The 7 spirits remain, you know how to utilize them. Inform the others. And initiate the reselection of Tian Shu. The Xuanwu Star Sovereign felt a tightening in his heart, but replied, understood. In the Tianxian sacred land, the sun shone brightly. Within Mou's courtyard, the lights flickered. Inside, heat wafted, shrouding the atmosphere in a misty embrace. Master, I feel a bit nervous. Do not fear. Shao Yi, relax a little. But I still feel uneasy. It's fine. Now, Master, please remove your clothing. Murong Yi's voice was tinged with shyness. Her cheeks flushed. Outside, Meng Lanin halted, her breath quickening. Nervous? Undressing? A man and a woman alone in a room, speaking such suggestive words. Could it be that they have already, in such a brief time, not only had another disciple been accepted, but they had even progressed to the point of undressing? The tumultuous waves within Meng Lanin surged, a torrent of unsavory thoughts flooding her mind. She could almost envision a small Mou before her, calling her senior sister. No, absolutely not. Jealousy surged within her chest, her lips bitten white, her nails digging into her palm. She raised her hand, poised to knock on the door. Just then, voices emanated from within the room. Shao Yi, your skills are remarkable, so proficient. Have you done this often? And no, this is my first time. Master, you truly are robust. How does it feel? Comfortable? My blood is boiling, my entire body feels invigorated. It's like being electrocuted. Then I shall exert more effort, so that Master may tire and enjoy a good sleep. Then, faint gasps drifted from the room, laden with ambiguity. Meng Lanin felt as though struck by lightning, frozen in place. Woo, this is too much. Why is my little master so unyielding? Meng Lanin's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her emotions swirling within her. No, this cannot continue. Tonight, she is determined to win over her little master. She turned on her heel and strode out of the courtyard with long strides. Suddenly, she paused, biting her lip gently, and took out her jade flute, beginning to play a haunting melody. Inside the room, the candlelight flickered. Breathless, Murong panted, her cheeks flushed and glistening with perspiration. Her fingers danced along Mou's back, as silver needles glimmered faintly in the dim light. Master, how about now? Are you feeling drowsy? She wiped the sweat from her brow. However, your condition is dire. You need at least a week of rest to fully recover. Such severe injuries and spiritual damage. I can hardly fathom how you managed to endure it all. The thought that her master had endured for her sake moved her to tears. There's no need for concern. It's merely a minor injury. Your acupuncture technique is quite impressive, Mou replied, reclining on the bed, seemingly unfazed. Forcing the soul-settling flute and the celestial array to operate has merely caused a slight backlash. This injury is nothing compared to the time I jumped off a cliff. Murong cautiously maneuvered the silver needle, gradually channeling her spiritual energy into Mou's body. This ancestral technique not only restores the spirit, but also ensures a deep, restful sleep. This was her first time performing it on another. Previously, she had only practiced on human models. Mou was entirely enveloped in a state of comfort, feeling the meridians within him nourished by a warm energy and indescribable bliss. Suddenly, a mournful tune from the flute drifted into his ears, melodious and lingering. For reasons unknown, Mou found himself recalling the Peace Phoenix seeks the Phoenix. What a nuisance. Master, someone is playing a tune, Murong exclaimed, her surprise evident. Mou shook his head dismissively. Pay it no mind. It is likely one of the esteemed elders. Shao Yi, tell me about that Gu sculpture. I am quite curious about its abilities, he said, his eyes narrowing, his voice languid. The Gu sculpture? Murong shifted her focus away from the outside music. After a moment's contemplation, she continued while administering the needles. The Gu sculpture dwells in water and excels at stealth. It can take on the forms of both a leopard and a sculpture. In its sculpture form, its feathers are indestructible, though I am unclear about its leopard form. Indeed. Mou murmured softly. Aside from its stealth, the Gu sculpture's bloodline possesses at least one additional defensive capability. He returned directly after leaving the celestial Holy Land. I heard that Shang Shuzi caused quite a commotion there, and both Jun Wuhan and those two elders perished. Jun Wuhan was merely half-finished. What a pity. The demonic sect does not nurture the weak. Otherwise, I would have liked to test the assassination capabilities of the Goose Sculpture bloodline. In this recent battle with Jun Wuhan, he discovered a significant flaw within himself, the lack of suitable offensive methods. While formations can be employed in combat, they require ample preparation time. The Emperor's Banner, the soul-settling flute, and the heavenly poison pearl, though formidable, lack purity. Their functions are too diverse and not perfectly suited for battle, and their aesthetic appeal is lacking. He prefers techniques that are visually striking. Before him lay two options. The first was fire, to merge his 3 types of flames and create a powerful spell of his own. The second was weaponry, a challenge left to him by his master and the sword sect's disciples, with the wager being a flying sword, a mid-grade spiritual treasure. Now that he has reached the nascent soul stage, he is ready to accept the challenge. Both endeavors could be pursued simultaneously, researching the spell while preparing for the duel. As his thoughts began to blur, Mou succumbed to a deep slumber in his state of comfort. Murong-yi, seeing this, gently wiped the sweat from her brow. So exhausting. Outside, Meng Lanyin clutched her jade flute, the last note dissipating into the air. Biting her lip, she turned to leave. Tonight, she would gather her courage with the help of the immortal's wine and confess her feelings to her little master. As Murong-yi gazed at Mou's robust figure, a bold thought surged within her, to touch him. Her cheeks flushed, her heart raced. This is her master. How could she entertain such notions? Yet, his skin appeared so smooth and unlike that of a girl. Unable to resist, she timidly extended her hand, gently brushing her fingers against Mou's back. Wow. Murong-yi gasped, quickly retracting her hand as if shocked. The sensation of a boy's skin was indeed different, firm and elastic. She lowered her head in embarrassment, feeling guilt wash over her. How could she act this way towards her master? Master, I'm sorry, it was unintentional, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Hastily, she covered Mou with a blanket and prepared to leave. At that moment, a book on the table caught her attention. The Rebellious Evil God, Enhanced Edition? Murong-yi blinked in astonishment. Wasn't this a work from her past life? How could it exist in this world, let alone in an enhanced version? Should she take a look inside? After a moment's hesitation, her curiosity got the better of her, and she opened the pages. The author was listed as the Edge of the World? Murong-yi froze. Wasn't that the name of an indescribable form from her previous life? Could it truly be written by someone who had crossed over? She continued to flip through the pages. Suddenly, another book beside it left her utterly dumbfounded. Martial Movement in the Universe. How could this be possible? Chapter 47, Annulment of Engagement, Better Late Than Never. Ling Qingyue delicately flipped through the exquisitely bound book in her hands, her voice chilly. The pages exuded a faint scent of ink, intertwining with her cool demeanor to create a unique charm. Qingyue, you've been standing here for quite some time. Are we still going to annul the engagement? Ling Qingyue's voice came from behind her, tinged with a hint of exasperation. I understand that the works of Tianya are indeed captivating, but you need not be so infatuated. Ling Qingyue closed the book and turned to face Ling Qingyue, her icy gaze meeting her masteress. Master, I merely find this book intriguing. Ling Qingyue approached her exceptional disciple, a complex emotion swelling within her. Qingyue, are you still thinking about that man? Do you believe he could, like the protagonists of novels, overcome all obstacles to be by your side? She inquired softly, concern evident in her tone. That incident had greatly impacted Ling Qingyue, and Ling Qingyue worried that it might give rise to inner demons. Ling Qingyue paused for a moment, then shook her head. Master, you worry too much. I am not so naive. Her voice was devoid of emotion, calm and composed. Ling Qingyue sighed, speaking earnestly. Qingyue, I understand that you are hurting, but you must realize that he is unworthy of entering our Taiqing sacred land. He is merely a Qi refining period rogue cultivator. While you are the saintess of the Taiqing sacred land, the chasm between you is as vast as heaven and earth. Should you cling to thoughts of him, it will only breed inner turmoil, detrimental to your cultivation. Moreover, as a pure Qin sacred body, even if you were to lose your virtue, you still have many options. I understand. Master, Ling Qingyue interjected, her cold eyes betraying no emotion. I will remember your teachings, Master. Seeing her disciple's calm demeanor, Ling Qingyue felt a degree of relief. I am glad you understand. After a brief pause, she inquired, what do you plan to do about the annulment? I just received word that Shang Shuzi caused quite a ruckus in the celestial Holy Land. It seems he attacked Su Meyer in the chaotic star region, and the heavenly Xian Saint Sun was also present. As Ling Qingyue spoke, she observed Ling Qingyue's expression. Ling Qingyue remained impassive, listening intently, seemingly unconcerned by the events. Ling Qingyue continued, moreover, Su Meyer emerged victorious. It's astonishing that she managed to defeat Jun Wuhan, who is in the integration stage. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingyue maintained her calm demeanor. Ling Qingyue felt somewhat disheartened and decided to be more straightforward. I believe the heavenly Xian Saint Sun played a significant role in this. He is so powerful, and coupled with Shang Xuzi's extreme protectiveness, Ling Qingyue shook her head with a tone of resignation, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingyue's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of strangeness. Such words only strengthened her resolve to withdraw. The heavenly Qin sacred land is extraordinarily formidable, and would certainly not accept a woman who has been tainted. Moreover, with Shang Xuzi's fierce protectiveness, should we conceal the truth, discovery would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Ling Qingyue nodded in agreement. Indeed, it seems we must call off this engagement. Within the courtyard of MOU at the heavenly Qin sacred land, Murong-yi was engrossed in reading The Heavenly Rebellion, Evil God Enhanced Edition, her face flushed with a delicate hue, her heartbeat racing in tandem with the unfolding narrative. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks on the door jolted her back from the world of the book. Startled, she nearly dropped the tome. Quickly concealing the book behind her back like a child caught in wrongdoing, she approached the door with a sense of trepidation. Little Shu? Upon seeing the person standing outside, Murong-yi was taken aback. Ling Wanqing smiled faintly and gently inquired, "Little E, where is your master?" Murong-yi turned to see Mou peacefully resting on the bed, lost in the depths of slumber. Having engaged in array formations and flute playing, he was utterly exhausted and had yet to recover. "Master is still asleep," Murong-yi whispered, cautious not to disturb Mou's rest. Ling Wanqing nodded. "Ling Qingyue has come to call off the engagement. I came to fetch you." At this point, her brow furrowed slightly as she glanced into the room. "No matter, I shall make my way to the sect's grand hall." She understood Mou far too well. A mere fatal injury. Do not be deceived by his outward appearance of composure. He was merely enduring. Once he rests, 3 days would be required for him to awaken. The injury had affected his spirit, and medicinal pills would be of little use. Just as she was about to leave, Murong-yi called out to her. "I want to see." Ling Wanqing cast a puzzled glance at her, but eventually nodded in acquiescence. In the kitchen, steam wafted through the air. Chu Yuli stood before the stove, stirring the soup with a wooden ladle. Hearing the conversation outside, her delicate brows knitted slightly, a wave of displeasure washing over her heart. That Ling Qingyue actually looked down upon her master, daring to call off the engagement. Truly outrageous. Once she cultivates to the great ascension, no. To become an immortal, she would certainly bind that person as a furnace for her master. Chu Yuli silently vowed, stirring the ladle with more vigor. After formulating these thoughts, she redirected her focus to the soup before her, carefully adding each medicinal herb she had procured from the medicinal garden. Each herb appeared quite extraordinary. Her master had returned looking extremely fatigued, and she intended to brew a nourishing soup to rejuvenate him. Surely, he would be delighted. She thought with a sweet smile gracing her lips. Meanwhile, in Mou's dreams, the system's voice resonated. Detected a change in the world line. Re-evaluating opportunities. Evaluation complete. Due to your existence, Chu Yuli willingly forfeits her 4th grade spiritual herb. Lacking such an opportunity, her foundation establishment will be immensely arduous. The antagonist counterattack has succeeded. Reward. Heavenly Dao Foundation Establishment Pill. Heavenly Dao Foundation Establishment Pill assists chi refining cultivators in perfecting their Heavenly Dao Foundation while also remedying past regrets. Chapter 48. The perfect plan in the Grand Hall of the Heavenly Qin Sacred Land. The atmosphere was solemn and austere, thick with a heavy tension. Ling Wanqing and Murong-yi entered the hall and found a corner to sit. On either side of the hall, representatives from the Taiqing and Heavenly Qin Sacred Lands sat facing one another. The Taiqing Sacred Lands Ling Qingyue and Ling Qingyue maintained calm expressions, while the Heavenly Qin side bore darkened faces, their brows knitted with unyielding fury. Elder Qingxian continuously performed hand seals, his brow furrowed, seemingly calculating something. After a prolonged silence, Murong-yi could no longer contain herself and leaned towards Ling Wanqing, whispering urgently, "Little Shu, what on earth is happening?" Ling Wanqing gestured for silence, and with a subtle flick of her finger, a soundproof barrier enveloped the two. The Saintess of Taiqing Sacred Land, Ling Qingyue, intends to withdraw from the engagement with your senior brother. Murong-yi turned to observe the expressions of both parties, likely surmising the entire situation. Isn't this just a reenactment of the marriage annulment from Dopa? Such a transgression ignited a surge of anger within her, prompting her to inquire further. Does Master have feelings for that Ling Qingyue? Ling Wanqing reflected on the past. In his previous life, Mou had remarked that Ling Qingyue was akin to a block of ice. To melt her would require considerable effort. Unless extraordinary circumstances arose, there would be no possibility of a relationship between them. He lacked the patience for such an endeavor. In truth, even after her senior brother's fall, he and Ling Qingyue remained merely ordinary friends. It was unequivocally certain that they could never be together, Ling Wanqing asserted. I understand now. Murong-yi's eyes burned with indignation as she glared at Ling Qingyue, her gaze filled with hostility. This person is truly despicable, daring to withdraw from my master's engagement. She suddenly charged forward, bursting through the soundproof barrier. The moment she emerged, all eyes turned towards her. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Today, It is not you who cancels the engagement, but I who shall annul it on behalf of my master. Before she could finish her declaration, Ling Qingyue swiftly intervened, sealing her lips with a surge of spiritual energy. Murong-yi struggled desperately, yet found herself unable to break free. Ling Qingyue offered an apologetic smile to the gathered crowd. I apologize. This is my senior brother's newly accepted disciple, still quite young and lacking understanding. She is simply a bit overly excited upon hearing of the engagement withdrawal. I hope everyone can forgive her. The elders exchanged glances, their expressions filled with helplessness. Sheng Shuzi waved his hand dismissively. No harm done. Children speak without filter. We shall not hold it against the younger generation. As he spoke, he cast a significant glance towards the Taiqing sacred land representatives. Ling Qingyue and Ling Qingyue nodded slightly, indicating that they bore no offense. Ling Qingyue promptly pulled Murong-yi back into the soundproof barrier, her voice low, yet urgent. What are you doing? That is not what I meant. The engagement withdrawal was due to loss of virtue, not a reflection of disdain for my senior brother. Murong-yi felt her head spinning. Loss of virtue? Why didn't you say so earlier? She wished to find a crevice to hide in, utterly mortified. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to calm her racing emotions. If that is the case, then why not just call it off? Why keep it at all? After all, my senior brother has no feelings for her. Ling Qingyue spoke softly. Do not be hasty. It is not merely a lack of feelings. In fact, they do not even know each other at present. Even if they were to walk together, they would remain unaware of their engagement. In his past life, Mou only learned of his fiancée many years later. However, in this life, it ends before it even begins. One wonders what has transpired. The nine-leaf destiny grass has introduced too many variables. Elder Qingxuan's previously furrowed brow began to relax, and his gestures finally ceased. Sheng Shuzi hastily inquired. What did you discern? Have you calculated the identity of the one who caused Qingyue to lose her virtue? Elder Qingxuan's face flushed with embarrassment. Were you all waiting for this? Otherwise, Sheng Shuzi retorted. What a jest. How could I stoop to calculating the fate of a chi-refining cultivator? Where would I place my old face? Elder Qingxian declared with righteous indignation. He would never admit to his failure. That individual was shrouded in a veil of mist. Utterly inscrutable. Surely, some formidable being proficient in divination was shielding them. He prided himself on having reached a high level of proficiency in divination techniques. Yet he had never anticipated stumbling over a mere chi-refining cultivator. Over the past several decades, he had utilized divination only 3 times. The first was to ascertain the identity of Tianya, which was Mou, and he had succeeded. Years later, he stumbled upon an extraordinary tome titled The Pure Love Edition of the Fairy's Cultivation, which left him utterly astonished. He sought to locate its author, Haijiao, to urge for updates. However, unbeknownst to him, the author had seemingly anticipated such a pursuit and employed a secret technique to sever his divination. Little did he expect that merely a few years had elapsed, and today he would encounter yet another setback through a junior in the Qi refinement stage. Saint Shuzi furrowed his brow. Elder Qingxuan's recent series of actions had evidently utilized divination techniques, yet he chose not to expose this. The fact that even Qingxian could not locate the individual only underscored that few within the entire Tianxian sacred land possessed the ability to do so. At that moment, Ling Qingyue spoke up. I respectfully request the esteemed elders to grant me permission to annul my engagement. Saint Shuzi nodded slightly. They could not possibly agree to Mou marrying one who had lost her purity. This betrothal had originally been arranged by Yi Shimei to aid the Taqing sacred land while preserving Ling Yushua's reputation. If it could be realized, splendid. If not, it was of little consequence. In truth, he had always been vehemently opposed to their union. Mou would ascend to the upper realm within 500 years, while Ling Qingyue would inherit the position of sect leader, necessitating her stay in the lower realm for at least 3,000 years. A separation of 25,000 years was far too lengthy for a youth of scarcely 500. Saint Shuzi declared, I consent to the dissolution of the engagement. Is there any dissent? The hall fell into an eerie silence. The gaze of the spirit beast peak master, Su Qiun, fell upon Murong-yi, deep in thought. Observing the lack of opposition, Saint Shuzi was about to announce the outcome when Su Qiun abruptly stood, his expression grave, interrupting Saint Shuzi. I find this matter unsatisfactory. He paused, adding, when Yi Xinzi established this engagement, we invested considerable effort and resources for the sake of Taqing sacred land. To simply annul it now is rather presumptuous. Ling Yushua sighed softly upon hearing this. Gracefully adjusting her sleeve, she spoke with a calm yet authoritative tone. We can return all prior assistance in full. However, Su Qiun waved his hand dismissively, a meaningful smile gracing his face as he looked at Ling Yushua. No, that is unnecessary. I have a far superior proposal. Chapter 49, A Substitute Bridegroom. Ling Yushua inquired, raising an intrigued brow. Do share. Su Qiun cleared his throat and began, since Qingyue has made it clear that this engagement cannot continue. It must be noted that it was originally decreed by Yi Xinzi and cannot be easily nullified. He paused, glancing around the assembly. Thus, I propose a perfect solution. It will preserve the relationship between our two sacred lands and spare the saint and saintess any discomfort. Saint Shuzi's eyes brightened. Oh, pray tell, what is this perfect solution? Su Qiyun smiled slightly, his gaze flitting between Ling Qingyue and Ling Qingyue before finally settling on Ling Qingyue. How about the Ta Qing sect leader marrying in place of her disciple, becoming a companion to Mou? What say you? Upon uttering these words, the hall was instantly enveloped in stunned silence. Everyone was taken aback by this audacious proposal. A substitute bridegroom? Was this even a rational suggestion? While all were aware that Ling Qingyue and Ling Qingyue were merely nominal mother and daughter, and that Ling Qingyue remained single, this notion was utterly absurd. Saint Shuzi's smile froze. How could such an outrageous individual exist within his sect? Recalling Murong Yi's prior suggestion regarding a substitute wife, he pondered the implications for the sacred land once he ascended. Murong Yi was left in shock. Was the cultivation world truly this open-minded? Such antics were permissible? Yet, the woman was undeniably enchanting. Having her as a master would not be unappealing. Ling Wanqing felt a surge of excitement. What a lucrative deal. Instead of wasting time on the icy Ling Qingyue, why not pursue her revered master? Had she thought of this sooner in her past life? Her senior brother might not have remained single forever. He would surely take a liking to her. She recalled her senior brother once mentioning. He had no particular preferences. As long as she was beautiful, he would be inclined. Ling Qingyue, the most beautiful woman of the Tianyuan continent of Saint Shuzi's generation, was certainly not inferior to Ling Qingyue. Ling Qingyue's eyes widened in disbelief. How could the Tianxian sacred land propose such an outrageous request? For her master to marry in her stead? This was a fate worse than death. Ling Qingyue's brow furrowed slightly as she daintily lifted her teacup, taking a delicate sip to mask the turmoil within her heart. When she set down the cup, a playful smile graced her lips. The spirit beast peak master certainly enjoys jesting. She reclined languidly against her chair, her voice sultry and enchanting. I wonder if you speak in earnest or merely seek to amuse me. Saint Shuzi cleared his throat, his face displaying discomfort. Just as he was about to dismiss this absurd proposal, Su Qiyun interjected, please, do not rush to conclusions. Allow me to finish. He turned to Ling Qingyue, his gaze earnest. This engagement is, after all, an agreement between Yi Xianzi and yourself, serving as a testament to the amicable cooperation between our two sacred lands. Now that the Saintess Qingyue has faced an unforeseen circumstance, it is only logical for you, as her master, to fulfill the engagement. Moreover, Mou, being a disciple of the Grand Elder, is of the same generation as us. If he were to marry Qingyue as previously suggested, it would be rather inappropriate. Ling Qingyue frowned slightly, retorting, is he not the saint's son? Surely he is destined to succeed the sect leader, akin to Qingyue, so what is inappropriate about it? Su Qiyun quickly exchanged a glance with Saint Shuzi, who nodded in understanding and explained, Mou has no desire for the position of sect leader. The next sect leader is. His gaze surveyed the crowd, finally landing on Murong Yi. All eyes turned to Murong Yi. She was astonished. Had she become an unwitting candidate for sect leader? However, the attention shifted away from her swiftly. She was not the focal point of this discussion. Su Qiyun continued, see? There is no issue with generational rank, it aligns perfectly. Ling Qingyue recognized the inadequacy of this reasoning and posed another question, but I am of advanced years. How could I possibly serve as the saint's son's companion? Su Qiyun dismissed her concern. The Ta Qing sect leader jests. You were once the most beautiful woman of the Tianyuan continent. Though Ling Qingyue had aged, the passage of time had left scant traces on her, instead enhancing her mature allure. Her dignified visage remained impeccably maintained, her skin as smooth and fair as jade, seemingly untouched by the years. Her captivating eyes sparkled with the unique charm of a mature woman. Clad in an opulent white robe, her figure was perfectly accentuated, with a full bosom, a slender waist, and a curvaceous silhouette that painted a striking portrait. Whenever she stood, she became a breathtaking vista, compelling observers to steal glances. Ling Qingyue fell silent. She had not anticipated that matters would escalate to this point. For her to marry in place of her disciple? Absurd. Yet, the Ta Qing sacred land indeed required the Tianxian sacred land as an ally. This had been her rationale in persuading Ling Qingyue to agree to the engagement. Surely, she could not refuse if the situation were to arise. What would Qingyue think? If she could become the companion of the Tianxian saint's son, it would forge a solid bond between their two sacred lands. This was an opportunity she could not dismiss. Furthermore, the Tianxian saint's son was exceptional in both appearance and talent. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Ling Qingyue felt a ripple of intrigue stirring within her. She raised her hand, gently brushing her smooth, delicate cheek, the touch still firm as ever. She remained strikingly beautiful, her charm undiminished. Ling Qingyue had begun to contemplate the implications. She turned to Ling Qingyue and gently inquired, Qingyue, what are your thoughts? Ling Qingyue hastily shook her head. Her voice urgent as she exclaimed, Master, you absolutely must not. How could you marry in my stead? This is utterly illogical. Her voice trembled, clearly distressed. This was the first time in all her years of cultivation that she had been so agitated. Ling Qingyue shook her head and turned to Saint Shuzi. I agree to fulfill the engagement with the Tianqian Saint Son on Qingyue's behalf. Saint Shuzi was left dumbfounded. Is it truly possible for one to consent to such matters? Could we not have a rational individual instead? Nevertheless, he nodded slightly. If that is the case, so be it. Thankfully, Imoyu was unaware of this betrothal. Even if there were a change, he would remain oblivious. At that moment, Ling Qingyue's voice resonated. I do not agree. Master, you cannot acquiesce to them. Her tone was not loud, yet it bore an undeniable firmness. You are the sovereign of the Taiqing's sacred land, my master. How can you? Ling Qingyue gazed at Ling Qingyue and let out a gentle sigh. Qingyue, I comprehend your thoughts. However, you must understand that some matters are beyond our control. Being in this position necessitates that we bear corresponding responsibilities. For the future of the sacred land, at times, we must make sacrifices. Ling Qingyue trembled slightly at her words, biting her lip. But, there is no but, Ling Qingyue interrupted her. This matter is settled. Master. Ling Qingyue wished to voice her concerns further, but Ling Qingyue had already turned away, no longer regarding her. I consent to this marriage. Please convey this to Sheng Xiaoyu. Henceforth, he shall be my betrothed. Chapter 50. The melody of the flute. 3 days later, Imoyu awoke leisurely. The residual glow of the setting sun filtered into the room, bathing everything in a golden hue. Detected that you have successfully annulled the betrothal between Imoyu and Ling Qingyue. The antagonist has triumphed. Reward, pure Yin Xianbing. Automatically replenished 500 luck points. Antagonist points. 500. Imoyu was momentarily taken aback. What transpired? After a mere slumber, the betrothal vanished? A smile crept upon his lips. It seemed Ling Qingyue genuinely believed that he would seek her one day. How delightful. After all, in the guise of the heavenly profound Saint Son, he was a stranger to her. Her voluntary cancellation of their engagement indicated that the previous events had indeed affected her, and she did not wish to deceive herself regarding this heavenly profound Saint Son. As for their relationship, he would simply find her at the Taiqing's sacred land when the time came. Imoyu rose, stretching his limbs. After so many years, he had never felt so invigorated. Xiao's acupuncture had proven effective. His mental state, previously diminished by the formation and the flute playing, had significantly recovered. He opened his system space, where a pill emitting a soft glow hovered serenely. The perfect Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment pill. This was remarkably effortless. Rewards came so easily. As for the medicinal materials damaged by Chu Yuli, Imoyu hardly cared. They were merely 4th-grade spirit herbs, not particularly precious. The heavenly profound sacred land had an abundance of them. Imoyu stepped outside, into the courtyard, where Ling Wanqing stood beneath an ancient tree, gazing into the distance. Upon hearing his movements, she turned, her face alight with a sweet smile. Senior brother, you're awake? Her voice was crisp and melodious, akin to the song of a golden oriole. Today, she donned a pale blue long dress, intricately embroidered with exquisite orchids, exuding an air of freshness and elegance. Imoyu nodded and inquired, where are you, and Xiaoyi? Ling Wanqing sighed helplessly. Yuli is busy in the kitchen preparing a meal, while Xiaoyi has been summoned by Peak Master Su. Suqian, Imoyu questioned, puzzled. What does he want with Moroni? Could it be in relation to my previous mischief with his chickens, and now he seeks Xiaoyi to work off the debt? Suqian, the master of Spirit Beast Peak, was notorious for his lewd demeanor and his stinginess, often haggling over a mere few chickens. Ling Wanqing nodded. It is indeed him. He mentioned wanting to select a suitable spirit beast for Xiaoyi. She recalled the preceding events. Originally, she and Moroni were preparing to leave when Su Qiyun had called them over. They had hit it off splendidly, as Su Qiyun was inspired by Moroni's audacity and ambition. Hence, he decided to gift her a spirit beast as a token of appreciation. Imoyu nodded slightly. It seemed to be a gesture of goodwill. Ling Wanqing continued, Senior brother, in a month, the Sword Sect's Sword Trial Conference will take place. Third senior sister wishes for you to attend and witness it. The sword trial? Imoyu replied readily. Very well. Moreover, third senior sister mentioned that you and Jinzi have a contest, and she expects you to defeat him at the Sword Trial Conference in 10 years. Very well. Imoyu confidently affirmed. A mere yuaning stage Jinzi is hardly worth concern. I need not wait a decade. I could best him even now. Ling Wanqing nodded earnestly. Your swordsmanship is currently lacking. Senior sister insists that you practice diligently to avoid defeat. Imoyu furrowed his brow. Wait, swordsmanship? At the sword trial? You want me to duel him? Indeed. Ling Wanqing replied, as if it were the most natural thing. Is this a jest? He possesses a sword heart, does he not? I do not even have sword intent yet. How am I to compete with him? Imoyu lamented. The Sword Trial Conference was a grand event organized by the Sword Sect, gathering sword cultivators from across the realm to engage in exchanges and competitions. At this conference, all cultivators would battle solely using their own cultivation and sword skills to determine the strongest swordsman of each realm. In essence, it was a showcase for the Sword Sect. After all, the Sword Sect excelled in swordsmanship, making it difficult for even the 9 major sacred lands to rival them in this domain. He would be foolish to compare his unremarkable skills against other strengths. There are still 10 years, after all. Ling Wanqing dismissed his concerns. In your previous life, senior brother, you defeated Jinzi 30 years later. This time, you are stronger. Spending 10 years to comprehend sword intent and heart to easily vanquish Jinzi is hardly a challenge. Mou nodded. Understood. Is there anything else? Ling Qingyue blinked. You must attend next month's sword trial. There is a delightful surprise awaiting you. A surprise? What sort of surprise? If I tell you, it won't be a surprise anymore, Ling Qingyue teased, deliberately withholding details. She had prepared something special for Ling Qingyue, crafted by senior brother in the past, which he would undoubtedly adore. Mou refrained from pressing further. As Ling Qingyue stated, knowing a surprise beforehand would diminish its essence. Master, you're awake. A clear voice interrupted their conversation. Mou turned to find Chu Yuli approaching with a bowl of soup. Come, taste my freshly made soup. Mou's gaze fell upon the bowl, and he was momentarily stunned. Was that truly what one would call soup? The bowl contained a vibrant green liquid that, while visually appealing, emanated a bitter aroma reminiscent of traditional medicine from a distance. Drawing upon his extensive knowledge of elixirs and toxins, he discerned that this was a result of a reaction among the spirit herbs, yielding a bitter substance. Even within the realm of elixirs, such bitter concoctions ranked as inferior, let alone soup. Master, while it may indeed be somewhat unpalatable, this is heir's sincere intention. Chu Yuli's tone grew subdued, her eyes glistening with anticipation as she gazed at Mou. Seeing her pitiful demeanor nearly melted his heart. Bang! He swiftly retreated to his room and bolted the door. It was better for his heart to soften than for his stomach to suffer. Is that even edible? Chu Yuli sighed inwardly, aware of the soup's unappetizing nature. She turned to Ling Qingyue. Master uncle, would you care to try it? Ling Qingyue surveyed the bowl of soup and sighed internally. It's merely the loss of a puppet. It's not a significant issue. Shortly thereafter, Ling Qingyue managed to digest what could only be described as a toxic concoction. At that moment, the courtyard door was gently pushed open, revealing Murong-yi, who entered with 2 vividly feathered chickens, her face radiating with excitement. Come, take a look. The master of Spirit Beast Peak gifted me these chickens. Ling Qingyue paused, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the chickens in Murong-yi's hands. These 2 were none other than the Golden Core Stage Xianling colorful feather chickens. It is important to note that the Xianling Tsayu chicken, as a decorative spirit beast, faces immense challenges in reaching the Golden Core Stage. Perhaps the 2 in Murong-yi's possession are even older than Su Qiyun. Even when they resort to stealing, they only manage to acquire those in the Qi refinement stage. This time, Su Qiyun has truly invested a significant amount. Observing the astonished expression on Ling Qingyue's face, Murong-yi feels a surge of pride. With a cheerful smile, she exclaims, "These chickens look absolutely delectable. Let us stew them one day." Outside the courtyard, just after returning Murong-yi, Su Qiyun stumbles slightly, nearly losing his balance. Not one for me thing, yet they all act the same? He muses. The Xianling Tsayu chicken is a decorative spirit beast. It is not meant for consumption. As night descends, within the room, Mou sits cross-legged, engrossed in his cultivation. Suddenly, a gentle knock on the door interrupts him. Is the little master uncle in? The voice is enchanting and laced with anticipation. It is Meng Lanin. Mou rises to open the door. The moment Meng Lanin sees him, her previously disappointed expression transforms into one of vibrancy. She had thought he might not be home. I have come to play the flute, she announces, her delicate hand revealing a translucent jade flute. Mou's heart swells with joy as he steps aside, urging her, please, come in. Before entering, Meng Lanin resembles a wary little kitten, peeking outside to ensure no one is around. Only when reassured does she step into the room, gently closing the door behind her. Chapter 51. This is not wine, as Mou welcomes Meng Lanin into the room. His gaze lingers on the jade flute in her grasp for a fleeting moment. This flute, immaculate and exuding a faint aura, is evidently no ordinary item. Noticing his interest, Meng Lanin beams and offers the flute to him. Little master uncle, this flute is named Qingxin, bestowed upon me by my master. Its sound is exquisite. Would you care to try it? Mou accepts the flute, its cool touch and delicate texture captivating him. A fine flute indeed, he praises. I am glad you like it, Meng Lanin replies, her voice imbued with joy as she takes a seat at the table, bringing the flute to her lips. I shall begin now. Mou nods and sits beside her, awaiting the melody in silence. Meng Lanin inhales deeply and begins to play. The sound of the flute is melodious and flowing, like a clear spring meandering through every corner of the room. Mou closes his eyes, surrendering to the enchanting notes. Meng Lanin's flute playing is indeed masterful. Each note is perfectly articulated, drawing listeners into a state of rapture. As the performance concludes, Mou opens his eyes, genuinely impressed. You truly excel at playing, he remarks. Meng Lanin's cheeks blush slightly as she responds. You flatter me, little master uncle. She rises and approaches him, offering the jade flute once more. Would you care to give it a try? Mou shakes his head. I cannot. That's quite all right. I can teach you. Meng Lanin insists, taking his hand and placing the flute into his palm. As their hands touch, a gentle warmth courses through her, stirring an unfamiliar sensation within. She guides his fingers to the flute's holes, softly instructing, "Little master uncle, press here." Mou follows her guidance, attempting to play, yet the sounds emerge fragmented and disjointed, eliciting a light laugh from Meng Lanin. "You are quite clumsy, little master uncle," she teases, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Mou chuckles. "It seems I lack talent in this regard. Not to worry. Take your time," she reassures him, once more grasping his hand and patiently guiding him. Their proximity grows, and Mou can faintly detect a delicate fragrance emanating from Meng Lanin. Feeling his breath, Meng Lanin's cheeks flush deeper, her gaze becoming somewhat dazed. "Little master uncle," she calls softly. Someone confessed their feelings to me today," she suddenly reveals, her voice barely above a whisper. Mou pauses, then smiles. "I imagine you declined." "Did you not?" Meng Lanin nods subtly, her tone brimming with pride. "Naturally. How could I ever be interested in him?" A silence envelopes them until Meng Lanin gestures towards the window. "Little master uncle, look, the moonlight is truly beautiful tonight." Mou follows her pointing finger, noticing only a blanket of thick clouds outside, devoid of any moonlight. He begins to speak, but Meng Lanin interrupts. "Little master uncle, close your eyes. I have a gift for you." Obeying, Mou shuts his eyes. "All right, open them now." Before him lies her small, delicate fist, pristine and pale. "What is it?" he inquires, curiosity piqued. Meng Lanin gently unfolds her hand, revealing a radiant orb of white light that gradually rises, floating in her palm, soft and luminous. "This is the moon I offer to little master uncle," she says, her voice as gentle as water. The white light ascends, coalescing into an ethereal full moon within the room, casting a serene glow that transforms the space into a realm of wonder. Mou gazes at the girl's flawless visage illuminated by the moonlight, her bright eyes reflecting its glow as if filled with stars. Meng Lanin smiles, revealing 2 faint dimples. Utterly enchanting, Mou finds himself momentarily entranced, his heart racing involuntarily. "Do you like my gift, little master uncle?" she asks, her voice tinged with trepidation. Snapping back to reality, he nods and praises earnestly. "I adore it. As long as it's from you, I shall cherish every gift." Meng Lanin's cheeks blush softly, her eyes glimmering with delight. She retrieves an exquisite small box from her bosom. Upon opening it, several delicately crafted pastries adorned with golden osmanthus blossoms emit an alluring fragrance. "Little master uncle, these are the osmanthus cakes I made myself. Do try them." Mou observes the pastries, inhaling the subtle osmanthus scent intertwined with a hint of wine. Intoxicating to the senses. "All right, I shall taste them," he declares, picking up a piece and activating the Tian dew pearl to purify any impurities within. The alcohol content is rather high, just enough to create a slight inebriation. He bites into the osmanthus cake, and it dissolves in his mouth, sweet and fragrant. Infused with a rich osmanthus and wine aroma, an exquisite flavor. It melts in the mouth, delectably sweet. "Your culinary skills are remarkable," he compliments, clearly discerning the precious ingredients blended perfectly with the wine essence. Far superior to that girl, Chu Yuli, who only knows how to waste spirit herbs. Meng Lanin watches as Mou devours the osmanthus cakes, her beautiful eyes reflecting anticipation. "I'm glad you enjoy them. I can make them for you every day," she whispers, her voice tinged with shyness. However, as Mou consumes one cake after another, he exhibits no unusual reaction. A wave of disappointment washes over Meng Lanin. She had added the immortal drunk from Ling Qingyue into these cakes, yet little master uncle seems unaffected. What a miscalculation, she laments inwardly. With little master uncle not succumbing to inebriation, she ponders her next course of action. "Little master uncle, could you feed me one?" Meng Lanin suddenly asks. It seems she must resort to her backup plan, using the courage granted by the wine to confess her feelings. Mou nods gently, lifting a piece of osmanthus cake to her lips. Meng Lanin opens her mouth slightly, taking a delicate bite. As she swallows the cake, a rush of crimson floods her cheeks, and her gaze becomes increasingly dreamy. Mou is taken aback. Is the alcohol truly this potent? "Little master uncle." Meng Lanin's eyes are clouded, her cheeks resembling the vibrant blossoms of March, alluring and dripping with charm. Mou gazes at the girl before him. Her usually clear and bright eyes now appear veiled in a thin mist, exuding an irresistible allure. She is truly intoxicated, he realizes. He was about to assist Meng Lanin onto the bed for her rest when he noticed her producing a wine flask and taking a vigorous swig. Still drinking? She needn't tea rise for 3 days. Mou instinctively reached out to steady Meng Lanin's delicate form, preventing her from toppling over. Suddenly, she turned her head and pressed her lips against his. A subtle fragrance of wine enveloped their mouths, mingling with a hint of sweetness that beckoned intoxication. The sweet liquid flowed from her cherry lips to his tongue. This was no ordinary wine. Chapter 52. Meng Lanin, who would dare mix such potent aphrodisiacs in a wine? Mou couldn't help but gaze at the young woman before him. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, her eyes glimmering with moisture as if they held a spring's bounty. Her ruby lips parted slightly, exhaling a breath that was both alluring and laced with the faint Sweet scent of alcohol. Little master uncle, I like you. I truly like you, Meng Lanin murmured, her intoxicated voice soft and endearing as she clung tightly to Mou. Her softness pressed against his chest. Almost instinctively, she rose onto her toes, her cherry lips brushing against his earlobe, first teasingly pecking, then nipping playfully with her delicate teeth. A jolt of electricity surged up Mou's spine, his breath quickening as his hands instinctively tightened around her waist. Meng Lanin grew bolder, her hands entwining around his neck, leaning in so that her entire supple form nearly hung from him. Then, tilting her head slightly back, she gazed deeply into his eyes, her expression filled with affection. She leaned closer, her lips trembling as they met his. First a gentle touch, then a fervent grind. Soft and warm, they carried the unique sweetness of youth, alternating between gentle nibbles and tender presses. Heat surged within Mou, his thoughts racing. This foolish girl had mixed such a potent drug into the wine. Now she was utterly dazed. But the effects of the aphrodisiac were hardly enjoyable. Such matters were best pursued in a clear state of mind. Activating the heavenly poison pearl. The effects of the aphrodisiac within their bodies were swiftly undone. As the haze lifted, Meng Lanin's mind went blank, reeling from her impulsive actions. What had she just done? I'm sorry, little master uncle. It wasn't intentional. I was drunk, she exclaimed, frantically detaching herself from Mou, her face crimson as if it might bleed. Regret flooded her. Why had she pulled away? Such a splendid opportunity to capture little master uncle's heart. At that moment, a pair of strong arms wrapped around her waist, pulling her back into that warm embrace. You can't light a fire and then expect to flee. After all, Meng Lanin raised her gaze, her eyes shy and glistening. Little master uncle, Mou, without uttering another word, captured her lips in a kiss. His mouth pressed down heavily, passionately claiming her breath. Meng Lanin let out a soft whimper, surrendering completely to the fervor of the kiss. Mou's hands trailed along her waist, gently caressing, then tightening his grip to pull her closer. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. Meng Lanin gasped, her eyes dazed and cheeks flushed, resembling a ripe peach. Mou's gaze wandered down her blushing cheeks, resting on her gently rising chest. His fingers delicately traced the tie of her garment. Looking at her with a questioning gaze, Meng Lanin's heart raced, and she slightly closed her eyes, giving a timid nod. Mou's lips curled into a smirk as he tugged gently, loosening the tie, allowing her clothing to slide down and reveal her snow-white skin. Unable to contain himself any longer, Mou lifted Meng Lanin into his arms and carried her toward the bed. The flickering red candles cast dancing shadows, and the draped curtains flowed like a gentle breeze, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Little master uncle, you're so wicked, Meng Lanin playfully scolded, her voice languid and satisfied. Mou teased back, do you enjoy it? Meng Lanin huffed lightly, feigning displeasure yet sounding sweetly indulgent. Of course not. You always bully me. At that moment, she lay on the bed, panting softly, her supple form subtly rising and falling. After a brief pause, she managed to lift her delicate foot, playfully pressing it against Mou's leg. Little master uncle, it's still early. Mou felt the heat surging within him. Indeed, the night was still young, and he had much work to do. Morongi stealthily approached Mou's door, gently pushing it open. The door was locked tight, a frown crossing her face. She had inadvertently taken her master's book today. If he found out, it would not end well. She glanced at the window nearby, wondering if she could sneak in from there. At that moment, Mou's voice drifted from within. Shao-E, what are you sneaking around for? Morongi froze. And nothing. Master, I left something in your room. May I come in to retrieve it? I see it. Your needle, he replied. As soon as he finished speaking, a box of silver needles flew out from the room, landing steadily in Morongi's hands. She accepted the needles, relief washing over her as she quickly turned to leave. Thank goodness Master hadn't noticed. But why did his voice sound so odd, almost electrified? Inside the room, Mou exhaled softly, relieved that he had locked the door in time. At that moment, Meng Lanin knelt before him, her eyes brimming with tenderness and reliance. Morning light streamed through the window, casting warmth throughout the room. Mou slowly opened his eyes, feeling the fragrant softness of her form against him. He looked down to find Meng Lanin curled in his embrace, her sleeping face serene. A wave of affection washed over Mou. The nine-turn exquisite body, though still dormant, indeed resembled a winding corridor. She possessed an innate talent for flute playing, as if it were her birthright. Captivating and unforgettable, Meng Lanin let out a soft sound, gradually awakening. She met Mou's deep gaze, filled with warmth. Little master uncle, she spoke, her voice carrying the rasp of slumber, sweet and melodious. Awake? Meng Lanin nodded, her cheeks tinged with red. Recalling the wildness of the previous night, she buried her head against his chest, shy to meet his gaze. Mou chuckled softly, wrapping his arms around her tighter. What's wrong? Feeling bashful? Awful. Little master uncle is so bad, Meng Lanin pouted, her tone sweetly scolding. She raised her head once more, her eyes sparkling like stars, filled with love and longing. Little master uncle, if you have other women in the future, Will you still care for me? Mou gently stroked her hair. Of course, Inin will always hold a special place in my heart. Hearing this, warmth blossomed within Meng Lanin. She playfully rolled over, her garments falling over her enchanting form. Then I can rest easy, she smiled playfully. But now I must take my leave. Master has gone out, and I need to help manage Xin Nu Peak. I'll play the flute for you another day. She mischievously winked, or you could come find me too. With that, she vanished from the room. Mou watched her depart, a faint smile gracing his lips. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Detected successful interception of the fated daughter, Meng Lanin. You utilized Immortal S wine, aphrodisiac, and other means to make Meng Lanin completely submissive. Villainous counterattack successful. Chapter 53. Cultivation is not out of the question. Reward. Celestial level melody. Automatic replenishment of fate. 3,000. Villain points. 3,000. What the hell? He used Immortal S wine and aphrodisiac. That had absolutely nothing to do with him. Nevertheless, Mou felt a sense of satisfaction. His villain points had reached 9,800. And his fate was at 18,700. He was quite affluent now. With a thought, he activated the connection with the soul ring. The stunning figure of Yan Shi appeared beside him, wearing a hint of reproach. Little you, how could you find a new girlfriend without letting your master see? Yanshi, is this something you can see? Mou said helplessly. After a brief bout of playful banter, Yanshi ceased her jesting and returned to the soul ring. Mou summoned Chu Yuli and Murong Yi, presenting them with the Yin formula of the chaotic Yin-Yang art. I stumbled upon this celestial level technique in a secret realm. He disclosed. Both women were taken aback. Chu Yuli's eyes widened in disbelief. She knew that, to her knowledge, there were no genuine celestial level techniques in the entire Tianxin sacred land or even throughout the Tianyuan continent. The master actually possessed one and bestowed it upon her. A warm surge of emotion flooded her heart, and she felt deeply touched. She vowed to repay her master well. Murong Yi was equally exhilarated. Her master truly was a child of fortune, effortlessly discovering such a high-level technique within a secret realm, with such a solid backing. As long as her master did not use her as a sacrifice, she could pursue anything she desired. Administering acupuncture to her master daily would be no trouble at all. The two accepted the chaotic yin-yang art. Chu Yuli lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, her voice barely above a whisper. Master, you are giving us this technique? Isn't this a dual cultivation method? The thought of her master desiring such a thing made her feel bashful, yet somewhat eager. Murong Yi's gaze flickered. Dual cultivation was not entirely out of the question. Despite this thought, she felt a twinge of shyness. Mou spoke earnestly. Although this is indeed a dual cultivation technique, it can also be cultivated in a conventional manner, and it far surpasses the techniques of the Tianxin sacred land. I harbor no such intentions toward you, so there is no need for concern. The current chaotic yin-yang art has already been upgraded to celestial second rank, allowing for even swifter cultivation. Chu Yuli and Murong Yi nodded in understanding, realizing their misunderstanding, and quickly departed. Once they left, Yanshi appeared by his side, her brow slightly arched, revealing a hint of surprise. Celestial level technique? Where did you acquire this? Of course, it is from the legacy of the Celestial Emperor, Mou replied. Yanshi was momentarily speechless. It made sense, since there was already a celestial level body refinement technique. The emergence of another celestial level technique was hardly surprising. Do you still remember our previous wager? Mou teased. Yanshi paused for a moment, then quickly reacted, a playful huff escaping her lips. Of course I remember. It was about foot baths, wasn't it? What I said counts. However, she insisted, let me see your technique. She extended her hand, palm upward, hovering in front of Mou. Curiosity piqued within her as she wondered what kind of technique could elicit such bashful expressions from the two young women. Mou, unfazed, directly handed the Yin formula to Yanshi. As she took the technique, she began to flip through it carefully. Initially calm, her vibrant red eyes gradually revealed an unmistakable shock. And she murmured to herself, such an extraordinary technique exists in this world? A celestial second-rank technique can achieve such a speed of cultivation? And this is only half of it. She suddenly lifted her gaze to Mou, her voice urgent. Xiaoyu, is there another half? Mou nodded, producing the Yang formula and offering it to Yanshi. As she received it and studied it intently, her expression of astonishment deepened. After a lengthy pause, she spoke slowly. Xiaoyu, I can assure you that this technique is undoubtedly beyond celestial second rank. It can reach even greater heights, but... She gently shook her head, returning the 2 volumes to Mou, her brow furrowed in confusion. I do not know what the requirements for its advancement are. At this point, she sighed softly, a hint of regret in her tone. If you can find a way to advance it, this technique will undoubtedly be far more powerful than the Great Burning Heaven technique I previously bestowed upon you. Mou nodded thoughtfully, then inquired, Yanshi, do you wish to cultivate this technique? After all, one can also cultivate the soul. Yanshi's delicate form momentarily stiffened, her beautiful eyes glimmering with a hint of reproach. You rascal, are you now plotting to teach your master? This is a genuine dual cultivation technique. With a playful flourish of her slender hand, she accepted the Yin formula from Mou, her tone teasing. Since you have cultivated the Yang formula, I shall take it upon myself to study this technique thoroughly, to facilitate your future cultivation. Mou smiled slightly. Then I thank you, Yanshi. Upon witnessing Mou's smile, Yanshi felt her heartbeat quicken. Could it be? Had she genuinely developed feelings for Xiaoyu? After all, she had watched him grow up. However, such a development was not entirely unwelcome. Perhaps one day, she would indeed have to personally engage in dual cultivation instruction. The following month passed in a whirlwind of activity for Mou. By day, he practiced swordsmanship with Xia Ningbing, and by night, he sparred with Su Meyer, occasionally discussing the art of flute playing with Meng Lanin. Time flew by, and soon it was the eve of the sword sex trial. Mou, accompanied by his 2 disciples and Ling Wanning, boarded the spirit vessel. Master, there are so many disciples here. Are they all attending the trial? Murong asked, her large eyes blinking with curiosity. Mou nodded, explaining. As the grandest swordsmanship event in the Tianyuan continent, the Tianxian Sacred Land will naturally send disciples to participate. The group settled into their seats on the spirit vessel. Mou's gaze landed on Murong. This time, you will participate in the trial for the Qi refinement stage. It is a rare opportunity, so make the most of it. After all, true experts spend little time at the Qi refinement stage. Murong nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Master. I will secure first place for you. Mou nodded with satisfaction, then turned his gaze forward to the serene figure seated at the bow of the vessel. This trial was led by Xia Ningbing and the Sword Peak's master of the tribulation stage. Xia Ningbing, seated at the ship's head, also captured the attention of many disciples. After all, they rarely had the chance to see this peerless beauty, cold as ice. Xia Ningbing sat cross-legged, her eyes tightly shut, immersed in her cultivation. At this moment, only one day remained until the system's 200th comparison. The 100-fold reward was enticing, even for her. She was determined to obtain this reward. After all, based on her observations while teaching Mou this month, he had no chance of defeating her. He possessed a powerful physique and abundant spiritual power, but lacked offensive techniques. In an actual duel with a true expert, he would not even have the opportunity to fully utilize his physical and spiritual advantages. This was also why she had been urging Mou to practice swordsmanship. Only when one has sound offensive techniques, devoid of flaws, can they be considered competent and secure a place in the world. Mou withdrew his gaze, just as a small white fox gracefully leaped into his embrace. Sister Meyer, are you also going to participate in the trial? The little fox nodded lightly, her voice sweet and alluring. Since all of you are going, I can't possibly stay behind. Can I? However, there is no room for me here, so I suppose I'll have to sleep with my brother tonight. Chapter 54, The Follower of the Saint's Son Brother. Look over there. Su Meyer pointed with her foxtail in a certain direction. Mou followed her indication and saw Meng Lanin approaching briskly. Behind her was a young man clad in a white robe, flanked by several companions, exuding an imposing aura. Your little wife is being harassed, Su Meyer teased. Mou recalled the individual, Zhang Ruifeng, a true disciple of Sword Peak. Now at the first layer of the nascent soul stage, he was on par with Meng Lanin. Mou remembered that he had once carried out a mission alongside him during his own Golden Core stage. However, that was quite some time ago, and the memories were vague. Reflecting on it, he realized he had not roamed the inner sect of the Tianxian Sacred Land for many years. Many people likely no longer recognized him. Meng Lanin arrived beside Mou, gently linking her arm with his, glancing back at Zhang Ruifeng. I already have someone I like. Please stop harassing me, she said. Turning to Mou, her voice was laced with grievance. Little uncle, it's this person who keeps confessing to me. I've already said no, but he refuses to listen. With that, she leaned her head against Mou's shoulder, glaring indignantly at Zhang Ruifeng. Zhang Ruifeng's gaze fell upon Mou, momentarily taken aback. Mou encircled Meng Lanin's waist, signifying his stance. Wow, is there truly someone who has captured the favor of senior sister Meng? Who is he anyway? I've never encountered such a figure before, though he is undeniably quite handsome. Shoo, keep it down. Can't you see Zhang Shixiang's expression has changed? A few disciples behind Zhang Ruifeng began to whisper among themselves. Mou realized that these disciples genuinely did not recognize him, so he declared in a clear voice. I am Mou, the holy son of the heavenly mystic Holy Land. I trust you have all heard of me. He surveyed the crowd before him, stating, Enur is under my protection, and it would be wise for anyone to refrain from harboring any intentions towards her. As he spoke, he gently pulled Meng Lanin closer into his embrace. Leave now, and I shall overlook the earlier incident. Upon hearing this, the surrounding disciples erupted into a flurry of discussions, their voices laced with astonishment and confusion. What? He is the legendary Holy Son? How could he possibly be here? Regrettably, I used to idolize the Holy Son. It's been a decade since I last saw him. I thought he had withdrawn from the sect. The crowd's murmurs reflected a mix of shock and regret in their gazes towards Mou, their recollections frozen in time a decade prior, when he was a once promising genius reduced to nothingness in a single day. Meng Lanin nestled in Mou's embrace, and as she listened to the surrounding chatter, a surge of indignation welled up within her. Sensing the tremor of the person in his arms, Mou gently pressed her hand, signaling her to remain calm. At that moment, Zhang Ruifeng also regained his composure from his shock. He stepped forward with fervor, his voice quivering with excitement. Little Shu, it truly is you. Do you remember me? Mou furrowed his brow slightly and nodded. I recall you. He recognized him, but questioned, why are you so agitated? And why is the script different? Zhang Ruifeng, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, Little Shu, you remember me. Do you recall? 10 years ago. We were on a mission in the Setting Sun Mountains when we were ambushed by beasts. You sustained grave injuries to save us. He turned to Meng Lanin. His eyes filled with anticipation. Senior sister Meng was there too. She must remember. Meng Lanin nodded. Of course, she remembered. On that occasion, she witnessed Little Shu fight valiantly against formidable beasts, disregarding his own safety to protect them. His figure left an indelible mark on her heart. And it was then that she began to harbor feelings for him. Mou, too, recalled that event. Indeed, it was his first mission after reaching the Golden Core stage. And it would be his last. At that time, the beast was guarding a precious herb he needed, not wanting to reveal his full strength. He had allowed others to escape first, ultimately exhausting considerable effort to defeat the creature. He returned with significant injuries, only to have his spiritual energy drained by Sister Yanxi, leaving him as reclusive as Wanqing. Zhang Ruifeng continued, from that day forth, Little Shu's noble figure has been etched in my mind. I once heard tales of your selflessness, risking your life for fellow disciples, and I scoffed, believing them to be exaggerated. Only later did I comprehend my own folly. His tone was imbued with admiration and self-reproach. Meng Lanin displayed a blissful smile. She had once held similar thoughts. Now, she had become the first to win Little Shu's heart. However, while everyone revered Little Shu, that was a separate matter from the present. With a light huff, she addressed Zhang Ruifeng. In that case, I belong to Little Shu now. Please refrain from bothering me from here on. Zhang Ruifeng, upon hearing this, quickly raised his hands in apology. I'm sorry, Senior Sister Meng. I intended to inquire about Little Shu, not to intrude upon you. He paused, continuing to explain. When you first declined my advances, I gave up. Later, upon hearing you frequently encountered Little Shu, I hoped you could facilitate an introduction. He scratched his head, his face filled with embarrassment and remorse. I had no idea you would misunderstand. Meng Lanin's eyes widened. She had always thought Zhang Ruifeng was persistently pursuing her. Ever since his initial confession, she found him bothersome and had avoided him at all costs. Yet, it turned out he was seeking Little Shu. Truly, Little Shu had inspired someone to follow him for a decade. Mou was astonished. Previously, Meng Lanin would occasionally pout about someone professing their feelings for her. It seems the one they were pursuing was not Meng Lanin, but himself. Zhang Ruifeng carefully retrieved a storage ring from within his robes, presenting it to Mou with both hands. Little Shu, the cultivation you lost while saving us. I have scoured ancient texts over the years, and these spiritual herbs can, to some extent, restore your spiritual roots. Please accept them. Mou was momentarily at a loss for words. Restore his lost cultivation? Indeed, he had saved them. However, his cultivation had been siphoned away by Sister Yanxi. He waved his hand dismissively. There's no need. The past is unrelated to you. I am now Little Shu. Please accept it. Zhang Ruifeng interrupted, bowing deeply, his body trembling slightly. He was profoundly touched. Little Shu was so considerate, worrying about his feelings and preventing him from feeling guilty. Mou sighed in exasperation. My cultivation has already been restored. As he spoke, he subtly released his aura, and a powerful wave of spiritual energy surged forth. 5 layers of the nascent soul. Zhang Ruifeng abruptly raised his head, shock evident in his eyes. Not only him, but all the surrounding disciples were taken aback. The Holy Son's cultivation has been restored. Not only restored, but he has reached the nascent soul stage. At the age of 24, even among the elite of the nascent soul stage, he stands as the foremost figure in Tianyuan continent. A whirlwind of emotions, shock, elation, intertwined on the faces of the crowd. The selfless, exceptionally gifted Holy Son had returned, and he was even more powerful, having advanced from the first layer of the golden core to the 5th layer of the nascent soul in merely 10 years. It is said that even the so-called foremost swordsman of the generation barely reached the 1st layer of the nascent soul at the age of 24. What terrifying speed of cultivation the Holy Son possesses. It is simply unprecedented. Zhang Ruifeng, overwhelmed with emotion, felt tears welling in his eyes as he gazed at Mou. His voice choked with emotion. This is wonderful. Little Shu, your cultivation has returned. Mou smiled. I restored it long ago. There's no need for concern. Zhang Ruifeng nodded, visibly relieved, his joy spilling over. Then, as if recalling something, he eagerly inquired, Little Shu, I came to participate in the sword trial. Are you here for the same reason? Surely, you aim to defeat the swordsman and claim the title of the foremost nascent soul stage cultivator of this era. Mou shook his head, his gaze shifting to the figure behind him, landing on Morongi. I brought my disciple. She is the one participating. What a farcical notion it would be to have her face the swordsman. Would she use her fists to send the swordsman flying? Although the rules permitted such actions, it would undoubtedly draw criticism. Who knows, Perhaps the rules would be amended next time due to this incident. Thus, he preferred to observe and see if he could fulfill his master's wager. A mid-grade spiritual treasure, combined with system rewards, would surely yield something remarkable. Huh, me? Morong's thoughts were abruptly pulled back to reality by her unexpected mention. She had just been immersed in the shock of discovering her master had other romantic partners. The nightly visits from her Sherbois, Su Meyer, and the promised engagement with Ling Qingyue had now expanded to include another. Zhang Ruifeng's gaze shifted to Morongyi, a glimmer of admiration passing through his eyes. Truly, little Shu's disciple was equally striking. Not only was she beautiful, but her demeanor was extraordinary. One could easily discern her potential as a sword immortal. Morongyi felt a flicker of delight. Since being rescued by her master, many have praised her beauty. All of this is credited to her master, who pulled her from the depths of despair. Subsequently, Zhang Ruifeng engaged in lively conversation with Mo Yuhan, seemingly possessing an endless supply of words that continued until Meng Lanin's departure. It was only after Mo Yu hinted multiple times that he reluctantly took his leave. Mo Yu watched his retreating figure, letting out a gentle sigh. Such infatuated admirers can be quite bothersome. Beside her, Chu Yuli hung her head, her delicate frame trembling slightly. She had lost. She had actually lost. Completely defeated by Meng Lanin. Her master had publicly acknowledged his relationship with Meng Lanin, despite being so close. She had failed to seize the opportunity. Surely, they had not engaged in such activities yet. They must not have. She still had a chance. She would prevail. As night fell, the stars twinkled above. A massive spirit vessel glided through the sky, emitting a soft humming sound. Inside the spacious, brightly lit room of the vessel, Su Meyer teased, "Sister, is this what you call sleeping? What else could it be? You're making me quite anxious like this. You wouldn't have developed those feelings for your sister, would you? How utterly perverse," she added with a playful lilt. At that moment, Su Meyer languidly draped herself across Mo, her body warm and soft, her long, fair legs restlessly brushing against him. Mo sighed helplessly. Su Meyer was indeed beautiful and alluring. Any man would feel something. "Thank you for the compliment, dear brother," Su Meyer giggled, "but do refrain from touching your sister inappropriately. Otherwise, I shall strip you and throw you into your little apprentice's room. You certainly don't want to be seen as a pervert who preys on his disciple." Mo's eyes widened in shock at her cruel imagination. If such a thing were to happen, it would undoubtedly spell social death for him. He steadied himself and asked seriously, "What is it this time? Are you angry, worried, or perhaps frightened?" Su Meyer replied with a hint of grievance in her voice. "I tried to visit you several times, only to find your 1 banner hanging at your door. Now I realize you've been secretly frolicking with your little wife. This truly hurts your sister's heart." Mo responded earnestly, "Sister Meyer, if you're feeling restless and want to spar, there's no need for a reason. If you wish to experiment with your charm techniques, I would be more than willing, as long as it's not too outrageous." Su Meyer's gaze sparkled with mischief. "You really are quite dull," she chided playfully, leaning closer to Mo's cheek to breathe him in. "That little girl is no longer a maiden. Yet your body remains unchanged. Do you possess some special constitution?" Mo was startled. She could discern that. He answered honestly, "I possess the pure yang sacred body." "Oh, I see, dear brother. Our Tianhu clan has a technique for absorbing yang energy. Since you have such abundant yang energy, how about letting sister take a sip?" As she spoke, Su Meyer extended her delicate tongue to lightly lick her red lips, her pink pupils shimmering with enticing allure. "How do we do that? Does it involve that kind of activity?" Mo asked nervously. Su Meyer chuckled, raising an eyebrow. "How delightful that you think so. Of course not. Just a simple remote absorption will suffice." She slightly parted her cherry lips, mimicking an inhalation. It was evident she was far more skilled than Meng Lanin. However, Mo vigorously shook his head. "Not remotely. If it's remote, then no way." He refused to engage in such a disadvantageous arrangement. "Come on," Su Meyer pouted, her voice sweet and melodious. "Just let sister have a taste, and you'll only need to rest for a day. I promise I'll make it up to you afterward. I still have to fight Jinzi tomorrow." As soon as Mo finished speaking, he felt a chill at his wrist. Unbeknownst to him, Su Meyer had already grasped his wrist, her breath fragrant. "This will be sister's first time, don't worry. I will take good care of you when you are weak," she assured him. Just as Mo was about to activate the Human Emperor banner to resist, he discovered it was unresponsive. His spiritual power seemed entirely immobilized. Not a drop could be summoned. Tianhu divine ability, spirit locking, and forbidden essence. Mo's mind raced. Was there anything that could save him without relying on spiritual power? Indestructible golden body. Only usable once a month, what a loss. Heavenly poison pearl. That's just a joke. Using that is too extravagant. Celestial spirit power loan. He quickly opened the system shop. The binding immortal rope and celestial spirit power loan were still available, and there were discounts. He spent 3,600 villain points, and a golden thread appeared in his hand. With a mere thought, it could transform into a long rope to bind Su Meyer. The celestial spirit power loan of the binding immortal rope could hard control any enemy below the celestial realm for 10 seconds, at the cost of draining his remaining spiritual energy. With this trump card, Mo felt emboldened as he gazed into Su Meyer's alluring eyes. Noticing Mo's change in demeanor, Su Meyer raised an eyebrow playfully. It seems my brother is ready. Shall we begin? Suddenly, Mo recalled a question. Wait, senior sister. Does this absorbing yang energy count as yin-yang complementary? Chapter 56. Reversal of yin and yang. Su Meyer's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she chuckled. At a time like this, my junior brother is still thinking about cultivation? How studious. Before imparting the technique, let me explain it thoroughly. She then began to patiently elucidate the concepts to Mo. However, she sat uncomfortably close, her affectionate demeanor making Mo feel somewhat uneasy. As he listened to her explanations, he found them monotonous and nearly succumbed to sleep. After a stick of incense had burned, she concluded, thus, my technique can also be considered a form of yin-yang complementarity. Finally, Su Meyer wrapped up her impromptu lecture and refocused her attention on Mo. Observing his drowsy state, she felt a flicker of annoyance. Honestly, I'm putting in such effort to teach you, and you're here dozing off. Mo instantly snapped to attention, mentally chastising himself for purchasing unnecessary items. The pure yang sacred body would not be affected by yin-yang complementary techniques. Seeing that he was still distracted, Su Meyer shot him an exasperated glance. You little rascal. It seems I must teach you a lesson, or you want to learn. A wicked smile crept onto Mo's lips as he considered using the binding immortal rope to teach Su Meyer a lesson, demonstrating that he was not to be trifled with. Just as Su Meyer prepared to execute her special technique, a flash of golden light erupted. The binding immortal rope coiled around Su Meyer's limbs like a serpentine spirit, binding her securely. What is this? Panic flickered in her beautiful eyes. She had never encountered such a bizarre artifact. Her magic, soul, and body were subjected to complete suppression, leaving her utterly unable to resist. Instinctively, she knew this was a celestial artifact. As Mo beheld Su Meyer in her constrained state, a wave of mischievous delight surged within him. Witnessing her predicament, he reflected. The binding immortal rope is truly delightful. Are you scared now, Sister Meyer? He chuckled. Previously, it was merely me accommodating you, struggling against the bindings. Su Meyer found herself increasingly confined, her attempts to break free only tightening the ropes further. You little rascal, let go of your sister. Mo reveled in her predicament. Yet time was of the essence. Smack. You dare strike me? Su Meyer was both furious and embarrassed. With urgency, Mo swiftly made his escape. He needed to seek refuge with Xia Ningbing. Just as he burst through the door, the binding immortal rope's golden glow dissipated, falling away. And Su Meyer regained her freedom. She swayed and transformed into a pink blur, blocking his path. You little rascal, why have you stopped running? Su Meyer's eyes sparkled with mirth, a teasing smile gracing her lips. Mo let out a dry laugh. Senior sister, I was merely jesting with you just now. Please do not take it to heart. Jesting? Su Meyer advanced step by step towards Mo, a faint alluring fragrance emanating from her. I assure you, I am quite serious. Mo retreated repeatedly until his back pressed against the wall, leaving him with no escape. Senior sister, what do you intend to do? Su Meyer gracefully moved closer, her delicate fingers lifting Mo's chin. What do you think? Naturally, I intend to show you my strength. Before her words faded, she seized Mo and tossed him onto the bed. With a light leap, Su Meyer stood at the edge of the bed, looking down upon Mo. Now that your spiritual energy is depleted, can that celestial artifact still be utilized? Mo shook his head and replied earnestly, Senior sister, if you truly intend to unleash your techniques, you will regret it. Regret? Su Meyer chuckled lightly, her fingers gently tracing Mo's cheek. You dare to strike me? If I do not teach you a lesson, it is I who shall regret it. She slowly leaned in, preparing to execute her technique. Mo's heart raced, his throat dry, yet he found himself utterly immobile. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him, only to halt abruptly halfway. Su Meyer's face paled instantly, fear flickering in her beautiful eyes. A potent backlash of energy erupted from Mo, as if it aimed to consume her power. How is this possible? She struggled to break free, but her body felt utterly powerless. Mo sighed. Senior sister, I did warn you that you would regret it. Su Meyer trembled slightly, her breathing quickening, as torrents of spiritual energy uncontrollably surged from her into Mo. No, stop. She bit her lip, striving to resist the loss of her energy. Yet ultimately, she could not contain it. With a soft gasp, Su Meyer shuddered. More of her spiritual energy flowed into Mo, allowing him to break through to the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. He felt a pang of anxiety. Surely, nothing would go awry? He quickly relaxed his mind and ceased absorbing her energy. Exhausted, Su Meyer sank down beside Mo, utterly drained. Her face bore signs of fatigue. Yet she remained stunningly beautiful. Brother, how could you? She weakly inquired, her voice trembling. I warned you there would be consequences. You insisted on testing it, Mo replied. Su Meyer let out a soft huff, a mix of indignation and astonishment in her expression. The divine powers of the Celestial Fox clan actually suffered a backlash. You truly have surprised me, dear brother, she said, panting, her gaze complex. Sensing Mo's concern, Su Meyer's heart warmed. She lifted her head to gaze at his handsome face, suddenly pinching his cheek. Do not think this is the end. Once I recover, I shall surely express my gratitude. Mou smiled and nodded. I await that day. But for now, senior sister, you should rest well. I will take good care of you during your weakness. Su Meier leaned against Mou, closing her eyes. Her breathing gradually steadied, and a serene expression graced her face. Mou exhaled softly. Pondering why he felt such a reaction, he nearly lost control. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Detected your strategic use of exceptional acting to lure the enemy. Absorbing Su Meier's energy. Villain's counterattack successful. Chapter 57. The Art of Sustaining Battle. Reward. The Art of Sustaining Battle. The Art of Sustaining Battle. Infants and maidens harmonize yin and yang, lead and Mercury intertwine, dividing day and night. The dragon and tiger balance using harmony. The spiritual turtle absorbs the blood of the golden crow. Villain points. 3,000. The Art of Sustaining Battle? Mou was taken aback. Wasn't he this akin to Zhu Beiji defeating 7 spider demons, leaving them breathless and weary? Then, an overwhelming influx of indescribable knowledge flooded his mind. Even for the experienced Mou, he felt his face flush. If one were to cut open his head now, it would undoubtedly be yellow. This technique could enhance pleasure, bring joy to Meng Lanin, and also increase combat endurance. This was indeed a legitimate form of combat. Of course, it could also be quite unorthodox, incredibly useful. At that moment, Yin Shi's surprised voice resounded in his mind. You've made quite the achievement. You actually triumphed over your senior sister? Having watched you be bullied since childhood, it's rare to see you win. From now on, I shall win against her every day. Mou's lips curled upward, brimming with confidence. Though the celestial binding rope could only be used once a day, it would at least grant him 10 seconds of victory. Yinshi chuckled at this. She clearly did not believe his boast. Go ahead and brag. She shook her head. If she doesn't absorb your yang energy, you would undoubtedly be no match for her. However, she paused, her tone filled with astonishment. I didn't expect your constitution to be a rare mutated type. Truly, you are a person of great fortune. Your constitution is unlike that of ordinary individuals. Mutated constitution? Mou inquired, puzzled. She explained patiently. Indeed, your constitution is a mutated variant of the pure yang sacred body, granting you the ability to resist energy absorption. Her voice carried a hint of delight. During this time, Mou had not asked her any questions, even in alchemy, leaving her feeling somewhat superfluous. Her daily purpose merely to chat. Mou nodded thoughtfully. He was surprised that he did not need to explain, and she had already filled in the blanks herself. He gently set Su Meier down and tenderly covered her with a blanket. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Mou walked over to open it, revealing Ling Qingyue standing at the entrance. Ling Qingyue got straight to the point. Sister Xia instructed me to tell you not to fight with Sister Su these days. She needs to focus on her cultivation and has no time for you too. If you get into trouble, she won't heal your injuries. Also, if Sister Su bullies you again during this time, Sister Xia will throw her out. Having spoken, Ling Qingyue leaned in to peek into the room. Senior brother, did you hear that? Mou instinctively blocked the doorway, but it was too late. Ling Qingyue had already caught sight of Su Meier on the bed. Her cheeks still flushed, appearing breathless and drained. Ling Qingyue blinked her bright eyes in surprise, looking at Mou. Do you expect me to believe nothing happened between you two? Believe me, nothing happened, Mou replied helplessly. I believe you. I won't tell anyone. Ling Qingyue nodded earnestly. Who would have thought that in this lifetime, senior brother would directly win over the 4th senior sister? You are truly impressive. Having fought since childhood, they finally achieved a happy ending. It was no easy feat. Mou observed the undeniable smile on her face and knew she did not believe him at all. However, it was not a significant issue. Qingyue would not spread rumors. Ling Qingyue, in high spirits, turned to leave, her steps light. Senior brother has scored again. The next day, at the sword sect, a massive stone tablet stood silently. The surface of the tablet was split in two, the fracture smooth as a mirror, as if severed by some unparalleled force in a single strike. In the distance, the sword peak master, Lu Qiandeng, introduced to the crowd. This is the sword tablet, born of heaven and earth, capable of measuring the level of sword intent. The deeper the sword mark, the stronger the sword intent. He paused, a glimmer of reverence crossing his eyes. 50 years ago, your master's uncle, Bai Shuangying, cleaved this tablet in two with a single sword strike. Since then, she has been universally recognized as the strongest sword cultivator throughout the ages. Lu Qiandeng lightly caressed the sword at his waist, the blade emitting a low hum, resonating with the complex emotions of its master. My sword intent can leave a mark of 7 feet and 6 inches upon it. Any disciple with sword intent is welcome to give it a try. Xia Ningbing gazed intently at the distant stone tablet. The severed sword tablet still emanated a sharp sword intent from the fracture, as if recounting the earth-shattering strike of yore. Her expression remained calm, yet her violet eyes sparkled with twinkling stars. Typically, sword intent is classified into 3 tiers: heaven, earth, and man, but above that, there exists an ultimate sword intent that transcends even the heavens. To sever the sword monument born of this realm, one must wield the utmost sword intent. Who exactly is Bai Shuangying? A reincarnation of a celestial sword immortal from the upper realm? With a slight smile gracing her lips, she resolved that if Bai Shuangying could achieve it, so too could she. With a delicate touch of her toes, Xia Ningbing's form became ethereal, transforming into a streak of violet light as she soared towards the sword monument. Zhang Ruifeng approached Mou eagerly, exclaiming, "Little Shu, let us attempt this together." Mou shook his head, replying, "I lack sword intent." Zhang Ruifeng's heart sank. How could his exceptionally gifted Shu, who had already grasped sword intent, possibly lack it? Surely, it was due to years spent on recovering his cultivation, neglecting the path of the sword. He solemnly declared, "Little Shu, I shall not forget your kindness. I will proceed." Mou gazed at Zhang Ruifeng's departing figure, utterly perplexed. What on earth was happening? Meng Lanin and other disciples at the nascent soul stage followed suit. Mou gently stroked the little fox in his arms. "Sister Mei, do you wish to join? The sword monument merely tests sword intent and does not require much energy." Posing no burden to Sister Mei, Su Meyer replied weakly, "I shall not go." At that moment, Morong Yi approached Mou, stating, "Master, I have made small progress in my sword momentum." Mou nodded slightly, acknowledging her progress in a month as commendable. Each sword realm is subdivided into 4 smaller stages: entry, small accomplishment, great accomplishment, and perfection. Morong Yi had initially entered the realm of sword momentum, but now achieved small accomplishment in just a month, a remarkable feat in the entire Tianyuan continent. She refrained from prolonging the topic and turned her attention to Su Meyer. "Shibua, why do you appear so weak? Would you like me to prepare some medicine for you?" Su Meyer nodded gently, her voice soft and feeble. "Yes, please. Then transform into human form for me to take your pulse." Su Meyer leaped from Mou's embrace, her form shifting into that of a stunningly beautiful woman. Upon witnessing this, Mou hastily extended a hand to support her. Su Meyer's complexion was as pale as paper, her body trembling slightly as she leaned weakly against Mou, her voice barely above a whisper. "Thank you." Morong Yi stepped forward, her slender fingers lightly resting on Su Meyer's delicate wrist, concentrating intently on taking her pulse. After a moment, her brows knitted in shock. "Isn't this the pulse indicative of excessive intimacy?" She blurted out instinctively. "Indeficiency." Immediately, she covered her mouth, realizing her blunder. Yet, the surrounding disciples had all heard. The remaining disciples were at the Foundation Establishment or Golden Core stage. And even those who had not received Mou's favor in the past had heard of his esteemed name and held him in high regard. At this moment, their gazes towards Mou brimmed with admiration, the implications unmistakable. Just yesterday, he had publicly declared his relationship with the senior sister of Xian'envi Peak. Today, his own senior sister was revealed to be indeficient. How fast could things escalate? The Holy Son is magnificent. We aspire to be like him. The disciples whispered among themselves, the atmosphere thick with a subtle tension. Chapter 58, Retribution. A bite back. Morong Yi hurriedly clarified, "Dear brothers and sisters, you have misunderstood. Indeficiency is not solely caused by excessive intimacy. Factors such as staying up late, fatigue, excessive worry, or even improper diet can lead to it. Shirwasu may simply be overly exhausted from recent training." The surrounding disciples exchanged glances, though they ceased further discussion, skepticism evident in their eyes. Just as Mou was about to speak, Su Meyer leaned her entire body against him. She whispered into his ear, her breath fragrant and alluring, "Brother, you wouldn't want to renege on our agreement, would you?" Although her voice was soft, intended for Mou alone, everyone present could hear her clearly. The air seemed to freeze for a moment before erupting into hushed gasps and murmurs. The Holy Son truly is the Holy Son. Such fortune is beyond our reach. All eyes turned to Mou, filled with admiration and envy. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Mou remained unfazed. He confidently wrapped his arms around Su Meyer's slender waist, locking his gaze with her captivating eyes, a teasing smile dancing on his lips. Su Meyer's body quivered slightly. Yet she did not back down, her alluring gaze fixed on Mou. The atmosphere between them grew increasingly intimate. A chorus of sighs arose from the onlookers. The Holy Son is too much, flaunting his affection in front of everyone. Morong Yi, witnessing the scene, quietly suggested, "At this point, why not just kiss?" Her words seemed to trigger something, igniting the surrounding disciples into a frenzy. "Yes, a kiss." The clamor grew louder and more insistent. Lu Qiuqian, the peak master of the Sword Peak, observed from the sidelines, scanning the crowd. Noticing that the trio from Zuwei Peak showed no intention of intervening, he wisely kept silent. Mou, still holding Su Meyer, playfully remarked, "Sister Mei, you're in too deep now. You've played with fire." Su Meyer's enchanting gaze met Mou's, a warning flickering in her beautiful eyes. As he beheld her breathtaking visage, a mischievous impulse welled up within him. He slowly leaned down, drawing closer to her luscious, crimson lips. As their proximity diminished, Su Meyer's breath quickened. She had intended to tease Mou, never expecting him to dare kiss her in public. Watching the distance between them close, Su Meyer could even feel the warmth of his breath against her face. Instinctively, She tried to retreat, but found herself firmly held by Mou's embrace. Summoning her resolve, she leaned in closer, rising onto her toes. Her soft lips gently brushing against Mou's. The tender sensation startled him momentarily. He had only aimed to frighten her, yet here they were, actually kissing. The crowd erupted into cheers, but Mou was too preoccupied to pay attention. The kiss was wet, soft, and sweet, an overwhelming wave of sensations flooding his mind. However, before he could savor the moment, a sudden sharp pain shot through his lips, a metallic taste filling the air. Sumair had actually bitten down on his flesh. Mou quickly turned away, channeling spiritual power to heal the wound. When he glanced back at Sumair, her lips were stained with blood, her eyes gleaming with defiance. This was pure retribution. A prompt from the system sounded at that moment. Detected that you forced Sumair to kiss you publicly, causing her to lose face. The villain's counterattack is successful. Villain points awarded, 2,000. Regardless, he had gained, for he had kissed her and earned villain points. Mou casually used a spell to wipe the blood from Sumair's lips and released her waist. He then turned to the surrounding crowd and declared, "All right. You may disperse." The disciples, understanding the hint, began to leave. Ling Qingyue stood nearby, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Lu Qiuqian turned his head awkwardly. Times had changed. The younger generation was far more open than they had been in their youth. Sumair, however, acted as if nothing had occurred, transforming into a white fox and leaping back into Mou's embrace. She looked at Murong-yi, asking, "Is there any medicine you can use to remedy this?" Murong-yi, snapping back to reality, regarded Mou seriously. Equal parts of cornelian cherries, mulberries, dodder seeds, Riminia, and Schisandra. Alternatively, you can use corresponding spiritual herbs. But they must not differ too greatly in rank. Grind them into powder and use a small amount of white wine as a medicinal guide. Taking it 3 times a day. This will invigorate the yang. Just as Mou was jotting down the prescription for Sumair, he suddenly realized. Wait, invigorate the yang? Isn't Sheen deficient? This prescription is meant for the master. Murong-yi wore an expression that suggested she knew everything. Mou thought. Now there's no way to clear my name. Beside them, Chu Yuli clenched her fists, her body trembling slightly. This is too much. Another one has emerged. How brazen to conduct such matters in front of everyone. And she seemed deficient. With a sigh, Chu Yuli swiftly adjusted her mindset. After all these years, what tempests had she not faced? Even if she could not claim the top spot, she would strive for second place. Victory would be hers. She silently noted down Murong-yi's prescription for the Void elixir, convinced it would prove useful one day. The crowd awaited in hushed anticipation as the other disciples assessed their sword intent. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from afar. Mou turned to see a middle-aged man and a young man approaching. It was the sword sect's leader, the esteemed Ling Yun sword master, accompanied by his disciple, Chu Wanyan. Ling Yun's sword master surveyed the gathered crowd, his gaze ultimately resting on Lu Qiuqian. A smile graced his lips as he remarked, "Elder Lu, it has been a long time. Your charisma remains undiminished." Lu Qiuqian nodded slightly, replying, "Ling Yun's sect master, I trust you have been well." The two engaged in pleasantries while Mou paid little heed to their conversation, instead focusing on Chu Wanyan. This young man was the key to her opportunity. A mid-grade spiritual treasure. Chu Wanyan seemed to notice Mou's scrutiny, raising his head to meet her gaze. Surely, this must be the holy son of Tianxian? Just then, Ling Yun's sword master's voice broke the silence, interrupting their exchange. Mou bowed slightly, addressing him. Junior Mou pays respect to Senior Ling Yun. He continued, "In my youth, I heard of the holy son of Tianxian losing his cultivation. Now, seeing you, I must say, what is broken can be rebuilt, and you shine even brighter than before." At merely 24 years of age, he had reached the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. A claim to being the fastest cultivator in the Tianyuan continent would not be unfounded. Ling Yun's sword master scrutinized Mou with a gaze full of admiration. Mou chuckled modestly. It is merely fortune, a slight stroke of luck. Chu Wanyan looked at Mou in astonishment. Achieving such a level at this age was indeed remarkable. Ling Yun's sword master chose not to dwell further, gesturing for everyone to follow. "Ladies and gentlemen, please accompany me. The seating has been prepared. The disciples who left marks on the sword steel will be guided shortly." The group followed Ling Yun's sword master towards the sword testing location. As they walked, he suddenly inquired, "Elder Lu, in the past decade, have any prodigies in the sword path emerged from your sword peak?" Chapter 59. The Holy Son and his beauty. Lu Qiuqian's expression turned serious, his brows furrowing slightly. Over the past 10 years, they had indeed not produced any noteworthy sword path prodigies. Zhang Ruifeng could barely qualify, but he was of the same generation as Chu Wanyan. Presenting him would be somewhat embarrassing. Ling Yun's sword master, noticing this, wore a smug smile. "To be frank, Elder Lu, during my recent travels, I stumbled upon a remarkable talent. After merely 3 months of guidance in the fundamentals of sword intent, he has already attained the minor accomplishment stage. Though he does not yet compare to our sect's disciple, he is certainly an impressive genius." Haha. Lu Qiuqian remained silent, his frown deepening. Even in terms of sword intent, he had no talents to showcase. Mou followed quietly, recalling that he had taken about 10 days to reach this point, driven by the relentless training imposed by two formidable individuals. However, as his studies progressed, they became muddled, and he had yet to grasp sword intent. A compulsive collector at heart, he felt an itch if he did not cultivate the momentum of an intriguing weapon. At that moment, Morong-yi quietly sidled up to Mou and whispered, "Master, that person is quite the pretender. I reached minor accomplishment from initiation in just a month." Though her voice was low, it was clearly audible to the cultivators present. Ling Yun's sword master abruptly halted, his body stiffening, the expression on his face freezing. Lu Qianxin's eyes brightened as realization struck. "Ah, my memory fails me. I forgot to introduce this esteemed individual. She is our Tianqian Holy Land's candidate for the Holy Maiden, one of the future heirs of the sect, and the Holy Sun's disciple, Morong-yi, a genius in swordsmanship. She was accepted under the Holy Sun just 1 month ago and has already reached the minor accomplishment stage under his tutelage." Ha! Ling Yun's swordmaster's countenance shifted dramatically. Akin to having swallowed a fly, he could only clear his throat, attempting to redirect the conversation. Since the Holy Sun's disciple is so impressive, surely, suddenly, a thunderous crash erupted from the distance, interrupting his words. The crowd turned to see the towering sword steel, which had already been cleaved in two, now displaying a silver diagonal line that was gradually extending. The upper half of the steel slid down along the line before crashing to the ground. This spectacle unfolded with startling rapidity, stretching the moment into eternity. Breathless, every onlooker fixated on the sword steel, their minds echoing the same question. Who possessed such terrifying strength? Mou stood among the crowd, his expression calm. Who else could it be but Xian Ningbing? Ling Yun's sword master remained frozen, his wide eyes filled with disbelief. After a long moment, he regained his composure and instructed Chu Wangyan, "Take them to the viewing platform. I will investigate." Before he finished speaking, he transformed into a streak of light, dashing towards the sword steel. The members of the Tianqian Holy Land began to murmur amongst themselves. Chu Wangyan remained rooted, his gaze never leaving the split sword steel. Initially, shock filled his eyes, which then transitioned to admiration before igniting a fierce battle spirit. However, he quickly reined in his emotions, leading Mou and the others towards the sword-testing viewing platform. Upon arriving at the platform, they settled into the Tianqian Holy Land's designated area. At this point, only a handful of individuals occupied the viewing area, as the majority had been drawn to the anomaly of the sword steel. Mou surveyed his surroundings, noting the presence of the ancient Holy Land, the Taiqing Holy Land, the Yaoqi Holy Land, the Xingqian Holy Land, and the host, the Zhutian Holy Land. This was the Zhutian domain, where the sword sect was an affiliated power. Just then, Morong-yi's voice chimed in beside him. "Master, why are we seated so far to the side? And why did my little martial uncle set up formations around us? Are we planning something underhanded?" Mou pondered for a moment and crafted a plausible rationale for Ling Wanqing's actions. "Your little martial uncle is naturally cautious. This way, we are less susceptible to surprise attacks and can easily monitor the movements of others." Morong-yi's eyes brightened with understanding. "I see. Are we preparing to ambush the Xingqian Holy Land?" Mou shook his head. "I have investigated. The last confrontation involved the Tian Shu, Tianji, and Kai Yang lineages. 2 have departed, while the Tian Xian and Tian Quan lineages bear no malice towards us. The Yu Heng and Yao Guang lineages have not arrived. Their stance remains ambiguous. The individuals from Xingqian Holy Land currently present appear to belong to the Yu Heng lineage." Morong-yi listened attentively and nodded. "Understood. Grievances have their origins, and debts have their owners." Before long, Xian Ningbing gracefully approached, her demeanor as tranquil as water, betraying no hint of the earth-shattering sword she had just unleashed. She surveyed her surroundings and ultimately chose a seat in front of Mou. After sitting down, she waved her delicate hand, sending several streams of light to reinforce the existing formations. Mou instantly grasped her intent. The earlier commotion had been too great, and she sought tranquility. Other sects began to arrive, and the sword testing soon commenced. Yet, Ling Qingyue had yet to make an appearance. After all, such occasions typically attracted only dedicated sword cultivators. Soon, Mou's attention was drawn to a figure. Ling Qingyue, the leader of the Taiqing Holy Land, had personally come to this gathering. Mou felt a twinge of surprise. It was indeed rare for a sect leader to attend such a minor event. Ling Wanqing seemed to sense Mou's gaze, leaning closer to him and whispering, "Senior brother, look, Auntie Schwa has also arrived, and she looks truly stunning today." Mou's gaze settled upon Ling Qingyue, who was clad in a form-fitting qipao that accentuated her exquisite figure, curvaceous yet modest, radiating an air of sensuality. Particularly striking were her ample bosoms, which created pronounced creases in the fabric of her dress, surpassing even Su Mei airs in fullness. Mou felt a flicker of surprise. How could Ling Qingyue possess such a remarkable figure? However, he swiftly averted his gaze. For Ling Qingyue was not only his master's sister, but had also cradled him as a child, and importantly, she was to become his mother-in-law. He dared not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. Calmly, he remarked, "Indeed, Auntie Schwa looks beautiful in anything she wears." Ling Qingyue smiled subtly, choosing not to elaborate further. Ling Qingyue's eyes roamed the spectator's stand before finally resting on Mou. The child who once called her Auntie Schwa in her embrace had now grown into such a handsome young man. She tightened her grip on the book in her hands, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. This was the guide to capturing Mou's heart, gifted to her by Ling Qingyue. After much hesitation, she ultimately decided against approaching him, opting instead to prepare herself further. Eventually, she found a solitary foundation establishment disciple from the Tianxian Holy Land, and, employing a spell, inquired, "Does your saint son have any particular preferences?" The disciple, lost in thought, searched his mind for the recent events and confidently replied, "The saint's son loves beautiful women." Chapter 60. How to quickly capture a man's heart. Xia Ningbing took note of Ling Qingyue's actions. Although she did not overhear the inquiry, she paid it little mind, well aware that Ling Qingyue would not engage in any reckless behavior. She had just expended some effort severing that sword monument. Yet the rewards were considerable, as by Shuang Ying's sword intent lingering there had elevated her own swordsmanship to new heights. Who could she be? Xia Ningbing pondered, questioning whether she had cultivated her swordsmanship to such an extent to challenge the exalted immortal emperors. Mastery demands specialization. Even she could not hope to rival by Shuang Ying on this path. No, it was not just her. Even all the immortal emperors of her era could not compare to this second senior sister in swordsmanship. Subsequently, she checked the cooldown time. Cooldown time, 1 incense stick. Meanwhile, Ling Qingyue was momentarily taken aback. Loves beautiful women? That indeed aligned with Mou's age. She gently waved her hand, dispelling the spell on the disciple. The disciple, now bewildered, had no recollection of what had just transpired. Ling Qingyue gracefully moved, taking a seat beside Mou. A faint, delicate fragrance wafted from her movement. Refreshing, yet not overwhelming. Mou had just turned to watch Murong Yi testing her sword when he caught sight of Ling Qingyue's dignified figure. He was taken aback and felt a slight pressure, for she was indeed his future mother-in-law. "Auntie Schwa, what brings you here?" He greeted calmly. "Why? Can't I come to see you? It has been many years since I last saw you," Ling Qingyue replied, her voice soft yet laced with a hint of nervousness. Mou quickly reassured her, "Of course you can." Ling Qingyue slightly turned her body toward him, casually flipping through the book in her hands. Titled How to Quickly Capture a Man's Heart. This was one of the strategies provided by Ling Qingyue. Mou sensed her proximity and caught a whiff of that subtle fragrance, discreetly shifting to the side. Ling Qingyue remained engrossed in her reading. She had gathered that Mou's preference was for beautiful women. The next step was to showcase her allure, essentially, to entice him, biting her rosy lip. She struggled internally for a moment. Considering their betrothal, she steeled herself and cast a spell to extend the slit of her qipao to her waist. Noting that Mou had not immediately taken notice, she adjusted her posture, reclining slightly and crossing her legs elegantly. This maneuver finally captured Mou's attention. His gaze instinctively drifted towards her. Black stockings and a qipao? He had never seen Ling Qingyue dressed in such a manner before. Typically, she chose conservative attire, discreet and unassuming. Yet at this moment, her appearance was nothing short of breathtaking. But why were there stockings and high heels in the cultivation world? He steadied his mind, striving to avert his gaze. He could not look. She was the adopted mother of Ling Qingyue, his future mother-in-law, and also his master's sister. He must not harbor any impure thoughts. Ling Qingyue frowned slightly. Why wasn't Xiao looking at her? Was her charm insufficient? Determined, she cast another spell, causing her previously modest neckline to become more revealing. "Auntie Schwa, what are you doing?" Mou could not help but inquire. Ling Qingyue's cheeks flushed crimson. She had not anticipated acting so boldly. Hearing Mou's question made her feel utterly mortified, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Stammering, she struggled to find an answer, ultimately fabricating a reason. I feel a bit warm." After speaking, she felt an inner irritation. After all, how could this foolish boy not grasp her intentions? No wonder Ling Qingyue had provided her with a guide. It seemed he truly was dense. Mou thought to himself, this excuse is worse than not coming up with one at all. Even a fool could tell it was a lie. However, since she did not elaborate, he could only assume she was indeed feeling warm. Could it be that his Auntie Schwa was attempting to seduce him? Absolutely impossible. Ling Qingyue continued turning the pages of her book, satisfying a man's desire for conquest. Contemplating this, she suddenly realized that Mou had always referred to her as Auntie Schwa. Did he possess a penchant for this taboo romance? What a little pervert, harboring such tastes. The other guide, Senior Brother's Strategy Manual, given to her by Qing, had not mentioned this at all. Furthermore, what kind of serious person would compose a strategy manual for senior brothers? Amidst her inner turmoil, Mou was equally flustered. In the conservative cultivation world, which normal person would dress so provocatively? Even the vixen who slept in his arms would not dare to attire herself so. Moreover, where did those stockings and high heels come from? Suddenly, he recalled having sketched such designs in the past, with only Ling Qingyue having seen them. Mou instinctively glanced at Ling Qingyue, who returned his gaze with a smile. In that instant, he understood everything. It must have been Ling Qingyue who transformed those sketches into tangible gifts for Ling Qingyue. At that moment, Ling Qingyue pretended to shift her position nonchalantly. Mou's breath hitched slightly. He admitted he was indeed captivated. Ling Qingyue's beauty exuded the charm of a mature woman, akin to an aged fine wine, growing more alluring with each sip. Yet, he quickly reined in his thoughts, reminding himself not to be ensnared by beauty. A cultivator must maintain a heart as tranquil as still water, untouched by external distractions. However, upon further reflection, he pondered whether he was being overly rigid. Shouldn't cultivators remain true to their hearts? Liking someone is liking someone. Appreciating beauty is appreciating beauty. Why disguise one's feelings and deceive oneself? He lifted his gaze, his eyes meeting Ling Qingyue's with newfound clarity. At that moment, he felt his state of mind ascend to a higher plane. He realized that Auntie Schwa was a chance bestowed upon him by the heavenly path regarding his own heart. Ling Qingyue felt flustered under his gaze, her cheeks blooming like the vibrant peach blossoms of March. Internally elated yet hesitant, she considered the presence of Xia Ningbing. She could not afford to act out of line. Chu Yuli, who had been observing Murong Yi's battle at the sword testing platform, inadvertently caught sight of Mou. Her master was actually watching that in. Mou, having gazed for a considerable time, suddenly remembered he had a system. He promptly opened Ling Qingyue's profile. Name, Ling Qingyue. Fortune, purple. Affection, 70. Complex. Introduction, one of Mou's future harem members, possessing the morning dew flower rain physique. An exquisite furnace cauldron. The brevity of these 4 lines belies the explosive implications they contain. Let us first examine the most crucial aspect. System. Is the morning dew flower rain the one in question? Yes. Mou steadied his thoughts and inquired again. What does complex truly entail? The components are exceedingly intricate. Primarily familial affection, with a minor presence of romantic love, alongside certain inexplicable emotions. Mou was taken aback. Love? Thus, the explanation for being one of the harem members becomes apparent. However, their relationship is a forbidden romance. Does Aunt Schwa possess such inclinations? It is astonishing that despite her age, she remains so unreserved. Nonetheless, it is not entirely unacceptable. Wait, does Ling Qingyue know about this? Mou felt his thoughts spiral into chaos, his mind a tumultuous storm. He forced himself to regain composure, rapidly processing the situation in an attempt to make sense of it all. Ling Qingyue must certainly be aware. This so-called surprise was likely orchestrated by her. Those ambiguous garments were but tools she provided to Ling Qingyue to ensnare him. Even the previous incident with Meng Lanin and her immortal's intoxication was her handiwork. Adding the tribulation dosage of the Hahuan powder to the immortal's intoxication was something only she could accomplish. Mou's gaze inadvertently drifted to Ling Qingyue. She was intently focused on the sword testing platform, her expression serene, betraying no hint of guilt. The marriage had already been rescinded, yet Ling Qingyue continued her actions. The reason evident. She sought to maintain the bond between the two parties through him. It was merely unexpected that the sect leader herself was making such a sacrifice. However, unbeknownst to them, he was the true architect of the dissolution of this engagement. Xiaoyu. Ling Qingyue's gentle voice suddenly broke through Mou's reverie. Mou responded. Ling Qingyue smiled softly. Aunt Schwa has recently been practicing a new leg technique and inadvertently injured her meridians. Xiaoyu, could you assist Aunt Schwa with a massage? Before the words had fully left her lips, she had already turned to him, resting her jade leg upon his thigh. Mou felt the weight of her leg pressing down. What, are you unwilling? Ling Qingyue inquired softly. How could that be? If it's Aunt Schwa, then it is certainly acceptable. Mou nodded in agreement, beginning to channel energy through her meridians as he massaged her, speaking as he worked. Aunt Schwa, you truly needn't go to such lengths. No sooner had he spoken than he felt her jade leg tense beneath his touch. Yet he did not cease his ministrations. Master never informed me about my engagement with Qingyue. Aunt Schwa, being so astute, must understand the implications. Ling Qingyue's body trembled slightly at his words, instantly grasping his meaning. The engagement was a facade. The true purpose was to assist them at the Qingyi sacred ground. In contrast, she had misinterpreted Yi Shimei's true intentions. She raised her gaze to Mou, observing him as he remained focused on the massage, his demeanor earnest and gentle. For a moment, both fell into silence, the air thick with an unspoken tension. Suddenly, Mou broke the quiet. Aunt Schwa, could you tell me what has transpired in the Qingyi domain? Ling Qingyue sighed softly, her voice weary. The demonic realm passage guarded by the Qingyi sacred ground is straining under the pressure. Each boundary is nearing its limit. She gasped suddenly, her delicate brows furrowing. Be gentle. Mou paused his hands, hastily apologizing. I'm sorry, Aunt Schwa, I will be more gentle. Ling Qingyue steadied her breath and continued. We at the Qingyi sacred ground have lost contact with the ancestral elders of the immortal realm. Currently, we are left with only 1/8 tribulation loose immortal on the brink of passing. Once he departs, our strongest member will only be at the 5th tribulation. Perhaps before the demonic realm passage collapses, the Qingyi sacred ground will be divided among other sacred grounds. Even if Yishime is a senior elder, she cannot sway the entirety of the Tianxian sacred ground. Thus, I must make certain sacrifices. She looked at Mou, her gaze imbued with a complex depth. Xiaoyu, do you understand? Mou did not answer immediately. Yishime cannot influence the entire Tianxian sacred ground? Thus far, he had never witnessed an elder who did not show the utmost respect in her presence. Yet the exact reasons eluded him. He raised his head, his tone gentle. It's all right, Aunt Schwa. You need not burden yourself so. When I grow stronger, I will certainly assist you. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingyue's lips curled into a tender smile. Then I thank you, Xiaoyu. Even with Mou's singular assistance, what change could it truly bring? Yet, unbeknownst to her, this very statement had inadvertently heightened her acceptance of him. The prospect of truly being with him no longer felt as repugnant as before. Just then, the system's voice resonated within Mou's mind. Current affection for Ling Qingyue, 80, intimate. Automatically replenishing fortune. 800, villain points 800. Please continue your efforts. Mou gazed at Ling Qingyue, observing her eyes tightly shut, her previously porcelain complexion now tinged with a rosy hue. At that moment, Yinchi's voice echoed in his mind. What a pity. Mou, while channeling his energy for the massage, internally questioned, Sister Yinchi, why is it a pity? Yinchi chuckled softly. Naturally, because with this physique, you have already established a connection with that Qingyue girl, thus you can no longer claim her. Mou was startled, reflexively retorting, is it really that severe? This morning dew flower rain physique. Yinchi replied, in this trivial lower realm, you are oblivious. Those possessing such a physique can generate a form of spiritual liquid, with myriad uses. To bond with such a physique is a coveted pursuit. Ranking 74th among the desires of practitioners in the immortal realm. Mou questioned, their essay ranking for that? Yet he countered, but Sister Yinchi, you are mistaken. Yinchi raised an eyebrow. Children make choices. I want them all. This proclamation left Yinchi momentarily stunned before she erupted into laughter. Is the situation at the Qingyi sacred ground truly that dire? Xia Ningbing, overhearing the conversation between the two, pondered. Keeping the engagement a secret from Xiaoyu was indeed Yishime's intent. Had he not inquired, he might have remained unaware for decades. The issues plaguing the Qingyi sacred ground were not insurmountable. In due course, she could find an opportune moment to destroy those demonic realm passages. Just then, the system's voice resonated. Cooldown complete. Chapter 62. System, how can you so casually tarnish one's reputation? Restate the rules. You will suppress to the same realm and enter the comparison space to battle the target. The comparison space will replicate 100 of the target's abilities. Victory will yield rewards, while failure will result in a punitive game. Rewards can also be obtained through the punitive game. You may commence the comparison at any time. Xia Ningbing did not rush, but instead analyzed Mou's strength. After all, this was her first true engagement in battle. She possessed a celestial emperor-level body refinement technique, so there was no need for concern. Array artifacts and musical artifacts would be difficult to wield effectively in such combat. After a moment of contemplation, she reached a conclusion. Xiaoyu was certainly no match for her. She closed her eyes, silently murmuring, begin. The 200th comparison begins. Entering the comparison space. In the blink of an eye, Xia Ningbing's consciousness manifested in a pure white realm. Not far away, Mou stood in silence, resembling a statue, his expression stern. Battle commences. As the system's announcement concluded, Xia Ningbing immediately summoned her flying sword. Intent on a swift resolution, the sword's light surged like a rainbow, aimed directly at Mou. However, the void before Mou quivered slightly. An ancient and grand cauldron materialized, its surface inscribed with intricate and profound runes, emanating a disquieting pressure. A celestial artifact. Xia Ningbing's heart skipped a beat. Another celestial artifact. Although not a combat-type celestial artifact, its destructive power in the battle of the nascent soul realm is undoubtedly cataclysmic. The immense cauldron descended upon her with unparalleled might, causing the very fabric of space to tremble under its weight, as terrifying waves of energy surged forth in all directions. Xia Ningbing, once an exalted immortal emperor in her past life, had endured countless life and death struggles, her combat experience exceedingly seasoned. In an instant, she discerned that this strike from Mou had evidently depleted all his spiritual energy. Given his current cultivation level, wielding a celestial artifact was already a Herculean task, let alone delivering a full-force blow. After this attack, he would undoubtedly fall into a state of weakness, devoid of any capacity to retaliate. Truly, this was in line with his usual reckless demeanor. This strike was immensely powerful, one that an ordinary transformation realm cultivator could not withstand. Alas, it had encountered her. A sigh escaped Xia Ningbing's heart, yet her movements remained swift and unimpeded. She promptly altered her strategy, shifting from offense to defense. The swordlight danced, transforming into layers of cascading barriers that met the oncoming cauldron. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A flash of golden light erupted as a golden rope, akin to a cunning serpent, lunged forth and instantly coiled around her waist. This seemingly simple entanglement rendered Xia Ningbing utterly rigid. To her horror, she discovered that her internal spiritual energy, soul, body, and all powers had been completely sealed, rendering her unable to mobilize even a fraction. The defensive sword barrier she had just conjured dissipated like snow before the sun beneath the eerie golden rope. In that moment, Xia Ningbing resembled a powerless mortal, helplessly watching as the cauldron hurtled toward her. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the cauldron struck Xia Ningbing with unrelenting force. There was no doubt, she was annihilated in an instant. Battle failed. As her consciousness returned to her body, a trace of bewilderment lingered in her eyes. Defeated? She had actually been defeated. Moreover, it was so utterly and swiftly done, leaving no opportunity for resistance. How could this have happened? Xia Ningbing furrowed her brows, her mind entangled in confusion. How could Mo still possess spiritual energy to wield a second celestial artifact? Without celestial spiritual power, one could not truly command a celestial artifact, let alone simultaneously manipulate two. However, being a former empress of the immortal path, her mind was resilient and her knowledge vast. After a brief moment of perplexity, she discerned the reason. The battlefield was within the system space. That Mo was a disposable entity, a puppet willing to exhaust everything without hesitation. This battle was fundamentally different from reality. Mo had consumed all his spiritual energy for the first strike and was now burning his life force for the second. He was willing to pay any price merely to defeat her. Meanwhile, she had continued to rely on the combat mindset applicable to reality, striving to win with minimal losses. Under such circumstances, how could she avoid defeat? With a gentle sigh, Xia Ningbing's understanding crystallized. Next time, she would unleash all her power to eliminate Mo in the shortest time possible, thereby securing victory. With this thought, the dimness in her eyes reignited with the flames of battle. The world is vast. Who can remain invincible forever? After failure, one must seek the cause, rise again promptly. For this is the true path. Just then, the system's voice resonated in her mind. Punishment game. Kiss Mo on the cheek. 1 month time limit. Xia Ningbing jolted back to reality, her tranquil heart suddenly rippling with layers of disturbance. Kiss Mo on the cheek? How could she possibly do such a thing? Complete the punishment game to receive this reward. Failure to complete will result in the closure of all system functions. Note: do not forget the value made with your heart of Tao, as the system's words faded. A faint cracking sound echoed, reminiscent of shattering porcelain. A fissure appeared in Xia Ningbing's heart of Tao. Deep within, she had already made her choice. She was unwilling to undertake such an act. At least, not at this moment. Detected a crack in the heart of Tao of the fated daughter. Xia Ningbing, as the reincarnated empress of the immortal path, her fate, talent, and strength far exceed yours. You have shattered her heart of Tao across 3 major realms. Villainous counterattack successful. Reward: invincible sword intent. Mo. System: how dare you tarnish my reputation without cause? Previously, you claimed I was responsible for the potions that Ling Wanqing and Meng Lanin administered. I endured that. When Su Meyer and Murong incited the kiss, you said I forced it. I tolerated that as well. Now, I haven't even touched Xia Ningbing these past few days. And just recently, she struck me while I was practicing swordsmanship for an entire month. On what grounds do you accuse me? Ah, be gentle. Ling Qingyue exclaimed as she felt a sudden increase in pressure on her leg, her voice sweet and melodious, akin to the song of a yellow oriole. Apologies, Snow Ant. I shall be gentler. Mo responded, quickly regaining his composure and softening his grip. Verification complete. No errors, the system replied. Mo sighed in resignation. Very well. You claim it is as such, then so be it. I am not at a loss. Surely, you cannot assert I am to blame. And Xia Ningbing simply comes to bite me, can you? He raised his gaze, landing it upon Xia Ningbing before him. She stood quietly, her figure slender and upright, exuding an aura that kept others at bay, resembling a statue of ice. She retained her usual demeanor, calm and unperturbed. However, since the system had mentioned it, it implied that her heart of Tao might indeed have encountered a problem. Yet, it could not possibly be due to him. It must have been the stimulation from witnessing by Shuangying's sword intent when he struck the sword monument. Although he was unaware of Sister Bai's precise strength, she had cleaved a sword monument in half, while Xia Ningbing had merely split a fragment of it. In comparison, the distinction was glaring. Hence, she felt defeated. The invincible heart of Tao had consequently fractured. Yes, it must be so. In any case, it had nothing to do with him. Mo paid little heed to the matter. Whoever caused it should provide comfort. Moreover, for a reincarnated empress, a shattered heart of Tao could be mended with a night of tranquility. Now that he had acquired sword intent, it was only natural to participate in the sword trial and seize the mid-grade spiritual treasure from Chu Wangyan. Chapter 63. Invincible sword intent. Mo focused inward, a profound understanding welling up within him. So, this is the invincible sword intent. With a mere thought, that sword intent flowed from his dantian, instantaneously coursing through his limbs and bones. It felt as if every cell had transformed into a razor-sharp sword, eager to cleave through all obstacles. His body brimmed with power, a force not derived from spiritual energy, but from an unyielding conviction, a belief in invincibility. As long as he believed himself invincible, this sword intent would continuously strengthen. Having reached the pinnacle of sword intent, there was no need for him to spend time honing it further. He turned his attention to the system's description. Invincible sword intent. A strong heart of Tao begets a powerful sword. Belief in invincibility renders one invincible. The default level is ultimate sword intent. With the system's elucidation, Mou instinctively grasped the essence of ultimate sword intent. It was a formidable sword intent typical of prodigies from the upper realms. Possessing this would mark him as a genius even in the higher realms. This invincible sword intent suited him remarkably well. He, at the Golden Core stage, dared to challenge Transformation Realm cultivators, and at the nascent soul stage, he boldly called out to those at the integration stage. This could certainly be deemed a belief in invincibility. As for the specific level, he would ascertain it by striking the sword monument later. Mou gently patted Ling Qingyue's thigh. "Snow Ant. I am off to participate in the sword trial." "All right, go ahead." Ling Qingyue's delicate frame quivered slightly as she quickly withdrew her long leg and adjusted her attire. She restored the neckline and hem of her skirt, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, captivatingly beautiful. Observing her demeanor, Mou couldn't help but smile. He handed the little fox in his arms to Ling Qingyue, then, with a swift motion, leaped out of the maze. Upon seeing Mou emerge, Chu Yuli's anxious heart finally settled. She had been worried that Mou might engage in some embarrassing antics with Ling Qingyue within the array. Though there are only 3 spectators present, such behavior is quite unacceptable. A surge of inexplicable emotions welled up within her. She longed for her esteemed master to massage her legs. However, such a desire seemed rather audacious. Perhaps she could offer a massage to her master instead. Mou stepped out of the formation, casting his gaze toward the sword testing arena. The sword trials are divided into 2 phases. The first phase is a platform competition, where 100 platforms select the top 100 sword cultivators. The second phase involves a ranking battle. Yet, merely securing a place among the top 100 grants one the opportunity to comprehend the sword intent left by the ancestors of the sword sect. The battleground is arranged in a separate space. With a sweep of his divine sense, Mou took in the entire scene before him. 100 platforms, arranged in descending order, reflected a similar distribution of contestant strengths. Only the first platform appeared somewhat peculiar. Logically, this should be Chu Wangyan's position. Yet, he had not yet taken the stage. Instead, another cultivator occupied the platform. Mou paid little mind to this, his figure moving as he entered the platform space. Appearing atop the first platform, opposite him sat a Taoist clad in gray robes. The Taoist was seated cross-legged, his aura repressed, resembling an immovable boulder. Upon sensing Mou's arrival, the gray-robed man opened his eyes and gradually rose. To his surprise, this fellow dared to contest the first position with the swordmaster. As he spoke, his aura surged dramatically, a formidable sword intent erupting from within him, swirling around him incessantly. In the stands, Ling Qingyue gazed at the gray-robed man, softly murmuring, "To think he possesses high-grade celestial sword intent, and has already reached the perfected state of sword intent, only a step away from the sword heart." Initially, she thought he had chosen this position because no one dared to challenge the swordmaster, but now it seemed he possessed some skill. However, there was something vaguely familiar about him. Chu Yuli tilted her head in confusion. "Master Uncle, what is celestial sword intent?" Ling Qingyue explained. Sword intent, categorized by the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and humanity, is divided into 3 tiers, each of which is further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Chu Yuli tilted her head. If they are already divided into heaven, earth, and humanity, why further distinguish between upper, middle, and lower? Why not divide them into 9 grades from the start? Ling Qingyue was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Everything is classified into various ranks. Initially, it was simply divided into heaven, earth, and humanity. Later, those at the same tier discovered disparities among themselves, leading to further classifications. If one were to delve deeper, there are even finer distinctions, and some have created a sword intent ranking list to assign specific rankings to all sword intents. However, such things cannot be quantified. It ultimately depends on the wielder. Even the most ordinary sword intent can unleash terrifying power in the hands of a skilled practitioner. Chu Yuli nodded. "I see. Master is truly remarkable." Mou, sensing the formidable sword intent emanating from the gray-robed Taoist, maintained his calm demeanor and responded. "After Chu Wangyan has held the title of the first in the nascent soul for so long, it is now my turn." The gray-robed Taoist was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Excellent. Quite impressive. May I ask for your name, friend?" "Tianxian Sacred Land." Mou replied nonchalantly. At the same time, he unleashed his sword intent without reservation. As this sword intent emerged, it seemed to cause the very space around them to tremble, exuding an air of dominance over the world. The gray-robed Taoist paused, unsure whether it was due to Mou's name or his unique sword intent. Silently, he produced a flask of wine, tilting it back to drink, the liquid cascading down his chin, adding an air of recklessness to his demeanor. Do you know who I am? The moment Imo summoned his flying sword, he replied candidly, I do not. Ha ha ha, friend. I never expected you to have never heard of my name. The gray-robed Taoist laughed boisterously. Are you quite famous? Imo asked, puzzled. The gray-robed man slowly turned his back to Imo, exclaiming with emotion, ah, splendid, splendid. With that, he soared into the sky on his sword, disappearing like a streak of light into the horizon. At least he doesn't recognize me, Imo thought, feeling relieved. Can we not describe cowardice in such an elegant manner? He then seated himself on the platform, awaiting the next challenger. In the stands, Ling Qingyue's eyes lit up as she observed the fleeing gray-robed Taoist. She suddenly recalled. Wasn't that the Frosted Swordman? His escape was unmistakably similar. In her previous life, after her senior brother defeated the Sword Master, the Frosted Swordman had boisterously proclaimed that her senior brother was merely mediocre, even daring to challenge him. Yet, after a few chance encounters with her senior brother, he had been thoroughly defeated each time. However, how had he become so cowardly in this life? After fleeing, the Frosted Swordman sighed in relief upon realizing Imo did not pursue him. In the future he envisioned. He had merely spoken ill of Imo and was chased down and attacked. Though he called it a chance encounter, it seemed that wherever he fled, he would inevitably run into Imo. 10 times. 10 times. He had been thoroughly beaten by Imo a full 10 times. It was best not to provoke someone so vengeful. With this thought, he resolved, the Frosted Swordman is dead. From now on, he shall be known as the Azure Edge Swordman. Suddenly, he recalled that a secret realm would soon open in the ancient domain. Imo would venture there in over 30 years. If he went early, perhaps he could seize an opportunity from Imo and avenge his past life. Chapter 64. Challenge to the Sword Sex. Sword Master Imo sat quietly atop the platform, eyes closed in meditation. In the stands, a throng of spectators buzzed with excitement, their discussions rising and falling, until many turned their attention to Imo. Look, someone dares to challenge the Sword Master at the nascent soul trial. It turns out to be the saint of the Tianxian sacred land. That is hardly surprising. However, what a pity it is that he is too young. The Sword Master has trained for nearly twice as long as he has. In the stands, Chu Wangyan observed Imo, his fighting spirit igniting. He dismissed the spectators' words. Presently, Imo undoubtedly possesses the strength to battle him. In fact, he sensed that the sword intent Imo had just released was even more potent than his own. Had he not reached the Sword Heart realm, he might not have been a match for Imo. Yet, he did not rush to challenge him. The pivotal battle was traditionally reserved for the second phase, a tacit understanding among the participants. With a flicker, Chu Wangyan transformed into a streak of light, soaring to the second platform. 3 breaths later, a resounding crash echoed as the former champion of the second platform, Chun Jianfeng, was thrown heavily to the ground. The audience gasped in astonishment, their uproar escalating. The Sword Master had indeed entered the second platform, indicating he believed the Tianxian Saint had the ability to contest him. The Tianxian Saint is merely in his early 20s, right? 24, perhaps? The Sword Master is over 40. Chun Jianfeng had only recently comprehended the Sword Heart. Yet he was defeated in mere 3 breaths before the Sword Master. The Sword Master has surpassed his abilities significantly since 10 years ago. Imo remained composed, ignoring the surrounding discussions. Just then, a figure descended before him. Chun Jianfeng, the sword cultivator recently defeated by Chu Wangyan in 3 breaths, now glared at Imo with indignation. He was seething with anger, desperate for an outlet. If he could not defeat the Sword Master, could he not best this child who had inexplicably appeared? In his 20s, he had secured a place among the top 100 purely due to his status. Who among the top 10 platforms was not an established powerhouse at the 9th level of nascent soul? What right did Imo have to occupy this position? The more Chun Jianfeng thought about it, the angrier he became, scoffing. A mere 6th level nascent soul dares to sit here. I truly wonder who gave you such audacity. Before he could finish speaking, he felt a chill in his throat. A wave of cold spread throughout his body in an instant. Lowering his gaze, he saw a sword pressed against his throat, its blade radiating a chilling light, as if it could claim his life at any moment. Moreover, that sword emanated a terrifying sword intent that even he could sense. Chun Jianfeng's body stiffened instantaneously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He could even feel the sharp pain transmitted by the tip of the sword. Should I descend, or will you? Imo had appeared before him at some point, retracting the sword and speaking with a calm demeanor. Chun Jianfeng felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and hastily retreated a few steps. Senior Xia, please show mercy. He turned and fled, his previously arrogant demeanor now replaced by a disheveled retreat. How terrifying. It is no wonder that even the Sword Master acknowledges his prowess. In the stands, the audience was left speechless, engaged in fervent discussions. Such a formidable and terrifying sword intent. Chun Jianfeng was defeated in a single move? Who, then, would emerge victorious in the end, him or the Sword Master? Ling Qingyue was somewhat astonished. Has my senior brother reached such a level so swiftly? It appears there is a 98% probability that he can triumph over that Sword Master. Yet, I wonder if he can sever the sword steel at this moment. However, she quickly reconsidered, finding it improbable. The time was too brief. Even in his past life, he had only comprehended his ultimate sword intent after observing the sword intents of many predecessors. In this life, apart from 2 senior sisters, he had yet to witness many formidable sword intents. How could he possibly grasp the ultimate sword intent? As it stands, for him to sever the sword steel, considering a potential breakthrough in the heat of the moment, the probability is merely 80%. An 80% chance of severing the sword steel bears no difference from self-humiliation. Xia Ningbing quietly observed Mou's figure. Her gaze, no longer as clear as usual, now bore a hint of murkiness. She could discern that the methods employed by Xiao Yu were indeed of the mid-grade ultimate sword intent. The invincible sword intent, though not yet fully stabilized, had begun to take shape. Even in the immortal realm, this was considered an exceedingly powerful sword intent. Its advantage lies in its high ceiling, while its drawback demands an exceptionally strong heart from the user. Xiao Yu currently faced no issues, yet she herself was entangled in a significant predicament. Lacking a system, she felt no confidence in breaking through to that legendary realm. The path of heaven is flawed, the celestial road severed. The legendary route to the supreme has been entirely cut off. When she had promised the system to abide by the game's rules, the system had also vowed to find that path for her. In this life, even if she were to rebuild once more, it would merely be retracing her old path. The more she pondered, the more lost she felt, and her doubts about herself grew ever stronger. The fractures in her Tao heart have become increasingly severe, leading her to irrational thoughts. If not resolved swiftly, problems will inevitably arise. Xia Ningbing closed her eyes, channeling her energy to calm her mind. Wanqing, she softly called. Ling Wanqing snapped back to attention, inquiring if her senior sister needed anything. Help me find where the Tao heart fruit might appear. All right, senior sister. I'll look into it and inform you immediately upon finding it, Ling Wanqing replied. Though she was uncertain of the purpose behind her third senior sister's quest for the Tao heart fruit, she recalled that soon, within the ancient wilderness domain, a secret realm would manifest. In her past life, her senior brother had obtained a Tao heart fruit there. While it might be a bit early now, there should still be some. Xia Ningbing's taut nerves began to ease slightly. Since Ling Wanqing had agreed, it indicated that there was indeed a possibility. After all, having consumed the 9 leaves fate path grass, she had glimpsed the future. She would take Xiao Yu along when the time came. Bringing along the native child of destiny would significantly enhance the probability of success. If all else fails, a punitive game is also an option. Once again lost in thought. Ever since defeating Qin Jianfeng, no one had dared to challenge Mou. Reluctantly, Mou turned his attention to the second arena. There were no rules forbidding the champion of the first arena from challenging the second. In a flash, he appeared before Chu Wangyan. Chu Wangyan slowly opened his eyes, his fighting spirit surging. Since you cannot wait any longer, let us begin now. He summoned his flying sword, a fierce sword intent erupting from his surroundings, as if to tear apart everything around him. Chu Wangyan, 9th level of the nascent soul, top-tier celestial rank, breakthrough sword intent, minor success in sword heart. Please enlighten me. Mou smiled slightly. Do not be hasty. He tossed out the challenge letter. Do you recall the wager made with my master? A mid-grade spiritual treasure. Chu Wangyan caught the challenge letter with one hand, not bothering to glance at it. What my master set down, naturally, I remember. The precondition is that you must defeat me. Chapter 65, Cold Abyss Sword in the Stands. Ling Yun's sword sovereign produced a deep blue, flying sword. The sword's body shimmered with radiant colors, emanating an intimidating chill. This sword is named Cold Abyss, a mid-grade spiritual treasure, born in the ancient, frigid northern lands. Naturally nurtured by the cold and dark energy, the chilling aura it radiates is immensely powerful, beyond the capacity of ordinary cultivators to withstand. As he spoke, he reached for the sword's body. An astonishing scene unfolded. Ice crystals formed on the tips of Ling Yun's sword sovereign's fingers, spreading up his arm. Lu Qinshan glanced over, surprise evident in his eyes. It is worth noting that Ling Yun's sword sovereign is in the late stages of tribulation, not far from achieving the Great Ascension. The fact that this sword can impact him merely by its presence speaks volumes of its extraordinary nature. Ling Yun's sword sovereign retracted his hand and continued his introduction. In addition to this chilling aura, this sword possesses the ability to temper the body and nourish the soul, as long as one carries it. Both spirit and physique will gradually strengthen, particularly effective for those suffering from soul damage. Elder Yi from your esteemed sect took a liking to it at first glance, stating that this sword would be perfect for his young disciple. We used this sword as a wager. If the heavenly profound saint can defeat my sect's swordmaster within 100 years, this sword will belong to her. Otherwise, she must provide my sword sect with a top-grade spiritual treasure. Xiao Yu will not lose. Lu Qinshan simply observed the sword testing platform, his tone calm and unwavering. Yet he remembered that Mou favored fire. This sword seemed ill-suited for him. Ling Yun's sword sovereign was momentarily taken aback by the remark, then burst into laughter. Elder Lu truly has confidence in his young disciple. He shifted his tone, a glimmer of pride flickering in his eyes. However, I have great faith in my disciple as well. He has already achieved minor success in his sword heart. To attain such a level in his 40s at the nascent soul stage, such talent speaks for itself. Ling Qingyue nodded slightly. Chu Wangyan's swordsmanship talent is indeed remarkable. The only ones who can overshadow him are Baishuang Ying and Xianingbing. Nonetheless, he still did not believe Mou would lose. He had witnessed Mou during his tribulation. That terrifying heavenly tribulation left him unscathed, indicating his formidable strength. However, he could not ascertain whether Mou could defeat Chu Wangyan. Defense is one matter, while offense is another entirely. At that moment, an elder in white robes suddenly spoke up. Why don't we all take a guess at who will win between the two? Baisu, an elder from the Starry Sky Holy Lands Yuheng lineage, was notorious for his avarice. Here, amidst the 9 great holy lands, none present were without wealth and power. Elder Xiaotian of the Casting Heaven Holy Land scoffed. Is there any suspense in this? Do you think the heavenly profound saint can possibly defeat our sword master? Fairy Inha gently nodded, expressing her agreement. The heavenly profound saint indeed possesses notable talent, but to triumph over the sword master now seems impossible. Elder Manfeng burst into a hearty laugh. Since you all favor the sword master, I shall wager on the heavenly profound saint. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Elder Baisu's eyes gleamed with excitement, immediately following suit. Then I shall bet on the sword master, 100,000. The others were rendered speechless. Did anyone even mention betting spirit stones? Are you both out of your minds? To participate in a once-in-a-decade junior spar and still have to part with 100,000 top-grade spirit stones? Ling Yun's sword sovereign interjected to dissuade them. There's no need. Before he could finish, Elder Xiaotian jumped in. All right. In that case, I'll wager 200,000 on young Wangyan's victory. All present were top figures from various sects. At such a juncture, one's face could not be lost. Hearing this, Ling Yun's sword sovereign had no choice but to swallow his words back down. The superior of our own household has already spoken. After all, it is not his money at stake. The fairy of Silver Lotus gently parted her crimson lips. 100,000. Lu Qianxin's gaze swept across the crowd, a cold smile curling his lips. Was this not merely a grand pitfall? By all logical reasoning, how could the 20-year cultivator, Mou, possibly triumph over the 40-year veteran, Chu Wangyan? Yet, they were destined to miscalculate. Mou was not a figure to be measured by conventional standards. Given the terrifying tribulation he witnessed that day, there was no way he could lose. Was it not merely 300,000? I shall join. Lu Qianxin spoke indifferently. Even the barbaric wind dared to pledge 10,000 in support of Mou. What was there for him to fear? At that moment, a voice as clear as a mountain stream suddenly echoed. What is the point of wagering such a meager sum of spirit stones? Since you all wish to gamble, why not wager something grander? The crowd turned towards the source, and a collective glimmer of astonishment flashed in their eyes. A woman approached with measured grace, her demeanor exuding noble elegance, each movement radiating extraordinary charm. It was the fairy of Ta-Ching. The assembly rose in unison, bowing respectfully to the newcomer, their tones filled with reverence. The arrival was none other than Ling Qingyue, who, in this moment, had shed her earlier shyness, reverting to her former regal presence. Her enchanting eyes swept across the gathered crowd. I wager 1 million on the heavenly profound sun. At her declaration, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. 1 million top-tier spirit stones was no trivial sum. Even though they were elders from various sacred grounds, none could casually produce such a vast amount of spirit stones. Elder Xiaotian chuckled awkwardly. Fairy of Ta-Ching, you jest. This is merely a light-hearted wager for amusement. Going beyond that may disrupt harmony. Elder Baisu quickly chimed in. Indeed, this is just a game. Why must the fairy of Ta-Ching take it so seriously? Are you afraid? Ling Qingyue teased with a smile. Or do you secretly believe that the Holy Sun can win? Meanwhile, the battle on the sword testing platform had reached a fever pitch. Sword chi surged, and spiritual light shimmered. Mou realized he possessed the capability to effortlessly secure victory in this contest. Perhaps it was due to the Tao of the primordial infant, or perhaps the invincible sword intent. He discovered that with just a slight increase in effort, he could overwhelm Chu Wangyan. Yet he refrained from doing so. If he were to swiftly dispatch Chu Wangyan, would that not rob the onlookers of their enjoyment? He was keen on relishing the spectacle, urging them to raise their bets, to wager fiercely. Thus, he employed only slightly less strength than Chu Wangyan. Meanwhile, he utilized Chu Wangyan as a whetstone to refine his own sword intent. Chu Wangyan, invigorated by the battle, found Mou's prowess to be far superior to any opponent he had encountered previously. This realization filled him with exhilaration, as he sensed he was on the brink of breaking through his own limitations. Indeed, I am afraid, Elder Xiaotian confessed candidly. Although their Zhutian sacred ground was formidable, far surpassing the Ta-Ching sacred ground, he was merely a humble elder in the tribulation stage. How could he dare provoke Ling Qingyue, the sect leader? One must not be deceived by Ling Qingyue's beauty. At such a cultivation level, who among them was not a ruthless demon? And you? Ling Qingyue's gaze shifted towards Elder Baisu. He nervously observed the ongoing confrontation. From the current situation, Mou appeared to have no chance of winning. Chu Wangyan held a substantial advantage. Yet this very notion instilled fear within him. Ling Qingyue was no fool. Although the Xingqian sacred ground was not weak, it was undoubtedly the poorest among them. 1,000,000 spirit stones was not a sum to be taken lightly. If he were to truly lose, he might even forfeit his foundational capital. Just as he was about to decline, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The atmosphere on the sword testing platform altered dramatically. The already formidable Chu Wangyin's momentum surged once more. Sword chi exploded forth, filling the arena with an ocean of sword intent. How astonishing! Exclaimed Sword Master Ling Yun. Wangyin has actually broken through. Chapter 66. Breaking through on the battlefield, is feudal Lu Qianqian's brow furrowed deeply. Chu Wangyin had comprehended a deeper level of the sword path amidst the fight, achieving the pinnacle of sword heart. Such talent, if not compared to certain monsters, would be considered terrifying among ordinary cultivators in the Tianyuan continent. This rendered Mou's position even more precarious. Elder Baisu's previously intended refusal was instantly swallowed back down. His eyes lit up with excitement as he shouted, "I shall join. 1,000,000. Surely the fairy of Ta Qing will not retract her wager?" Given that the Ta Qing sacred ground had long since lost its former glory, and with his backing from the Xingqian sacred ground, what had he to fear? This was a sum of 1,000,000 top-tier spirit stones. If he missed this opportunity, it may never arise again. Of course, I shall not retract. Ling Qingyue's voice remained cool, yet her gaze inadvertently shifted towards Mou, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of concern. For her, 1,000,000 top-tier spirit stones was indeed not a considerable amount. What she genuinely feared was whether Mou might be harmed as a consequence. Though unspoken, she had already tacitly acknowledged Mou as her betrothed. In the distance, Xia Ningbing similarly observed the battle on the platform, her expression placid. Although Chu Wanyin had broken through at a critical moment, Mou had not exerted his full strength from the outset. With invincible sword intent, maintaining an unyielding heart, he would only grow stronger when faced with adversity. The chasm between supreme sword intent and heavenly level sword intent was akin to a vast canyon, not something that could be bridged by a mere minor realm. Furthermore, Mou possessed an imperial level body refinement technique. Chu Yuli's gaze remained fixed on the battlefield, her delicate features etched with anxiety. "Master, do you think our master can win?" 10 out of 10, Ling Wan replied calmly. Indeed, after Chu Wangyin's breakthrough, Mou's odds of victory had increased. She understood her senior brother too well. Whenever Mou displayed that seemingly burdened expression during battle, it signified he had not yet unleashed his full potential. Chu Yuli was slightly taken aback. 10 out of 10 odds. So, master is even stronger than I imagined? Her understanding of her master had proven to be woefully shallow. At such a critical juncture, she had dared to doubt her master's strength. She resolved to seek an opportunity to delve deeper into understanding her master. On the sword testing platform, shadows of swords intertwined, and spiritual power surged. Mou moved with ethereal grace, his long sword wielded effortlessly, akin to a dragon in flight. For him, Chu Wangyin's breakthrough merely added a touch of amusement. The invincible sword intent was unparalleled. The broken illusion sword intent before it was like a child swinging a sword, utterly lacking in threat. Coupled with the divine elephant suppressing prison technique, Chu Wangyin's chances of victory were virtually non-existent. Mou continued to refine his sword intent using Chu Wangyin as a sharpening stone. As Chu Wangyin grew increasingly emboldened, his sword intent became ever more fierce. After achieving the pinnacle of sword heart, his sword intent had grown purer. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, each clash generating waves of spiritual power. Eventually, Chu Wangyin began to realize that Mou had not exerted his full strength, as if he were toying with him. If this continued, he would inevitably lose. And in a most humiliating manner. Resolutely, Chu Wangyin withdrew, creating distance between himself and Mou. Taking a deep breath, he felt his internal spiritual power surging wildly. His long sword emanating a deep hum. One sword to shatter illusion. With that, he transformed into a beam of sword light, hurtling towards Mou. This was the most powerful strike he could currently muster. Mou regarded the oncoming assault. With his current agility, it seemed impossible to evade this blow. If so, then he would meet force with force. A fierce determination ignited in Mou's eyes, and the invincible sword intent instantly enveloped the arena. He swung his long sword, clashing against Chu Wangyin's sword light. The two beams of sword light collided in midair, erupting in a dazzling brilliance. The entire sword testing platform trembled in response. As the light dissipated, the two figures emerged. Mou's long sword was poised against Chu Wangyin's brow. With the slightest push, he could claim his life. Chu Wangyin's long sword, on the other hand, had merely grazed Mou's arm, tearing his clothing but inflicting no injury whatsoever. The outcome had been decided. How is this possible? Elder Baisu exclaimed in shock. Chu Wangyin has actually lost. A breakthrough on the battlefield resulted in defeat? 110 million. The spiritual stone in question represents a significant sum for him, nearly costing him his very life. The expression on Ling Yun's sword master's face was one of utter disbelief. How could a master of sword heart be defeated by someone who has perfected their sword intent? Such an outcome defies all logic. Moreover, the terrifying sword intent that erupted at the last moment pressed down upon him, causing his heart and mind to tremble. This sensation was reminiscent of the one he experienced only once before, when he encountered the sword intents left by Bei Shuangying and Xianningbing on the sword monument. Under these circumstances, it can only be said that his earlier claims of defeat were not unfounded. The Tianqian Sacred Land's ability to produce 3 such formidable sword cultivators in succession is indeed awe-inspiring. Lu Qiuqian, witnessing the scene, was equally astonished. But soon his face broke into a smile of relief. It turned out he had been overly concerned. The sword intent exhibited by Mou had already evoked the same feelings he once experienced from Bei Shuangying. A faint smile appeared on Ling Qingyue's exquisite visage. Dear friends, let us not forget the wager we made earlier. The foremost of the nascent soul stage, this fiancé of yours, is quite impressive indeed. Elder Xiaodian furrowed his brow slightly, responding in a grave tone. Naturally, I have not forgotten. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Bai Su. Fortunately, he refrained from impulsively continuing to gamble. Otherwise, he would be lamenting his choices now. One must think carefully. Can the insights of others, such as the celestial fairy, be compared to those of a mere elder from a small sacred land? Elder Manfeng suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, I recognized this youth's extraordinary talent at first glance. And now it is indeed confirmed. Fairy Inha pouted, murmuring in displeasure. How is it that your Tianqian sacred land managed to keep such a genius hidden for so long? Chu Yuli cheered excitedly. Master has triumphed. Now, Master is the foremost of the nascent soul stage in the Tianyuan continent. Her small face radiated with pride and self-satisfaction, as if she were the one who had won. Ling Wanqing nodded slightly. She was not at all surprised by Mou's victory. In fact, it would have been strange if he had lost. You possess such remarkable strength. My defeat is not unjust. Chu Wangyan gazed at the marks left on Mou's hand by the sword, sincerely reflecting. Those were the traces of his most powerful strike, which had been significantly reduced in force, merely grazing Mou's clothing without leaving a single drop of blood. The disparity between the two was truly vast. However, even if Mou's constitution were not so formidable, he knew he still would not stand a chance against him. That invincible sword intent was simply too terrifying. Even if he were to reach the pinnacle of sword heart, he would find it hard to compete. Mou sheathed his sword and spoke calmly. Alongside sword practice, one must also refine the body. Chu Wangyan bowed deeply to Mou, sincerely expressing, thank you for your guidance. I have gained invaluable insights from our battle, and I have made considerable progress. Initially, he did not comprehend why Mou chose to conceal his strength and engage in such a prolonged duel with him. It was not until the battle concluded that he realized the truth. Mou had already discerned that he was on the verge of a breakthrough and had intentionally suppressed his own strength to engage with him, thereby offering guidance to aid his advancement to the sword heart realm. He would forever cherish this kindness. Chapter 67. Another clue to the celestial fire guidance? Mou was puzzled. It is your own comprehension that is commendable. He had never intended to instruct Chu Wangyan, merely wishing to hone his own sword intent. Comprehension is only part of the equation. Your guidance is the true key. Chu Wangyan's expression was earnest, his tone filled with gratitude. Seeing his stubbornness, Mou chose not to say more and turned to descend the arena. Chu Wangyan gazed at Mou's upright figure, filled with admiration. In just 20 short years of cultivation, he had achieved such a remarkable state. To live in the same era as such a prodigy is indeed a stroke of fortune. He tightened his grip on his sword, his fighting spirit ablaze. He would not be discouraged by failure. Rather, he would strive even harder to cultivate, seeking to surpass Mou and become a true master of the sword. The stands remained abuzz with excitement. A master of sword heart has achieved a breakthrough. It still faced defeat? That sword intent is simply too terrifying. Just now, I wanted to draw my sword and feel it, but my blade refused to come forth. Was it unwilling? More like afraid. That sword intent is truly chilling, exuding an aura that makes one feel compelled to worship. Do you think the Tianqian Sacred Son can sever the sword monument? That seems implausible. He is still far from the likes of Bai Jianxian. And wasn't he already accomplished by someone earlier today? How could two such extraordinary figures emerge in a single day? I believe there is a glimmer of hope. Perhaps with further training, he might achieve it. Mou returned to the edge of the stands when suddenly, a stunning beauty clad in the attire of the Yaoqi's sacred land appeared before him, her beauty surpassing that of most female cultivators from the Tianqian sacred land. Of course, she could not compare to the likes of Meng Lanin, an exquisite beauty of unparalleled caliber. Young master, would you be interested in joining our Yaoqi sacred land? Fairy Inha's voice was alluring, her eyes sparkling with charm. Our Yaoqi sacred land is home to many beautiful sisters. She deliberately elongated her words, her tone suggestive. Upon hearing this, Mou's eyes sparkled. The Yaoqi sacred land is a place all male cultivators dream of, for it accepts no male practitioners. Being an entirely female sanctuary, teeming with beauty. Their secret arts are the pinnacle of cultivation pursued by all female cultivators across the continent. More importantly, the Yaoqi sacred land offers a unique ritual, the Yaoqi baptism. It is said that bathing in the Yaoqi can cleanse the body and mind, enhancing one's cultivation. If given the chance, he would like to partake in a dual bath with Meng Lanin. What do you say? If you come to our Yaoqi sacred land, you would be our soul's sacred son. Noticing Mou's apparent interest, Fairy Inha teased once more. Mou shook his head in refusal. Thank you for your kind offer, but the Tianxian sacred land has treated me exceptionally well. How could I betray my sect? The Tianxian sacred land has provided me with far too much. From the moment I joined, I was acknowledged as a sacred son. Even when my cultivation was crippled, I still retained the privileges of a sacred son. My daily standing is on par with that of the peak masters, allowing me to act as I please. Such outrageous treatment is hard to find elsewhere. Look at Jun Wuhan, who was discarded after losing just 2 souls, even while still retaining some of his cultivation. He was likely transformed into a magical artifact or a puppet. Fairy Inha, seeing that Mou remained unmoved, felt a twinge of disappointment but bore no resentment. Should the sacred son change his mind, the Yaoqi sacred land would always welcome him. She had merely been testing the waters, not harboring high hopes. Just then, a chill aura enveloped the area. Ling Qingyue had appeared before Mou, blocking his line of sight. Her icy gaze now bore a hint of annoyance as she stared fixedly at Fairy Inha. What does your Yaoqi sacred land mean by this? I have only been gone for a moment, and already someone is trying to poach him? If Mou were truly swayed and taken away by this enchantress to the Yaoqi sacred land, it would be intolerable. The mere thought of it filled Ling Qingyue with an inexplicable sense of agitation. Fairy Inha blinked at the two. What you say, Elder Taiqing, is rather presumptuous. The sacred son is not a disciple of the Taiqing sacred land. Why the urgency? Ling Qingyue felt a chill run through her heart, though her demeanor remained unruffled. I am a close friend of his master. Is there a problem with that? Fairy Inha smiled sweetly, her gaze drifting past Ling Qingyue to settle on Mou. Remember my words, the Yaoqi sacred land always welcomes you. With that, Fairy Inha gracefully departed, leaving Ling Qingyue and Mou behind. Ling Qingyue turned to Mou. Her tone serious. Little you, in the future, limit your interactions with those from the Yaoqi sacred land. They are not to be trusted. Mou sensed a hint of personal emotion in her words. Ling Qingyue waved her delicate hand, conjuring a finely crafted storage ring that floated between them. This is the 1 million top-grade spiritual stones I won from my wager with them. Now, it belongs to you. Upon hearing this, Mou was utterly shaken. This is no small sum. To put it in perspective, the combined assets of the 3 integration stage cultivators from the Xingqian sacred land amount to only 80,000 top-grade spiritual stones. He hurriedly waved his hand, and Schwe, how could I possibly accept this? Ling Qingyue smiled gently, pressing the storage ring into Mou's hand. Take it, you should accept it. What you have received from the heavenly Xian sacred land far exceeds this. Just as the ring settled into Mou's hand, the system's voice resonated within him. You have successfully intercepted Mou's fortune, 1 million top-tier spirit stones. Reward, 10 million top-tier spirit stones. Automatic replenishment of luck. 200, villain points 200. Mou was taken aback. Was there a reward for this? A staggering 10 million. He had never encountered such a fortune in his life. The system was truly delightful. He looked into Ling Qingyue's eyes, filled with concern, hesitating slightly before ultimately accepting the storage ring. After all, this was a heartfelt gift from Auntie Schwa. He could repay her kindness in the future. Seeing Mou accept it, Ling Qingyue's lips curved into a faint smile of satisfaction. The two returned to the central area of the viewing platform. Ling Yun's sword sovereign gazed intently at Mou. His expression intricate. There was admiration, contemplation, and an indescribable emotion lingering in his eyes. He slowly began to speak. The Holy Son possesses exceptional talent, unparalleled in this era. To declare him the foremost among the younger generation of the Tianyuan continent would not be an exaggeration. He produced the Hanming sword. A hint of reluctance flickering in his gaze. This is the wager agreed upon between your master and me long ago, the Hanming sword. Mou's gaze fell upon the Hanming sword, and a chilling aura washed over him, invigorating his spirit. The sword measured about 3 feet in length, with an icy blue vein along the spine resembling a slumbering ice dragon. Its unadorned body exuded a haunting chill. What a magnificent sword. At that moment, Yinxi's voice echoed in Mou's mind, brimming with uncontainable excitement. This sword is extraordinary. It holds immense benefits for both you and me. Mou's heart raced, and he quickly inquired, Sister Yinxi, what makes this sword so special? This sword is birthed from the purest essence of the cold mist in the world. And this cold mist possesses incredible efficacy in repairing soul damage. Could it be that with this, Sister Yinxi's spirit could recover swiftly? Moreover, we can trace the sword back to its origin, where the cold mist celestial fire surely resides. Chapter 68, Celestial Artifact, Frost Ebon Sword. The cold mist celestial fire. Mou exclaimed. Yinxi clarified, indeed, it is the coldest and purest ice attribute, celestial fire, in existence. Not only is it immensely powerful, but it also has remarkable effects in tempering the body and nurturing the soul, making it an invaluable treasure for you. Upon hearing this, Mo's heart ignited with fervor. He extended his hand, accepting the Hanming sword, and respectfully said, "Thank you, esteemed sword sovereign, for your generous gift." As his fingertips brushed the hilt, an icy sensation pierced through him, awakening his senses as he attempted to claim the sword. However, the Hanming sword remained unmoving. Ling Yun's sword sovereign's hand firmly grasped the hilt, clearly reluctant to part with the sword. "Esteemed one," Mo gently reminded him. Only then did Ling Yun's sword sovereign reluctantly release his grip. "May you wield this sword wisely." Mo accepted the Hanming sword with both hands. Detected. You have successfully intercepted Mo's fortune, the Hanming sword. By losing the Hanming sword, Mo not only forfeits a powerful offensive weapon, but also loses access to the cold mist celestial fire, and consequently, the ability to restore Yanqi's soul. Villain's counterattack successful. Reward: Celestial Artifact, Frost Ebon Sword. Frost Ebon Sword contains the ultimate ice, capable of freezing time and space, and possesses formidable restraining effects against filth and depravity. Automatic replenishment of luck, 1000. Villain points 1000. Mo swiftly examined the system space. Amidst a mountain of spirit stones, a long sword of exquisite clarity floated silently. The blade radiated a soft, moonlit glow, pure and serene, yet laced with an unsettling chill. This sword was even more pristine and frigid than the Hanming sword, as if merely gazing upon it could freeze one's soul. Stars adorned the blade, twinkling like constellations in the night sky, mysterious and profound. The Frost Ebon sword seemed to sense Mo's attention, quivering lightly and emitting a clear ringing sound, as if responding to his summons. This sword has a spirit. Mo's heart soared. The power of the Frost Ebon sword undoubtedly surpassed that of the Hanming sword. Just as he was caught up in his excitement, Ling Yun's sword sovereign's reminder brought him back to reality. "You must not forget to seek enlightenment in the sword tomb." Ling Yun's sword sovereign regarded Mo, his heart a tumult of emotions. This was a treasured sword he had cherished for many years, and parting with it was not without pain. Yet, as the master of a sect, he held his word in high regard. Having lost the wager, he naturally accepted the outcome. "Thank you, esteemed one. This sword is truly remarkable." Mo responded quickly, his voice barely containing his exhilaration. The Frost Ebon sword was indeed extraordinary. Ling Yun's sword sovereign felt a pang of sorrow within. "Please refrain from mentioning unpleasantries." Mo stored the Hanming sword in the storage ring. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps reached his ears. Raising his eyes, he saw Ling Wanqing supporting Murong Yi as they approached. Murong Yi's complexion was pale, blood staining the corner of her mouth, clearly having sustained serious injuries, her breath weak. "Master," Murong Yi weakly called, her voice barely audible. Mo's heart ached. He hurried forward, concern lacing his tone. "How are you injured? How could your strength be diminished by a Qi refinement cultivator?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt it was not unusual. In competitions, injuries were inevitable. The child of fortune had yet to mature, and facing the elite disciples of other formidable factions, victory was not guaranteed. Ling Wanqing handed Murong Yi to Mo. Her brow furrowed as she refrained from elaborating. As Mo steadied his disciple, preparing to inquire further, a sudden furious shout pierced the air. "This girl has a malicious heart. How dare she openly harm a disciple of my starry sky, sacred land on the arena?" Bai Su strode forward, his eyes blazing with rage as he fixed his glare upon Murong Yi. Ling Qingyue shielded Mo and the others behind her, her expression displeased. "Bai Su, what do you mean by that?" Ling Yun's sword sovereign furrowed his brow and stepped forward, speaking in a deep voice. "Elder Bai Su, I implore you to tread carefully with your words. Do not make rash conclusions. This arena was left by our sect's ancestors, designed to transport cultivators who are on the verge of death, ensuring their safety. In all these years, there has never been a case of death occurring on the arena." At that moment, Lu Qinshan also arrived, placing himself protectively behind Mo and the others. Bai Su waved his hand, and a disciple appeared before the crowd. A ghostly green light emanated from him, creating an eerie sight. Mo immediately discerned his condition, deeply poisoned, with heart failure, beyond any hope of rescue. Though he could dispel the heart-corroding poison, he was powerless to mend the damage inflicted upon the heart. It was akin to someone who had ingested paraquat. While the poison could be cleared, the resulting pulmonary fibrosis could not be reversed. Silence fell over the crowd. Though he was not dead, his condition was scarcely different from death. Such injuries required a master of the healing arts for treatment. Yet, this was a sword cultivator's event. Where could one find a healer? Bai Su's roar shattered the silence. "This is a disciple of my starry sky sacred land's Yuheng lineage, Zhou Tong. He engaged her in a spar on the arena, only to be secretly harmed by her poison, and now he is undoubtedly doomed. There are rules in sword testing. One can only engage based on cultivation and swordsmanship. This little girl has committed such an act, and must face severe punishment." Murong Yi bit her lip, glaring fiercely at Bai Su, retorting, "He clearly used a concealed weapon first." "Impossible. He could never have used a concealed weapon. I expressly prohibited the use of concealed weapons before we set out. He would never act in such a manner. Elder Baisu bellowed, offering Murong no opportunity for defense. Though our Yu Hung lineage employs concealed weapons, we remain honorable and upright, never resorting to the despicable acts of base individuals. At that moment, Mou perceived faint sounds surrounding him. I beheld it. Indeed, it was that womaness Poison. She appeared quite attractive, yet her malice was unexpected. I almost believed that the starry sacred land was targeting her. Initially, no one grasped the gravity of the situation, as few were interested in battles of Qi refinement. However, as the voices supporting the starry sacred land grew louder, they swelled like a rolling snowball. Ultimately, the clamor in favor of Murong was entirely drowned out. From the whispers that circulated, Mou learned that Zhou Tong was the illegitimate son of Baisu. No wonder he was so protective. Murong cast a cold glance at those who slandered her, her eyes filled with fury. At last, she turned to Baisu, about to speak. Mou interrupted her. My disciple would never use poison without cause. Baisu's expression darkened as he pointed at the fallen Zhou Tong. Your disciple doesn't use poison? How do you explain Zhou Tong's fate? The one lying dead is his beloved son. This matter will not conclude easily. Mou dismissed the concern. What explanation is needed? He is dead, so be it. You have no evidence proving that your disciple did not use concealed weapons first. Baisu trembled with rage at Mou's words, ready to respond. Suddenly, Lu Qianxin's imposing presence erupted, pressing down on Baisu, forcing the words back down his throat. Chapter 69. Heart Control Gu. Seeing the chaos escalate, Ling Qingyue raised his hand to halt the bickering. Enough. Our sword sect possesses a retrospective array. The truth will be revealed. He waved his hand, and a luminous screen appeared before everyone, beginning to replay Murong's battle. All present restrained their auras and turned their gazes to the screen. In the projection, atop the first platform, Murong stood proudly, facing Zhou Tong. He is among the most exceptional disciples of our starry sacred land in this generation of Qi refinement. Baisu Elder's voice echoed. He has even defeated Foundation establishment cultivators during his Qi refinement phase. As he spoke, he shot a fierce glare at Murong. Murong, hiding behind Mou, peered out, returning a similarly fierce glare. The scene unfolded as the battle commenced. Murong and Zhou Tong exchanged blows, their forms intertwining, the brilliance of their swords flashing as they fought to a standstill. Suddenly, Zhou Tong altered his stance, his long sword slipping from his grasp, aiming directly for Murong's face. Murong's pupils constricted, her body leaning back as she narrowly evaded the strike. However, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. The flying sword detonated mid-air, shattering into countless tiny fragments. The shards rained down upon Murong from behind like a torrential downpour. This was evidently a special artifact. Murong sidestepped, yet several fragments found their way into her body. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Tong advanced, a short dagger appearing in his hand, thrusting it towards Murong's chest. Despite her best efforts to dodge, the blade still pierced her abdomen. In that life-and-death moment, a vibrant green light erupted from Murong, a formidable force surging forth and sending Zhou Tong flying. Ultimately, both collapsed to the ground, teleported out of the arena. As the playback concluded, the truth was laid bare. How can this be? Baisu Elder's face turned pale. Disbelief etched across his features as he gazed at the screen. He could never have anticipated that his cherished son would commit such an act. Baisu Elder looked at the dying Zhou Tong, crying out in anguish. Foolish child, how could you be so foolish? Fairy Yin, he chuckled lightly. Oh, Baisu Elder, your unwavering faith in your son truly reflects a deep father-son bond. Manfeng laughed heartily, clapping his hands. This little girl, appearing so delicate, is surprisingly formidable. To turn the tide in such dire circumstances is quite entertaining. The surrounding disciples began to murmur among themselves. I remember Zhou Tong being quite decent. I never expected him to commit such an act. Given this, his downfall is entirely deserved. He brought this upon himself. Ling Qingyue turned his sharp gaze towards Baisu Elder. Now what do you have to say? Baisu Elder was left speechless, his head drooping in defeat. He might have acted out of momentary confusion. Enough. Lu Qianxin suddenly stood, his aura surging forth. At this juncture, shouldn't you provide an explanation? Baisu Elder's face flushed crimson, his mouth opening and closing, yet he could not articulate a complete thought. Just then, as the tension thickened, Ling Wanqing gracefully approached Zhou Tong, examining him closely. She looked up and called, Senior brother. Mou approached, inquiring, what is it? He has been controlled by a heart control gu, Ling Wanqing stated, her expression grave. The moment those words escaped her lips, they captured the attention of all present. What? You mean someone has used dark sorcery to control my son? Baisu exclaimed, disbelief flooding his face. Ling Wanqing nodded gently. I have some knowledge of gu techniques, I would never mistake it. It is indeed the heart control gu. Mou gazed at her, surprised. Even in this state of being merely a puppet, she possesses such keen observational skills. Truly, she is a gifted innate talent. Lu Qianxin furrowed his brows, contemplating. This means someone secretly planted a gu poison in Zhou Tong, manipulating him to assassinate Mu Rongyi. Intending to provoke a conflict between the Tianxian sacred land and our Yu Heng lineage, Bai Su Elder's expression darkened ominously, his fists clenched tightly. He had already formed some suspicions. Not long ago, individuals from the Starry Sacred Land approached, attempting to solicit the Yu Heng lineage to oppose the Tianxian Sacred Land. Yet, they were rebuffed. To think that they would resort to such despicable means to enlist them now. Upon returning to the sect, I shall thoroughly investigate this matter and unearth the puppet master behind it, tearing them to shreds. Fairy Een he sauntered over to Mou's side, exhaling gently. It seems there are indeed many who have their eyes on your Tianxian Sacred Land. Young brother, have you considered switching to a more secure sect? Perhaps. Our Yaoqi Sacred Land. Mou smiled faintly. You jest, Fairy. Ling Qingyue shot a fierce glare at Fairy Een he. Yet, Fairy Een he remained unfazed. Her smile radiant as ever. Lu Qianshun, however, did not take Fairy Een he's words to heart. Mou would never be swayed by the Yaoqi Sacred Land. After all, the senior sisters atop that mountain, in both beauty and grace, far surpassed the women of Yaoqi Sacred Land. As for other aspects, Yaoqi Sacred Land could not possibly compare to Tianxian Sacred Land. He turned to Ling Wanqing. Can you discern which sect this gu originates from? The Tian Yuan continent is vast and boundless, with sects employing gu techniques as numerous as the stars, an impossible count. Regardless of their motives, anyone daring to scheme against them must pay a heavy price. Ling Wanqing remained silent for a moment before gently shaking her head. I do not know. A shadow loomed over Lu Qianshun's brow. With the enemy concealed and us in the light, this situation has become precarious. Ling Wanqing lowered her gaze, fixating on Zhou Tong's lifeless form, her expression somber. In truth, she had perceived certain things. However, revealing such secrets would inevitably raise suspicions among others, potentially exposing her own secrets. This gu technique originates from the Slaughter Demon sect. The master of the Slaughter Demon sect, Slaughter Demon Ancestor, is one of the most formidable beings on the Tian Yuan continent, a pinnacle existence among all, the true strongest, much mightier than the current eldest senior sister. An 8 tribulation loose immortal, merely a few centuries shy of transcending the final tribulation and ascending to the immortal realm. Yet according to my memories, the Slaughter Demon sect would not emerge on the Tian Yuan continent until 200 years after senior sister Bai Shuangying's ascension. Why have they come forth now? Ling Wanqing gently shook her head, casting aside her chaotic thoughts. The immediate priority is to resolve the current predicament. If he can be revived, perhaps he can provide clues regarding the one who planted the goo. She was at a loss regarding the whereabouts of the blood-killing sect, and could only glean information from this individual. In her previous life, when she encountered such formidable entities, the blood-killing sect had already been eradicated by the third senior sister. She continued, the methods of detoxification and healing are straightforward enough. But the most formidable challenge lies in dispelling the goo poison. The heart control goo is exceedingly wicked. To eradicate it, one must employ spells with a potent restraining force against vile substances. The Silver Lotus Fairy let out a soft scoff. How effortlessly you speak. Do any of you possess such spells? Not to mention dispelling goo poisons. Not a single one of us here is capable of even detoxification or healing. Mou's eyes brightened slightly. A potent restraining force against vile substances? Isn't that the Frost Ebon sword? However, he lacks medical knowledge. It seems Zhou Tong should simply resign himself to his fate. Chapter 70. 7th rank physician, poison master, alchemist. The group exchanged glances, the atmosphere descending into silence. Those present were merely a band of sword practitioners. Who among them could be expected to possess the skills necessary for healing? At that moment, Xia Ningbing emerged from the formation, cradling a sleeping little fox, accompanied by Chu Yuli. She had overheard the preceding conversation. Someone intended to confront the heavenly Xian sacred land, and in order to uncover the mastermind behind it, this individual must be saved. She possessed spells to cleanse impurities, yet was powerless in terms of detoxification and healing. The heart erosion poison was a terrifying toxin even in the immortal realm. Without prior preparation of antidotes, one could typically await death. Mou also took notice of Xia Ningbing, turning his gaze to her slightly pale countenance. Senior sister, you appear somewhat unwell. Is everything all right? Xia Ningbing silently shook her head, her violet eyes remaining cold yet softened by a hint of warmth. As long as you are all right, Mou thought, feeling a slight sense of relief. Had he truly shattered her Dao heart, she would not be so calm. How could he believe he could cause such despair in his senior sister? Reflecting on the years of care she had bestowed upon him, guiding his cultivation, healing his wounds after skirmishes with Mayer, he resolved to assist her in finding opportunities to mend her Dao heart once this matter was resolved. At that moment, a voice broke the tension. Master, the revered healer has arrived. Chu Wangyan entered with a white-haired elder, whose youthful visage exuded an ethereal aura. Ling Yun's sword master's eyes lit up with joy. This is our sword sect's guest elder, a harmonization stage cultivator, proficient in medicine, alchemy, and poison. He is renowned as a master of the healing arts. The revered healer wasted no time on pleasantries, approaching Zhou Tong and resting his fingers on his wrist. His brow furrowed as he meticulously sensed the faint life force within Zhou Tong. Physician, what is your assessment? Can he be saved? Elder Baisu inquired anxiously. The revered healer sighed deeply. Alas, I never expected to witness this legendary heart erosion poison in my lifetime. This poison is malicious and savage, according to ancient texts. Even in the immortal realm, it is a toxin that strikes fear into the hearts of many. Its most formidable trait is the irreversibility of the damage it inflicts. He is beyond saving. The poison has penetrated too deeply, and his heart is severely eroded. Had he been a golden core cultivator, such level of erosion might have been manageable. Tragically, upon hearing this, Elder Baisu felt as though struck by lightning. He lunged forward, clutching the revered healer's sleeve. Physician, please, take another look. He must still have a chance. This is merely a poison from someone in the Qi refining stage. There must be a way to save him. If you can restore his life, I shall bestow upon you a low-grade spiritual treasure. The revered healer, initially poised to express his anger at such disrespect, found his ire dissipating upon hearing the mention of a low-grade spiritual treasure. It is understood that even for someone of his stature, he possessed only one such treasure. Who was this person who could so casually offer a low-grade spiritual treasure? He glanced at Ling Yun's sword master, seeking an explanation. Ling Yun's sword master nodded slightly, clarifying. This is Elder Baisu from the Starry Sky Sacred Land. The revered healer's heart tightened at the revelation, and he promptly suppressed his temper. This was not someone he could afford to offend. He composed himself and explained in detail, Elder Baisu, it is not that I am unwilling to save him. It is simply beyond my capabilities. The poison has deeply infiltrated his system, while detoxification may not pose a challenge for me. The damage inflicted by the heart erosion poison on the heart is insurmountable. Not only I, but even across the entire Tianyuan continent, few can treat such affliction. Moreover, this young man carries a faint aura of malevolent energy, exacerbating the effects of the heart erosion poison. The revered healer shook his head again, his tone tinged with helplessness. It is exceedingly difficult. I can do it. Morong-yi suddenly spoke up, her voice somewhat weak, yet resolute. Not only can I dispel the poison within him, but I can also heal his injuries. The crowd turned in astonishment towards Morong-yi, a task that even a 7th-rank physician could not accomplish. And yet this young girl claimed she could? Hope rekindled in Elder Baisu's eyes as he hurried to Morong-yi's side. Is it true? Can you truly save my son? If you can heal him, I possess a treasured set of needle-type low-grade spiritual treasures that I would gladly gift to you. Deal. Morong-yi's eyes sparkled, her previously frail body suddenly brimming with vitality. This was a low-grade spiritual treasure. Even her master had only recently obtained a middle-grade spiritual treasure. The revered healer's brow furrowed as he cast an irritable glance at Morong-yi. Little girl, perhaps you should refrain from. He had intended to mock her. Believing that a girl so young could never possibly heal a heart erosion poison that even he could not manage. However, upon examining Morong-yi's condition, his words caught in his throat, replaced by shock. You are the heart erosion poison body? Did you inflict this poison upon him? Morong-yi raised her chin, responding proudly. So what if I did? The revered healer's eyes shone with admiration. Young lady, I am a 7th-rank poison master. Would you be interested in becoming my disciple? At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in uproar. How audacious to openly attempt to poach the disciple of the heavenly Xian sacred son. The revered healer observed the bewildered expressions around him and queried, is there a problem? It would be a waste of her talents to pursue swordsmanship. Rather, let her study poison with me. That is the path she should follow. Unbeknownst to him, everyone present in this trial arena was merely a sword practitioner. Mou stood to the side, feeling utterly speechless. What on earth is happening? Is there really a need to fight over disciples? Morong-yi turned to Mou, playfully winking. Master, I'm going to help him heal. You must ensure that your precious disciple isn't taken away. With that, she made her way toward Zhou Tong. Only then did the revered healer notice Mou, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Young friend, you are merely at the 6th level of the nascent soul, at most a 4th-rank poison master. Meanwhile, I am not only a 7th-rank poison master, but also a 7th-rank alchemist and physician. This girl would have a brighter future with me. I hope you can bear to part with her. He meant no offense, merely stating the facts as he saw them. Believing that this would make Mou recognize the disparity between them and willingly relinquish the poison body. Mou, however, was resolute. I refuse. While he may not possess medical skills on par with the revered healer, he was nonetheless a system-certified immortal-grade poison master and alchemist. Is that polite of you? The only reason he refrained from cursing was due to the revered healer's relatively decent attitude. Ling Yun's sword master quickly stepped in to mediate. Please do not take offense. Sacred son, this elder tends to speak rather bluntly, but it is only because he cares too much. Only then did the revered healer realize who he was addressing. Yet he remained unwilling to relent. Even if you are the sacred son, you are ultimately not skilled in the art of poison. I have dedicated thousands of years to studying this field. I dare say, even within your heavenly Xian sacred land, there is no one who can compare with me. Lu Qinshan coughed lightly upon hearing this. Whether or not we have someone in the heavenly Xian sacred land is irrelevant. She is already my disciple. There is no reason for her to seek another master. In truth, within the esteemed Tianqian sacred land, there are indeed no specialized practitioners of toxicology. While some affiliated factions may possess such individuals, he remains uninformed regarding them. Upon hearing this, Master Hui Chun felt a secret delight. This assertion is erroneous. The paths of the world are innumerable. She may choose to join your Tianqian sacred land, yet it does not preclude her from learning the art of poison from me. He turned to Mou, his tone sincere. What say you, holy son? Have you given it due consideration? Lu Qinshan ceased to speak. Master Hui Chun's words were indeed valid. This is a consensus within the cultivation community. If there are two distinct paths, one may certainly seek instruction under different masters. Upon hearing this, Sword Master Ling Yun's expression suddenly darkened. No, absolutely not. Should Morong Yi choose to take Master Hui Chun as her mentor, given that old man's character, she would inevitably join the Tianqian sacred land, unless he possesses the ability to persuade Morong Yi to join the sword sect instead. But what caliber does their sword sect hold, compared to the Tianqian sacred land? Could he possibly prevail? No, he cannot. He lacks that capability, do you understand? Chapter 71. The rapid submission of Master Hui Chun. Master Hui Chun gazed intently at Mou. The opinions of others held little significance. The true decision-maker is this holy son. Mou sighed helplessly. It appears that unless he showcases some genuine prowess, this old man will not relent. He slowly approached Morong Yi, who was deeply engrossed in diagnosing Zhou Tong's ailment. Upon sensing her master's proximity, she flashed a mischievous smile. Master, worry not. How could I ever betray you? Just based on her own expertise in both medicine and poison, she could easily surpass that old man. Why would she need to take him as her teacher? Mou nodded slightly. I naturally trust you. His gaze fell upon Zhou Tong, whose complexion was ashen, lips darkened, and breath faint. The heart-corroding poison is indeed tyrannical, not only eroding the heart's meridians, but also gnawing at the soul. You have yet to fully master your toxic physique. How do you intend to detoxify? Morong Yi smiled confidently. The 9 needles of heart purification can neutralize this poison. This technique utilizes qi to manipulate the needles, targeting specific acupoints in a sequential manner, cleansing the heart's meridians. The first needle breaks through barriers, piercing the Danzhong acupoint, dismantling the outer defenses of the toxin. The second needle guides the flow, inserting into the Ju-K acupoint to direct the toxin's movement. The third needle clears the source. She elaborated on each acupoint and the intricacies of the needle techniques. Mou nodded gently. He could not fully comprehend, but it seemed plausible. The medical legacy that Xiao Yi acquired is indeed extraordinary. Nonsense. Master Hui Chun suddenly exclaimed sharply. Such a method of detoxification is utterly unfeasible. I have immersed myself in the arts of medicine and poison for many years and have never encountered such techniques. One should employ detoxification pills as a catalyst, combined with the Hui Chun technique, guiding the toxins through the meridians, ultimately converging in the heart's channels, before using spiritual power to shatter the toxins. Young girl, you are still inexperienced. Allow this matter of detoxification to be handled by me, and you can take over the subsequent treatment. How does that sound? Morong Yi shook her head. Your method is insufficient. His body cannot endure for that long. My approach can completely detoxify him in 1 hour, while yours would take at least 3. By then, even if the poison is resolved, the damage would be too severe, and even I would not be able to pull him back from the brink of death. Then, Morong Yi produced a box of needles, turning to Mou earnestly. Master, during the detoxification process, I may faint from exhaustion of spiritual energy. When that happens, please administer me a pill to hasten my recovery for continued treatment. Otherwise, he will surely perish. Mou was taken aback, hastily grasping her delicate wrist. In that case, let me handle the detoxification. I possess some knowledge of poison techniques myself. At this declaration, the room was filled with astonishment. The holy son of Tianqian actually knows how to use poison? Man Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Fairy Yin, his gaze sparkled with interest. TSK, in his 20s, at the 6th level of the nascent soul, with complete mastery of sword intent. And he also practices poison techniques. If he were to come to our Yaochi sacred land, perhaps the Yaochi fairy would even be willing to take him as her husband. If you dare to speak again, I shall tear your mouth apart. Ling Qinyue's brows furrowed in anger as she admonished. Senior Taiching, why can't such an exceptional young man serve as both the leader of the Tianqian sacred land and the consort of the Yaochi fairy? Fairy Yin, he refrained from continuing, sensing a chilling aura of murderous intent. Should she say more, she might truly find herself torn apart. However, not everyone was convinced of Mou's capabilities. Master Hui Chun was among them. He stroked his beard, speaking earnestly. Holy son, I recognize your extraordinary talent. Yet the path of poison is vast and profound, not something one can master overnight. You are still young. Do not let arrogance cloud your judgment and jeopardize another's life. Leave this poison to me. Morong Yi cast a puzzled glance at Mou, obediently stepping aside. If my master says it's acceptable, then it is. Elder Baisu watched Mou with a tense expression, filled with skepticism and concern. Mou placed his hand firmly on Zhou Tong's wrist, his tone calm. The art of poison is as expansive as the ocean. What you perceive is merely a drop in the vast sea. What is your level? To teach me? As he spoke, he activated the heavenly poison pearl, unleashing its purifying abilities. Arrogant boy. Master Hui Chun was about to rebuke Mou for his hubris when his eyes widened in astonishment. Zhou Tong, who had previously been enveloped in a green glow and on the brink of death, was now visibly improving at a rapid pace. The pallor of his face faded, and his darkened lips gradually regained their color. The poison has been resolved. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Just moments ago, Master Hui Chun and Murong Yi had been adamant about the difficulty of the heart-corroding poison, detailing the complex steps required for its treatment. One claimed it would take an hour, while the other insisted on 3. Yet now, Mou had merely placed his hand upon Zhou Tong's wrist and successfully neutralized the exceedingly challenging heart-corroding poison. This was nothing short of miraculous. Manfeng could not help but applaud. Excellent. Truly impressive. No wonder you are the holy son of Tianxian. Fairy In's eyes sparkled with admiration. She had intended to say something, but was suddenly met with a chilling aura of murderous intent, causing her to swallow her words. Ling Qingyue felt a mix of exasperation and admiration. How could her fiancé be so exceptional? Wouldn't this inevitably attract a swarm of admirers? Nevertheless, the mastery of poison techniques reminded her of her own physical condition. Murong Yi's eyes were wide with shock. Her master possessed such profound expertise in poison techniques. This method was entirely beyond her comprehension. Despite her extensive medical training across 2 lifetimes, blending the medical knowledge of 2 worlds, she found herself outmatched in the field of detoxification by her own master. Chu Wanyan stood to the side, his gaze fixed on Mou, filled with not only astonishment, but also deep respect. Not only does he find time to refine his body, but he also dedicates time to mastering poison techniques. A true master of time management. Lu Qinshan wore a pleased smile. Truly, he is our holy son. Elder Xia Ningbing appeared incredulous. How could such a young cultivator simultaneously excel in both swordsmanship and poison techniques? Sword Master Ling Yun felt a sense of relief. Master Hui Chun's skills were evidently lacking. It seemed he had been overly anxious. Xia Ningbing pondered deeply. She had a faint inkling of how Mou achieved this. The combination of a powerful artifact and profound poison mastery must have enabled such instantaneous detoxification. Without sufficient mastery, merely possessing an artifact would deplete vast amounts of spiritual energy and effort. Conversely, lacking an artifact while possessing the skills would lead to significant time expenditure. Yet, Mou is merely 24 years old, a time-space artifact. It seems that this is the only explanation that could somewhat clarify the situation. Otherwise, it would be impossible to account for why he possesses such a multitude of capabilities, each so profound. At this moment, Master Hui Chun felt a burning sensation on his face, akin to being soundly slapped. He truly managed to achieve it? Yet soon, this embarrassment was eclipsed by shock. To accomplish such a feat, this boy's mastery of poison must undoubtedly surpass his own. No, from what he understood, even the foremost expert in poison techniques on the Tianyuan continent could not achieve such a level. This was undoubtedly the work of a celestial being. Either there is a sage behind the scenes guiding him, or a powerful being has undergone a rebirth. The real man of revitalization's gaze shifted, and a plan formed in his heart. Without hesitation, he knelt before Mou with a resounding thud, exclaiming, "Senior, your mastery of toxic arts is truly divine. I am utterly in awe. I apologize for my previous transgressions and humbly request your forgiveness. I dare to implore you to take me as your disciple and impart to me the supreme knowledge of poisons." Chapter 72. The Fractured Sword Sovereign. This act of kneeling stunned the onlookers. Just a moment ago, the once arrogant real man of revitalization was now prostrating himself in submission to become a disciple. The turnaround was astonishingly swift. Mou was taken aback. The real man of revitalization demonstrated remarkable humility, willing to stoop so low in pursuit of the path of poisons. "I do not take disciples," he replied coolly. The real man of revitalization quickly countered, "That is quite all right. I can settle for being a named disciple. No, I could even be a potion apprentice. As long as the master can spare a moment each year to offer me a few words of guidance, I would be thoroughly content. Furthermore, I am a 7th-tier alchemist and can concoct elixirs for you." The crowd gasped in shock. They had previously been uncertain of Mou's proficiency in toxic arts. But now it was clear. To have the proud real man of revitalization voluntarily offer to be a potion apprentice was a testament to Mou's formidable skills. Seeing Mou unmoved, the real man of revitalization's eyes flickered, and he turned to Murong Yi with a face full of ingratiating smiles. "Please, do intercede on my behalf with the master. I promise to brew potions for you daily without complaint." Murong Yi replied, "This world is quite absurd." She turned her head and continued treating Zhou Tong. It was better for the master to make his own decisions. Ling Yun's sword sovereign stood by, observing the real man of revitalization's actions, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This old fellow would do anything to achieve his goals. So, was it imperative to join the heavenly profound Holy Land? Mou pondered. Perhaps it was not an altogether unwise choice. After all, The real man of revitalization was a 7th-tier alchemist. If he could be of service, it would be advantageous. The heavenly profound Holy Land publicly claimed to have no more than 8th-tier alchemists. 7th-tier potions, even for him as a holy son, were not easily obtained. Seeing Mou still hesitating, the real man of revitalization grew anxious. After glancing at Murong-yi, a flicker of realization crossed his mind. Gritting his teeth, he seemed to resolve something. Master, do you only accept female disciples? I could stop. Mou interjected abruptly, cutting off his words. If he continued, who knew what outrageous claims he might make? He spoke slowly. I can guide you in toxic arts. However, I have conditions. Each year, you must compile the questions you encounter in your studies of toxic arts and bring them to me. Do not disturb me otherwise. Should I require assistance, I will call upon you to concoct potions. Is that agreeable? Rest assured, I shall not exploit your efforts. The real man of revitalization was overjoyed at these words and immediately knelt, repeatedly bowing his head. Excellent. Thank you, master. Then, Mou and the real man of revitalization stood to the side, quietly observing as Murong-yi treated Zhou Tong. As she administered acupuncture, she explained, this needle technique is the 9 transformations soul returning needle, which I acquired from an ancient ruin. It consists of 9 transformations, with a total of 81 silver needles corresponding to 81 major acupoints in the human body. When applied in conjunction, they create an unbroken cycle, maximizing the activation of one's potential, nourishing the soul, and healing injuries. The real man of revitalization exclaimed in admiration, remarkable, truly remarkable. This needle technique is unlike anything I have ever encountered. I am truly enlightened today. Had this been before, the real man of revitalization would have scoffed at Murong-yi's technique, perhaps even deriding it. After years of immersion in the medical arts, he prided himself on his expertise and would never easily believe in a mere young girl. However, the current circumstances were entirely different. Mou's display of toxic arts had thoroughly shattered his previous understanding. With such an extraordinary master, how could his disciple be anything less than exceptional? Therefore, he concluded that the needle technique Murong-yi wielded must be a long-lost ultimate secret art, its intricacies far surpassing his comprehension. Mou nodded in appreciation. Yet suddenly a thought struck him, prompting him to inquire, is it possible to administer the needles without disrobing? Murong-yi paused momentarily. A faint blush appeared on her otherwise porcelain face. Master, previously, my cultivation was insufficient, which necessitated disrobing. Nearby, Chu Yuli was utterly astounded by this exchange. Junior sister. She actually undressed the master? This is simply the 4th time. In the distance, Ling Yun's sword sovereign gazed upon the real man of revitalization. His face etched with sorrow. It hurts too much. Our sect's 7th-tier physician has simply vanished. The treasures are gone, and so is the person. Elder Xiaodian, sensing the sword sovereign's distress, approached and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Little Ling, try to see it positively. We cannot hinder others in their pursuit of greatness. Can we? If you could offer something of equal caliber, he would not have left. Ultimately, it is your sect's lack of competitive strength and insufficient foundation that has failed to retain talent. Thus, the sword sect ought to engage in some introspection and strive to enhance its prowess and competitiveness. That is the righteous path. Ling Yun's sword sovereign's expression grew increasingly bitter. Indeed, Elder, your teaching is wise. Yet, while he spoke the words, he inwardly cursed. What madness is this? Is this level of toxic mastery achievable by an ordinary person? At that moment, the previously silent Chu Wanyan stepped up beside Ling Yun's sword sovereign, respectfully stating, Master, after careful consideration, I have decided to pursue the path of body refinement. What? Body refinement? Ling Yun's sword sovereign was taken aback. While the sword sect possessed methods for body refinement, they were not particularly exceptional. Elder Xiaodian chuckled warmly. If that is the case, come to the heavenly forging Holy Land. With your talent, you should have arrived long ago. Chu Wanyan turned to Ling Yun's sword sovereign, his eyes reflecting a sense of inquiry. The sword sovereign gazed at his promising disciple, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. Go, my disciple. He stifled his reluctance, his voice trembling. That place is far better suited for your development. I will fully support you and will not obstruct your path. As an affiliated force of the heavenly forging Holy Land, the sword sect had no right to refuse such matters. Now, he was left without even a disciple. Ling Yun's sword sovereign felt darkness encroach upon his vision, nearly fainting on the spot. What sins have I committed? Why are there so many unexpected calamities this year? The sword monument shattered, the treasures lost, the physician abducted, and now even my disciple seeks to leave me. The sword sect is doomed. Mou, unlike the real man of revitalization, did not continue to watch Murong-yi administer acupuncture. He was not a physician and could not comprehend acupuncture. Instead, he wandered about the viewing platform, contemplating his forthcoming plans. Once Zhou Tong was healed and the heart-controlling worm was eradicated, he would track down the mastermind behind the scenes. To dare scheme against 2 great holy lands indicated considerable strength. Then, he would strike the sword monument to ascertain the extent of his sword intent. Tomorrow, He would seek to comprehend the sword intent left by the sword sect's founder. Thus, his visit to the sword sect would be deemed complete. As he pondered, an elegant and dignified figure caught his eye. He smiled and called out, "Auntie Schwa." Chapter 73. Learning to push oneself. Ling Qingyue approached swiftly, a delicate smile gracing her exquisite features, her every movement exuding grace and nobility. "Xiaoyu, do you still study toxic arts?" Mou smiled and replied, "I once obtained a legacy of toxic arts from a powerful being." Ling Qingyue's eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, sparkled with interest. "Then, what is your level of expertise in toxic arts?" Mou pondered for a moment before confidently stating, "In the Tianyuan continent, I could barely claim the top position." Ling Qingyue could not help but stifle a laugh, covering her mouth. "My dear child," she shook her head, her eyes sparkling with mirth. But in an instant, her expression shifted to one of gravity. "During my youth, I encountered some complications while practicing the Taching technique, resulting in an accumulation of cold poison within me. Is there any remedy you might possess?" Mou furrowed his brows. "This is indeed a challenging predicament. The foremost issue lies in your low cultivation level. It may hinder the identification of the poison's origin. The stealthiness of a toxin is also a criterion for assessing its potency." Ling Qingyue noticed Mou's silence, and her gaze dimmed. If she could eliminate this cold poison, her cultivation would undoubtedly progress significantly, and the situation of the Taching sacred land could improve. Yet, eradicating this cold poison was no simple feat. Over the years, she had consulted numerous physicians, all of whom were powerless to assist. "Alas, this cold poison has troubled me for many years. Snow Ant, I am willing to attempt a solution," Mou interrupted her. "However, my medical expertise is limited, and a thorough examination is essential to ascertain the nature of the ailment. Let us attend to this tonight. I will give Snow Ant a proper examination." Were a master of medicine present, they could discern Ling Yunshue's condition at a glance. But he could only probe delicately with his spiritual energy, hoping to uncover the issue bit by bit. Ling Yunshue's eyes glimmered with renewed hope. "Then I shall trouble you. Snow Ant, why must we be so formal with each other?" Mou replied, "By the way, I suspect that in addition to Zhou Tong, other disciples from various sects may also have been afflicted with heart-controlling poison." Mou suddenly recalled this matter and spoke hastily. Ling Yunxue nodded slightly. "There is no need for concern. The sword sect possesses sufficient discernment. They have already sealed off the sect and will soon ascertain the truth." Mou nodded in agreement. Indeed, if he could perceive the situation, how could the esteemed leaders and elders present remain oblivious? After Ling Yunxue departed, Chu Wangyan approached. "Brother Mou, I have a question to pose," he said respectfully. "Please, go ahead." Mou held a favorable impression of him. He was a devoted cultivator and easy to engage with, devoid of ulterior motives. "Brother Mou, how have you managed to achieve accomplishments across so many domains?" As soon as Chu Wangyan spoke, the surroundings fell silent, with curious gazes directed at him. "Ah, an intriguing question." Mou casually picked up a piece of burlap and performed a spell to moisten it. "Do you see this cloth? It contains water." He gently squeezed it, expelling a significant portion of the water. Now, most of the water has been extricated. As he applied more pressure, a few drops continued to seep out, repeating this process multiple times, each time yielding a little more water. "Do you understand?" Chu Wangyan nodded thoughtfully. He ignited a small flame at his fingertip, vaporizing the moisture from the burlap. "I comprehend now. Brother Mo's forceful squeezing and my flame both serve as catalysts for progress. The implication is that unless one pushes oneself, one may never realize their true potential." Mou couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. This Chu Wangyan possessed a unique capacity for comprehension. However, what he said seemed quite reasonable. The surrounding disciples began to murmur among themselves. "So that's it, I've enlightened. Truly, the teachings of the Son of Heavenly Mysteries are profoundly beneficial. No wonder I've been unable to break through my bottleneck. It was due to a lack of determination to push myself. I shall vow to establish a path of resolve and must achieve a breakthrough to the golden core this year. Why do I feel that the Sun's message is that time flows like water? As long as one is willing to squeeze, there will always be some left. What do you know? The Swordmaster's words are the true interpretation. We cultivate for 12 hours a day. How can we find time to squeeze? Your words hold merit." Mou paid no heed to the discussions around him. He remained unconcerned with how the disciples interpreted his words. The diligence of various sect disciples was a positive development. After all, a great calamity would befall the world in a few centuries, necessitating the strength of these individuals. Mou's gaze shifted towards Murong Yi's location, only to discover that the revered healer had vanished without a trace. Just as he pondered this, a voice sounded beside him. "Master, these are some rare spiritual herbs I have treasured over the years. I hope you will take a look." Unbeknownst to him, the revered healer had approached Mou, holding out a storage ring with an expectant expression. Mou initially intended to decline, but reconsidered. It was time to prepare the medicinal herbs required for Sister Yen Shi's body reconstruction. Thus, he accepted the ring and casually scanned it with his spiritual sense, a flicker of surprise igniting within him. This old man is quite fortunate. He even possesses such items. Void Spirit Jade Essence. one of the potential auxiliary materials for Sister Yin Shi's body reconstruction. A 7th grade spiritual herb, exceedingly rare. He had not anticipated encountering it here, saving him the trouble of searching further. This was the advantage of being a favored child of destiny. Whatever one needed, the heavens would provide opportunities to obtain it. Although there were even better items within, he had no need for them. After securing the Void Spirit Jade Essence, Mou tossed the storage ring back to the revered healer. This will suffice. If further needs arise, I shall seek you out. Now what questions do you have? The revered healer's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. He hastily stowed the storage ring away, rubbing his hands together as he posed several inquiries regarding poison techniques. These questions, in his view, were exceedingly profound. However, to Mou, they were merely foundational. Mou patiently provided answers one by one. The revered healer listened in rapt attention, feeling as though he had opened a door to a new world, experiencing a qualitative leap in his understanding of poison techniques. The knowledge gained that day surpassed his years of arduous study. This young apothecary is truly worth his weight in gold, the revered healer mused, his admiration for Mou swelling like an unstoppable tide. After answering all questions, Mou returned to Murong-Yi's side. As she completed her final needle placement, the silver needles embedded within Zhou Tong's body flew back into their box. She exhaled deeply, yet her body swayed slightly, as if about to fall backward. Mou, quick as lightning, caught her delicate waist, gently steadying her. Thank you, master. Her complexion was pale, fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her voice faint. A pang of concern struck Mou's heart, and he swiftly produced a medicinal pill, placing it within Murong-Yi's mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, restoring a hint of color to her pallid face. Master, I wish to sleep for a while, she murmured softly before drifting into slumber in Mou's embrace. Chapter 74. The Slaughter of the Demon Cult. Seeing this, the Silver Lotus Fairy pouted playfully. Oh, how I wish to sleep in the young master's arms as well. Ling Qingyue shot her a glare. What a lunatic. I wonder what has possessed her today, trying to seduce her man. Mou gently cradled Murong-Yi, her soft form exuding a faint, pleasant fragrance. At that moment, Elder Baisu approached, slowly extending a finely crafted wooden box towards him with both hands. Thank you both for your assistance. This is the promised reward. Mou accepted the wooden box, which felt surprisingly heavy in his hands. Its surface was intricately carved with exquisite patterns, emanating a subtle wave of spiritual energy. Upon opening the box, he discovered a set of silver needles, each as slender as a hair and glimmering with a chilling radiance. They appeared quite extraordinary, indeed a fitting treasure for little E. Just then, the system's voice rang in his ears. You have seized an opportunity from Murong-Yi, obtaining a low-grade spiritual treasure, the Xian Nu Needle. Reward, top-tier spiritual treasure. The blood-soaked divine flame needle. Villain points, 500. Mou was momentarily taken aback. There are rewards for this as well. Immediately, a flood of information regarding the blood-soaked divine flame needle surged into his mind. This needle, once wielded, could heal countless ailments, revive the deceased, and allow assassins to strike unseen, obliterating souls and capturing essences. It was indeed a rare and invaluable treasure. Moreover, it could be fully activated without the need for celestial spiritual power. Although Mou was not proficient in medicine, he had a fair understanding of hidden weapons. In his hands, the blood-soaked divine flame needle could unleash tremendous might. Young master, may I inquire if you possess a method to dispel the poison? Elder Baisu asked, unable to contain his curiosity as he noticed Mou's contemplative silence. I shall handle the removal of the poison. At that moment, Xia Ningbing approached with measured steps. Her voice crisp and clear, akin to the sound of icy springs striking upon stone. It was her, the celestial maiden who had severed the sword monument with a single stroke. Good heavens, she is breathtakingly beautiful. Her aura is simply unparalleled. I would willingly trade a millennium of my junior brother's lifespan for a companion of such caliber. What are you daydreaming about? Have you even glanced at your own reflection? In the crowd, some recognized Xia Ningbing and immediately erupted in exclamations of astonishment. Unperturbed by the surrounding murmurs, Xia Ningbing strode directly before Zhou Tong. As she prepared to cast a spell, she suddenly coughed lightly, and her previously frosty face turned even paler. The repercussions of her shattered Dao heart were more severe than she had anticipated. At this moment, she found herself somewhat at a loss. Just then, Mou acted first. With a flicker of thought, the Shuangyi sword activated silently. From Zhou Tong's brow, a small black insect was forced out by the invisible sword chi. It appeared grotesque and, upon its emergence, emitted a shrill scream. Attempting to flee, it was nonetheless firmly locked in by the Shuangyi sword's energy. A flicker of surprise crossed Xia Ningbing's heart as her beautiful eyes lingered deeply upon Mou. Then, with a delicate flick of her slender fingers, she instantly confined the black insect. Channeling her magical power, she used the heart-controlling goo as a guide, marking all those around her who bore the taint of this goo. Faint purple halos appeared around the marked disciples. Quickly, senior sister has already marked those controlled by the heart-controlling goo. Ling Wanqing exclaimed upon witnessing this. Hearing her, Ling Yun's sword master issued a solemn command. Act. The disciples of the sword sect swiftly moved to capture all those marked. The eyes of the marked disciples were dimmed, indicating they had indeed fallen victim to the heart-controlling goo. However, just as everyone sighed in relief, believing all problems had been resolved, a sudden surge of intense spiritual energy erupted, followed by frenzied roars from within the crowd. Long live the god of slaughter. The god of slaughter is eternal. Several cultivators burst forth with terrifying auras, evidently preparing to self-destruct. This is bad. Quickly stop them. The faces of the crowd changed dramatically. Ling Qingyue's gaze sharpened as she waved her delicate hand. In an instant, those disciples on the verge of self-detonation were restrained. Yet, at that moment, a sudden turn of events occurred. The eyes of those disciples revealed an eerie blood-red hue, and dark red liquid began to seep from their 7 orifices. A nauseating stench permeated the air, causing everyone present to recoil, covering their noses in horror. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into pools of blood. A ghastly sight to behold. Ling Qingyue's expression shifted slightly. Such a bizarre method. Who is this god of slaughter? Others' faces darkened, filled with trepidation and unease. These self-destructing individuals were not disciples from their respective sects, but rather rogue cultivators who had infiltrated their ranks. Could there truly exist such a terrifying force in the world? Mou gazed at the glaring pools of blood on the ground, his eyes flashing with cold light. Have the evil cultivators grown so rampant? How dare they appear at the sword sect's trial? Ling Wanqing's expression turned grave. Indeed, it is the slaughter demon sect. They have actually emerged? Why? Who has stirred them? Moreover, instead of slaughtering the city, they incite discord among the 2 holy lands. This is entirely uncharacteristic of them. What conspiracy lies behind this? Xia Ningbing, however, did not seem overly concerned. To her, these were merely insignificant forces from the lower realms, hardly worth her attention. Instead, it was Mou's recent actions that intrigued her more. At this juncture, Ling Yun's sword master broke the silence. Fairy Xia, the controlled disciples are here. We beseech your assistance. Xia Ningbing shook her head, her voice icy. My junior brother is capable of this as well. Let him handle it. Her words left everyone astonished. The holy son of Tianqian not only possesses exceptional poison techniques, but also knows how to exorcise evil. Is he even human? Mou did not decline. His thoughts coalescing as he subtly manipulated the Shuangyi sword, a flash of blue light illuminating the scene. Those disciples expelled black insects from their brows, which shrieked piercingly. As soon as these insects emerged, they scattered in a frenzied bid for escape, yet under the blue light, there was nowhere for them to flee. Struggling and contorting, they ultimately dissolved into wisps of black smoke, vanishing into the air. The entire process transpired in mere breaths. Before anyone could react, the disciples controlled by the heart-controlling goo had already returned to normalcy. They looked around in confusion, clearly unaware of what had transpired. Is that it? It's resolved? Someone exclaimed incredulously. Holy son of Tianqian, impressive. I too wish to learn from the holy son and push myself. In an instant, praises resounded as everyone was captivated by Mou's remarkable skill. Cough. Cough at that moment. Zhou Tong abruptly coughed twice, slowly regaining consciousness. Elder Bai Su, witnessing this, was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he rushed forward to clasp Zhou Tong's hand tightly, his voice trembling. Tonger, you're finally awake. Zhou Tong looked weakly at his father, confusion clouding his eyes. Father? What happened to me? You were afflicted by the heart-controlling goo. It was the holy son of Tianqian who saved you. Elder Bai Su exclaimed excitedly, gesturing towards Mou and Murongi. Zhou Tong, upon hearing this, recalled his previous actions, a look of guilt crossing his face. He mustered his feeble strength and deeply bowed to Mou and Murongi. Thank you both for your timely intervention. Having ambushed someone from the holy son of Tianqian, he had nevertheless been rescued by them. Mou waved his hand. No need for formalities. Let us discuss matters at hand. Do you recall who placed the goo upon you? Chapter 75. The plan to eliminate Luo Suxin. Zhou Tong pondered carefully for a moment before shaking his head. The person wore a black robe, obscuring their face and rendering their voice unrecognizable. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes. Ah, that person gave me a sword. A sword? Ling Yun's sword master interjected. Is it the explosive flying sword? Yes, that's the one. Zhou Tong nodded repeatedly. That sword was indeed given by them. They instructed me to use that sword to kill the highest-ranking disciple of the holy son of Tianqian. Ling Yun's sword master's expression tightened, an invisible pressure radiating from him. Such audacity. Retrieve the fragments of that sword. Yes, Chu Wangyan replied, his form flickering as he vanished in an instant. Elder Xiao Tian chuckled and explained. We at the Holy Forge are masters of weapon crafting. Grant me a day, and I shall discern the origin of that sword's forging technique. Mou nodded lightly. This capability is indeed a hallmark of the Holy Forge. Every craftsman possesses a unique style and technique, akin to an artist's brushstroke or a calligrapher's handwriting, singular and unreplicable. Furthermore, they have studied most forging techniques across the Tianyuan continent. His gaze shifted back to Zhou Tong and the other disciples previously controlled by the heart-controlling goo. Do you remember anything else? The crowd shook their heads in confusion. Suddenly, one disciple spoke up. I recall that the person had a strong smell of blood. Then, another disciple added, that person was entirely shrouded in a black robe, using only their left hand. I suspect they are left-handed. Mou took note of this information, ensuring to remain vigilant in the future. Subsequently, he chose not to dwell further on these matters, as such professional tasks were best left to the experts. The sword sect had its own specialized investigative team. Mou held Murong Yi in his arms, quietly awaiting the conclusion of the trial. His prowess had earned him the respect of all, rendering his participation in the second round unnecessary. At that moment, Elder Baisu approached Mou and bowed deeply. Holy Son, we are eternally grateful for your timely assistance. Such a profound favor shall never be forgotten. Mou waved his hand dismissively. It was but a small effort. Holy Son, I have a piece of information that may prove beneficial to you. Elder Baisu gestured, setting up a shielding formation. The formation has effectively isolated all external prying eyes. The higher echelons of the starry sacred land, along with the three factions of Tianshu, Tianji, and Kaiyang, have conspired with various forces to encircle and attack the celestial maiden, Luo. Elder Baisu lowered his voice and spoke slowly. Mou raised an eyebrow. Why? Is it madness for them to seek trouble when the senior sister is on the brink of ascension? Baisu shook his head. I am uncertain. The rationale they provided was that the celestial maiden possesses a divine artifact capable of mitigating the tribulations of ascension. The Holy Son should be aware that this item holds an irresistible allure for those undergoing tribulations, achieving great perfection, or even for scattered immortals. It is said that possessing this artifact can assist an 8 tribulation scattered immortal in stabilizing their passage through the final thunder tribulation, thus enabling their ascension to the celestial realm. Mou's heart trembled. A divine artifact capable of effortlessly obliterating the strongest tribulations? Such a monstrosity? Indeed, this would be immensely enticing to those ancient beings. No wonder Jun Wuhan and others displayed no fear of the senior sister. They had evidently prepared to take action against her. Baisu continued. We of the Yuheng lineage have declined their invitation, so I am unaware of their specific plans. Mou nodded gently. That is sufficient, thank you. There is little more he could do, but he could return to inform the senior sister to prepare in advance. It is uncertain how many forces are involved. Just the starry sacred land alone has numerous scattered immortals. The senior sister is likely in for a predicament. The Holy Son jested. You saved my son. So this is my duty. I hope the Holy Son will not reveal that I mentioned this. Naturally, I understand this principle. As night fell, the sword trial concluded, and both Mou and Murong Yi ranked first, earning the right to comprehend the sword intent of the sword sect's founder. Mou gently carried Murong Yi back to her room and laid her softly on the bed. The door creaked open as Ling Wanqing entered quietly, her steps nearly soundless. Senior brother, is there something amiss? There is something of great importance, Mou replied, turning his head. Ling Wanqing understood immediately and swiftly formed a soundproof array, enveloping the two within. The starry sacred land is planning to make a move against the senior sister, Mou said in a grave tone. Ling Wanqing gasped. How dare they? Mou recounted everything Baisu had informed him. Ling Wanqing nodded thoughtfully. I shall seek an opportunity to inform the senior sister. After bidding farewell to Mou, Ling Wanqing walked along the moonlit corridor, her mind racing with thoughts. Was there such an incident in the previous life? Suddenly, she recalled that the senior sister had indeed mentioned something similar. During her campaign against the demonic cultivators, she had discovered their conspiracy against her. However, that was a matter of decades later, by which time the senior sister had grown immensely powerful, rendering them no match for her. Thus, the senior sister would be able to resolve it herself. No, wait. Ling Wanqing abruptly halted, cold sweat trickling down her cheek. This situation is entirely different. Senior brother has clashed with them prematurely. This will inevitably accelerate their plans. With the senior sister's current strength, she is not their adversary. She exhaled softly. I was careless. I nearly overlooked a grave issue. Upon returning, I must inform the senior sister to be on guard. I am grateful to senior brother for the timely warning, otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Mou sat back down beside the bed, silently reciting and checking his villain points. 700 points, sufficient to purchase the creation Jade Lotus. It is time to prepare for Sister Yinqi's physical reconstruction as well. He needed to inquire about any recently opened secret realms. Mou was never picky about secret realms. As long as he arrived, there would be what he required. The Child of Fortune is indeed like this. There are many combinations for reconstructing one's physique, with the ethereal jade marrow liquid being one of the essential materials. The better the materials, the more exceptional the physique. If possible, he hoped Sister Yinqi could attain the best physique. If that proved impossible, at least a growth-capable physique would suffice. He then took out the Gathering Soul Jade box. It felt warm to the touch, the jade finely crafted, faintly exuding a ghostly light. Now, the first medicinal pill had already coalesced. It was once again the exhilarating moment to roll the dice. A pill-producing divine artifact? Where did you pick it up this time? Yanqi's astonished voice echoed in his mind. It was found in the last inheritance of that celestial emperor, Mou replied. Yanqi did not inquire further and urged him to open it and see what had been produced. Following her instructions, Mou opened the jade box. Within lay a single pill, pristine white and radiating a shimmering glow. The Heart Enlightening Pill. Yanqi exclaimed, "It is indeed the Heart Enlightening Pill." Chapter 76. Severing the Sword Steel. Is this truly remarkable? Mou asked, curious. Naturally. This pill is refined from the leaves of the Enlightenment tea. Once ingested, one's comprehension is greatly enhanced for 3 days. Even in the celestial realm, it is a prized possession reserved for the core disciples of major sections. Your luck is truly terrifying. This pill's grade may not be high, but it is exceedingly rare. How enviable, Yanqi remarked. Mou smiled. In that case, does it mean that Sister Yanqi is fortunate to have encountered me? That is indeed the case, Yanqi replied with a radiant smile. Mou's gaze returned to the pill. Filled with fervor. Tomorrow, he would go to the sword tomb to comprehend the sword intent. The Heart Enlightening Pill had arrived just in time. Morong, he should be awakening soon. Once she does, he can quickly make up for his medical knowledge and treat Auntie Schwa. Next, he would test the sword intent. In the sword sect, within the main hall of the sect leader, Wang Yin declared, upon departing for the holy land of casting heaven, "I shall diligently cultivate and not disappoint my master's expectations." Ling Yun's sword master admonished, "Rest assured, master, I shall exert my utmost efforts and will not let you down." Chu Wangyan affirmed resolutely. With the completion of the sword intent comprehension tomorrow, Chu Wangyan would set off for the holy land of casting heaven to cultivate. "Master, you must drink less and gamble less in the future," Chu Wangyan advised. I know, you are more nagging than your master." Ling Yun's sword master feigned impatience. Yet his voice carried a hint of reluctance. The two exchanged silent glances, the atmosphere thick with the melancholy of parting. Just then, a thunderous roar shattered the silence. Boom. The sound was deep and resonant, akin to the roar of an ancient beast, causing their eardrums to ring and their hearts to tremble. Their expressions shifted abruptly as they turned to look. There, in the distance towards the sword steel, a massive fissure spread from east to west, cleaving the towering sword steel in two. The sword steel has shattered again, Ling Yun's sword master exclaimed. One must understand that this sword steel symbolizes the sword sect, having stood firm for tens of thousands of years. Even a full-force strike from a great perfection cultivator would struggle to displace it in the slightest. And now, it has been severed consecutively. This is utterly preposterous. In a single day, 2 sword path prodigies capable of severing the sword steel have emerged. Let us hasten over to investigate. Ling Yun's sword master, not pausing to contemplate further, seized Chu Wangyan's arm, and their figures transformed into a streak of light as they sped towards the sword steel. However, upon their arrival, they found the site already deserted, with only the 4 broken segments of the sword steel standing there, exuding an air of desolation. The latest severed face bore a formidable sword intent, as if recounting the earth-shattering strike that had just transpired. They have departed? Ling Yun's sword master furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings but finding no signs of anyone. This sword intent, Chu Wangyan fixated on the broken sword steel, an unusual glint flashing in his eyes. This sword intent feels eerily familiar, as though I have encountered it before. Countless images raced through his mind, desperately trying to capture that fleeting sense of familiarity. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. It is Brother Mo. This is Brother Mo's sword intent. What? You mean this was the work of the holy son of Tianxian? Ling Yun's sword master was taken aback. Indeed, Chu Wangyan affirmed with certainty. The sharpness and dominance contained within this sword intent are unmistakably akin to Brother Mo's. There can be no doubt. Ling Yun's sword master inhaled sharply, his mind buzzing. MOU? Once again, it is MOU. What on earth is he up to this time? The esteemed sword sovereign Ling Yun felt a shiver run down his spine, as an overwhelming sense of unease surged within him. At that moment, Lu Qinshan arrived, gracefully descending upon his sword. He gazed upon the severed sword monument, his face betraying a look of astonishment, though he quickly regained his composure. Another break? Twice in one day? Is your sword monument succumbing to age? Lu Qinshan jested. Ling Yun's sword sovereign took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, and articulated their conjecture. Was it Xiao Yu's doing? If that's the case, then the sword monument is indeed intact. Lu Qinshan laughed heartily, his voice brimming with pride. Ling Yun's sword sovereign fell silent for a moment, his gaze complex as he regarded the monument now shattered into 4 pieces, his voice low and resigned. You 3 from the heavenly Xian sacred land have reduced our sword sect's legacy monument, which has stood for millennia, to mere fragments. A slight smirk appeared on Lu Qinshan's lips. If your sword sect lacked the capability, then surely, if you had a genius among you, you could have shattered the monument yourselves, could you not? Enough of the jesting, Ling Yun's sword sovereign interjected, his expression turning serious. You ought to remember the standards by which this sword monument measures sword intent, correct? Lu Qinshan nodded. Years ago, your sword sect's founding ancestor unearthed this mysterious stone tablet. upon which varying intensities of sword intent leave marks of different depth. Less than 3 feet and 3 inches signifies the human tier. Greater than 3 feet and 3 inches indicates the earthly tier. Exceeding 6 feet and 6 inches denotes the heavenly tier, with the maximum length reaching 9 feet and 9 inches. Ling Yun's sword sovereign nodded, his gaze fixated on the fractured monument. Indeed, your sex by Jianxian shattered this rule, cleaving the monument in one strike. At that time, countless sword cultivators believed the monument was flawed and came to test their skills, only to discover that the depth of their sword marks remained unchanged. Ultimately, they concluded it was the sword techniques of the celestial realm, Lu Qianxian explained. They thought by Shuangying was transcending tribulations, thus capable of severing the monument with celestial-grade sword techniques, yet Xiaoyu is merely at the nascent soul stage. Precisely. Above the heavenly tier lies an even more formidable sword intent. Ling Yun's sword sovereign's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lu Qianxian pondered for a moment and replied, "But what does that have to do with us? Such geniuses, of which there have only ever been 3, are not within the realm of ordinary mortals like us to contemplate." Ling Yun's sword sovereign shook his head. "It matters greatly. A grand era is upon us, and our Tianyuan continent is on the cusp of its most prosperous golden age." Lu Qianxian lowered his head, contemplating his words. Chu Wanyan's gaze was fervent. He too yearned to seize this opportunity and embrace the forthcoming golden age. Without waiting for further dialogue, Ling Yun's sword sovereign suddenly declared, "I must report to Elder Xiaotian. We shall meet again tomorrow." With that, he and Chu Wanyan transformed into a flash of light, vanishing into the horizon. Upon returning to his chamber, Mou found himself engulfed in a sense of ennui. The sword monument indeed served as a precise measure of sword intent. As he lightly struck it with his own sword intent, it split cleanly in two. He could now ascertain that his sword intent was of the utmost caliber, though the exact level remained uncertain. In simpler terms, he had obliterated the testing apparatus. Regardless of the degree, in this realm, it was more than sufficient, considering that historically, only 3 individuals had attained such heights. "Master." Just as Mou's thoughts wandered, a gentle voice pulled him back. Murong Yi had awakened. Rubbing her drowsy eyes and murmuring softly, Mou quickly composed himself and approached her bedside. "You're awake. How do you feel?" "I'm fine, just a bit fatigued." Murong Yi replied, still rubbing her sleepy eyes, her voice soft and melodious. "Here, this is the reward from Baisu." Mou produced the Zuanv needle and handed it to her. Murong Yi opened the wooden box, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the glimmering silver needle. A splendid needle. Her eyes sparkled with delight. "Thank you, master. This is your own hard-earned reward." Mou smiled. "By the way, will you teach me the art of medicine?" "Of course, I'd be delighted to." Murong Yi's interest peaked as she sat up from her bed, retrieving a thick stack of medical texts. "These are my compiled insights on medicine. Take a look, master." Chapter 77. Heart and Will Mou accepted the medical texts, perusing through them, while Murong Yi patiently explained their contents. She elucidated the methods of observation, inquiry, and treatment, as well as the application of medicinal herbs and acupuncture techniques. Apart from the herbs, Mou grasped the other concepts with some difficulty. Mastering these intricate medical techniques within a short time frame was no easy feat. After all, medicine was notoriously one of the most arduous disciplines in his past life. He pondered for a moment before retrieving a wuxing pill from his storage ring and consuming it. With a duration of effect lasting 3 days, it would perfectly complement both his medical and sword skills. The pill dissolved instantly, and a wave of refreshing energy coursed through his body. Mou felt his thoughts become clearer than ever, allowing him to comprehend Murong Yi's explanations with newfound depth. After half an hour, he felt as though he had undergone a transformation, achieving a new pinnacle of understanding in medicine. He could now be considered a third-grade physician. Such astonishing learning speed would likely leave those aged doctors who had toiled for years in disbelief, even questioning their own existence. After all, it typically took years, if not decades, of arduous effort for ordinary physicians to reach the third-grade level, whereas Mou accomplished it in merely half an hour. With a solid foundation laid, Mou began to pose questions. He inquired about the common locations of cold toxins and how to conduct an in-depth examination of the human body using spiritual energy. Through Murong Yi's explanations, he uncovered a significant problem. The cold toxins in medicine and poison techniques were not the same entities. Damn. He realized he had no idea which cold toxin Auntie Schwa had. Murong Yi seemed to discern his true concern. She flipped to a particular page in the medical book, her slender finger pointing at it. "Master, look at this, the Lingyan cleansing cold needle. As long as you locate the source of the cold energy and employ this needle technique, it can be resolved." Mou's eyes brightened. He favored such straightforward and forceful methods. It is well known that amputation can remedy all ailments corresponding to the affected area. This needle technique possessed a similar primal beauty. Thus, even if Ling Qingyue's cold toxin were indeed a medical cold energy, he need not worry. Murong Yi continued. "This needle technique requires considerable cultivation and is contingent upon the intensity of the flames, so I cannot assist with the cold toxin afflicting you, master. You must handle it yourself. However, in the future, Do not hesitate to mention such matters. Just speak up. She winked playfully. It's merely cold energy entering the body due to depleted kidney yang. I'm a professional physician and won't mock you. Mou thought to himself. At this point, there's no washing away the stain. He decided to let her think as she pleased. Eventually, she would come to realize that her master possessed boundless yang energy. Subsequently, Mou meticulously studied the detailed illustrations in the medical book, attentively listening to Murong Yi's explanations. Unbeknownst to him, her voice gradually diminished until it fell silent. Only then did Mou notice that she had fallen asleep. Nevertheless, he had nearly mastered the needle technique. As he gazed at her serene sleeping face, a smile crept upon his lips. He gently adjusted Murong Yi's position, covering her with a blanket, his movements tender, fearful of waking her. Just then, Yanxi's voice echoed in his mind. That needle technique is no simple matter. You've truly found a treasure in this disciple. Oh, is there something special about it? Mou promptly picked up the medical book, scrutinizing the content concerning the acupuncture method they had discussed earlier. Perhaps due to a lack of experience, he was unable to discern anything extraordinary about the technique. Yanxi began to explain, this is the Heartwell needle method. Heartwell? Mou questioned, puzzled. Yanxi patiently elaborated. In this world, there exist countless cultivation systems, the most common being the three great systems of spiritual energy, divine soul, and physical body. In addition to this, there exist countless minor branches, among which the art of heart power stands out as a notable one. Heart power cannot serve as a primary discipline, for it does not directly enhance combat prowess, yet it can be pursued as a supplementary skill to fortify oneself. In the realm of immortals, the most renowned practitioner of heart power is undoubtedly the Sunset Immortal Emperor. It is said that upon first entering the realm of the Immortal Emperor, he utilized heart power to slay 9 formidable members of the demon race. Mou's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity. Such prowess? Indeed. It is unfortunate that while there exist methods to wield heart power, no established techniques for its cultivation are available. Yanxi sighed softly, her gaze betraying a profound sense of regret. Is there none for you, Sister Yanxi? Mou inquired with curiosity. Yanxi chuckled lightly. What are you thinking? How could I possess such things? Heart power is a nascent system in the immortal realm, with only a select few practitioners possessing methods of cultivation. They would hardly be inclined to share their knowledge. A wave of regret surged within Mou. Such a potent force, yet momentarily out of reach. What a pity. Sensing Mou's thoughts, Yanxi offered a comforting smile. However, you are fortunate. There exists a universal method for cultivating heart power. Quick, tell me. Mou urged impatiently. Yanxi began to elucidate. By exhausting your heart power to its utmost, when you next recuperate, there will be a slight increase in your heart power. Your little disciple, for instance, falls asleep only when her heart power is depleted. Upon awakening, her heart power will have improved. Such a method is entirely a waste of time in the immortal realm. Techniques for depleting heart power are scarce, and each enhancement occurs at an excruciatingly slow pace. To an immortal cultivator, such improvement is akin to a drop in the ocean, utterly meaningless. Moreover, after the enhancement, there is a period of weakness, rendering it a net loss. However, as you are merely in the nascent soul stage, even a small increment in heart power will yield significant results for you. You can utilize this needle technique to alleviate the cold for your mother-in-law. Given your strength, you will not be able to accomplish it in one go, thus providing you the opportunity to cultivate heart power. During the subsequent period of weakness after completing heart power cultivation, she can still protect you, yielding multiple benefits. Mou's eyes sparkled slightly. Moreover, having just consumed the enlightenment pill, my comprehension of heart power will also improve. Indeed, it is likely that it will not be long before you grasp the fundamentals of heart power, Yanxi affirmed. What benefits will there be after grasping the fundamentals? Mou asked with eager anticipation. Yanxi smiled sweetly. How would I know? I have never practiced it myself. Mou was not disheartened. Instead, he enthusiastically delved into the Ling Yin Tihan needle, preparing for Ling Qingyue's arrival. Outside, the moonlight poured down in a silvery cascade, gently illuminating the room and enveloping everything in a hazy, tranquil glow. At the witching hour, a gentle knock at the door shattered the stillness. Little you, it's me. Mou hurriedly rose to open the door, only to find Ling Qingyue standing gracefully at the threshold. She wore a delicate lavender gown, the hem swaying gently in the night breeze, exuding an unparalleled beauty. The moonlight bathed her in a soft glow, accentuating her exquisite figure and adding an alluring charm. Auntie Schwa, please come in, Mou urged, stepping aside. Ling Qingyue entered the room, her gaze flitting between Mou and the slumbering Murong Yi. A flicker of complexity passed through her beautiful eyes. Chapter 78. Collision of Fate. Mou cleared his throat and explained, Auntie Schwa, little E has exhausted herself today, so I kept her here for my convenience. Rest assured, it won't affect us. How could he have forgotten that Murong Yi had not yet been returned? Ling Qingyue nodded slightly, saying nothing further, and gracefully seated herself at the edge of the bed. Her demeanor was elegant, resembling a blooming snow lotus, regal and composed. Little you, let us begin, she said softly. Mo approached her side, extending his hand to gently rest on her wrist. A chill emanated from her wrist as he carefully infused his spiritual energy, meticulously sensing her internal condition. Soon, Mo furrowed his brow. This was indeed not poison, but a rare form of Ice attribute spiritual energy, more accurately described as cold energy. The heavenly poison pearl was thus rendered ineffective. It appeared that he would have to personally administer the needles. The cold energy lay concealed within various acupoints of Ling Qinyue's body and had already infiltrated her internal organs, causing varying degrees of erosion. This cold energy was exceedingly stubborn, akin to maggots clinging to bone, difficult to eradicate. Mo's expression grew grave. Auntie Schwa, I can resolve this, but it will require multiple sessions. I will need to perform acupuncture on you every night for the time being. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Ling Qinyue's eyes. Salvation had finally arrived, a day she had long awaited. As long as it can be cured, I am willing to endure however long it takes. Auntie Schwa, let me mark the acupuncture points for you now. Mo grasped Ling Qinyue's icy wrist, exploring as he marked the locations of the cold energy. Moments later, as the markings accumulated, Mo's expression grew increasingly peculiar. He discovered that the cold energy was widely distributed, with some acupoints situated rather unusually. Clearing his throat, he handed the diagram to Ling Qingyue. Auntie Schwa, these are the points where I will be performing acupuncture shortly. Do you find them acceptable? Ling Qingyue took the acupoint chart, her gaze wandering over the various markings. Her expression gradually became complex, a mixture of shock, confusion, and embarrassment intertwining. She lifted her gaze to Mo, her beautiful eyes brimming with uncertainty. Auntie Schwa, I am a professional physician. I never deceive my patients, especially not you, my elder, Mo stated earnestly. Ling Qingyue examined the chart in her hand, lost in thought. Indeed, each time she felt discomfort, it was at the locations of these acupoints. The marked positions aligned perfectly with her own sensations. However, those locations also. She hesitated for a moment, but could not resist asking, is there no other method? Mo replied, there is a basic one, involving acupuncture at the back acupoints for guidance, but it will certainly require more sessions and a longer treatment period. This is the foundational application of the Ling Yin Tihan needle. Although its efficacy does not match that of directly targeting the affliction, it can at least avoid some awkwardness. Ling Qingyue fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Ultimately, she opted for the more conservative approach. Let us proceed with acupuncture on the back acupoints. Mo nodded, not surprised by Ling Qingyue's choice. Auntie Schwa, please prepare yourself. I need to perform acupuncture on your back. Ling Qingyue turned her back to Mo, disrobing. She caught sight of the slumbering Murong Yi on the other side of the bed. With a delicate lift of her hand, her fingertips danced with spiritual energy, forming a barrier that divided the bed in two. A small double bed, under the barrier of a great ascension stage, appeared as two separate worlds. Only then did she feel at ease. Once prepared, she softly stated, you may begin. Mo took a deep breath, retrieving the azure blood divine flame needle, and commenced the Ling Yin Tihan needle technique. The silver needle pierced the acupoints. Pure yang true energy enveloping the flame surged into Ling Qinyue's body, incinerating the stubborn cold energy. Ling Qingyue shivered slightly, feeling a warm sensation spread within her. Mo concentrated fully on controlling his spiritual energy, not daring to allow his attention to waver. One silver needle after another pierced the acupoints, the pure yang true fire flowing into Ling Qingyue's body. Ever since she had cultivated that technique, she had been plagued by cold energy, suffering immensely each night. Now, this warm current bestowed upon her a long-forgotten sense of warmth and comfort. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on Mo's forehead. His spiritual and heart energies were swiftly depleting. This felt entirely different from casting spells in his usual practice. He was utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. After a while, at last, the final silver needle was inserted. Mo let out a long breath, feeling a wave of weakness wash over him. His heart energy was exhausted, and his body felt as though it had been hollowed out. He strained to maintain his composure, channeling his spiritual energy, causing all the silver needles to vanish from Ling Qingyue's back. All done, Mo said wearily. Yet, as soon as he spoke, darkness enveloped his vision, and his body uncontrollably lurched forward. Little you. Ling Qingyue sensed something amiss, and, turning around with a startled exclamation, hastily reached out to support the collapsing Mo. Chapter 79. The sweetness and dreams snowflakes fluttered chaotically, settling like a silver shroud upon the balcony. Hidden within the blossoms, the fragrance lingered, a testament to solitude, while the icy skin and jade-like bones were accentuated by rosy cheeks. This was the final scene that Mo beheld before succumbing to unconsciousness. He felt as though the world was spinning, his consciousness gradually fading. Unintentionally leaning forward, he unexpectedly fell into Ling Qingyue's embrace, akin to a flower petal kissed by morning dew, exuding an alluring fragrance. Ling Qingyue felt a tremor coursing through her body, an unusual sensation enveloping her, leaving her mind in a state of blankness. Xiao Yuhi. A surge of uncontrollable spiritual energy erupted from her, and instinctively, She sought to push Mou away. Yet, she halted just in time, quickly reining in her power, fearful of causing him harm. Gazing down, she noticed Mou inadvertently leaning against her. Her fair visage flushed instantaneously, akin to a ripened peach, radiant and dripping with allure. She contemplated pushing him away. But upon seeing his pale complexion and sensing his frail aura, she was overwhelmed by an impulse of compassion. "Shall you?" Ling Qingyue whispered, her voice trembling. However, Mou remained unresponsive, clinging to her as if she were his sole sanctuary. Her heart raced like a drum. She had never been so intimately close to a man. Even if he was her fiancé, she yearned to break free, yet her body felt devoid of strength, yielding to Mou's hold, unable to move. Perhaps it was out of concern, or perhaps she dared not ponder further, instead quietly observing Mou's sleeping countenance. Her heart was a tumult of emotions, touched, pained, and an indescribable complexity. "Shao Yu, you truly are a fool," Ling Qingyue sighed softly. The depletion of spiritual energy was not indicative of such a state. It seemed his very soul had sustained considerable damage. Such damage would require a significant duration to mend. Furthermore, this was merely the first day. For the duration of this time, Mou would endure this daily. Providing him a mere shoulder to lean on was hardly a burden. Moonlight, ethereal as water, filtered through the window, gently cascading upon the two of them, akin to a veil of misty silver. Time stood still in that moment, enveloped in serene silence. Only the soft sounds of their breaths intertwined in the air. Suddenly, an unusual sensation jolted Ling Qingyue back to reality. Having lived for centuries, she had never encountered such a situation, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Taking a deep breath, she compelled herself to regain composure. Shao Yu was merely asleep. He did not intend this. She gently adjusted Mou's head, allowing him to rest against her shoulder. Concurrently, she summoned her power, causing the purple gown draped beside them to rise and envelop her body. Only then did she exhale in relief, though her cheeks remained aflame. The following day, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. Mou gradually awoke, his vision filled with a warm, gentle purple hue. Upon fully opening his eyes, he discovered he was leaning against Ling Qingyue, the purple fabric of her gown vividly before him. Instinctively, he recoiled slightly. At that moment, a soft and gentle voice, imbued with a hint of chill, floated down from above, akin to a celestial melody. Mou did not respond immediately. To his astonishment, he realized his view was completely obscured, preventing him from glimpsing Ling Qingyue's face. Next, he assessed his own body. Everything felt normal. Furthermore, his awareness of the surrounding environment seemed remarkably heightened. Every wisp of breeze, every shift in light, was perceptible to him. This appeared to be a byproduct of his enhanced mental acuity. The attire before his eyes was rendered exceptionally vivid. Each thread, every intricate pattern was laid bare in exquisite detail. "Are you not fully recovered?" Ling Qingyue inquired softly, her tone laced with curiosity as she leaned closer. Smiling gently upon seeing him awake. "I have already recovered," Mou replied, prepared to rise, yet a delicate hand gently pressed against his forehead, soft and warm as jade. "You expended too much energy last night. Rest a while longer," Ling Qingyue implored tenderly. Mou did not protest, relishing the softness beneath his head. Suddenly, he realized that his cultivation had indeed improved. He was on the cusp of breaking through to the 7th level of the Yuan infant stage. Remarkably, only a few days prior, he had relied on Su Meyer to reach the 6th level. How could this be? Where had this newfound power emerged from? Had the laws of energy conservation ceased to exist? It was known that even prodigies required nearly 2 years of arduous training to reach such a level. Yet, he had inexplicably achieved it through mere slumber? A sudden recollection struck him. It seemed that the spiritual essence from Ling Qingyue had nourished him. Mou could not help but feel his face flush with embarrassment. At that moment, the system's voice resonated within his mind. "Detected your cultivation through Ling Yunxue's spiritual energy, transcending 5 major realms, successfully breaking through. The antagonist counterattack was successful. Reward, Dew Essence. This item can be used to enhance cultivation or to reshape the physical body postnatally. Ling Yunxue's current affection, 95. Automatic replenishment of luck, 500. Antagonist points, 500. Chapter 80. Sword Domain Trial. The system's emergence fully validated Mou's suspicions. He examined the Dew Essence provided by the system, realizing its potential as a material for reshaping one's constitution. Such a resource would be an extravagant waste for mere cultivation. He resolved to inquire with Sister Yinshi if she desired it. If not, he might consider using it for his own training. Noticing that Ling Qingyue had not broached the subject of the previous night's embarrassment, Mou feigned nonchalance and inquired, "Auntie Schwa, how is your health?" "Much improved," Ling Qingyue replied softly. "Auntie Schwa, you must come to me for acupuncture every night at the hour of the rat, to thoroughly address it before it worsens. Once the sword trial concludes, I will spend some time at your Tianxin sacred land." She contemplated briefly before agreeing. Suddenly, a loud crashing sound erupted. Mou jolted upright from Ling Yunxue's soft lap, suddenly noticing the barrier in the center of the bed. Ling Yunxue raised her slender hand, dispelling the barrier. In the next moment, Morong Yi burst forth from within, brandishing a long sword, evidently in the midst of attacking the barrier. Upon spotting Mou, her clear eyes flashed with surprise, and she hastily sheathed her sword. Yet, due to her momentum, she stumbled forward uncontrollably, ultimately colliding into Mou's embrace. Master, I am so sorry. Are you alright? Morong Yi quickly scrambled off Mou, her cheeks flushed. She had thought herself trapped and had attacked the barrier with all her might, only to find it unexpectedly vanish with her strike. Now, her gaze fell upon Ling Qingyue, who appeared somewhat disheveled. Morong Yi's eyes widened in realization. Noticing Ling Qingyue's appearance, she instinctively straightened her attire. Mou had just been in her arms, causing her attire to become disordered. Morong Yi's suspicions solidified. She had not anticipated her master and Ling Qingyue to progress so swiftly, to the point of her becoming a stepmother so soon. Wait, she suddenly recognized a more pressing issue. Why was she here? Countless thoughts raced through her mind, coalescing into a conclusion that filled her with profound embarrassment. She had unwittingly become a part of their escapades, unaware of Morong Yi's tumultuous thoughts. Mou simply stated, "Time is of the essence. We should head to the Sword Tomb." With that, he and Ling Qingyue made their way out. Morong Yi hurriedly followed, her mind swirling. She sneaked a glance at Mou, then at Ling Qingyue. It seemed her master and stepmother had indeed indulged a bit too much the previous night. The trio arrived at the entrance of the Sword Tomb, stepping into the realm of the Tianxian sacred land. A considerable crowd has gathered here. The Sword Tomb serves as the final resting place for the ancestors of the Sword sect, embodying the essence of the sect's heritage. Countless swords and the sword intents of many sword cultivators reside here, before their ascension or final meditation. These cultivators have left behind their sword intents for future generations to comprehend and grasp. Ling Yun's sword master stands at the forefront, his voice resounding powerfully, echoing in every corner. Under normal circumstances, the disciples from various sects should be silent and attentive. However, the atmosphere is rife with a cacophony of chatter as people speculate. Did you see? The sword monument has been severed again. Who could it be this time? Who else could it be? It's probably Fairy Xia, who thought the 3 stone tablets looked unsightly and decided to divide them into 4. That's impossible. Fairy Xia is so cold and proud. How could she do such a thing? I believe it was Holy Sun Tianxian. The sword mark left by the sword child on the monument was 9 feet and 7 inches, yet the Holy Sun challenged him despite the odds. I can't think of anyone else. As various opinions are voiced, the suspicion ultimately falls upon Mou, with everyone convinced that he is the one who severed the sword monument. Master, did you secretly chop the sword monument yesterday? Morong Yi leaned close to Mou, her voice a whisper. Absolutely not. I approached openly, and there happened to be no one around at that time. Mou replied candidly. Are you sure you didn't choose that moment on purpose? Morong Yi blinked, clearly skeptical. She knew that those favored by fortune often concealed their true abilities. Playing the part of the underdog, she herself occasionally employed such tactics to outsmart others. Just then, Ling Wanqing stifled a laugh. After you fainted yesterday, your master carried you the whole time and didn't go anywhere, so naturally, he had no chance to be at the sword monument. After the sword trial concluded, the monument was indeed deserted. Upon hearing this, Morong Yi's delicate face flushed crimson, reaching her ears, her heart racing. Master has been taking care of me all along. He is simply too kind. She felt an overwhelming impulse to offer herself in gratitude for her master's kindness. At that moment, Ling Yun's sword master raised his voice, cutting through the din of the disciples below. Esteemed guests, the time has come. We must proceed inside. Mou, accompanied by Morong Yi, stepped into the sword tomb alongside the disciples from the Holy Land of Tianxian. As they entered, Mou noticed a familiar figure beside him. It was Ling Qingyue. Auntie Schwa, aren't you with the people from the Taqing Holy Land? Ling Qingyue shook her head, her expression complex. As Mou surveyed the area, he realized that among the 500 disciples present, none hailed from the Taqing Holy Land. The decline of the Taqing Holy Land had reached such depths. Although this pertained solely to the way of the sword, it was a telling indicator of the overall weakening of the Taqing Holy Land's strength. Mou's heart sank as he comforted her. Auntie Schwa, don't worry. Things will surely improve in the future. Ling Qingyue managed a weak smile. Let us hope so. Delving deeper into the sword tomb, a veil of mist began to rise. A dense sword intent rushed forth, with tangible sword energy intertwining and buzzing around. Suddenly, the path ahead opened up, revealing a vast domain before everyone. Ling Yun's sword master's voice resounded once more, explaining the rules. Before you lies the sword domain. The sword domain resembles the domains of cultivators in the combined body stage, but the combat capabilities of our sword cultivators' domains are far more formidable. This domain is a convergence of the sword intents left behind by our predecessors. The sword intents within will permeate your bodies, exerting comprehensive pressure on your physical form, soul, and spiritual power. You will also have the opportunity to comprehend the sword intents contained herein. The higher your realm, the greater the pressure you will endure. This is why only the elite of each realm can enter this place. As you venture deeper, the sword intents become more refined. and the benefits you can gain increase accordingly. You may enter, and if you find it unbearable, simply relinquish your resistance, and the sword domain will automatically transport you out. There is no need to fear for your lives. Ling Yun Sword Master's voice echoed throughout the sword tomb. Now let us begin. With Ling Yun Sword Master's command, hundreds of disciples streamed in, stepping into the sword domain. Mou and Murong walked side by side, moving inward. Upon stepping into the sword domain, Mou was astonished to discover that the surrounding sword intents actively avoided him. Is his sword intent too strong? Chapter 81. Comprehending sword intent. Mou attempted to attune himself to the sword intents around him. Here at the periphery of the sword domain, the sword intents were sparse and relatively weak, roughly of the low-grade earth tier. His own sword intent, corresponding to his realm of the nascent soul stage, was of the utmost caliber. It was because of his exquisite sword intent that the sword intents in this domain chose to steer clear of him, hesitant to approach. However, the purpose of this journey was to observe and assimilate the sword intents left by predecessors, ultimately culminating in the realization of his own sword intent. Now that these sword intents were unwilling to draw near, it posed a dilemma. Mou turned to Morongi. Her situation appeared normal, with some feeble sword intents swirling around her. Logically, those in the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages would benefit the most from this experience, as they had yet to cultivate their own sword intents. How do you feel? Mou inquired. It's manageable. These sword intents aren't strong, and resisting them is quite easy, Morong replied. That is good. Let us quicken our pace and head towards the center of the sword domain, Mou said as he took a step forward. Outside the sword domain, the leaders of several sects were gathered together. Elder Baisu turned to Ling Yun Sword Master and asked, have there been any new discoveries? Ling Yun Sword Master's expression grew grave. After a full day of research, we can confirm that those cultivators originate from a malevolent sect that possesses at least one strong practitioner in the Great Ascension stage. Moreover, their fanaticism towards their sect is alarming. They would not hesitate to self-destruct to fulfill their mission. At this, Ling Yun Sword Master couldn't help but reflect deeply. A faction that can consistently have Great Ascension practitioners in each generation can be deemed a true Great Ascension force. Yet, our sword sect lacks such capability. There are times when we have a generation without a Great Ascension practitioner. I am one of those unfortunate examples. I have brought shame to our ancestors. Elder Baisu fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Isn't this something that was apparent from the very beginning? Ling Yun's sword master coughed awkwardly. They have never appeared in the Tianyuan continent before, and with such tactics, we find ourselves utterly powerless. A heavy silence enveloped the group. Suddenly, Lu Qinshan asked, what about Xiao Tian? Why hasn't he come? Has there been any progress with that sword? Ling Yun's sword master replied. The elder is still examining that sword and requires more time. Lu Qinshan nodded, not pursuing the matter further. Before long, Mou and Murong reached the core of the sword domain. Murong followed closely behind Mou, her delicate body trembling slightly, her pearly teeth biting down on her crimson lip, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Her spiritual power surged wildly as she endeavored to withstand the omnipresent pressure of the sword intents. It took an enormous amount of effort for her to barely keep pace with Mou. She lifted her gaze and beheld two rather disheveled figures ahead. One was Chu Wangyan, who staggered with a long sword in hand, his entire body trembling as though he might collapse at any moment. The other was an unfamiliar man, seemingly more robust than Chu Wangyan, likely the foremost among those in the transformation stage. Yet, he too appeared to be struggling to hold on. Murong turned to Mou beside her. He remained unfazed and composed. Master, why do you seem completely untroubled? Mou's lips curled into a slight smile as he stretched. Perhaps I am simply stronger. You must strive harder too, my second disciple. Hearing this, Murong's lips twitched. She inhaled deeply, forcing herself to concentrate and continue resisting the encroaching sword intents. Observing her determination, Mou chose not to say anything further. He lifted his gaze towards the center of the sword domain, where a platform stood, the true heart of the realm. Master, I am beginning to falter, murmured Morongi. Her voice tinged with weakness as she halted her steps, her delicate face pale. I shall cultivate here. With that, she settled cross-legged upon the ground, closed her eyes, and began to comprehend the sword intent surrounding her. Upon seeing her pause, Mou cast aside his reservations, his form shifting into a streak of light as he soared ahead. Wherever he passed, the sword intents actively veered away, granting him a clear path to the core. Meanwhile, Chu Wangyan struggled to advance, his gaze fixed longingly on the distant platform. Almost there. Soon I shall arrive at the core of the sword domain, the purest realm of sword intent. Last time, he had failed to reach the center. This time, he must seize the opportunity. However, the further he progressed, the greater the pressure became, and gradually, he felt himself nearing his limits. Push yourself. Even as his body approached its breaking point, he refused to yield, steeling his resolve and pressing onward. At that moment, a gust of wind swept past him. He instinctively halted, turning to gaze in astonishment. Who could possess such speed in this place? Did they not feel the weight of the pressure? When he finally discerned the figure, his surprise diminished slightly. It was Mou. If it were him, it seemed less astonishing. Mou alighted steadily upon the platform, and the surrounding sword intents ceased their retreat, instead surging toward him like a tide. Even so, these sword intents could not significantly impact him. Mou sat cross-legged, shutting his eyes to deeply sense the sword intents around him. Stellar sword intent, water and fire sword intent, slaughter sword intent, Yin sword intent, and Yang sword intent. Countless types of sword intent swirled around him like myriad stars. He meticulously perceived each one, grasping the profound meanings they harbored, integrating them into his own sword path to enhance its completeness. Outside the sword domain, Ling Qingyue stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed on the sword domain, a soft sigh escaping his lips. This sword domain truly deteriorates year by year. I recall the ancient texts stating that during its zenith, even high-level loose immortals could scarcely shake this domain in the slightest. Ling Qingyue nodded slightly in agreement. Nowadays, this sword domain, not to mention high-level loose immortals, even I could forcibly breach it with a little time. Ling Yun's sword master shook his head with a bitter smile. Indeed, it has weakened, and not by a trivial amount. He paused before explaining. The sword steel contains sword intent, but only in the unique environment of the sword domain can it assist sword cultivators in comprehending sword intent. The cost is that the sword intent will also be consumed as a result. Ling Qingyue furrowed his brow. Yet I recall that any disciple who has entered the sword tomb, upon achieving success in their cultivation, would return to this place to leave their own sword intent as compensation. Theoretically, the sword intent in the sword domain should be increasing. After all, he too had once left his sword intent here. Ling Yun's sword master sighed again, shaking his head. It's a case of expenditures outstripping income. If this continues, the sword tomb will inevitably fall into disrepair, and our sword sect will follow suit into decline. Perhaps our sect's fate is truly nearing its end. Why is there an imbalance of resources? Ling Qingyue inquired, perplexed. Ling Yun's sword master elucidated. In the past century, the talents of sword cultivators in the Tianyuan continent have indeed surpassed those of yesteryears. Logically, this should be a boon. However, in recent years, the activities of the demon realm, demonic cultivators, and evil sects have intensified, resulting in countless talented disciples perishing. They can no longer return, with fewer sword intents remaining. The sword domain naturally grows weaker. Perhaps one day our sword sect will meet the same fate as those once glorious sects, obliterated throughout the annals of history. Chapter 82. The celestial artifact suppressed deep within the sword domain. Ling Qingyue gazed at the progressively weakening sword domain, her expression a tangle of emotions. Aside from the Tithing sacred land, many sects faced similarly grim circumstances. Xian Ningbing listened to the conversation among the group, deep in thought. The individual capable of setting up this formation possesses considerable skill. Yet, I have an inkling that the purpose of this formation extends beyond merely assisting the younger generation in comprehending sword intent. Ling Wanqing, however, dismissed the notion. Such trivial affairs hardly constitute a pressing issue, whether it be the sword sect or the Tithing sacred land. They ultimately persisted until the very moment of the Tianyuan continent's demise. Though the sword domain is indeed weakening, it has fulfilled its duty by nurturing countless sword cultivators for the world. At that moment, a fierce change suddenly erupted within the sword domain. The once steady sword intents began to dissipate at an observable rate. What? Ling Qingyue's pupils constricted in shock. The sword intents are actually decreasing? Ling Yun's sword master's expression grew grave. Someone is swiftly comprehending the sword intent. What kind of sword path have they grasped? Your trial grounds possess a recourse formation. Surely there is a projection formation here as well? Ling Qingyue suggested. Ling Yun's sword master immediately performed a hand gesture, and the scene within the sword domain unfolded before them. In the center of the image stood Mou. Everyone was taken aback, their expressions varying widely. Ling Qingyue's eyes sparkled with joy, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. Ling Qingyue's beautiful eyes brightened, feeling elated for Mou. Ling Wanqing appeared astonished, clearly recalling that in her past life, Mou had not caused such a tremendous stir. Now, he had arrived earlier and reaped even greater rewards. Ling Yun's sword master sighed deeply. I hope that your holy son can return to the sword sect alive one day and leave behind his sword intent. Otherwise, our sword sect is truly doomed. Xian Ningbing furrowed her brows slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her gaze. Mou is actually attempting to comprehend the chaotic sword intent through these sword intents? The chaotic sword intent, one of the most formidable sword intents in existence, possesses the power to annihilate heaven and earth. Alas, these sword intents are too sparse and varied, insufficient to support him in grasping the complete chaotic sword intent. At most, he can only coalesce a rudimentary form. A thought crossed her mind, and she instinctively considered entering the sword domain to offer him some guidance with her own sword intent. Such moments of epiphany are not easily come by. But then she halted, realizing her own damaged heart of Tao would hinder her ability to provide effective assistance. Internally vexed, she reflected, even in the upper realm, Such opportunities are exceedingly rare. If he were to successfully cultivate the chaotic sword intent and ascend as an immortal emperor, he would stand among the strongest. If only she had acted more decisively back then and kissed him, perhaps they would not be in this predicament now. What she sacrificed was merely an initial kiss. While he was losing the opportunity to comprehend the supreme path, then Xia Ningbing regained her composure, feeling a wave of embarrassment and anger. The cracks in her heart of Tao indeed clouded her emotions. But was this emotional turmoil too excessive? Why did such thoughts even cross her mind? Though she had been single for countless years, surely she was not so desperate. She quickly began to circulate her cultivation technique to calm herself. Just then, the image abruptly faded to black. Ling Yun's sword master exclaimed in surprise. The spirit of the ancestral master within the sword domain has severed the image. It seems the Holy Sun is about to gain the ancestral master's opportunity. Within the sword domain, the sword intents that had previously swirled around Mo.U suddenly retreated like a receding tide, no longer approaching him even slightly. Mo.U abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of anger flashing within them. He felt on the verge of comprehending an exceptionally formidable sword intent. Why has it stopped suddenly? He detested interruptions. Suddenly, an ethereal figure materialized before him. The figure was indistinct, radiating a faint glow, akin to a wisp of smoke, elusive and intangible. Young friend, do not be angered. The figure spoke, its voice ancient and tranquil, instilling a sense of calm. And you are? Mo.U's heart tightened, instinctively on guard. I am Qin, the first-generation ancestral master of this sword sect. The apparition slowly articulated. First-generation ancestral master? Mo.U was taken aback for a moment, then quickly regained his composure. You are indeed the legendary sword god of slaughter, who established the sword sect and vanquished countless fiends. Qin Hunyang smiled and replied, Indeed, it is I? I never expected that after all these years, the world would still remember me. Mo.U clasped his hands in salute, inquiring, What brings you here, esteemed senior? He had heard of this man's illustrious title, the sword god of slaughter, a hero who had once saved the Tianyuan continent many years ago, revered by countless cultivators. A true saint. Nothing of great import, merely a request for you to vacate this place. Qin Hunyang responded, maintaining his warm demeanor. Mo.U furrowed his brow. Might I ask why you wish for me to leave? Is it because I have absorbed too much sword intent? The founder of the sword sect should not be so petty, should he? If you have any difficulties, please feel free to share. Perhaps I could offer a solution. His instincts hinted that this was the beginning of a side quest. Upon hearing this, Qin Hunyang's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and he chuckled. You are quite amusing, but my dilemma is beyond your capabilities to resolve. How could you be certain that I cannot assist you? Mo.U countered. Haha. You are not me. How could you know that I cannot be helped? In that moment, a glimmer of determination ignited in Mo.U's eyes, and an indomitable sword intent erupted forth, resembling an unparalleled divine sword unsheathed, radiating its brilliance and gazing disdainfully upon the world. Qin Hunyang was momentarily taken aback. Your sword intent is indeed intriguing. However, your cultivation level is still too low to resolve my issue. Mo.U replied calmly, Who said I intended to solve your problem? Once I unleash my sword intent, those intents can no longer escape. Although it may be somewhat exhausting to chase them around, I can still continue my comprehension. At present, you lack the means to forcibly expel me. Qin Hunyang paused for a moment before smiling again. Very well, since you are so curious, I shall allow you to witness it. With a grand gesture, he parted the platform's center, revealing a deep passage. An ominous, malevolent aura began to seep from the corridor. Mo.U pondered briefly before leaping into the abyss. Qin Hunyang couldn't help but widen his eyes. Are the youth of today so fearless? To dare leap into the unknown. With a thud, Mo.U landed firmly, surveying his surroundings to find himself in an immense subterranean chamber. In the center stood a towering platform, upon which rested a pitch-black longsword, bound tightly by countless chains forged from sword intent. At that moment, Qin Hunyang descended beside Mo.U. His gaze filled with complex emotions as he regarded the demonic sword, his voice low and somber. This is the trouble I have encountered. Mo.U inquired, What is this? Qin Hunyang's eyes flickered with memories as his tone grew grave. Once, there came an immortal from the upper realm, who descended upon Tianyuan. He proclaimed himself a god, viewing the beings of the lower realm as mere ants, acting with reckless abandon, intent on dominating the entire lower realm. The cultivators of Tianyuan, unwilling to suffer humiliation, rose in rebellion. Yet they were no match for the immortal, suffering heavy casualties, with those above the integration realm nearly annihilated. Ultimately, the entire Tianyuan continent chose to submit. Mo.U questioned, I recall that immortals are not permitted to descend to the lower realms, and even if they do, they would be suppressed. Could they not have vanquished him? Qin Hunyang shook his head. He was indeed suppressed, yet he wielded a demonic sword. A treasure that was not significantly hindered by the laws of the heavens. Mo.U's gaze returned to the demonic sword, his eyes gleaming. So this is the sword of that immortal, a celestial artifact. Chapter 83, The Child of Fortune and the Bloodthirsty Demonic Sword. Qin Hunyang nodded. Indeed, This sword is a celestial artifact, and its rank is certainly not low. Master, Master, a voice called urgently from above. Qin Hanyang remarked. It is the little girl who entered with you. Mou looked up, only to find darkness above, as if the upper realm were shrouded from sight. Suddenly, a figure rapidly descended before his eyes. He had jumped down directly. In a flash, Mou positioned himself beneath her, catching her securely as she landed. He was momentarily stunned, then promptly wrapped her arms around Mou's neck, her small face pressed against his chest, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Master, I'm so glad you're safe. I thought you had been captured by a monster. Mou replied. He is no Tang's son. How could he be captured by a monster? What brings you down here? Blushed slightly as she explained. I noticed you had disappeared and feared something had happened. I wanted to find Master to rescue you. However, I rushed to the center and was not automatically teleported out. In my panic, I leaped down. As she surveyed the surroundings and caught sight of the demonic sword atop the platform, her eyes widened in astonishment. What a magnificent sword. Master, your fortune is simply outrageous. To stumble into such treasures by merely falling into a pit. A warm current surged through Mou's heart. This girl, often appearing frivolous, showed great concern for him at a critical moment. Without knowing she was the child of fortune and would not perish, she had leapt down without hesitation. Such bravery was commendable. Qin Hanyang floated to Mou's side. Let us continue discussing this sword. Immortals are not permitted to linger in the lower realms. Both scattered and true immortals are bound by this. Scattered immortals face tribulations once every 10,000 years, while true immortals face them every 1,000 years. During the 16th millennium of his descent to the Tianyuan continent, we finally seized our opportunity. Taking advantage of his weakness after undergoing heavenly tribulation, we banded together and killed him. Mou nodded. It seems this is the origin of your title as the Sword God of Slaughter. Qin Hanyang chuckled lightly. This was the collective effort of the entire Tianyuan continent. I was merely a small part of it. Though he downplayed his role, Mou could sense the hardships involved. Planning to slay a true immortal was no trivial matter. You are too humble, esteemed senior. Without your contributions, we cannot fathom what plight the Tianyuan continent would be in today. Mou expressed his genuine admiration. Others would have risen to the occasion. Qin Hanyang waved dismissively. However, even after his death, calamity did not cease. That demonic sword has consumed the blood of countless beings and has tasted the blood of an immortal, growing ever more formidable. It gained sentience and sought to escape. We exerted every effort to capture it, yet we could not destroy it entirely. In the end, my friends and I devised this method. We jointly set a celestial array, gathering the sword intent of all beings to seal the demonic sword here. Mou understood. So the primary function of the sword domain is to suppress the demonic sword. By nurturing a small number of sword cultivators with a portion of sword intent, they can grow and leave behind their own sword intent, thus benefiting the sword domain. This cycle continues, fostering the next generation while maintaining the suppression of the demonic sword to prevent it from causing chaos in the world again. If I were to exhaust all the sword intent, it would lead to the demonic sword breaking free from its seal. Qin Hanyang nodded. Indeed, that is correct. At that moment, He asked, why not find a way to destroy the sword entirely? Can't scattered immortals do that? Or wouldn't it be better to have it ascend to the immortal realm with the cultivators and deal with it there? If a bomb is seen in the trajectory of the Child of Fortune, it will undoubtedly explode. Currently, the demonic sword is poised to detonate. It is not so simple. Qin Hanyang shook his head. The demonic sword corrupts the mind. Anyone who wields it will become a mindless killing machine. As for destruction, it is impossible. The means to destroy celestial artifacts do not exist in the lower realms, nor can scattered immortals achieve it. I can attempt to destroy it, Mou asserted. Although he could not release the demonic sword for the sake of comprehending sword intent, if he could resolve the demonic sword first, wouldn't he then be free to explore sword intent at his leisure? Qin Hanyang shook his head. In our day, several of us at the peak of the Ascendant Realm joined forces and failed to destroy that demonic sword. How could you possibly succeed? Throughout countless years, no one has been able to rely solely on comprehension to destroy the sword intent within this sword domain, have they? Mou countered. Qin Hanyang fell into silence. The words spoken hold a certain validity. Although he has felt the overwhelming sword intent from the outside world in recent decades, causing ripples within the sword domain, that individual has yet to enter. Nevertheless, Qin Hanyang continued to shake his head, his aged visage etched with deep concern. The demonic sword is exceedingly malevolent, should one fail. It may be bearable, but I fear for the erosion of one's mind. If you succumb to darkness, I cannot fathom any hope for Tianyuan continent. At merely over 20 years of age, with such cultivation and swordsmanship talent, although I am a nascent soul and he an immortal, his sword is not swifter than mine. With a flick of his wrist, Mou unleashed a glimmering cold light. The frost egret's sword was drawn. In that instant, the temperature plummeted, and a chill pervaded the air. This is an immortal artifact. Qin Hanyang exclaimed in astonishment. You possess an immortal weapon. It is worth noting that in his era, There were scarcely a few immortal artifacts across the entire Tianyuan continent. Yet now, even those in the nascent soul stage wield immortal artifacts? Murong Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. This sword is remarkably powerful and stunning. Yen Shi, having long since grown accustomed to such spectacles, merely yawned lazily within the soul ring. After all, with the inheritance of an immortal emperor, possessing several hundred immortal artifacts is not surprising. Holding the Frost Egret's sword, Mou spoke, Senior. This sword can sever all malevolence in the world. With this sword in hand, the demonic sword's wickedness cannot corrupt my mind. Thus, may I attempt to sever the demonic sword? Upon hearing this, Chen Henian fell silent once more. After a moment, he sighed deeply. Though you possess an immortal artifact, your spiritual power ultimately lacks the capacity to fully harness its might. Enough, enough. Perhaps I have truly grown old, becoming overly cautious and hesitant. Since your mind is set, then give it your all. With a gentle sweep of his sleeve, he dispersed the sword intent that stood between the three and the demonic sword. Upon the high platform, a pitch-black long sword, emanating an overwhelming aura of malevolence, was now clearly visible to all. The demonic sword had finally unveiled its true form. At this moment, the system's voice resonated. Detected the child of destiny, bloodthirsty demonic sword. Suppressing it will yield rewards. Name, bloodthirsty demonic sword. Fate, 10,000. Description. The demonic sword harbors spirit, beguiling immortals to descend, bringing calamity to the masses, nourished by blood. Chapter 84. The lure of desire misleads. From today onward, the desires for fame, wealth, and power shall be forbidden. Mou's heart trembled slightly. A child of destiny? This demonic sword is also a child of destiny? However, he had no time to ponder these matters. An oppressive force, as heavy as a mountain, bore down upon him, enveloping his entire being in an instant. It was the pressure emanating from the bloodthirsty demonic sword, imbued with true celestial power. Although it was exceedingly weakened, it was still an immortal. The friliest of camels is larger than a horse. Feeling this immense pressure, Murong Yi's delicate face turned pale, her body trembling slightly. Instinctively, she grasped Mou's arm. Master. In that moment, the Frost Egret's sword in Mou's hand erupted with a dazzling blue light, the chill spreading forth and swiftly dissipating the oppressive force. Both felt a lightness in their bodies and returned to normal. Chen Henian nodded slightly. He could have intervened to assist Mou using the sword domain, but he refrained. If one cannot withstand this level of pressure, how can they hope to sever the demonic sword? He quietly awaited Mou's attempt to sever the demonic sword. Mou fixed his gaze upon the demonic sword, contemplating a solution. Chen Henian was correct. His spiritual power was insufficient. Even with the Frost Egret's sword, he could not sever the demonic sword. It appeared that at least the spiritual strength of the Great Ascension stage was required, along with a potent immortal artifact, to stand a chance. Alternatively, could he continuously strike it, suppress it, and wait for the system to reward him with equipment, then endlessly use the new gear against it? After all, this was the conventional method of the villainous counterattack system. Just as Mou was deep in thought, the bloodthirsty demonic sword suddenly spoke, its voice dripping with temptation. You too, assist me in escaping, and I shall recognize you as my masters, aiding you in your ascension to immortality. You are remarkably strong. Possessing such cultivation at a young age, you must be among the top talents of this world. You wield an immortal artifact, yet your cultivation is lacking, preventing you from unleashing its full might. The girl beside you displays decent talent, but alas, her cultivation is shallow. Should she encounter a formidable foe, she may struggle to protect herself. If you slay that old man and free me, I can grant you the power to dominate this lower realm. Even when you ascend to the immortal realm, I will continue to aid you in your conquest. Mou remained expressionless, his heart unwavering. He was well aware of what actions were permissible and which were not. Listening to this demonic sword was far less prudent than simply severing it and claiming the system rewards. However, it seemed Murong Yi was somewhat affected. Her gaze turned dazed, and her feet involuntarily stepped forward. Mou raised his hand, and the Frost Egret's sword instantly crossed before Murong Yi. The cold energy surged into her body, swiftly dispelling the chaotic thoughts within her mind. Murong Yi jolted awake, cold sweat beading on her forehead, casting a fearful glance at Mou. Master, it's all right. I'm here, Mou reassured her, while his vigilance heightened. This demonic sword was indeed formidable, capable of silently influencing one's heart. Had he not possessed the protection of the Frost Egret's sword, he too might have found it difficult to escape unscathed. Oh, this sword is quite impressive. It can withstand my spells. The bloodthirsty demonic sword expressed surprise, but quickly regained composure. Kid, if I am not mistaken, beyond this sword domain, there are several exquisite beauties. One of them stands at the pinnacle of this realm, a great ascension. With me in your grasp, you will gain boundless power, and they will all become your cauldrons. Not only that, but everyone in the world you desire can become your cauldron, for your enjoyment. What mankind seeks is nothing more than fame, wealth, power, and desire. Those who do not love the kingdom will surely love the beauties. This is an eternal truth. The nascent soul taking a great ascension as a cauldron is a rare fortune only found in dreams. No one can refuse such a proposition. Morong Yi's expression twisted with confusion. The great ascension you mentioned is my master's wife. That woman undergoing tribulation also attempted to seduce my master. As for the other woman in the combined body stage, she is my master's uncle. She will eventually become my master's. After all, in stories where one has a harem, the descriptions of appearances usually pertain to the protagonist. Yet, recalling the terrifying pressure from Xianingbing, she withheld her words. The bloodthirsty demonic sword trembled slightly. A nascent soul truly found a great ascension as a partner? How could this be possible? By what right? Why had its previous masters never encountered such fortune? Those cultivators stronger than its master all desired to eliminate them, leading it to escape from the immortal realm to the lower realm. Had it possessed such a backing, it would not have fallen to such a state. Trapped by a horde of ants, filled with jealousy, the bloodthirsty demonic sword did not relinquish hope, but continued to tempt. In dual cultivation, you would find yourself at a disadvantage. But with me, you can turn the tables, riding atop her. Morong Yi was utterly shocked. Is this truly a reason to entice someone? What difference is there between being on top and below? Mou's eyes glimmered with a hint of brightness. He was not swayed by the demonic sword's words, but had finally conceived a perfect solution to deal with it. How could he have forgotten the binding immortal rope? As long as the immortal artifact could be fully utilized, it would be a conceptual weapon in the lower realms. Using the celestial power provided by the system, he could completely seal the demonic sword in 10 seconds and seize the opportunity to sever it. The lower realm governs the divine. Though the binding immortal rope would drain the remaining spiritual power, it would be entirely manageable as long as he first utilized the frost egret's sword. Lured by desire, he had only contemplated the binding play before, and it was only now that he recalled such a simple application. From today onward, the desires for fame, wealth, and power shall be forbidden. The demonic sword sensed the subtle shift in Mou's expression, understanding immediately. It seemed this young man was intrigued. With a little more persuasion, he could become a significant ally in its quest for supremacy. He, the bloodthirsty demon sword, is no mere enchanted blade. From the moment his consciousness was born, he was imbued with a system. By vanquishing foes or betraying his master, he could accumulate slaughter points, thus growing ever more formidable. However, a few years ago, he sensed a gradual decline in his power, and he feared that extinction was imminent. Resolutely, he converted all his remaining slaughter points into fortune, a staggering 10,000 points. With this fortune, he sought to grasp a slender thread of survival. Furthermore, with the boon of fortune, his endeavors in this world would undoubtedly become more advantageous. Unlike before when he had fallen victim to the ambush of mere ants at the Great Ascension stage. Indeed, scarcely had he exchanged for this fortune for a few years when individuals began to approach. Next, he planned to exploit this fool to slay the denizens of the celestial origin realm and avenge his sealed grievances. Then, he would ascend to the immortal realm, betray his master, and in the form of a sword, reach the pinnacle of existence. With this thought, he continued to manipulate. Young man, I perceive that you lack a fragment of celestial bone. Surely, you harbor profound enmities in this world. Take me up, and you shall gain boundless power to annihilate those adversaries, subjugate those women beneath you, and indulge in your desires. Mou paid him no heed. At present, he had one final question. Is Qin Henian trustworthy? After employing the binding immortal rope, he entered a period devoid of spiritual energy. Should Qin Henian harbor ill intentions, he would be utterly powerless to resist. He believed that the slaughtering immortal sword god was a good person. Yet, after all these years, who could ascertain the true nature of the being before him? Soon, a solution dawned upon him. He sat cross-legged, casting his gaze upon Qin Henian. Senior, I can handle this demon sword, but it requires some time. I kindly ask you to keep an eye on my disciple. With that, Mou closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to surge forth, attempting to invade the sword domain formation. Once he mastered this sword domain, he would no longer need to worry about Qin Henian. Though his current cultivation was too low, he was nonetheless an immortal-level formation master. Complete control over this formation was simply a matter of time. Chapter 85. Do you wish to escape? Qin Henian nodded slightly, his gaze resting upon Mou, a hint of appreciation flickering in his eyes. The steadfastness of this young man's heart is indeed rare. Confronted with such temptation, he remained unperturbed, steadfast in his principles. He truly qualifies as a person of great potential. Yet, he could not discern Mou's intentions and assumed he was merely preparing. With a wave of his hand, the sword intent surged, re-establishing isolation from the demon's sword. Then, Qin Henian spoke. If you truly manage to destroy this demon's sword, then within this sword domain, the sword intent shall be yours to comprehend at will. However, I have a small request. I hope that when both of you reach the harmonization stage and understand the sword domain, you can return here and leave behind 10 distinct sword intents. Though the need to suppress the demon sword will no longer exist, I still wish for this sword domain to continue nurturing future generations. Of course, Senior, I shall do so, Mou replied while continuing to seize control of the formation. Morong Yi stood quietly beside him. Although she had no understanding of her master's method, she had faith in him. Meanwhile, Qin Henian quietly observed Mou. His heart filled with both anticipation and curiosity. Just how does this young man intend to destroy this demon sword? He held a profound trust in Mou and harbored no concerns about any ulterior motives. Sword cultivators, like their swords, embody their essence. Mou's sword was so pure, devoid of any malevolence. Thus, he himself could not possibly be an evil person. Suddenly, Qin Henian's eyes narrowed. He keenly sensed something amiss. What is this? His eyes widened in disbelief. His grip on the sword domain had inexplicably weakened. He darted a glance at Mou, only to realize that Mou was actually seizing control of the sword domain. This young man possessed not only terrifying swordsmanship, but also astounding formation skills. A tempest of astonishment surged within Qin Henian. To think, this was an immortal formation. Initially, several great Ascension stage cultivators had expended considerable effort to establish this formation. Yet now, a young man at the nascent soul stage was gradually mastering this immortal formation. While it might be attributed to the formation's weakening, no individual from back then could have possibly seized control of it. This young man intended to sever the demon's sword in such a manner? But could he truly achieve it? Seizing control of a formation beyond one's level is incredibly taxing. A moment's inattention could lead to exhaustion and render his efforts futile. Meanwhile, outside the sword domain, Ling Yun's sword sovereign gripped the control token of the sword domain, his brow furrowed. He noticed that his grip on the sword domain was gradually diminishing, and the radiance of the token was dimming. What is happening? Ling Yun's sword sovereign pondered, sensing that some change was occurring within the sword domain, yet he could not ascertain the specifics. Lu Qianchen stood beside him, and, noticing Ling Yun's sword sovereign's unusual expression, inquired, Ling Yun, what troubles you? Ling Yun's sword sovereign shook his head. It's nothing. Though he spoke casually, turmoil churned within him. He had a premonition that the events transpiring within the sword domain were likely connected to Mou. Could it be that the Ancestor has passed the legacy of the sword domain to that young man? This is the very foundation of our sword sect. Can it be so easily bequeathed to another? Would that not jeopardize my position as sect leader? Within the sword domain, Mou rose to his feet, exhaling a breath. It's done. With the celestial pivot array disc, I have gained complete control over this sword domain. Fortunately, he possessed the endurance for prolonged combat and had recently enhanced his mental faculties. Otherwise, he might have truly fainted before completing the task. How is this possible? Qin Henian's eyes widened in astonishment. He could scarcely believe his vision. This young man had truly succeeded. A nascent soul stage cultivator had infiltrated an immortal formation and successfully mastered it. This was nothing short of miraculous. Was he not just in his 20s? Those formations, sword bodies, immortal bodies, and Tao bodies. Could anyone achieve such feats? Absolutely impossible. He had encountered many prodigies, yet none had ever exhibited such prowess at this age. It seems that Mou might be a reincarnated celestial being undergoing recultivation. After a protracted moment, Qin Henian regained his composure. Now that you have gained control over the sword domain, how do you intend to deal with the demon sword? If it were merely a matter of this formation to destroy the demon sword, I would have accomplished it long ago. Why wait until now? Thus, he was keenly curious about Mou's methods. Mou replied nonchalantly, I request the senior to observe closely. To sever the demon's sword, one sword shall suffice. Simultaneously, he surmised that Qin Henian was indeed the slaughtering immortal sword god of yore and would not pose any threat to him. Qin Henian genuinely sought to eradicate the demon sword at any cost. Murong Yi stood in stunned silence, her mind buzzing. The sword domain had been controlled by her master? Could it truly be so? Was this not the very foundation of their sword sect? Although she had long known her master to be a formation master, the level of his expertise was astonishing. Mou waved his hand, the sword intent unfurling as the demon sword became visible. Young man, it appears you have made up your mind. Take me up, and I shall assist you in becoming the strongest. The bloodthirsty demon sword, sensing the weakening of its restraints, spoke once more. Mou poured all his spiritual energy into the frost moon sword. The blade emanated an increasingly radiant blue glow, exuding an aura of chilling coldness. The frost moon sword emitted a series of clear, resonant sword cries. This was her first battle. She trembled with excitement, yearning to stand shoulder to shoulder with her master to vanquish demons and exterminate evil. The bloodthirsty demon sword, observing this, scoffed disdainfully. Presumptuous. With such meager cultivation, even wielding an immortal artifact, what can you possibly do to me? You will only incite my wrath further. Mou disregarded the bloodthirsty demon sword and continued to channel his spiritual energy into the frost moon sword. The bloodthirsty demon sword, incensed by Mou's obstinacy, felt its fury intensify. It believed that these two had not yet witnessed its true power, which was why they displayed such insolence. Since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The voice of the bloodthirsty demon sword grew cold and piercing, exuding an overwhelming murderous intent. Today, I shall first sever one of your arms as a slight punishment. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the bloodthirsty demon sword began to tremble violently. It had managed to break free from some of the restraints of its sword intent. A torrent of demonic energy surged forth, instantly enveloping the entire space. Its chilling and malevolent aura sending shivers down the spine. Upon witnessing this, Qin expression changed dramatically. Be careful. He could hardly believe that after being suppressed for so many years, this cursed sword could still unleash such terrifying power. Morong, frightened, hurriedly hid behind Mou, but not before raising her middle finger in provocation. Trash, watch as my master cleaves you in twain with a single stroke. Mou's gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a fierce beam of sword light from the Frost Moon sword, hurtling towards the bloodthirsty demon sword. The sword, in response, erupted into arrogant laughter. Ha ha ha, is that all? Such trivial power cannot injure me in the slightest. Despite his bravado, he chose to evade. For he detested the pureness of that sword energy, which made him feel profoundly uncomfortable. Seeing this, Mou snorted coldly. Humph, trying to escape? Chapter 86. The spirit of the artifact has a gender. There is no reason not to choose the Frost Moon sword. Golden light flashed, as the binding immortal rope instantly ensnared the bloodthirsty demon sword. A tremor coursed through the sword, and it was filled with terror. It had unexpectedly found itself subjected to comprehensive restraint, its celestial power completely sealed. What kind of bizarre technique was this? Having roamed the celestial realm for years, it had never witnessed anything like it. A depleted Yuaning stage cultivator, wielding an unknown artifact, had managed to trap it? Just then, that fierce beam of sword light, imbued with boundless chill, surged towards it. No. The bloodthirsty demon sword let out a wretched howl. It struggled desperately, attempting to break free from the binding immortal rope. However, all resistance was futile. The sword light struck it fiercely, and the pure energy inflicted a searing sensation upon it. With a crisp crack, the bloodthirsty demon sword split into two halves, crashing to the ground, silenced forever. The overwhelming demonic energy was purified and dissipated into nothingness by the chill emanating from the Frost Moon sword. Mou's figure swayed, his complexion pale as a sheet. He gripped the Frost Moon sword tightly, its tip resting on the ground, barely steadying himself. Although the depletion of spiritual energy was manageable, the extensive consumption of divine soul energy from earlier when seizing the sword domain left him at his limit. Beside him, Qin was utterly stunned. One sword. Just one sword, and it has severed the bloodthirsty demon sword, which even numerous great cultivators from years past could not vanquish. Why did Mou seize the sword domain just now? A thought flashed through Qin's mind. Could this be Mou's contingency plan against the sword's escape? An overwhelming admiration for Mou surged within him. Truly, he was a reincarnated powerhouse, a prodigy indeed. Morong Yi's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Her gaze still fixed on the dissipating sword energy, and a charming blush adorned her delicate cheeks. Master is so handsome. She felt her heart skip a beat, her heart racing and fluttering. At that moment, Morong Yi suddenly noticed Mou's poor condition, and her excitement was swiftly replaced by concern. She hurriedly stepped forward, extending her hand to support him. Master, are you all right? I'm fine, just a bit drained. Mou gently shook his head, though his gaze turned toward the severed bloodthirsty demon sword, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Quickly, that sword is a valuable item. Do not let it go to waste. Though the bloodthirsty demon sword was now in two pieces, it was still an artifact of celestial caliber. Its materials were far too precious to be compared to mundane items of the lower realms. He turned to the still stunned Qin and asked, Elder, this sword is mine. You have no objections, I hope? As Qin heard Mou's voice, he snapped back to reality, hurriedly waving his hands. No objections at all. It is your rightful spoils. Morong Yi assisted Mou in collecting the remnants of the shattered demon sword. Subsequently, Mou sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to recover his spiritual energy. At that moment, the system's voice resonated within his mind. Detected that you have successfully slain the Child of Fortune. The bloodthirsty demon sword. Reward. Strengthen one artifact of your choice. Activate the artifact's sentience, and unlock the artifact growth system. With growth methods determined by the artifact's characteristics. Commencing plunder of the bloodthirsty demon sword's fortune. Fortune, 10,000. Villain points, 10,000. Mou trembled with excitement. A new system functionality. Such rich rewards of fortune and villain points. Just then, Morong Yi gently placed her hand on his forehead, bringing a wave of coolness. Master, why are you trembling? Feeling the warm touch on his forehead, Mou's lips twitched slightly as he suppressed his inner excitement. I am merely exhilarated at having eliminated the great scourge of the bloodthirsty demon sword. Oh, I am relieved to hear that, Master. Morong Yi withdrew her hand, letting out a sigh of relief, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. Mou took a deep breath, beginning to contemplate which artifact to strengthen. The system would determine the growth methods based on the characteristics of the artifact itself. For instance, a sword might grow stronger through slaying or through skillful wielding. He now possessed many artifacts and was uncertain which to choose. After some thought, he decided upon the Frost Moon sword, as swordsmanship was his forte. The growth method for the sword would likely involve becoming stronger through killing, simple and direct, aligning with his preferences. Moreover, the Frost Moon sword was not only visually stunning, but also boasted exceptional effects, pleasing to the eye. Most importantly, the artifact's spirit had a gender. Just this point alone made the Frost Moon sword superior to the Heavenly Poison Pearl and the Human Emperor's Banner. System, strengthened the Frost Moon sword. Frost Moon sword enhancement complete. Commencing extraction of growth method, slaughter, purification. Cultivation. The Frost Moon sword can grow stronger through repeated execution of the above actions. The system's voice echoed in his mind, and MOU understood. Slaughter could enhance its power by slaying any living being. Purification could elevate its strength through the cleansing of evil entities. Cultivation would allow the spirit of the Frost Moon sword to practice techniques, much like a cultivator. MOU opened his eyes, brilliance flickering within them. He could sense that the bond between himself and the Frost Moon sword had become even more intimate, as if their bloodlines were intertwined, their thoughts aligned, with no barriers remaining. Simultaneously, the Frost Moon sword had grown more formidable, though its exact level remained unknown. It was evident that its sharpness had increased and its chill deepened. MOU extended his hand, gently caressing the blade of the Frost Moon sword. It emitted a series of melodious sword sounds, akin to joyous singing, as if relishing MOU's touch. Although the sentience of the Frost Moon sword had risen, it would still require a few days to fully manifest as a sword spirit. He retracted the Frost Moon sword and turned to Qingyue. Elder, do not forget your earlier promise to me. Qingyue was fixated on the sword in MOU's hand, his eyes filled with astonishment. He could distinctly sense that this sword was now even more powerful than before. The aura of its sharpness made his heart flutter. Hearing MOU's words, Qingyue abruptly returned to his senses. Of course, I will not forget. You have obtained control over this sword domain, so there is no need to consult me. After a brief pause, his tone turned sincere as he deeply bowed to MOU. I thank you for freeing the Tianyuan continent from a tremendous calamity. MOU hurriedly helped Qingyue to his feet. Elder, you exaggerate. Had it not been for your brave efforts to seal the demon sword years ago, I would have been powerless. Thereafter, MOU sat cross-legged, his eyes slightly closed. In an instant, countless sword intents surged wildly into his body from within the sword domain. Outside the sword domain, Ling Yun's sword master furrowed his brow, his expression grave. He realized that the connection between himself and the sword domain had been completely severed. The sword intent began to diminish once more. Ling Yun, what on earth has happened? Lu Qinshan inquired. Before Ling Yun's sword master could respond, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. In the entirety of the sword domain, a colossal vortex materialized from thin air, voraciously devouring the surrounding sword intent. The sword intent surged towards the center of the vortex at a visibly rapid pace, vanishing without a trace. What on earth is happening? The sword sovereign of Ling Yun exclaimed in disbelief. Xia Ningbing fixed her gaze upon the sword domain, her expression grave. What malevolent entity is sealed within this demon-sealing sword array? She inquired coldly. The demon-sealing sword array? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, confusion etched across their faces. I am familiar with this formation. Ling Wanqing suddenly interjected, elucidating the collective uncertainty. This is a sealing array constructed solely with the sword intent of cultivators at the fusion stage or above. It is only employed against formidable foes of the sword path that cannot be eradicated completely to seal them away. The sword sovereign of Ling Yun furrowed his brow, pressing further. So, you imply that this is indeed a sealing array? A tempestuous surge of spiritual power erupted from Xia Ningbing, pressing down upon the sword sovereign of Ling Yun. I ask you, what evil is sealed within this sword array? Her voice was as frigid as ice, piercing to the bone. Ling Qingyue instantly grasped Xia Ningbing's implication. The oppressive aura of the Great Ascension stage was unleashed unreservedly, bearing down on the sword sovereign. The weakening of the sword intent signifies that the malevolent beings sealed within are on the verge of breaking free, while disciples from various sects remain trapped inside. Sword sovereign of Ling Yun, should you not provide us with an explanation? Chapter 87, 7th layer of the nascent soul, transformation. The sword sovereign of Ling Yun was drenched in sweat. I am equally in the dark, he lamented internally. What is the meaning of this? Was it not the two of you who had comprehended the sword intent of our sword domain? Why am I being blamed for this? His confusion deepened. Moreover, these two individuals are exceedingly terrifying. Ling Qingyue, being at the Great Ascension stage, was one thing, but Xia Ningbing, even at the fusion stage, could stifle him without breath. The sword domain, established by the founding ancestor, had never known to harbor any malevolent beings. Under immense pressure, the sword sovereign of Ling Yun shared what he knew. Xia Ningbing's brows knitted tightly, retracting her oppressive aura. Ling Qingyue followed suit, inquiring, what have you discerned, Ningbing? The demon sword. Xia Ningbing uttered two words. Having perused that segment of history, she swiftly deduced the nature of the sealed entity within the sword domain. At this juncture, Ling Wanqing provided further clarification. In the past, the sword god of slaughter, alongside several Great Ascension experts, vanquished an otherworldly demon, yet the demon's sword vanished. It appears that the demon's sword has been sealed here. With a weary heart, the third senior sister, who seldom spoke, found herself acting as the translator. It was fortunate that she had read extensively in her previous life. Otherwise, she might have struggled to keep pace with the third senior sister's thoughts. Ling Qingyue urged, "What are we waiting for? Quickly open the array and let us in. Both Xiaoyu and our disciples are still inside." The sword sovereign of Ling Yun was drenched in perspiration. "The formation has changed hands. I suspect the Ancestor transferred control of the sword domain to a certain disciple to seal the evil being. However, there is no need for undue concern. A wisp of my ancestral master's consciousness remains to oversee the sword domain, so it should not be a grave issue." The crowd fell silent upon hearing this. Xia Ningbing stated coldly, "I shall dismantle this array." Though she possessed some understanding of formations, her grasp was not profound. Yet she was more than capable of resolving this incomplete array. With that, Xia Ningbing transformed into a streak of light, soaring directly towards the edge of the array. The others promptly followed suit. Within the sword domain, Mou floated in midair, seated in a meditative posture, resembling a statue, surrounded by swirling sword energy that incessantly absorbed the surrounding sword intent. Chen Henian and Murong Yi stood vigil nearby. "Master is truly remarkable," Murong Yi marveled. Chen Henian nodded slightly. "Your master is on the verge of comprehending an ultimate sword intent. Such talent, even in the celestial realm, is extraordinarily formidable." "Senior, what is the ultimate sword intent?" Murong Yi inquired. Chen Henian patiently explained, "Above the heavenly level lies the ultimate. The so-called ultimate sword intent is the fusion of the supreme laws of chaos, fate, causality, creation, destruction, and reincarnation into sword intent. So powerful. Which one is master comprehending?" Murong Yi asked. "Chaos. Here, the types of sword intent are numerous. He aspires to merge all sword intents to comprehend the chaos sword intent." However, Chen Henian shook his head, a hint of regret in his eyes. "However what?" Murong Yi pressed. Chen Henian sighed. "To comprehend the chaos sword intent is no simple feat if it were that straightforward. Would not the top factions in the celestial realm each possess a chaos sword intent? The sword intent here, despite its accumulation over millions of years and its diversity, ultimately falls short in quality. What shall we do?" Murong Yi asked anxiously. "By the way, master is so powerful. Surely he can rely on his own strength to comprehend the chaos sword intent, right?" She thought for a moment, her eyes rekindling with hope. Chen Henian pondered for a moment before shaking his head. His sword is too immature, akin to being forced out. It is like compelling a child to practice writing. While they may produce the shapes, there is no spirit to it. How can it be accomplished? If he were to rely solely on himself to comprehend the ultimate sword intent, it would likely require time to settle. To achieve such rapid progress in this sword domain, he would need to undergo at least 3 more experiences before he could grasp the ultimate sword intent. Murong Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. 3. The entire Tianyuan continent, with its countless years of accumulated sword intent, still requires 3 more to comprehend the chaos sword intent. This is simply too difficult. Difficult? Chen Henian chuckled. This is chaos sword intent we are speaking of. How many prodigies in the celestial realm spend their entire lives without comprehending it? Suddenly, Chen Henian's brow furrowed. The commotion here is too great. Outsiders are coming in. Is it Master Uncle and the others? Murong Yi asked. Fortunately, they did not attack the array directly and enter. It will not disturb your master's comprehension, he replied, relieved, but his expression quickly turned serious again. I plan to utilize this wisp of consciousness to assist your master. Thus, he will only need to traverse through 2.5 sword domains to comprehend the chaos sword intent. Chen Henian laughed heartily, his voice brimming with exuberance and relief. I always believed that the demon sword would one day emerge, hence I infused a vast amount of sword intent into myself. All for the purpose of annihilating the demon sword. Little did I anticipate that, though I could not resolve the demon sword with my own hands, I would become part of the chaos sword intent. It is worth it. Murong Yi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a wave of inexplicable emotion swelling within her. Senior, rest assured, if you have any unfulfilled wishes, I can assist you. Unfulfilled wishes? Chen Henian was momentarily taken aback before chuckling. This is merely a wisp of consciousness. My true self remains in the celestial realm. Murong Yi, then why didn't you say so earlier? You made me waste my feelings for nothing. You made it sound as though comprehending the chaos sword intent was exceedingly arduous, perhaps to elevate your own status? Chen Henian ceased further conversation, his figure flickering, transforming into countless brilliant beams of sword light that merged into Mou's being. In an instant, the sword energy surrounding Mou surged violently. A terrifying pull emanated from within him, voraciously consuming the surrounding sword intent. At this moment, Mou was at a critical juncture in comprehending sword intent. He had initially felt the surrounding sword intent diminishing, even beginning to doubt whether he could grasp even the embryonic form of the chaos sword intent. However, at that moment, a torrent of pure and mighty sword intent surged into his being. His heart leaped with joy. With this assistance, he would stabilize his comprehension of the embryonic form of the Chaos Sword intent. Having taken this pivotal step from 0 to 1, fully grasping the Chaos Sword intent was merely a matter of time. Simultaneously, his cultivation naturally broke through. 7th layer of the nascent soul, transformation. At this moment, his nascent soul resembled a youth, transitioning towards the realm of the primordial spirit. Meanwhile, Xia Ningbing and the others were diligently dismantling the array, drawing closer to the core of the sword domain. This array seals away malevolence. With the emergence of such evil, the disciples remain in peril. Therefore, she could not resort to brute force to forcibly breach the array. Before long, they broke through the myriad barriers of sword intent and arrived at the innermost layer of the formation. The sight before them left everyone utterly astonished. Mou was seated in the center of a swirling vortex of sword intent, fervently devouring the surrounding energy. Ling Yun's sword master remained silent for a moment before speaking first. If he continues to absorb like this, could it be possible for the evil spirits to emerge? Chapter 88. Left foot treads right, spiraling skyward. Xia Ningbing gazed at Mou, her voice as frigid as ice. The demonic sword is gone. Internally, she was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Mou would persist in comprehending the chaotic sword intent. Unfortunately, from the current circumstances, it appeared he was still a tad lacking. Nevertheless, he was at least able to steadily grasp the rudimentary form of chaotic sword intent. With this foundation, achieving complete comprehension was merely a question of time. She breathed a subtle sigh of relief. Mou was still young. Time was on his side. The others exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing Xia Ningbing's words. Ling Qingyue furrowed her delicate brows, surveying the environment around them, her ruby lips parting slightly. A fierce battle had clearly taken place here. Remnants of demonic energy lingering alongside an intense chill. The outcome was evident. The demonic sword had been defeated. Yet, from whence did this bone-chilling aura arise? Who had destroyed the demonic sword? Ling Yun's sword master pondered for a moment before speaking. This question is not difficult. I shall inquire with the Ancestor. With that, he closed his eyes, formed a series of hand seals, and his lips trembled slightly, as if communicating with someone. Shortly thereafter, he opened his eyes wide. His brow deeply furrowed. How could this be? The Ancestor. He has vanished. At that moment, however, no one was concerned with the whereabouts of his Ancestor. All eyes were fixated on Mou. They could sense that Mou was growing stronger at an astonishing pace, grasping an incredibly potent sword intent. Gradually, the surrounding sword intent began to thin. Mou felt the diminishing sword energy with a hint of disappointment. I am still quite lacking, he murmured. To fully comprehend chaotic sword intent, he still had a long way to go. As the last remnants of sword intent were absorbed into his body, a voice from the system echoed in Mou's mind. Detected that you have successfully intercepted the fortunes of Mou, Morong Yi, Ling Wanqing, and other fated children. You will absorb the sword sect's sword domain, and the sword sect's ancestor will refine it, preventing future fated children from seizing this opportunity. Reward, chaotic sword intent. Yin-yang sword intent, sword Dao realm, sword soul completion. Mou's heart surged with elation. He had been lamenting his inability to fully grasp chaotic sword intent. And yet the system had bestowed it upon him directly, along with the yin-yang sword intent. Moreover, it had elevated his sword realm to the pinnacle of sword soul completion. This marked a qualitative leap in his strength. The sword soul was a realm that typically only sword cultivators at the void returning stage could attain. Beyond that lay the sword domain of the fusion stage, and the tribulation stage where one became one with their sword. Yet he, merely at the nascent soul stage, had already achieved the sword soul. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire cultivation world. Please choose whether to plunder the fortunes of other fated children. Not seeing Tangxi's name, Mou chose no. Automatically replenishing 3,000 fortune. Villain points, 10,000. Mou discovered an intriguing detail. System. How do you calculate the plundered fortune? Calculated based on the current fortune of the fated child and the significance of the plundered opportunity in their cultivation. By killing, you seize all fortune. Mou's eyes brightened slightly. This meant that the higher his own fortune, the more fortune and villain points he could obtain from plundering his own opportunities. After acquiring fortune, he could gain even more in the future. Left foot treads right. Spiraling skyward, Mou steadied his mind. He drew forth the Frost Moon sword, and as his fingertip glided across the blade, an intimate sensation surged within him. As if their bloodlines were deeply intertwined. It resonated with his soul, as though the sword were an extension of his very being. He could even merge his soul with the sword, intertwining with the spirit of the Frost Moon sword, amplifying its power immensely. This was the essence of the sword soul. Now, facing Chu Wangyan, his mere aura was enough to make the latter's sword tremble in submission, unable to unsheath. Even when sparring with Xia Ningbing or by Shuangying, he was capable of putting up a fight. With a thought, the Frost Moon sword transformed into a streak of light and vanished into his body. Mou gently descended beside Morong Yi, turning to bow deeply in the direction where Chun Henian had last disappeared. Thank you, Senior. He had overheard their conversation and understood what had transpired. His remarkable gains were inextricably linked to Qin Henian. At that moment, Xia Ningbing and her companions finally arrived. Ling Qingyue was the first to rush to Mou's side, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Xiaoyu, are you alright? Mou shook his head, signaling that he was fine. Seeing this, the others finally relaxed. Ling Yun's sword master hurriedly approached Mou. Where's the ancestor? What exactly happened here? Mou contemplated how to respond, but Ling Yun's sword master suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, speaking to himself. I understand. The ancestor first entrusted the sword domain to you, intending to join forces to eliminate the demonic sword. You succeeded, but his fragment of consciousness has also dissipated. The ancestor promised you that if you assisted him, the remaining sword intent within the sword domain would belong to you. So your bow to the void earlier was a gesture of gratitude toward the ancestor, correct? He had entirely dismissed the possibility that Mou could forcibly seize the sword domain, for that would be an impossibility. The very fact that Mou could obtain the sword domain indicated the ancestor's trust in him. Thus, what he had just articulated was the most plausible outcome. Mou nodded gently. That is essentially the case. While there were slight discrepancies, the essence remained unchanged. He added, I also promised your ancestor that I would leave behind 10 strands of sword intent here in the future. Ling Yun's sword master immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. This is wonderful. The sword sect will not perish. Although the sword domain is gone, it is not entirely lost. Given the level of sword intent Mou previously displayed, attracting sword cultivators back should not be a difficult task. Curiosity piqued. He asked, may I see what kind of sword intent you have comprehended? Mou raised his hand, and a strand of chaotic sword energy materialized at his fingertip. This sword energy appeared to have existed since the primordial inception, ancient and enigmatic, emanating an indescribable pressure that sent shivers down one's spine. Lu Qianqian and Ling Yun's sword master's pupils constricted. Such terrifying power. Even they felt the weight of its suppression. Xia Ningbing's cold gaze rippled with layers of astonishment, her shock unmistakable. Chaotic sword intent. A complete chaotic sword intent. Mou has truly comprehended the chaotic sword intent from this sword domain. Such talent was genuinely astonishing. While there were geniuses in the celestial realm who could comprehend chaotic sword intent through the expenditure of minimal resources, none achieved it without enduring countless years, tens of thousands. Even hundreds of thousands of years were considered swift. Yet what of Mou? How old was he? Not even 30. Such talent, in the upper realm, would render him unmatched. Morong-e was equally taken aback by this strand of chaotic sword energy. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck her. As if she had grasped something profound, she immediately closed her eyes, focusing intently on her comprehension. The others present, though not sword cultivators, could still perceive the terrifying power contained within that strand of chaotic sword energy. Mou gently waved his hand, retracting the chaotic sword energy. This is what I have comprehended from the sword domain. When I further grasp the sword domain in the future, I shall leave behind this strand of sword intent for all sword cultivators to ponder. Ling Yun's sword master was so moved that tears brimmed in his eyes. Splendid, splendid. This is truly wonderful. He had initially thought that if Mou could attract some sword cultivators, it would be a stroke of luck. But now, with this sword intent, who would not come? From now on, the sword sect would no longer need to promote itself. Those who chose not to come would only be losing out on their own opportunity. 6 out of the 9 great sacred lands had already arrived. This situation shall never arise again. The sword sect is poised for greatness. Chapter 89. The sword sect master seeks to join the heavenly profound holy land. Man Feng surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowed in concern. It was peculiar that he did not see any other disciples. Mou elucidated. Previously, the sword intent converged towards the center, and they could not withstand it. Hence they were expelled. Although the formation had changed hands, its operational logic remained unaltered. Upon learning that no disciples had suffered casualties, the crowd finally felt reassured. Mou cast a glance at the esteemed Ling Yun sword master. Has the origin of yesterday's group been clarified by the sect leader? Ling Yun's sword master replied. Elder Xiao Tian should have results soon. I shall urge him to provide a satisfactory answer to the Holy Son. Mou nodded slightly, a glint of fierce, killing intent flashing in his gaze. Those who dared to harm his disciples must face the consequences. Ling Yun's sword master addressed the assembly with a resonant voice. Regrettably, the sword trial has been abruptly interrupted. I apologize sincerely. You may either linger longer within the sword sect or return to your respective sections. No one expressed dissatisfaction. For the sword trial itself was a charitable endeavor by the sword sect. They would not forget the kindness shown and engage in the shameless act of biting the hand that fed them. At the edge of the crowd, Xia Ningbing gazed intently at the area where the demonic and icy energies were most concentrated. Although no one raised the question, she vividly remembered that the sword intent and spiritual energy attributes of the legendary slaughtering immortal sword god, as recorded in ancient texts, were entirely different from what she observed now. Moreover, besides these 2 types of energies, the air still retained the unique aura of Mou's golden rope celestial artifact. All evidence seemed to point towards Mou as the one who had destroyed the demonic sword. However, this was not surprising for the chosen one. Perhaps MOU had acquired a one-time use, extreme cold attribute treasure in some undisclosed secret realm, which enabled him to obliterate the demonic sword. As Xianning pondered, a wave of dizziness suddenly washed over her. Forcing her way through the formation had proven to be too taxing at this moment. She needed to swiftly search for the heart fruit. Meanwhile, Murong-yi awoke from her epiphany, her understanding of the sword deepening significantly. Seeing that there was nothing further to discuss, the crowd dispersed, each returning to their own homes. Once the crowd had completely dissipated, Ling Yun's swordmaster called out to Lu Qianshun, who was about to depart. Lu Qianshun halted, turning to inquire, "Is there something else?" Ling Yun's swordmaster smiled awkwardly. "Well, that old Lu. It's like this, stop right there." Lu Qianshun interrupted with a frown. "Do not address me in that manner. It sounds awkward." Ling Yun's swordmaster cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. "Sect leader Lu, I have a request to make. Speak. I wish to join your heavenly profound holy land as an elder, and I kindly request your assistance in this matter. Rest assured, I do not seek your salary. I can teach disciples and eradicate demonic paths, all without taking advantage of you. You, the dignified sect leader of the sword sect, wish to become an elder in my heavenly profound holy land? Your holy land boasts 3 remarkable sword cultivators. I wish to enter and learn from them. What about the sword sect? I have already made proper arrangements for the sword sect. It will be settled shortly. And the casting heaven holy land. Cough. Elder Xiao Tian has previously conveyed his stance to me. There are no issues on that front. Lu Qianshun pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. I shall inform the sect leader of this matter. He had never encountered such an unusual situation before. Generally, if a loose cultivator above the integration stage wished to join the heavenly profound holy land, they could easily pass through a simple background check. A top-tier tribulation transcendence expert like Ling Yun Swordmaster would certainly be no exception. However, the complication arose from the fact that he was the sect leader of the Sword Sect, which was an affiliated sect of the Casting Heaven Holy Land. This matter involved 2 major holy lands and would not be easy to navigate. Nonetheless, successfully recruiting a top-tier tribulation transcendence expert like Ling Yun Swordmaster into the heavenly profound holy land would significantly enhance its overall strength. Moreover, this would be free labor, an opportunity too good to pass up. Once Lu Qianshun agreed, Ling Yun Swordmaster felt a weight lift from his heart. MOU returned to his room aboard the celestial vessel of the heavenly profound holy land, sitting cross-legged. With a slight mental shift, he retrieved the broken demonic sword, now severed into 2 pieces. At the fracture, wisps of demonic energy writhed as if alive, emanating a chillingly malevolent aura. Sister Yanxi, could you examine what material this is made of? As the words fell, a slender, red silhouette gradually materialized beside him. Yanxi took the bloodthirsty demonic sword from his hand, her beautiful eyes flashing with surprise. This is actually Blood Radiance demonic gold. She then expressed a hint of regret. Alas, due to the influence of your celestial artifact, it no longer holds the potential for reconstruction. Blood Radiance demonic gold? MOU inquired, puzzled. This is an exceedingly rare treasure of the demonic path. Birthed only after countless celestial beings' blood has nurtured it over a lengthy period. Furthermore, Blood Radiance demonic gold possesses an extraordinarily heaven-defying characteristic. It can continuously enhance its grade by absorbing blood, thereby becoming increasingly powerful. Even celestial beings find it challenging to acquire such a divine object, often at a considerable cost. Yanxi elaborated. Xiaoyu, you have truly stumbled upon a treasure this time. This is Blood Radiance demonic gold of the 5th grade. Though it may not be of immediate use to you now, it is undoubtedly a treasure that would drive demonic cultivators in the upper realms into a frenzy. If you sell it after your ascension, you will undoubtedly gain substantial resources. What about now? What use does it have? MOU pressed. Under your current circumstances, possessing a celestial artifact renders it a waste to utilize. The blood from the lower realms is also insufficient to elevate its grade. Yanxi reflected thoughtfully, providing a measured assessment. Upon hearing this, MOU stored the fragments of the demonic sword in his storage ring. Although it held no immediate use for him, he believed there would come a day when it would prove invaluable. He focused his thoughts and opened the system panel. Name, MOU, Realm, 7th layer of Yuanying, Physique, Chaos Divine Body, 5, Pure Yang Kidney Body, Cultivation Method, Chaos Yin Yang Art, 2nd Grade Celestial. Battle Endurance Technique, Spells, Spiritual Flame Purging Cold Needle, Divine Abilities, Indestructible Golden Body, Spirit Locking Forbidden Yuan, Magic Treasures, Frost Air Sword, Celestial Binding Rope, Blood God Flame Needle, Special, Heart Corroding Poison, Pure Yin Profound Ice, Sword Intent, Chaos, Yin Yang, Invincible, Sword Dao Realm, Perfected Sword Soul, Miscellaneous Studies, Alchemy, Artifacts, Formations, Talismans, Poisons. Music, Fortune, 34,200, Holy Dragon. Villain Points, 34,200. Both my fortune and villain points have increased significantly. MOU nodded in satisfaction. This period had indeed yielded substantial gains. His visit to the Sword Sect had not been in vain. Particularly noteworthy was his fortune, now at 34200, soon to soar to new heights. His Chaos Divine body had also progressed to a level of 5 through cultivation and dual cultivation during this time. Chapter 90. The Boomerang MOU meticulously contemplated his forthcoming plans. The cold energy within Aunt Schwa's body must be resolved swiftly upon his return. Additionally, Sister Yinxi's body required urgent gathering of materials for reconstruction in the secret realm. Sister Xia's damaged Dao heart also necessitated the procurement of suitable spiritual herbs for restoration, another task for the secret realm. He also needed to carve out some time to find Ling Qingyue. There was also a demonic sect infiltrator, Yi Ling Luo, within the heavenly profound Holy Land. Considering all this, it was evident that he had quite a number of matters to attend to. MOU rubbed his forehead, but soon, a smile of excitement graced his lips. However, this is what makes it interesting. Suddenly, he recalled the several opportunities left by Yishime. One of them was to assist the ancient saintess in exploring a secret realm. There was indeed a ready-made secret realm available. A secret realm that could attract the attention of the ancient saintess must be a grand one. Regrettably, the time frame was set for 30 years later. After helping Aunt Schwa purge the cold poison, he could venture out and test his luck. In the depths of her heart, MOU had made a resolute decision. She would venture into perilous places and rummage through the stalls of the auction houses. Within half a month, finding a large secret realm should not pose much difficulty. Upon hearing that the esteemed Ling Yun Sword Sovereign was to join the heavenly Xian sacred land, Elder Xiaodian was momentarily rendered speechless. He opened his mouth, struggling to articulate a dry response. Little Ling, you jest, do you not? With utmost sincerity, Ling Yun Sword Sovereign gazed at Elder Xiaodian and earnestly implored, Elder Xiaodian, you cannot hinder my pursuit of the great path, can you? Ultimately, it is the lack of competitive strength and profound heritage within the Chutian sacred land that fails to retain its talents. Therefore, Chutian sacred land ought to engage in introspection and endeavor to enhance its own power and competitiveness. That is the righteous path. This applies not only to Chutian sacred land, but also to the sword sect. Hence, I have resolved to join the heavenly Xian sacred land to learn how they bolster their competitive edge. Elder Xiaodian fell silent, feeling a surge of emotion as the world around him darkened. These were indeed the words he had once spoken himself. He had never anticipated that Ling Yun's sword sovereign would wield these words to silence him. But you cannot simply leave. Elder Xiaodian exclaimed in desperation. You are the sect leader of the sword sect. What will become of the sword sect if you depart? Ling Yun's sword sovereign sighed. Elder, you are aware that while the sword sect and Chutian sacred land maintain an affiliated relationship, it is not entirely one of subservience. I have not sold myself to Chutian sacred land. I possess the right to choose my own path. Moreover, I have arranged the affairs of the sword sect, and my departure will not adversely affect it. The sword sect will remain as it is, merely lacking my presence. You need not worry. Elder Xiaodian remained silent. Ling Yun's sword sovereign spoke the truth. They had no authority to impede him in his pursuit of the great path. Alas, very well. Elder Xiaodian conceded with a wave of his hand. Since your mind is made up, I shall refrain from further discourse. I will report this matter to the sect leader. Ling Yun's sword sovereign expressed his gratitude with a bow. Thank you. By the way, Elder Xiaodian, have you managed to uncover the identity of the weapon's owner? Elder Xiaodian furrowed his brow and shook his head gently. It is difficult. This item is extraordinary. I need to bring it back to Chutian's sacred land for the other elders to examine before we can ascertain its origin. Ling Yun's sword sovereign felt a twinge of regret. That is indeed unfortunate, yet I must thank you for your efforts, Elder. With that said, I shall take my leave. With Elder Xiaodian's response in hand, Ling Yun's sword sovereign turned to depart. After he vanished, Elder Xiaodian gently caressed the fragment of the magical artifact, letting out a long sigh. Heavens! How could you have acted so foolishly? Joining a cult, assaulting the people of the heavenly Xian sacred land, inciting discord between the two sacred lands. Now, we may not be able to protect you, and when the time comes for decisions to be made, do not blame us. After Ling Yun, sword sovereign left, he had not gone far when he encountered the revered Master Hui Chun. At that moment, revered Master Hui Chun was beaming with joy, his mood evidently buoyant. Upon seeing Ling Yun's sword sovereign, a flicker of complex emotions crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by self-satisfaction. Ling Yun, my dear fellow, behold. This old bone of mine has finally found a worthy abode. You need not waste your breath trying to persuade me. I shall absolutely not return. With the guidance of the heavenly Xian sacred prince, it is not impossible for my poison arts to reach the realm of immortality. All I need to do is change my location to save lives and refine pills. Ling Yun's sword sovereign looked at his pompous demeanor, momentarily lost for words. Rest assured, I shall not attempt to retain you, he replied with a hint of indifference. However, the heavenly Xian sacred prince cannot possibly desire pills every day. What do you do in your spare time? Surely you do not dine idly? Revered Master Hui Chun scoffed lightly. The heavenly Xian sacred land is vast and populated. Naturally, there are places where my skills are required. You need not trouble yourself over my affairs. A subtle smile graced Ling Yun's sword sovereign's lips, revealing a knowing expression. Then allow me to congratulate you. I must attend to matters concerning the sword sect. With that, he turned to leave, his silhouette exuding an air of elegance. How tiresome. Revered Master Huichun murmured, shaking his head. He had initially anticipated that this old friend would express envy. Yet it was clear they lacked the insight to comprehend the terrifying mastery of Mou's poison arts. Atop the peak of Tsui, enveloped in swirling mists that resembled a celestial realm, Luo Suxin, clad in a gown as white as snow, sat gracefully before an ancient zither. Her delicate fingers gliding over the strings. The ethereal melodies flowed forth, clear and transcendent, echoing through the valley. Ling Qingyue stood behind her. Senior sister. This is all I know. You must exercise caution. Luo Suxin nodded slightly, her gentle gaze resting upon the zither strings. Yes, Xiaoyu is thoughtful. Please convey my thanks to him. Ling Qingyue acknowledged with a nod and turned to depart, swiftly vanishing into the mists. Not long after, a languid figure appeared atop the mountain. Yishime, dressed in a purple robe and clutching a wine gourd, ambled over with an air of casualness and nonchalance. She plopped down beside Luo Suxin, tilted her head back, and took a swig of wine before offering the gourd to Luo Suxin. Care for a sip? Luo Suxin gently shook her head. Master, you know I do not drink. Yishime did not press the matter further, reclaiming the gourd and drinking at her leisure. What is your current level? 7th stage of the Great Ascension, with 3 tribulations remaining, Luo Suxin replied. Ah, splendid. How long will you be away this time? Yishime asked nonchalantly. Today, will you not visit your junior brothers and sisters? Xiaoyu hasn't seen you in years. Luo Suxin shook her head. This time, I have gained much. I need to find a place to refine these resources. Yishime nodded slightly and took another swig of wine. The 3 veins of the starry sacred land, Tianshu, Tianji, Kaiyong, have bullied your junior brother. Perhaps you should address that. Luo Suxin chuckled, jokingly replying. With so many scattered immortals in the starry sacred land, if you bring me such trouble, are you not afraid I might perish outside? Yishime laughed in return. If you die, you are all rather rebellious. Only Xiaoyu still shows me some respect as a master, but he enjoys courting danger every day. Wanqing is a relief, yet she is unwilling to reveal her true self to me. If you all were to perish, it would spare me the worry. Luo Suxin refrained from responding, her fingertips caressing the zither strings. The music flowed melodiously throughout the mountains. After a moment of silence, Luo Suxin finally spoke. Master, I intend to eradicate all demonic cultivators and evil practitioners before my ascension. Yishime abruptly stood, setting down the wine gourd. Do not be alarmed, of course. Not all. Only those who are overtly malevolent. The hidden ones are beyond my reach. Is that what surprises me? Do you possess the strength to oppose an entire half of the Tianyuan continent? I do, Luo Suxin replied calmly. Yishime gritted her teeth. This rebellious disciple has entered a phase of defiance once more. After a long pause, she finally inquired, why? Luo Suxin continued to play, the music unwaveringly clear. To provide a stable environment for my junior brothers and sisters to flourish. Nonsense. Yishime interrupted without hesitation. Do their strengths require your interference? Luo Suxin's fingers momentarily faltered, the music stalling as well. Master, I am quite curious as to why you chose to take me as your disciple. At her words, Yishime raised her head and took another swig of wine, her gaze drifting as she replied casually. You are pleasing to the eye. Is that not reason enough? Luo Suxin smiled gently, exuding warmth. I have cultivated in the heavenly Xian sacred land for hundreds of years, consuming more resources than any elder or disciple. Yet, I have never completed a task for the sacred land. Aside from bearing the title of the most powerful in the Great Ascension realm, I have made no contributions whatsoever. Even if I were to ascend to the celestial realm, I have never claimed that I would join the esteemed Tianxian Xianzhou. The same holds true for the others. What use is it to bear the title of the strongest? While it may grant us a semblance of prestige in the outside world, who would dare to provoke us at the Tianxian Holy Land? Yishime curled her lips, unimpressed. Luo Suxin shook her head. The Tianxian Holy Land is inherently the most formidable force. It requires no reinforcement from me to maintain this status. Since you all have done so much for me, it is only fitting that I contribute something in return before my departure. Given that there are still demonic cultivators in this world and you wish to eradicate them, I shall assist you in dealing with them. Yishime was momentarily taken aback by Luo Suxin's words, angrily returning to her seated position. How audacious! Can a child of destiny truly contend with 30% of the world's peak powerhouses? She felt a twinge of uncertainty within. Yishime grasped a wine gourd and took a hearty swig. Do as you please, pursue whatever you desire. But don't expect me to come to your rescue should you meet your end out there. Luo Suxin merely smiled, remaining silent. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Dark clouds gathered ominously, and thunder rumbled. Yishime's eyes widened in shock as she staggered back. Are you insane? You're going to cross the tribulation like this? Yet, Luo Suxin remained composed, gracefully playing her zither. A massive bolt of lightning cleaved through the sky, descending directly upon her. She did not flinch or evade, allowing the tribulation to strike her. Boom! With a tremendous roar, lightning erupted in all directions. A powerful aura emanated from Luo Suxin, sweeping across the surroundings. Eighth layer of the Great Ascension stage. As the lightning dissipated, the sky returned to tranquility. What a prodigy! Yi Shimei gazed at Luo Suxin from a distance, filled with envy and contemplation. Another one departs. Master, our next meeting will likely be before your ascension to immortality. Luo Suxin's voice echoed in the air. Even as her form began to fade away, Yi Shimei resumed her position on the ground, silently taking another sip of wine, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. At that moment, the voice of the system resounded. New child of destiny detected. Murong-e. Location, Zudian Sword Sect. Please, host. Expedite the process of accepting them as a disciple. Yi Shimei shook her head in resignation. System, I require more information. That previous one, Chu Yuli, was clearly a disciple of Xiaoyu, yet you failed to inform me in advance, leading me to wander aimlessly. None, the system responded coldly. Yi Shimei sighed. Very well. I shall set this aside for now. The Zudian domain is far too distant, and making the journey is too troublesome. It would be much simpler to coax Chu Yuli away from her disciple. This system recognizes only disciples, not grand disciples. How foolish. There could be no more foolish system. Yet, if I can attain the status of a mortal emperor, all problems can be resolved, both in the upper and lower realms. A day later, the imposing gates of the Tianxian Holy Land came into view as the spiritual vessel gently descended onto the plaza. Mou stepped off the vessel, stretching languidly. Feeling utterly refreshed, the trip to the Sword Sect had been nothing short of perfect. The only regret was that they had failed to uncover any traces of the heretical sect. Elder Xiaodian mentioned he would investigate upon their return. But how long would that take? Auntie Schwa, I'll help you arrange accommodations at Suwei Peak. Master will surely be delighted to know you have arrived. Mou turned around, only to find no sign of Ling Qingyue, causing him to feel puzzled. Auntie Schwa? Hush. A cool, ethereal voice abruptly resonated in the void. Deliberately lowered, yet still enchanting. I am here. It was Ling Qingyue's voice. Mou followed the sound, spotting a faint purple glow shimmering in the air, seemingly blending with the surrounding mist. Auntie Schwa, what are you doing? Mou inquired, somewhat perplexed. Don't let your master know I'm here. Came Ling Qingyue's voice again, laced with a hint of exasperation. I've had a bit of a disagreement with her recently, so it's not convenient for us to meet. If Yi Shimei happens to encounter me, who knows how that mischievous character would tease her. A disagreement? Mou was momentarily taken aback. Master and Auntie Schwa are at odds. As far as he remembered, these two elders had always maintained a good relationship. It was surprising to hear of a conflict. However, it was just a disagreement, nothing too unusual, so he refrained from probing further. Very well. Mou nodded. Auntie Schwa, shall we? These next few days, I'll stay with you. Ling Qingyue's voice carried a barely perceptible shyness as she added. Since you're going to help me with acupuncture, it saves us the trouble of running back and forth. Certainly, no problem at all. Mou readily agreed. Staying with Auntie Schwa would be delightful, convenient, and a feast for the eyes. You go ahead and attend to your business. I'll follow you discreetly. Ling Qingyue's tone softened. Understood. Mou replied, then summoned his sword, transforming into a streak of light as he raced toward Suwei Peak. After his departure, the plaza gradually grew lively. Disciples from the spiritual vessel disembarked, mingling with those who had come to greet them, whispering and chattering away. Have you heard? The Holy Son defeated the Sword Sect's Sword Son. He is now the foremost cultivator of the nascent soul stage. Holy Son? Which Holy Son? Isn't devoid of cultivation now? You are behind the times. The current Holy Son can slay the Sword Sect's Sword Son with a single strike. What's more, he severed the sword monument with a single blow and cleaved open the sword domain. Is that true? The disciples exchanged glances, incredulous. Chapter 92. Spring Water Jade Pot. Of course. I witnessed it with my own eyes. It was the Holy Son himself. Little Shu is simply too formidable. I wish I could marry him. Not anymore. He is already with Sister Ming. Nonsense. There is still a chance for you, sister. The Holy Son adores beautiful women. I've also heard he is involved with Sister Su. What? The Holy Son is simultaneously with Sister Ming and Fairy Su, enjoying the blessings of both beauties. The moment these words were spoken, a chorus of heartbreak echoed throughout the plaza. Rumors about Mou spread like wildfire within the Tianxian Holy Land, revolving around two main themes: the Holy Son's meteoric rise in strength and his romantic escapades. Naturally, Mou was completely unaware of this at this moment. He was hastening toward Suwei Peak. Suwei Peak, the courtyard door creaked open. Mou stepped inside, greeted by the familiar, tranquil ambience. An ancient tree stood majestically at the center, its branches lush and vibrant, casting dappled shadows. He casually surveyed the surroundings, but his gaze abruptly froze. In front of his own door, a languid figure leaned against the door frame, raising a wine gourd to half-mast, savoring its contents leisurely. Clad in a simple yet elegant purple robe that draped loosely, revealing delicate collarbones, her dark hair casually styled with a few strands cascading down, accentuating her snow-white skin and the hint of languorous charm in her eyes. It was none other than his revered mentor, Yishime. A jolt of warmth surged through Mou's heart at the sight of her. After being apart for several days, seeing his mentor again stirred a sense of longing within him. Yishime was not merely his mentor, she was a lifesaver. Had it not been for her timely intervention, he might never have escaped from Mo village, let alone reach the Tianqian Holy Land. No other force would take in an orphan found on the streets and elevate him to the status of a holy son, nurturing him as the next generation's leader. Yishime had been unconditionally generous with him, never imposing restrictions or harsh judgments. In everyday life, she allowed him the freedom to pursue his cultivation without interference. Besides her playful nature, she possessed no flaws. She was, in every sense, the perfect mentor. Mou hastily approached, bowing respectfully. Simultaneously, he mentally summoned the system interface. Name, Yishime. Fortune, 100,000. Colorful. Affection, 100. Description, founder of the Tianqian Holy Land, nurturer of countless immortals, yet unable to attain the Great Ascension. Spring water Jade Pot physique, an exceptional alchemical vessel. Note, an invincible presence below the Great Ascension. Once she acquires celestial spiritual power at the Great Ascension stage, she can easily manipulate matters. Given your current strength, it is advised to flee swiftly. Mou halted in his tracks, his gaze fixated on Yishime, his heart tumultuous with astonishment. How formidable. 100,000 fortunes, resplendent in color. Is this not merely a low-tier version of cultivating for 100,000 years? Though the age is significantly greater, it still pales in comparison to the Great Ascension. Yet, the network of connections amassed is indeed substantial. Thus, everything falls into place. No wonder my standing within the sect is so elevated. Even as I transform into a waste, no one utters a word of dissent. All resources continue to flow as usual. Holding the Protagonist Template, none dare to confront me within the sect. Moreover, I have even acquired the spring water Jade Pot. Detected, you have successfully gained the trust of the fortune bearer, Yishime. You have entered the Tianqian Holy Land, becoming her disciple, earning her trust. The bond between master and disciple is profound, leading to a journey to Wushan together. Indeed, a wise course of action. For this master-disciple play, you must have exerted efforts beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. The villain has successfully counterattacked. Reward, immortal body, endless lifespan, talent increases with age, and a death substitute can be obtained every 1,000 years. Please choose whether to seize the fortune. No, the villain points 10,000. Yishime noticed Mou's unwavering gaze, her lips curving slightly upward, delight blossoming within her heart. Little Yu is indeed wonderful. Unlike those treacherous disciples, each one more troublesome than the last. Luo Su Xian does not look back at her, Bai Shuanging does not spare her a glance. Su Mei'er does not open her eyes towards her, and Ling Wanqing does not truly regard her. As for Xian Ningbing, just a glance from her sends a chill down the spine. Such a devoted disciple, and yet I must seize her disciple. It is indeed a bit excessive. With a leisurely wave of her hand, a stone table and stone benches materialized in the courtyard. Sit. Mou steadied his mind. The immortal body, an asset of infinite lifespan, is indeed a remarkable treasure. In the future, one could even indulge in revelry atop graves. A substitute for death every 1,000 years is not bad either, effectively granting him an additional life. And now, he has already received one. This should afford him ample time to indulge. He stepped forward, casually taking a seat on the stone bench. Is there something you wish to discuss, master? Yishime filled a cup with wine, pushing it toward Mou, her eyes glimmering seductively as she spoke, her crimson lips parting slightly. Little Yu, tell me, how does your master treat you? Mou's lips twitched slightly. What whimsical mood has overtaken her today? Has nostalgia clouded her judgment? After a moment of contemplation, he replied dramatically, as for how master treats me, it is indeed as heavy as a mountain, a grace of rebirth. I am at a loss for how to repay such kindness. Even if I were to become a beast of burden in the next life, it would scarcely suffice to repay your grace, master. Should you not cast me aside, I would willingly offer myself in service. As soon as the words fell, Yishime was reduced to a fit of laughter, her delicate form trembling with mirth. What a silver-tongued rogue you are. To offer yourself in service, how utterly improper. With a gentle flick of her hand, the wine gourd traced an arc through the air, exuding a faint aroma of alcohol. As her laughter subsided, Yishime's tone shifted, growing more serious. Allow me to inquire, would you be willing to share in my burdens and challenges? Mou's heart stirred, recognizing that the main topic had emerged. Master, please command me. I would not shy away from 1,000 deaths. He assumed it was merely a matter of engaging in some work, or perhaps a skirmish. Nothing too severe. No need for 1,000 deaths. Yishime chuckled lightly, reclining lazily, her purple robe sliding slightly to reveal her elegantly sculpted neck and shoulders, exuding an innate allure. However, she seemed unconcerned with such details. I have taken a liking to your little disciple, Chu Yuli. Mou nearly choked on his wine, coughing violently. Master, what did you just say? Surely, she couldn't be inebriated? The contact list? This cannot be. I must hasten to urge Yuli to flee. Yishime raised an eyebrow, seemingly displeased with his reaction. What? Did you not hear clearly? I said I have my eyes set on your disciple, Chu Yuli, and wish for her to cultivate alongside me as my disciple. Only then did Mou breathe a sigh of relief, realizing it was not a matter of romance. Wait, is this not even more absurd? How could one compete for a disciple with their own disciple? Mou cleared his throat, cautiously probing. Master, I recently obtained a third-grade physician certification. Should you be unwell, I could conduct a full examination for you. Yishime's eyes widened, feigning annoyance. You little rascal. What nonsense are you spouting? Do I appear to be ill? She lightly raised her arm, her fingertip playfully tapping Mou's forehead with a gentle reproach. You heartless little one. It has not been long since we last met, and you already wish for me to be sick? After the jest, Yishime's smile faded, her demeanor turning earnest. I desire your disciple, and I ask you, what must I do to gain your consent? Chapter 93. The Seduction of the Holy Sun. Mou pondered for a long while, but to no avail. Strangely enough, he recalled a similar plot from a novel in his previous life, the ancestors and masters of the fortune bearer competing for disciples. Yet, experiencing it firsthand felt exceedingly peculiar. Noting his silence, Yishime leaned forward, her hands resting on Mou's shoulders, gently swaying him. From this angle, Mou beheld an alluring vista, expanses of snow white and deep ravines. His master truly disregards trivialities. However, he remembered her demeanor outside was not as such. She completely let loose in private. And he could not fathom why. Disciple, please agree to my request, Yishime urged, her eyes shimmering with innocence as she pouted. I genuinely need this disciple. Mou's lips twitched again. Did she truly require Chuyuli? Was she seeking a successor for the sect? Yet, Morong-e seemed far more suited for that role. Master. This. Mou sighed helplessly. You should directly inquire with Yuli. I cannot decide on her behalf. Passing the buck when faced with uncertainty. There was no loss to him in this matter. After all, his initial intention was merely to keep Chu Yuli close and take advantage of her. Now, changing identities would yield the same benefits, while saving trouble. You are the best, little you. Yishime laughed, her delicate hand pulling him closer, rubbing her cheek against his. Mou felt the softness against his face, accompanied by a faint scent of alcohol, and could only shake his head in resignation. Yishime's form flickered and vanished from the courtyard. Little you, your master. Yanshi's voice echoed in his mind, hesitating before continuing. Your disciple may indeed possess extraordinary talent, to the extent that even your master wishes to claim her as a disciple. This matter is too complex to evaluate. I truly do not know where to begin. Mou rubbed his temples, murmuring to himself, I suspect the likelihood of her going mad from drinking is much higher. Well, whatever madness she is experiencing no longer surprises me. Yet, Yanshi fell into contemplation, her gaze flickering. She did not believe Yishime had lost her senses. It should be noted that none of her disciples were ordinary. Even the seemingly inconspicuous Ling Wanxing eluded her understanding. Perhaps Chu Yuli possessed something truly special. But her own strength had yet to recover, rendering her unable to perceive it. Sister Yin, do not forget our wager. Mou interrupted her thoughts, reminding her with a smile. Yanshi huffed in annoyance. Consider it your win. I shall wash as you command. Who is afraid? I will help you wash when no one is around. She had implicitly accepted that Mou would win. After all, those on the mountain were generally capable of transcending mortality. How could Chu Yuli be inferior? Mou was taken aback. You are conceding now? Aren't we waiting for the results of the Great Ascension? TSK, that fellow is becoming increasingly outrageous. Ling Qingyue's voice drifted in the air, competing for a disciple's disciple. Truly insane. Recalling their past conflicts, Mou wisely refrained from responding, turning to return to his chamber. Just as he was about to retrieve his spiritual artifact bed, Ling Qingyue remarked, I won't be sleeping tonight. No need to trouble yourself. Mou withdrew the artifact and sat cross-legged to begin his cultivation. Ling Qingyue concealed herself, quietly keeping watch by his side. Observing the speed at which spiritual energy gathered around Mou during his cultivation, a flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes. How astonishingly rapid, such a terrifying velocity. Time flew by, the night deepened, and the hour of the rat arrived. Mou opened his eyes. Auntie Schwa, let us commence. Ling Qingyue manifested her presence, gracefully seated at the edge of the bed. She hesitated momentarily, her delicate hand brushing aside her garments, revealing a back as smooth and lustrous as jade. In the sacred realm of Tianxian, atop Tianxian Peak, lay a dimly lit chamber. The air was stagnant, punctuated only by the flickering of a few candles in the corner. Yi Ling Luo held a jade plate, her fingertips lightly tapping upon it, intricate runes etched upon its surface. The plate shimmered with luminescence, and a shadow coalesced before her, taking form. Ling Luo, this intelligence is exceedingly valuable, the shadow intoned in a low, rasping voice. You have not disappointed me. Yi Ling Luo raised her gaze, a flicker of concern crossing her eyes. Master, I suggest we abandon the Tianxian sacred land. Mou possesses extraordinary talent and is destined to become the master of the sacred land. Furthermore, It is a tradition among the past masters of Tianqian to wait until the next generation has fully matured before choosing to ascend, as long as he remains in power. We pose no threat to the Tianqian sacred land at all. You are too young, the shadow chuckled softly. On the contrary, this is our finest opportunity. Yi Lingluo's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. What do you mean? The shadow's laughter grew increasingly sinister. The Tianqian Holy Son has an affinity for beauty, and we, the Yumo sect, possess just the right tool. Who? Yi Lingluo furrowed her brows. You, the shadow uttered a single word. You will approach the Tianqian Holy Son and become his companion. By controlling him, you will have dominion over the entire Tianqian sacred land. It won't be long before our Yumo sect unifies both the righteous and demonic paths. A tempest of emotions swirled within Yi Lingluo. Yet she could only feign composure on the surface. As you command. Once the shadow dissipated, she bit down hard on her lower lip, her pearly teeth nearly breaking the crimson flesh. To think she would have to seduce Mou. She was the holy maiden of the Yumo sect, the embodiment of transformation. Among the youth of the entire demon realm, who could compare to her? And yet, she was to engage in such base acts? From the moment she entered the Yumo sect, she had been groomed due to her exceptional talent, swiftly ascending to the position of holy maiden within a mere few years. Her first mission, although as an undercover agent, had been executed flawlessly. She had believed this would launch her into greater heights. Yet now she was tasked with this ignoble endeavor. The temperature in the chamber plummeted, a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloping Yi Lingluo. Yet soon, she forced herself to regain her calm. The master was right. This was indeed the most expedient path. As long as she acted with caution, she might not lose anything of significance. She rose to adjust her attire, her gaze glinting with cold determination. I shall first ascertain his preferences. As the night deepened, a bright moon hung high in the sky. In the ancient sacred land, within the Yuhua Palace, a voice broke the silence. Holy Maiden, Elder Manfong requests an audience. A maid softly reported. Within the hall stood a woman clad in white, poised before the window, her silhouette illuminated by the moonlight, revealing her unparalleled beauty. Enter. Elder Manfong strode into the hall, his face radiant, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Holy Maiden, I encountered an extraordinary genius during my visit to the sword sect. That lad's swordsmanship is comparable to that of Bai Shuangying. Oh, the ancient Holy Maiden turned her head slightly. Who? The Tianqian Holy Son? You have heard of him? Elder Manfeng's eyes gleamed with excitement. That lad shattered the sword monument and devoured the entire sword domain. He surpasses Bai Shuangying in every regard. The ancient Holy Maiden blinked in astonishment. What is his current realm? 6th level of the nascent soul. Elder Manfeng's excitement crescendoed. Moreover, he defeated a 9th level nascent soul swordsman at his own level. Such talent is truly monstrous. The ancient Holy Maiden nodded gently, her demeanor serene as water, her skin shimmering like white jade under the moonlight. Suddenly, Elder Manfeng's eyes sparkled with mischief. Since you have previously heard of the Tianqian Holy Son, why don't I discuss with the master about proposing marriage for you to the Tianqian sacred land? Don't. The ancient Holy Maiden interjected, her urgency betraying her composure. Only to realize her lapse, clearing her throat. But doesn't he have an engagement already? An engagement? Elder Manfong furrowed his brow in contemplation. I have not heard of such a thing. The ancient Holy Maiden replied nonchalantly. Perhaps it is mere rumor. It is all I have heard. Elder Manfong shook his head in disappointment. If that is the case, then let it be. After Elder Manfong departed, the ancient Holy Maiden's earlobes flushed a delicate pink. She steadied her emotions and retrieved a letter. Qingyue said she is about to break through to the transformation realm. She unfolded the paper, her gaze dancing across the lines. She has invited me to join her in the upcoming opening of the ancient secret realm. Stowing the letter away, she exhaled softly, her delicate fingers brushing her chest. I nearly exposed myself. Thankfully, it was Uncle Manfong who came. She gazed out at the bright moon, murmuring to herself, their pace of cultivation is simply too rapid. I must also intensify my efforts. As dawn broke, a beam of sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon Mou's eyelids. He awoke to find a familiar shade of pale purple enveloping him, beneath which lay two soft, plump shapes. Behind him was more of the same softness. The warmth of thighs, and a gentle knee pillow. Awake? A gentle voice floated from above, yet he could only hear it without seeing its source. Mou sat up, assessing his body. His strength had indeed increased. I have fully recovered. He smiled, his gaze landing on Ling Qingyue, who adorned a flowing pale purple gown. Her raven hair cascading like a waterfall, exuding an air of regal elegance with each movement. In her autumn-like eyes, a rare tenderness glimmered. You always push yourself so hard. Ling Qingyue sighed softly, her delicate fingers tapping his forehead, her tone imbued with affection. Isn't this for Auntie Schwa? Mou teased. Ling Qingyue's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, her fair earlobes tinged with a hint of crimson. She playfully pouted but refrained from speaking. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks shattered the warmth of the moment. Ling Qingyue vanished in a flash, merging into the void, leaving behind a faint, elusive fragrance. Mou rose and opened the door. Outside stood Chu Yuli, quietly waiting. Clad in an elegant white dress, her fair face bore a hint of confusion. "Master," she softly called. "Yuli, what is it?" "Yesterday, someone came looking for me." Chu Yuli bit her pink lip. "She claimed to be my grandmaster and said she wanted to take me as her disciple, stating you had agreed." Mou frowned slightly upon hearing this. "That old woman is quite swift in her actions. She said you had already consented. Is that true?" Chu Yuli raised her small face, her eyes filled with unease. Mou, observing the apprehensive glimmer in her eyes, responded firmly, "No, I did not agree." He spoke truthfully. "I merely stated that the decision lies with you. It is your own matter. Yishime is a grand elder and a tribulation stage expert. The guidance and opportunities she can offer you far exceed what I can provide. As you know, I do not have much time to instruct disciples, but she is different. Regardless of your choice, I will not oppose it. I have some matters to attend to now. Contemplate it well." With that, Mou gently closed the door, leaving Chu Yuli standing alone outside. Chu Yuli pondered Mou's words. "The final decision lies with me? Is Master testing me? It must be so. My previous timid and indecisive behavior has led him to doubt me. If my master encounters danger in the future, would I act the same way?" With this thought, Chu Yuli bit her rosy lip, her heart resolute. No matter how Yishime persuades her, she would resolutely refuse. The words of her master were a hint. He still believes in her, thus allowing her to make her own choice. She absolutely cannot disappoint her master's high expectations. In the following 3 days, Mou continued his daily acupuncture sessions with Ling Qingyue, further deepening their bond. Meanwhile, Yiling Luo scoured for information regarding Mou's preferences. However, she discovered that the sect had very little knowledge about him. However, those who were aware of the situation were not easily approached, as it could lead to exposure. Yishime then directed all her attention towards Chu Yuli. She exhausted all means in her quest to persuade Chu Yuli to take her as a master. Yet Chu Yuli consistently refused. Nevertheless, this was not a significant challenge for her, as other disciples were far more obstinate than Chu Yuli. 3 days had passed, and it was now midday. Mou leaned against a sturdy ancient tree in the courtyard, a jade slip in his hand emanating a faint glow. He sought to experiment with a spell akin to the Buddha's Wrathfire Lotus, but his progress was sluggish. Chu Yuli, wishing to avoid disturbances from Yishime, ventured out to hone her skills. Meanwhile, Yishime was engrossed in devising strategies to persuade the obstinate young girl. Morong had remained secluded since departing from the sword sect, seemingly experiencing insights into the sword path. Thus, the atmosphere around him was exceedingly tranquil, further enhanced by the presence of the protective spirit Ling Qingyue, creating a near-perfect environment. "Senior brother," a melodious voice suddenly rang out. Ling Wanqing gracefully landed on a branch beside Mou. He closed the jade slip in his hand and turned to regard the enigmatic junior sister. "What is it?" Ling Wanqing gently brushed her clothing with her delicate fingers and produced a scroll glowing faintly with spiritual light from her bosom. "Senior brother, during this period, I have gathered some crucial intelligence. The Forging Heaven's sacred ground has yet to yield any leads on that mysterious weapon. Elder Bishu of the Starry Sky sacred ground encountered an ambush by an evil cult on his return journey. Although he sustained injuries, they were not grave. Moreover, just yesterday, the Starry Sky sacred ground was attacked by a figure cloaked in black, who proclaimed himself the King of Slaughter." "The King of Slaughter?" Mou murmured, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. "It sounds reminiscent of the force we encountered previously at the sword sect." Ling Wanqing nodded lightly. "It is not merely a resemblance. He must be the one. In the memories of the future, the King of Slaughter is indeed a title exclusive to the upper echelons of the Slaughter Demon cult. That figure attacked a branch sect of the Starry Sky sacred ground at the combining stage, leaving no survivors." Mou nodded thoughtfully. "Are we, the Tianxian sacred ground, being targeted by them?" Ling Wanqing shook her head. "No. According to our intelligence, their objective is not us, but the Starry Sky sacred ground alone. Their prior actions were simply aimed at targeting the Starry Sky sacred ground, seemingly due to the latter having killed an important descendant of the King of Slaughter." "A descendant? Do we have specific information?" Mou inquired, puzzled. Ling Wanqing replied, "It is said to be a demonic beast. This intelligence is peculiar. Why would members of an evil cult concern themselves with a golden cord demonic beast? I suspect it is false." Chapter 95. The exquisite countenance of Ling Wanqing. Mou paused slightly, his eyes flickering with surprise, confusion, and understanding, ultimately transforming into a hint of playful intrigue. "Is it because a golden cord demonic beast clashed with the Starry Sky sacred ground? The King of Slaughter? Tangxi's father? Could the mastermind be none other than myself? He murdered Xiaowu, diverting trouble towards the Starry Sky sacred ground? Senior brother, is there a problem? Do you believe that intelligence to be true? How could a descendant of humanity possibly belong to the demonic race?" Ling Wanqing noticed the peculiarity in Mou's demeanor, her brows furrowing in curiosity. Mou chuckled lightly. "That is not so easily said, let alone demons. Even grass can take shape. What is so strange about a descendant being a demon?" Ling Wanqing nodded thoughtfully. In the realm of cultivation, the union of human and demon was not an uncommon occurrence. Keep a close watch on the starry sky sacred ground and the king of slaughter. Inform me of any unusual movements. Mou's expression shifted from playful to serious. The forces behind the king of slaughter must be immensely powerful. Inform Brother Qinshu that we could seize this opportunity to weaken the starry sky sacred ground. Although we cannot inflict substantial harm upon them, we can certainly vex them. Ling Qingyue nodded gently. The slaughter demon cult is indeed formidable. Before their emergence, no one had anticipated the existence of such a powerful force on the Tianyuan continent. Should a full-scale conflict erupt, it would significantly weaken the starry sky sacred ground and leave them severely depleted. Senior brother, I shall inform Brother Qinshu immediately. With that, she leapt down from the branch, preparing to depart. Wanqing, wait a moment. Mou's voice was neither loud nor soft, yet it halted Ling Wanqing in her tracks. The young girl glanced back, a hint of confusion flashing in her clear, watery eyes. Senior brother, is there something else? Mou gazed at her, a flicker of shadowy intent swirling within his eyes. Do you not trust me? He had longed to discern what his junior sister truly looked like, and seizing this opportunity, he decided to inquire. Ling Wanqing's heart momentarily halted, only to return to its usual rhythm. She met Mou's gaze, her eyes filled with sincerity. Senior brother, I will always believe in you. The declaration was made with unwavering conviction, devoid of any hesitation. Trust? She pondered within herself. Of course, she trusted Mou. That trust had transcended any worldly emotion, surpassing even her trust in herself. Memories of a future she had once glimpsed flooded her mind. Celestial beings descended, the heavens crumbled, and in that moment of despair, it was Mou, her foolish senior brother, who, in his determination to protect her and the sect, bravely charged forth to battle against the formidable celestial being, ultimately perishing together. She recalled the time when her senior brother had rescued her, frail and small as she was. He would share his own share of spiritual fruits with her, teach her to cultivate, tell her stories, and hold her while she slept. At that time, having consumed the 9-leaf fake grass, she truly believed her senior brother had perished, and she had cried for him daily, her eyes swollen from tears. Yet, he never grew weary of her complaints, always patiently comforting her and cheering her up. He was the one person in the world who would never harm her, the one she could trust without reservation, and the most important person in her life. But why did he suddenly pose such a question? Had he sensed something? As Ling Wanqing's thoughts whirled, Mou suddenly reached out and grasped her ear. Then why do you still parade around with this puppet every day? Speak. Is even this face of yours a fabrication? Ling Wanqing yelped in pain, hastily covering her ear with her hand, pouting and plaintively saying, Senior brother, it hurts. I am not a puppet, I am truly myself. She attempted to evade the inquiry, but upon seeing Mou's serious expression, she knew her ruse had been uncovered. Sighing, she smiled helplessly. Fine, senior brother. I admit this is not my true form. No sooner had the words left her lips than the Ling Wanqing before him transformed into a paper figure. Fluttering gracefully towards the room, Mou glanced at his hand, feeling the residual sensation left upon it. Remarkably, it felt identical to the real thing. Just then, another Ling Wanqing emerged from the room. She wore the same pale blue long dress, her gaze tinged with a hint of helplessness. Senior brother, this is my true form. Mou raised an eyebrow, his figure flashing as he appeared beside Ling Wanqing, once more seizing her ear with an air of playful mockery. Still deceiving me? It seems that unless I teach you a lesson, you will not speak the truth. The newly appeared Ling Wanqing also transformed into a paper figure, soaring into the air. Yet another Ling Wanqing emerged from the room, pouting as she leaped before Mou, clinging to his arm and acting coy. Senior brother, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to deceive you. Mou observed her and opened the system panel. This one was indeed her true form. He reached out and playfully pinched her cheek. You still haven't answered me. Is your face also a facade? Ling Wanqing felt deeply struck. She did not understand why the puppetry and disguise techniques that had always worked in the past had suddenly failed before her senior brother. After a moment of contemplation, she raised her head, her eyes filled with a touch of grievance, and slowly removed the mask she wore. A breathtaking visage appeared before Mou. Her skin was as white as snow, her brows and eyes like paintings, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with clarity. Mou was momentarily taken aback. He gazed at the exquisite young maiden before him, momentarily rendered speechless. He had always assumed that his little junior sister was merely a charming neighbor girl. Yet he was astounded to discover her breathtaking beauty. Was this truly the same little sister he had raised? Regaining his composure, he playfully flicked her forehead. With such striking looks, she ought to stop concealing herself. At the very least, she should not hide from him here, otherwise they might not recognize each other if they were to meet outside. Ling Wanqing covered her forehead, looking at Mou with a pitiful expression. Brother, you hit me. Mou chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. All right, let's not quarrel. From now on, no more tricks with puppets. Ling Wanqing obediently nodded and released her grip. Indeed, her brother was the most caring of all. He harbored no anger for being deceived. In the ensuing days, the conflict between the King of Slaughter and the Celestial Star's sacred ground intensified, leading to the annihilation of another subordinate force in the Void Return period. leaving rivers of blood in its wake. Yet Mo continued to lead a tranquil life, engaging in cultivation, treating Ling Qingyue with acupuncture, and occasionally teasing Ling Wanqing. 4 days later, at night, Mo sat cross-legged on his bed, holding the Frostmoon's sword and observing it. The blade shimmered with a chilling radiance, its spiritual essence growing ever more potent, seemingly on the verge of giving birth to a weapon spirit. He gently caressed the blade with his fingertip, feeling its icy touch. The sword emitted a soft hum, akin to a lover's whisper, as if responding to his caress. He pondered whether prenatal education was necessary, hoping it would not be a troublesome child. The Frostmoon's sword buzzed, vibrating as if expressing its discontent, the gem at the hilt sparkling with a dazzling light. All right, I understand. You must be a good child, Mo chuckled, gently wiping the blade with his sleeve. The sword gradually calmed, emanating a joyful aura, and the gem at the hilt settled into tranquility. Just then, a snow-white paper crane flew in through the window, radiating a faint chill. It circled in the air a few times before landing. Is this a message from the third senior sister? Chapter 96. Let Auntie Schwa help you. Mo stowed away the Frostmoon sword and took the paper crane, channeling his energy to activate it. A line of elegant characters appeared in the air. 3 days hence, the ancient secret realm will open. I shall take you to experience it. Mo was momentarily taken aback. The enhancement of his fortune indeed had tangible effects. He did not even need to seek it out. The secret realm was coming to him. He felt elated, yet somewhat puzzled. Why was Xia Ningbing bringing him along? Wasn't she an introverted homebody? If he were to suggest going out for training, she would undoubtedly agree. However, for her to proactively invite him out was akin to the sun rising from the west. After some contemplation, he suspected it might be related to his senior sister's fractured heart. The specific reason, however, remained a mystery. Xiaoyu, are you going out for training again? A cool voice echoed in his ear. Ling Qingyue had appeared beside him, clad in a light purple gown that accentuated her snow-like complexion, exuding an air of elegance and regal grace. Why are you going out so soon? Aren't you planning to retreat and digest your previous insights? Or perhaps take a break? Her tone was filled with concern, her beautiful eyes shimmering with emotion. Mo turned to her, a smile gracing his face. To grow stronger quickly, so I can help Auntie Schwa deal with the troubles of the Ta Qing sacred ground. Ling Qingyue was momentarily stunned, but soon regained her composure. With a delicate gesture, she gently tapped his forehead with her fingertip. You, always knowing how to make Auntie Schwa happy. She turned her head, her earlobes slightly flushed, feeling bashful. She could not deny that she was genuinely drawn to this young lad, who was over 1,000 years her junior, despite knowing his words were mere flattery. They still brought her joy. Mo retracted his smile, his gaze growing earnest as he looked directly into Ling Qingyue's eyes. Auntie Schwa, I'm not teasing you. Although my diligent cultivation is not solely for you, once my strength increases, I will certainly help you with the troubles of the Ta Qing sacred ground. Ling Qingyue gently withdrew her hand and turned to gaze out at the moonlight, her expression complex. The demonic realm passage of the Ta Qing sacred ground. Never mind, it's getting late. I should perform the cold warding technique. Mo nodded, retrieving the azure blood divine flame needle. Ling Qingyue hesitated for a moment before softly saying, Xiaoyu, today I feel an increase in coldness. I may require a more in-depth treatment. Mo nodded in agreement. His expression focused as he began the acupuncture. As the silver needles pierced various acupoints, the cold energy within Ling Qingyue gradually dissipated. She felt a warm current flowing within her, an indescribable comfort. Mo concentrated on his task, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This method of treatment drained his mental energy, increasing the pressure on him. Ling Qingyue closed her eyes to nurture her spirit, sensing the coldness within her ebbing away. Mo's fingers moved like a sword, the silver needles transforming into streaks of light, the needle tails flickering like stars, forming a radiant constellation among the acupoints. When the final needle was completed, Ling Qingyue exhaled deeply, her complexion noticeably more vibrant. After the treatment, Mo withdrew the needles, utterly exhausted, his body feeling weak. Ling Qingyue supported him and softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your hard work. The next day, Mo opened his eyes. The familiar shade of purple, the familiar thunderous sound, the familiar pressure on his face. Awake? A cool voice came from above. Mo responded, not rising. After exerting so much effort to treat her, was it wrong to enjoy a moment of comfort resting on her lap? He sensed his surroundings, feeling his strength enhance further. The world appeared extraordinarily slow and clear. Even the tiny specks of dust floating in the air were distinctly visible. Just then, a delicate white hand entered his field of vision, slender and fair, fingers like green onion roots, wrist resembling congealed fat, exuding a faint fragrance. Shall you eat? Mo slightly parted his lips, and the osmanthus cake was placed into his mouth. The rich aroma of wine and familiar flavor surged. A wave of warmth rushing to his head, leaving him momentarily frozen. Wasn't this the osmanthus cake left by Manhwaaudiobook before? How could it be here? This is mortifying. Just as he felt at a loss, a coolness suppressed the flames within him. In his astonishment, He saw Ling Qinyue's stunning face gradually magnifying in his line of sight, until her crystalline lips gently covered his mouth. Muffled sounds escaped between their lips pressed together. Really? Let Auntie Schwa help you. Chapter 97. Gentle Auntie Schwa. The scent of sandalwood lingered at his nose, mingling with the unique fragrance of a woman. The sweet richness of osmanthus wine flowed between their lips, enveloped by Auntie Schwa's cool breath. Her kiss was tentative yet tenderly lingering. Mou's breathing grew heavier. Just as he was about to speak, Shu, her cool fingertips pressed against his lips. Xiaoyu, don't move. After what felt like an eternity, Ling Qingyue retrieved a handkerchief to wipe her hands. Auntie Schwa. Mou rose, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Ling Qingyue gently extricated herself from his embrace, rising to adjust her attire. All right, you should rest now. However, Mou seized her back into his arms. Xiaoyu no. Ling Qingyue breathed out softly, her body trembling slightly. Mou lowered his head, capturing her red lips with his, silencing her words. Ling Qingyue struggled for a moment, but gradually succumbed. After a long while, their lips parted, and Ling Qingyue's cheeks flushed, her beautiful eyes hazy, biting her red lip. A hint of shyness glimmering in her gaze. Auntie Schwa, I want you. No, that's not allowed. Ling Qingyue's voice trembled, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion. We haven't. Before she could finish, Mou leaned down to kiss her slightly parted red lips. Tea deep within her heart. A fierce clash ensued between reason and emotion, ultimately leading to the indulgence of this moment's lingering intimacy. Delicate arms encircled Mou's neck as she willingly deepened the kiss. Their breaths grew heavier, and the temperature in the room soared. Schwa, are you well? Mou whispered in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. Ling Qingyue's cheeks flushed slightly, her lips pressed tightly together. After a prolonged silence, she spoke in a tone both alluring and sorrowful. Be gentle. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold pieces, as they surrendered to the sweetness of their embrace. At Tianxian Peak, the master summoned his disciple. Unaware of the matters at hand, Yiling Luo stood a short distance from Shang Shuzi, her heart tightening. Could it be that this old man had detected their recent activities? Ling Luo, Shang Shuzi began slowly. You have been inquiring about Xiaoyu's whereabouts, haven't you? Yiling Luo felt a wave of relief wash over her. As long as her identity as a member of the demonic sect remained concealed, she could tolerate any misunderstanding from this old man. She feigned surprise, her cheeks quickly blooming with a rosy hue as she waved her hands in flustered denial. No, that is not true. Observing her reaction, Shang Shuzi's amusement deepened, and he shook his head helplessly. Your thoughts are clearly written on your face. That child Mou is indeed exceptional. It is only natural for a girl of your age to harbor such feelings. Thoughts? Huh, you old man, you understand nothing. Yiling Luo chuckled inwardly. Yet her facade of shyness intensified as she continued to deny it. I truly do not. I do not like him. Her words resembled those of a wayward daughter in trouble. Her head hung low, her cheeks crimson as if they might bleed. Shang Shuzi stroked his beard, a look of paternal fondness gracing his face. I shall speak to you and Xiaoyu, creating opportunities for you both to interact. Really? Yiling Luo lifted her gaze, her voice tinged with surprise, only to suddenly realize, her face flushing anew as she lowered her head. I wouldn't want that. This is for your master's sake. You may retire for now. Shang Shuzi felt a surge of nostalgia. In his youth, she too had been shy and demure. Now, witnessing his disciple in a similar state, he was determined to create an opportunity for them. Yiling Luo bowed gracefully, departing with a light step, her demeanor a blend of shyness and delight. Once outside the grand hall, she reveled in her secret joy, playing the role of a bashful maiden, a task easily accomplished. Shang Shuzi gazed out the window, excitement barely concealed in his expression. If this endeavor were to succeed, his disciple would become a partner to the descendant of the Ancestor. Wouldn't his standing thus be elevated? In the future, when ascending to the celestial realm, he would have ample grounds to boast among the old-timers. This matter must be fervently pursued. As dawn broke, Mou opened his eyes, the enchanting beauty in his arms still lost in slumber. Ling Qingyue's ebony hair cascaded like a waterfall across the pillow, her fair cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, her breath soft and prolonged, with traces of crystalline tears lingering at the corners of her eyes. His cultivation had soared to the 9th layer of the nascent soul, just a step away from the transformation stage. At that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Detected successful interception of the fated girl, Ling Qingyue. You have crossed 5 major realms, inflicting irreversible emotional damage, while maintaining control over the situation. Successfully bringing Ling Qingyue to tears, Mou felt a sense of helplessness. It was not intentional. However, the 7th-ranked practitioner in the celestial realm was indeed as beautiful as the poems suggested, and he simply could not resist. Current favorability of Ling Qingyue, 100. Villain's counterattack successful.